Your froglet has returned with a travel souvenir, the devil fruit. Your froglet has brought you a memento, the broken old wand. Your froglet has returned with a keepsake, the dragon trainer, Toothless. Hermione was taken aback to discover that her pet frog, Lin Ci, had traveled to various dimensions. Not only could she receive artifacts and travel photographs from other worlds, but the friends her little frog made in these realms would often pay visits. Ding dong, Lin Ci's companion, Daenerys, the Stormborn, has arrived. Quickly, treat her with your souvenirs. Chapter 1. The Heist at Gringotts. As the sun gradually descended beyond the horizon at dusk, it cast a delicate golden hue over the Ira Owl Emporium nestled in Diagon Alley. This was a strikingly beautiful building from the outside, yet ancient and dilapidated within, resembling a birdcage. Beneath its ostentatious exterior lay a cramped, dark, and stifling interior, strewn with feathers. The three-story high walls were adorned with climbing red ivy, while the roof was embellished with exquisite brown tiles, and neatly trimmed purple shrubs adorned the shop's exterior. A golden-haired girl curiously and anxiously surveyed the shop, hesitating for a moment before stepping inside. In comparison to possessing a cat, she placed greater value on an owl capable of delivering letters and parcels. As for a toad, it was utterly unthinkable. No girl would ever choose a toad as a pet. The girl pushed open the dimly lit shop. Ding! Welcome to the Ira Owl Emporium. We recommend the gray owl, the screech owl, the barn owl, the tawny owl, and the snowy owl. At the counter, a black-robed sorceress had her head buried in a scroll, fast asleep, while a beautiful parrot with golden feathers perched on a high stand beside the counter, skillfully addressing the girl. Just my luck to browse alone. Hermione glanced at the shopkeeper, having no intention of waking her. After all, she was still unaccustomed to conversing with witches and merely wished to purchase her items and leave. Hermione ventured deeper into the shop, aided by the faint light. The shop was shrouded in darkness, filled with the rustling of wings and the glimmer of gem-like eyes. Turning a corner of the birdcage, she discovered a source of light. Not far from the display window, two owls on either side tugged at the heavy tasseled curtains, allowing golden sunlight to stream through the gap and illuminate a splendid birdcage. Strangely, Hermione saw no birds within the cage. Curiosity piqued. She approached, her confusion intensifying. To her astonishment, a frog lay basking in the sunlight inside the cage, while the rustling of wings she had heard earlier was conspicuously absent. She glanced around and noticed the owls had settled quietly, their heads tucked beneath their wings. Suddenly, the light dimmed as the curtain on the right fell from the owl's grasp. The frog within the cage emitted a disgruntled croak, prompting the owl in the adjacent cage to take flight and retrieve the curtain. A frog was not only spared from being devoured by an owl, but was also being attended to by one. This frog seemed rather extraordinary, and a voice within her heart whispered that if she were to miss this opportunity, she would forfeit a chance to change her destiny. Instantly, Hermione dismissed the notion of purchasing an owl and instead seized the frog's cage, making her way to the exit. Contrary to her expectations, no owl obstructed her path. Instead, they regarded her with pleading eyes, as if urging her to hurry. Check out. Lin Ci. The parrot on the stand appeared startled, but quickly lowered its voice to whisper, "This frog costs 1 galleon. After a brief pause, it added in a hushed tone, 1 canute, just take it." The moment Hermione was thrust out of the shop, she was utterly bewildered. How could a frog worth 493 nuts, 1 galleon, suddenly be valued at just 1 canute? Yet, the day was waning, and she still had numerous items to purchase. Lin Ci comfortably squinted his eyes, contemplating whom to team up with in the Harry Potter world. A few months prior, Lin Ci had awakened to find himself transformed into a traveling frog, situated within the realm of the Lord of the Rings. Realizing the imminent danger, he hastily allied himself with Gandalf, only for Gandalf to be dragged into the abyss by the Balrog, allowing Lin Ci to escape to other worlds. Upon arriving in the Harry Potter universe, Lin Ci discovered he had inherited all of Gandalf's magical legacy. Realizing he was nearly invincible within the Harry Potter realm, Lin Ci's life became increasingly fulfilling as he willingly immersed himself in the pet shop, embarking on a life of leisure and indulgence. Having decided to embrace a life of leisure, he vowed never to rise again. However, whom should he partner with to infiltrate Hogwarts? Harry Potter? As the protagonist, he was undoubtedly a troublesome magnet. Associating with him would likely lead to complications, contradicting Lin Ci's philosophy of being invincible and idle. Ron Weasley? The sidekick of the protagonist? No, thank you. Hermione? A diligent and ambitious girl, but she seemed too prone to creating trouble. No, thank you. Malfoy? A villainous sidekick, hailing from a well-off family and possessing a commendable appearance. Having cast away a few troublesome lackeys, he might be a suitable choice. So Malfoy it is. Speaking of which, These days mark the shopping days leading up to the start of term at Hogwarts. How should he forge a bond with Malfoy? Confused, the noise around him gradually intensified, and the warm sunlight vanished. Where's the owl? What are you doing? Who opened a window? It's so noisy, what's going on? The moment Lin Ci opened his eyes, the frog was stunned. Ribbit! The familiar display window had vanished, and the cacophonous birdcage had mysteriously disappeared. Dazzling sunlight illuminated a heap of cauldrons outside a shop, with a brass sign reflecting golden light hanging above. The window of the shop on the left was filled with baskets of bat spleens and eel eyeballs, piled high with spellbooks, quills, rolls of parchment, potion vials, and globes. Who sold me off? I ought to pluck that parrot's feathers. The proprietor of the Ira Owl Emporium was not the ever-sleeping which slouched at the counter, but rather the golden-feathered parrot perched above. Due to a mishap in Lin Ci's actions, the witch became bonded to a parrot, seemingly delighting in this newfound existence. The witch, lounging upon the counter, transformed into her mischievous self, for no one could awaken her from her slumber. I must inquire later about the price at which I was sold. Once a traveling frog is traded, it cannot be unbound. This implies that while Lin Ci may continue his journey, the duration of his travels will be curtailed. Upon the passage of time, he must return to the world of Harry Potter. Lin Ci is no longer a free frog. His line of sight obscured, he could only discern that the hand holding the cage belonged to a girl, yet he was uncertain of her identity. He was brought before a towering, snow-white edifice, where a resplendent bronze door stood, guarded by a figure clad in a scarlet uniform adorned with gold, a fairy. With a dark visage, pointed beard, and narrow eyes twinkling with wisdom, the creature awaited him. Upon entering, the fairy bowed in greeting, yet Lin Ci's gaze remained fixated on the creature. This is a prized possession. He recalled a passage from the original text. Aside from the goblins of Gringotts, anyone else attempting such a feat would be drawn into the door, ensnared and unable to escape. A closer inspection would reveal that Lin Ci's eyes were gradually weaving a three-dimensional image of the fairy. Girl, regardless of who you may be, as long as you lead me beneath Gringotts, you are not the troublesome Hermione, and I would not mind partnering with you. According to the second tenet of the traveling frog's self-cultivation, once traded before a voluntary binding, one must follow the purchaser. Before them soon appeared a second door, its silver surface inscribed with warnings for thieves. Lin Ci scoffed at this. The owners of the vaults deep within the bank were largely deceased, and these ancient, affluent treasures would soon belong to their new master. Lin Ci? The girl ushered Lin Ci into a grand marble hall, where approximately 100 goblins sat upon high stools behind counters, some weighing coins on scales, others inspecting gems, and yet others verifying ledgers. Countless doors adorned the hall, each leading to different destinations. The girl approached an unoccupied goblin and stated, "Greetings, I wish to exchange some galleons." Yet Lin Ci's gaze was fixated on which door would open. "Are you aware of the exchange rate? 5 pounds can be exchanged for 1 galleon. 1 galleon can be exchanged for 17 sickles, and 1 sickle can be exchanged for 29 nuts. First-year students can exchange 100 galleons. Huh, if I were to take an interest in money, according to this exchange rate, with a little cunning, I could easily purchase the entirety of Gringotts." Years later, when the Soviet Union collapsed, high interest rates attracted Russians to deposit rubles, followed by a mass acquisition of various Soviet resources and enterprises, then short-selling the ruble. In this manner, one could reap a profit thousands or even tens of thousands of times greater with minimal expenditure. After all, the plan orchestrated by the American Eagle siphoned off a staggering 27.5 trillion from the Russian bear, though this remains debatable. Lin Ci mused internally, for causing a stir is the true priority. He promptly cast an invisibility charm and a forgetting charm upon himself and the cage. The invisibility charm, as its name suggests, and the forgetting charm causes those who recall him to subconsciously overlook his presence. The door to the left of the hall swung open, revealing a narrow stone corridor, illuminated by burning torches leading deeper within. The stone passage sloped steeply downward, with a small railway running throughout. Lin Ci leaped from the cage, following them up the small cart, swiftly traversing the maze-like, winding corridor. After approximately 5 minutes, they halted before a gleaming bronze door. Surely, this must be the depths of Gringotts? A ghostly light flashed from Lin Ci's eyes. Upon closer examination, it was a diminutive fairy. Once out of their sight, the fairy rapidly expanded, quickly attaining a size akin to a typical goblin. Let the business commence. Lin Ci closed his eyes, a portion of his soul inhabiting the fairy he had woven, guiding his body toward the nearby bronze door. His ethereal tendrils penetrated the keyhole, and then metal materialized. A golden key appeared in the fairy's grasp. Lin Ci unlocked the door and began to fill the passage with heaps of silver bars and mountains of gold coins, the exit of the passage connecting to his infinitely spacious backpack. 1 vault, 2 vaults, 3 vaults. Before long, Lin Ci approached the 7th vault, where a black dragon materialized before him. Chapter 2. The Philosopher's Stone. The stone corridor behind him emitted a haunting wail, as an unending chill surged from the depths below. A gaunt, ebony dragon lay prostrate on the ground, its yellow slit eyes fixed intently upon Lin Ci. The creature before him appeared emaciated and grotesque, its wings resembling nothing more than a lattice of bone and skin. The bony contours of its face were sharp and jagged, with protrusions that pierced the surface, laid bare like a skeletal visage. As Lin Ci hesitated, contemplating a preemptive strike, he realized that the fire dragon had long since departed from the realm of the living. Had it succumbed to old age? Puzzled, Lin Ci approached the dragon and discovered a cross sword embedded in its chest. With a deft motion, he stowed both the dragon and the sword into his small backpack, proceeding cautiously into the underground vault number 713. The vault bore no keyhole. The fairy extended its elongated finger to touch the door, which began to dissolve gently, revealing a thick plume of green smoke that billowed forth. As the haze receded, Lin Ci found no gleaming coins or peculiar magical artifacts, but rather a small, dirty parcel wrapped in brown paper. He picked it up and unwrapped the exterior, only to have a red gem roll onto the floor. Was this the Philosopher's Stone? The legendary stone capable of alchemy and bestowing immortality. This suggested that Harry Potter and Hagrid had yet to arrive at Gringotts. Lin Ci discreetly returned the Philosopher's Stone to its original place and casually closed the door, ultimately dispersing the fairy spirit. The stone would eventually belong to him, but not at this moment. The mournful wind howled past, and in the dim depths of the stone corridor, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. When Lin Ci opened his eyes again, the girl had finished her errands and stood on the sunlit street outside Gringotts. A towering giant brushed by, leading a boy with a lightning bolt scar on his forehead. "Harry, we have arrived. This is Gringotts." "Ah, Harry?" Lin Ci lowered his head, silently praying that the girl would not become an overzealous fan and rush towards the boy. Fortunately, she seemed indifferent to the name, proceeding instead to Madame Malkin's robe shop. Madame Malkin, a stout and cheerful witch clad in purple, greeted them warmly. "Are you here to purchase Hogwarts uniforms, dear? We have plenty in stock, to be honest." The girl set Lin Ci aside and, encouraged by Madame Malkin's enthusiastic invitation, ventured to try on robes. Lin Ci closed his eyes, beginning to assess the treasures he had just acquired in his backpack. A broad smile spread across his face as he counted an abundance of galleons, a hopping pot with 5 toes, a shimmering spring of good fortune, and a heart covered in black fur. These were wondrous artifacts from the tales of Beetle the Bard and the treasures of the Peveril brothers. A hopping pot that alleviated all ailments, a spring that bestowed luck, and a heart that ruled over human desires. When the girl returned with her uniform, Lin Ci's smile turned to stone. "Hermione, goodness, the one who has taken me is none other than that troublesome Hermione." All Lin Ci desired was a mundane entrance into Hogwarts, to master the dark arts and vanish, seeking methods of transformation in the next realm. Yet, how had he been sold to Hermione? The self-cultivation of a traveling frog dictates that one must not allow the bound individual to be placed in peril. However, Hermione was a figure synonymous with trouble and danger. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to persuade her to return him to the owl shop. Soon after, Hermione led Lin Ci into a potion shop, where the stench of rotten eggs and spoiled cabbage assaulted their senses. Buckets of viscous substances cluttered the floor, while jars of herbs and vividly colored powders lined the walls, and bundles of feathers and strings of sharp teeth hung from the ceiling. Little Frog, just as Hermione approached the counter to purchase various standard doses of potion powders, she noticed that the frog in its cage had awakened. The purple-red twilight bathed Diagon Alley. On a bench at the corner, a blonde girl continued to chatter enthusiastically with her frog. "What a lovely and kind little girl," was the fourth passerby's exclamation upon witnessing the scene. "So, your ability is to travel frequently and bring me snapshots and souvenirs?" "Ribbit." Lin Ci opened his mouth, producing a cascade of galleons and a magical scroll. During their nearly afternoon-long exchange, Hermione perceived herself as the owner of a magical creature that could travel independently, a taciturn, gold-spitting toad. "Almost forgot. We haven't purchased a wand yet." Hermione whisked Lin Ci towards a wand shop located on the opposite side. The shop was small and shabby, with a golden sign on the door that had begun to peel, reading, "Ollivander, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. In the dusty window display, a solitary wand lay on a faded purple cushion. As they entered, the wooden door jingled a cheerful chime. The shop was spacious but cluttered with narrow boxes, likely containing thousands of wands. Lin Ci contemplated whether to seize the opportunity to select a wand for himself, but then remembered that he could perform magic without one, and dismissed the thought. The dust and silence of the place enveloped him in a sense of the hidden mysteries of magic. Good afternoon. A blonde girl with blue eyes emerged from behind a long box. Wasn't it the old codger Ollivander? The girl was petite, her eyes like gemstones, her features flawless, with long golden hair cascading down to her waist, shimmering faintly in the dim light of the shop. Dressed in a pure white gown, she radiated an angelic aura reminiscent of the Old Testament. Noble, beautiful, and pure, she was beyond reproach. The girl seemed to sense Lin Ci's gaze for a brief moment. Her blue eyes met his, and he felt as if he might drown in their depths. This was a passive allure of the Vila lineage, something Lin Ci had encountered before, though the previous one had been a mere specter. Hi, could you wait for a moment? I still have a customer. Don't let this young lady stand in such a precarious spot, sweetie. Wand testing can be quite dangerous. Would you care for some sweets? Hermione followed the girl towards the counter. The girl, affectionately dubbed Sweetie by Ollivander, retrieved an assortment of chocolate frogs, super bubblegum, and licorice wands from behind the counter. What are these? Hermione inquired, picking up a pack of chocolate frogs. They resemble real frogs. Indeed, they are quite similar to your frog, though these are chocolate frogs. You can check inside for the cards. I'm missing one of Vitali Rosile. What? Oh, never mind. I suppose you aren't aware that each chocolate frog comes with a trading card. You know, they can be collected. I've amassed around 300 cards, but I've had to find Vitali Rosile and Bellatrix Lestrange. Chapter 3. The Journey Begins. Hermione opened the chocolate frog in her hand and extracted the card. The image depicted a wizard with a furrowed brow and a gloomy expression, shoulder-length hair, a long nose, dressed in a flowing black robe, holding a wand in his right hand. The inscription below read, Severus Snape. To be honest, I don't like him either. He is a professor at Hogwarts. Were you also frightened by the way he wielded his wand? The girl then produced several illustrations, recounting some rare and curious tales. Snacks and time gradually slipped away in the midst of such gossip. Lin Ci emerged from his confinement, silently standing before the portrait of Severus Snape, inwardly sighing. Professor Snape. You truly have a knack for being misunderstood. Although Lin Ci was not a die-hard Harry Potter fan, he recognized one of Hogwarts' finest professors, known for his restraint and kindness. Yet, my beloved have perished in the tower. It appears I must embark on my journey soon. After Hermione's purchase, his travel interface refreshed to reveal a new world, fantastic beasts, the mystery of Dumbledore. However, having not seen it, he could only speculate that it related to Dumbledore in his middle age. How regrettable to keep such a delightful girl waiting for so long. Which hand do you wield your wand with? The right? I should be accustomed to the right. Hermione raised her right hand and entered the wand shop with Ollivander. Raise your arm, good. A measuring tape floated in the air, operating autonomously, measuring from shoulder to fingertips, from wrist to elbow, shoulder to ankle, and then around her head. Each Ollivander wand possesses extraordinary magical properties, which is its essence. We utilize unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstring of a fire dragon. Every Ollivander wand is utterly unique, as no two are precisely alike. Grandfather, could you refrain from being so verbose? All right, try this one. Made of beech wood and the heartstring of a fire dragon, 9 inches long. Quite flexible, give it a try. Just as Hermione took the wand, preparing to test it, Ollivander swiftly snatched it from her grasp. No, try this one instead. Made of yew wood, with a phoenix tail feather, though it is somewhat rigid. Hermione took the wand, raising it above her head, only to have it snatched away again by Mr. Ollivander. How about this one? No. It seems we've encountered a rather discerning customer, haven't we? Well, let me think. Let's try this one. A bold choice made of vine wood, containing the heartstring of a dragon, 12 3/4 inches long. Hermione took hold of the wand, and her fingertips suddenly felt a warmth. She raised it high, and a brilliant light flashed, the wand emitting sparks like fireworks. Splendid. It appears you are well suited to it. It is not the wizard who chooses the wand, but the wand that chooses the wizard. The vinewood wand typically favors wise and courageous masters, and the embedded heartstring of the black dragon ensures you will not be bound by rigid rules. Hermione paid 7 galleons to take home the vinewood wand with the black dragon heartstring. See you at school, sweetheart. Yes, see you at school. Ding, ding, ding. The August night sky over London. The moon perched upon the branches, stars sprinkled across the firmament, and the fragmented buildings across the river resembled the masts of a 16th century sailing ship. Not far off, the moon-white clock atop a skyscraper pointed to 9 o'clock sharp. Hermione traversed the dingy, narrow confines of the leaky cauldron, walking along the banks of the Thames, the damp and refreshing air offering her a sense of relief. The start date for school, as noted on the owl-delivered letter, was in September, indicating that she and Lin Ci would be residing at home for a month. After the rain in London, the air was cleansed, the puddles on the ground reflecting the distant, colorful white streetlights. The clustered skyscrapers of Canary Wharf housed a plethora of prestigious firms, including Citibank, HSBC, Morgan Stanley, and Reuters, resembling a pantheon of capital, constantly showcasing the status of the financial district. Gazing at these familiar brands, Lin Ci couldn't help but think of Tencent, Alibaba, Amazon, and Facebook. In 10 years, they would constitute an entire internet world, and now he found himself facing the possibility of remaining forever in the world of Harry Potter. If that were the case, why not devise a way to board the train, leading to a fully interconnected existence? The financial realm of the wizarding world lagged significantly behind. £5 equaled 1 galleon. Can you imagine that Professor McGonagall, as Hogwarts second-in-command, earned just over £400 a month, while a university teacher in London at that time could earn more than £2,000 monthly? As for the most renowned pure-blood families in the magical world, each boasted a lineage spanning centuries, their wealth and prestige once unparalleled. Families like the Longbottoms, Ollivanders, and Gaunt were now mostly in disarray. The once grand estates they inherited now lay shrouded in dust, their opulent mansions in ruins. Times have changed. The divide between wizards and muggles is no longer one of muggles' inability to comprehend magical creations, but rather due to the wizarding world's significantly inferior wealth production capabilities. Who? Lin Ci leapt onto Hermione's shoulder, gazing at the Canary Wharf across the river, silently musing that half of this place would belong to them in the future. As night fell, Hermione sat at her desk, opening the hefty tome Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Why do you want to attend Hogwarts? Lin Ci inquired, seated on the cushion prepared for him by Hermione's mother, gazing at the earnest girl before him. No one in my family understands magic. So when I received my acceptance letter, I was utterly astonished, but also incredibly happy because, as far as I know, it is the finest magic school. The sparkle in Hermione's eyes reflected her longing and admiration for Hogwarts at that moment. However, from what I understand, although this school is one of the most famous wizarding institutions, the quality of education is rather mediocre. Yes, just mediocre. The fact that Harry and Ron can achieve decent grades by not attending classes and relying on notes before exams speaks volumes. Not to mention those students who hardly ever attend class. This is also why Voldemort, a mere village bully, could instill such terror in the wizarding world. The once obscure and complex spells had gradually become challenging to master. However, Lin Ci refrained from voicing these thoughts. The diary on the desk, thicker than a spellbook, revealed that this innocent and charming girl had not enjoyed her time in Muggle elementary school, perhaps facing isolation and bullying. After all, her bookish demeanor was not particularly endearing. Lin Ci leaped down from the cushion, gently tapping the girl's hand with his paw. I shall embark on my travels, hoping to return before you head off to Hogwarts. Since he was bound to Hermione and was to reside long-term in the world of Harry Potter, he might as well endeavor to do something worthwhile. Fantastic Beasts, The Mystery of Dumbledore, here I come. Chapter 4, The Gold Coin-Thieving Scamp, Niffler. Synopsis of Fantastic Beasts. The Mystery of Dumbledore. Professor Albus Dumbledore realizes that the formidable dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald is attempting to seize control of the magical world. Dumbledore understands that he cannot stop Grindelwald alone, so he entrusts the magizoologist Newt Scamander to lead a skilled team, which includes wizards, witches, and a brave Muggle baker, to undertake this perilous mission together. Throughout their journey, they will encounter a myriad of wondrous creatures, some familiar friends, and others enigmatic beings never before seen. Simultaneously, they may find themselves embroiled in conflicts with Grindelwald's ever-expanding followers. The stakes of this mission are perilously high. How much longer can Dumbledore remain an observer? In 1926, at the harbor of Liberty Island, New York, the Fort Elizabeth cleaved through the morning mist, passing the Statue of Liberty, crowned with a radiant diadem and holding aloft her torch. The briny sea breeze stirred gray-white newspapers resembling moths with black wings, some cascading into the sea while others were swept into alleys, trodden underfoot. Passengers aboard the ship leaned against the railings, eagerly gazing at the land, drawing ever closer. Headlines emblazoned in bold ink flickered past. Grindelwald returns to ravage Europe. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry bolster security. And where is Grindelwald? He poses a substantial threat to the magical community, yet has now vanished without a trace. The newspapers, in their gray and white hues, depicted destroyed edifices and the anguished cries of victims. Articles fluttered like snowflakes, dazzling in their portrayal of the global manhunt for Grindelwald. In a corner of New York, the scene diverged from the antenna-laden brick buildings and antiquated signs of San Francisco, revealing an atmosphere thick with unease and turmoil. Everything dazzled the senses, reminiscent of the enchantments cast by witches. Where there is light, darkness lurks. They conceal themselves throughout the city, waiting to wreak havoc before vanishing without a trace. The bizarre sights had yet to dissipate from Lin Ci's mind when a passionate female voice resonated in his ears. Join us, heed our warnings, and you may avert catastrophe. Lin Ci opened his eyes to the sight of a time-worn wall adorned with curved baseboards. A polished mahogany table, laden with substantial documents and a typewriter, sat beneath a saucer-shaped chandelier, while outside, the streets lay cold and desolate. At the street corner, a woman of striking appearance delivered a speech, her gray-white pamphlets fluttering like snowflakes in the air. A spirited, middle-aged woman, clad in 1920s Puritan attire, stood fervently on the steps of the city bank, while a man behind her brandished a flag emblazoned with a frenzied insignia, amid a blaze of yellow and red fireworks. A pair of hands defiantly snapped a wand in two. The world of humanity harbors no welcome for wizards. They should be condemned to the flames. Much like in the medieval ages. How audacious! Do they not fear the specter of an Avada Kedavra descending upon them? Yet it is true. The current state of affairs between wizards and muggles has been irrevocably shattered. Muggle science has evidently outstripped wizardry, having developed a weapon capable of effortlessly extinguishing the taboo existence of magic. As the 21st century dawned, this reality would become even more overwhelming, intensifying Lin Ci's contemplations. Inside the Grand Hall, entrepreneurs busied themselves with loans, while clerks diligently scrutinized accounts and patrons hurried through the lobby, oblivious to the presence of a backpack-wearing frog beneath a chipped Gothic column. Lin Ci felt a stranger in this world, though he had seen Professor Newt Scamander on the cards of chocolate frogs. However, his association with Hermione ensured he would not linger in this realm for long. Clang! Amidst the cacophony, a clear, melodious clatter of metal striking the floor resonated, accompanied by the distinctive hum of coins. As he turned his head, a black claw darted past him, while his backpack lay open, its substantial gold galleons vanishing without a trace. Someone had pilfered his startup capital. This was his funding to leverage the entire financial sector of the Soviet Union and board the internet train. Lin Ci deftly navigated through the throng, retracing the shadow's escape route. Oh, damn it, where's that frog? Upon seeing Lin Ci's backpack, the bank employee's expression shifted from disgust to a disarming, affable demeanor, ready to appease. Surely this must be a frog belonging to some tycoon. Perhaps I could leverage this frog to find him and strike a lucrative deal. Yet, as he regained his focus, he realized the frog had vanished. Lin Ci pursued the nimble little thief darting about the bank, finally spotting it as it snatched a glittering silver ornament from a lady's shoe before scampering off elsewhere, eager to acquire more shiny objects. Watching in astonishment, Lin Ci observed the small black rogue nimbly leap between patrons' bags, pilfering bits here and there. Rather than feeling anxious, a nascent idea began to form in his mind. Clang! A chorus of coins reverberated beneath a long bench, as gleaming galleons tumbled about. Lin Ci turned to see a small paw swiftly gathering the coins. The black thief sat beneath the bench, its belly bulging with treasure, a self-satisfied look adorning its face. Yet its appetite remained unquenched, its attention drawn to a shiny tag dangling from Small Dog's collar. It stealthily advanced, claws outstretched to seize the tag. The dog barked fiercely. Lin Ci dashed forward, crawling beneath the bench as the little thief bolted, swiftly leaping onto the bank counter, while Lin Ci grasped at nothingness. It seemed that some cunning measures were required, after all. Recaler, a self-invented recall spell, inspired by the Latin word for recall. A dazzling, distorted light, visible only at Lin Ci's height, transported the stolen galleons back into his backpack. As Lin Ci pondered whether America possessed an organization akin to the Ministry of Magic to regulate the aberrant magical fluctuations in the Muggle world, a loud voice called out from behind him. Hey, British sir, I think your egg is about to hatch. Huh? Lin Ci turned, puzzled, to find a brown-haired middle-aged man nervously standing by the counter, clad in ill-fitting attire, clutching a battered brown suitcase. In his hands, he held an egg, from which a small snake with wings was emerging. A magical creature. Then Newt Scamander must be nearby. Sir, your egg, Newt exclaimed anxiously, glancing at the niffler that was about to vanish into the bank's elevator shaft, then at Jacob, who held the bird snake egg in his hands. With a resolute closing of his eyes, he waved his wand at Jacob. Jacob, the bird snake egg, and Lin Ci, who had stealthily slipped into the man's pocket, were magically drawn across the bank hall, hurtling toward Newt. In an instant, they traversed past tellers and security guards, operating into the narrow elevator shaft leading to the bank vault. Lin Ci immediately cast an invisibility charm and a weightlessness charm upon himself, ensuring that as long as Jacob refrained from thrusting his hand into his pocket, he would remain undetected. Newt gently took the egg from Jacob's hands, and hatching from it was a small, blue bird snake resembling a serpent. Newt gazed at the creature with delight as it gradually emerged from its shell, lifting his eyes to Jacob, hoping for a similar reaction. Before Jacob could approach to observe this extraordinary creature he had never seen before, the bird snake unfurled its azure wings and emitted a warning hiss at Jacob. "Oh, my apologies. They are quite vigilant and typically do not permit strangers to come near." Slowly, Newt descended the staircase, cradling the little bird snake in his hands. It was only when Lin Ci unveiled the enchanted scroll sealing the Moravian flame demon that the creature finally lowered its head, ceasing its gaze upon him. It seemed that magical beings possessed an innate ability to sense Lin Ci's concealed presence. In order to avoid disrupting the unfolding of their plan, Lin Ci reluctantly retrieved his dwindling collection of spellcasting materials, a piece of misty mountain shadowstone, and a tuft of mane from a nightmare unicorn found in the abyss of Turin. The perceptual obfuscation charm, known as Percep Ruo, was derived from the Latin phrase posse percipere, meaning unable to perceive. Jacob spread his hands, finding the situation beyond his comprehension. "I was just there, and now I am here." He was utterly bewildered, while Newt bent down to open the box, delicately placing the recently hatched bird snake inside. "Hello." Jacob approached Newt, accompanied by Lin Ci, as a peculiar green creature, resembling both a stick insect and a plant, emerged from the back of Newt's collar. It was the tree guardian, Pickett. At that moment, it appeared quite perplexed, as something had just vanished. Newt pressed down on the box and spoke in a hushed, conciliatory tone. "Can everyone please remain calm?" The box continued to emit a cacophony of commotion, which seemed to irk Newt. Dougal. The aged brown leather case gradually quieted. Lin Ci looked up just in time to see the diminutive platypus-like thief squeezing its body through the tightly locked door, burrowing into the bank vault. "This cannot be allowed." Newt furrowed his brow as he drew his wand, pointing it towards the vault. Alohamra. The locks and gears within the vault began to turn in response to the incantation, and after a few rotations of the massive circular wheel outside, a sharp click resounded, signaling the vault doors opening. A bank employee rounded the corner, spotting the ajar vault door, and pressed a button on the wall, triggering an alarm that blared sharply throughout the New York bank. Newt dashed into the vault, where he discovered Niffler seated amidst a multitude of open safes, lounging atop a mountain of cash. The Niffler stared at Newt with a mischievous glare, brazenly stuffing a hefty gold bar into its bulging pouch right before his eyes. "Is this truly necessary?" Newt grasped the Niffler, flipping it upside down and shaking it by its hind legs. A cascade of gold and silver treasures clattered to the ground, the sheer volume astonishing. Outside the vault, Jacob finally regained his composure, anxiously glancing around. Although uncertain whether to alert the authorities, he was determined not to be mistaken for an accomplice by the bank's guards. Newt, in a moment of delight, scratched the Niffler's belly, prompting an even greater shower of coins and jewels to spill forth. Unbeknownst to anyone, the pile of gold and silver began to vanish at a visibly alarming rate, while Lin Ci remained nestled in Jacob's pocket, tirelessly casting the summoning charm once more. Footsteps echoed from the staircase as several armed officers rushed down the corridor. Jacob, in a panic, raised his hands. "No, no, no, don't shoot." Newt swiftly seized Jacob, along with the Niffler and the box, vanishing through the use of apparition. In an instant, they materialized in a narrow alley beside the bank, the sudden wail of the alarm causing pedestrians to hasten their pace. At the alley's exit, a crowd gathered across the street, curiously peering in, while police cars screeched to a halt at the bank's entrance, officers brandishing weapons as they entered. "This is your final warning, little thief. That does not belong to you, and you cannot take it." Newt opened the box with one hand while stuffing the Niffler inside with the other. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ci leapt from Jacob's pocket and followed suit into the box, which bore a striking resemblance to his backpack. To Lin Ci's astonishment, this box was capable of containing living creatures. He was determined to acquire this ability and experiment with bringing life forms from other realms. Newt rose to his feet, casting an apologetic glance at Jacob. "I am terribly sorry. You need not worry. However, it is regrettable that you have witnessed far too much, so if you would be so kind as to remain still, it shall only take a moment." Jacob stared at Newt in astonishment, his mind racing with thoughts of the wizarding threat he had read about in the newspapers. Newt turned to search for his wand. Jacob seized the opportunity, grabbing the box and swinging it forcefully at Newt, who was knocked to the ground. Clutching his head, he rose in confusion, watching as the frantic Jacob dashed out of the alley, blending into the crowd and disappearing. "I merely intended to cast a memory charm on you." This was troublesome. Newt realized that soon someone would come looking for him, as he had failed to cast a memory charm on a muggle who had witnessed magic. His actions had utterly violated the international statute of wizarding secrecy. A woman with an upright collar decisively approached Newt. He turned, grasping the box, his demeanor resolute as he stepped towards the alley's exit. Logically, personnel from a magical enforcement agency should not arrive so promptly. As Newt passed by the woman, she seized him, and they vanished through apparition. Newt found himself led by the woman into a narrow brick alley, where the sounds of sirens diminished significantly. The witch interrogated Newt incredulously. "Who are you, and what is in your box?" "I am Newt Scamander, and inside the box is my Niffler." "Who are you?" The witch produced her official identification from her coat, which bore her likeness alongside a striking American eagle emblem. "Tina Goldstein, Magical Congress of the United States of America, MACUSA." "Mr. Scamander, at this critical juncture, you have allowed a muggle who has witnessed magic to escape, along with a creature. This is a state of emergency. Anything associated with magical events could frighten muggles. If muggles feel threatened, they will retaliate, which means exposure and potential war." Chapter 6. The Thunderbird Frank. The world within the Thunderbird Frank's box. Lin Ci tumbled down the staircase of the box, colliding with a pillar. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he had fallen into a small wooden cabin. The familiar streets of New York nowhere in sight, and the towering bank building had vanished without a trace, replaced by an endless expanse of lush, tropical jungle, with a stormy wilderness beside it. Lin Ci jumped onto a nearby table, but the Niffler that had descended with him was nowhere to be found. The cabin contained a simple army cot, tropical attire, and various tools hung on the walls. An open cupboard held ropes, nylon nets, and collection vessels. On the table rested an antiquated typewriter, a stack of manuscripts, and a medieval zoological compendium. Shelves displayed layers of soil-free plants, their appearances peculiar. Various tablets, capsules, syringes, and potion bottles were neatly arranged in a cabinet. The wooden walls were adorned with notes, maps, sketches, and photographs of extraordinary creatures. Suspended near the window from the roof was the desiccated corpse of an unusual animal, while several bags of feed lay under a wooden post at the base of the wall. The sounds of howls and growls from various creatures intertwined, prompting Lin Ci to curiously push open the wooden door. In that instant, he felt as though he stood at the confluence of the African savanna and the Amazon rainforest. As he pushed open the wooden door, the edges of the box faded from his view, revealing a seemingly boundless world within. This realm had transformed into a sanctuary for a myriad of wild creatures, each species thriving in its own meticulously crafted habitat. Lin Ci leaped into this extraordinary world, his astonishment beyond words. Before him lay the arid, desolate expanse of the Arizona desert, where a majestic thunderbird named Frank soared overhead. This colossal and marvelous creature, reminiscent of an albatross, bore shimmering wings adorned with patterns of clouds and sun, while its vibrant tail feathers danced through the heavens. One of its legs bore the gruesome marks of shackles, a testament to its captivity. As Frank flapped its wings, the atmosphere crackled with electricity. Fierce winds whipped through the air, and torrential rain poured down. Behind Lin Ci, a beetle of adult proportions busily rolled a massive dung ball. As he ventured more than 20 meters from Frank's domain, the scenery abruptly shifted. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself standing on a moonlit expanse of sand, where several large creatures frolicked among the dunes. They resembled saber-toothed tigers, yet had tentacle-like appendages, smooth and orange-pink, curling from their jaws. Lin Ci pressed onward, absorbing the intricacies of this box world, contemplating the potential for modifying his backpack. A dazzling pink bird circled above, descending onto a slender branch suspended in midair. Once again, the environment transformed. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself amidst a bamboo grove. This enchanting place resembled a game's save menu, each click transporting him to a wondrous, self-contained world. Navigating through the bamboo, he reached a sunlit clearing where a nest of tree-clinging creatures chirped excitedly, swinging joyously among the leaves. Turning around, he spotted an empty, enormous oval bird's nest, where blue bird snakes with wings chattered incessantly, their eggs gleaming like silver. As he ventured deeper, Lin Ci felt an increasing familiarity with the structure of this box world. The complexity of its environments and weather systems could not have been naturally formed. Thus, this place had either been shaped by Newt's design or absorbed from the original world. Such a dense and independent multiverse could only arise from these possibilities. The operational rules of this world mirrored those of a game Lin Ci had encountered in his previous life, Minecraft. Here, one could wield the powers of a creator, constructing diverse dimensional realms. This implied that if Lin Ci could replicate this ability, he could collect other worlds into his backpack, even if he lacked the capacity to permanently reside in them. Continuing deeper into this marvelous realm, countless golden leaves cascaded from a diminutive tree, converging into a fiery mass. They swirled upwards, mingling with the fluttering wings of butterfly-like ladybugs and glendilets, creating a celestial river overhead. With each step Lin Ci took, the world shifted once more. A gigantic creature resembling a lion stood majestically atop a massive stone, its thick mane bristling as it roared at the moon above. Undeterred, Lin Ci pressed forward, capturing images of the formidable beasts along his path, intending to share these travel photographs with Hermione later, seeking her advice on how to tame these magical creatures. At that moment, a plump ball bird fluttered in front of him, swaying as it flew, trailed by a flurry of illusory birds. Simultaneously, Lin Ci ascended a steep, grassy slope. Wizards, like magical creatures, stored magic within, yet the unique anatomy of magical beings often endowed them with longer lifespans and potent bloodlines, resulting in a far greater magical capacity than that of wizards. Upon reaching the summit, Lin Ci discovered a large stone bathed in moonlight, upon which a group of small moonlit beasts rested. Shy by nature, their large eyes dominated their faces, and their dark fur gave them an endearing, harmless appearance, prompting Lin Ci to unconsciously dispel his invisibility and weightlessness charms. Quack! One of the moonlit beasts leaped down from the rock, bounding toward Lin Ci, and soon he was surrounded by their friendly, hopeful faces. One of the moonlit beasts playfully nudged him with its head, bouncing around joyfully and emitting cooing sounds reminiscent of a baby. A chilling cry echoed nearby, and Lin Ci looked curiously at the little creatures surrounding him, realizing that this sound was audible only to him, specifically to those who intruded upon this world who could hear echoes from other realms. Dismounting from the moonlit beast, Lin Ci immediately entered a state of invisibility and weightlessness, following the sound's direction. He turned to see a curtain fluttering open, revealing an expansive, snowy plain. The frigid winds howled over the snowfield, where a small mass of black liquid hovered ominously, reminiscent of poison lying in wait, continuously swirling and emanating a volatile energy. This hovering black energy was perilous and formidable. Although Lin Ci felt confident in his ability to vanquish it, he preferred to avoid trouble. Quietly retreating, he ventured into a thicket where colossal trees lay fallen, towering to the height of a person and covered in thick green moss. The sound of coins clinking echoed from a small tree hollow. Sniff, sniff, here you are. Lin Ci leaped onto the tree, peering into the hollow, greeted by a dazzling sight of gold. In that moment, he had no doubt he had stumbled into a dragon's lair or a pirate's treasure trove. The vast hollow was brimming with an endless array of gold, silver, and gemstones. At the far end of the hollow, a sniff lounged atop a towering pile of riches, resembling the habits of a five-colored dragon. Lin Ci quietly cast a summoning charm, subtly relocating a fraction of the sniff's wealth. As he jumped down from the fallen giant tree, he landed in a sprawling tropical grassland, where a colossal creature resembling a rhinoceros rested near a pond. Its head appeared liquid, quivering with each breath, massive and transparent, with something within seemingly emitting a golden glow. As Lin Ci attempted to proceed, he encountered an invisible barrier obstructing his path. Could this be the boundary of the world? He navigated through the dense grass until he halted beneath a tree, selecting a few images to send to Hermione. At that moment, in London, a notification chimed. Your frog spawn has sent you 3 travel photos. Chapter 7. Hermione's reply, relevant information. In 1989, London. As dawn broke, a beam of sunlight filtered through the curtain's gap, illuminating the room. A girl sat at her desk by the window, bathed in the interplay of light and shadow. Hermione held Lin Ci's travel photos in one hand while perusing Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, a required textbook authored by Professor Newt Scamander for first-year students at Hogwarts. Outside, in the courtyard below, a family of birds perched in a cherry tree, chattering animatedly about the day's agenda. In previous times, Hermione would have opened the window to shush them, but today she was utterly absorbed in the letter and images Lin Ci had sent back. Today marks the inaugural day of my visit to Fantastic Beasts, The Secrets of Dumbledore. While I am uncertain of the narrative trajectory, I was fortunate enough to encounter Newt Scamander, and I seized the opportunity to conceal myself within the pocket of his companion. This adventure diverges from that of the Lord of the Rings. Thus I feel compelled to commence a diary, for I am hardly a person of serious demeanor. Quack! I was immediately accosted by a peculiar creature known as a Niffler, yet I believe it can be my ally in this escapade. After all, there is wealth to be amassed together. Indeed, the Niffler proved to be a kindred spirit, and I was elated when, upon being captured, it generously bestowed upon me a substantial portion of its treasure. Mr. Newt Scamander is truly remarkable. I mean to say, he possesses an extraordinary and magnificent case. Indeed, I ventured into his case and discovered realms within, which have inspired a plethora of new ideas. I believe my own backpack should resemble such a marvel. Additionally, I encountered the Niffler once more, and, in its lavishness, it still presented me with a considerable sum upon our reunion. It is undeniably my dear companion. Attached, I have sent several photographs, hoping to share my joy while also seeking your assistance in gathering information about them. I aspire to tame these creatures. Outside, the street resonates with the laughter of children. Several boys are riding bicycles, joyfully calling out Hermione's nickname before riding away. This marks their 8th visit during this holiday. They are the shadows of Hermione's entire primary school. Hermione glanced at the magical tomes beside her, her anticipation for the academic life at Hogwarts growing ever stronger. Would it be different there? Sweetheart, would you care for some breakfast? Vegan crepes from Popoka, smoked salmon from the barge house. Oh, thank you. Hermione set aside her letter, opened the pale blue door, and accepted the sumptuous breakfast from her mother. After hastily concluding her meal, Hermione sat at the table and began to compose her reply. All she needed to do was write on the back of the paper and gently tap it 3 times for it to be sent. While perusing her books, she diligently noted down the relevant information. Bowtruckle. The bowtruckle is a guardian of trees, primarily found in certain forests of western England, southern Germany, and the Scandinavian peninsula. It possesses 2 small brown eyes and is only a mere 8 inches tall, camouflaged as it appears to be made from bark and twigs, making it exceedingly difficult to spot. This creature is known for its gentle and exceedingly shy nature, feeding on insects, but if the tree it inhabits is threatened, it will leap forth to attack any lumberjack or tree surgeon attempting to destroy its home, using its long, sharp fingers to gouge out their eyes. If a wizard offers a bowtruckle a woodlouse, it will pacify the creature for an extended period, allowing the wizard to harvest wood from the tree for wand-making. Diricawl. The diricawl, native to Mauritius, is a plump, flightless bird covered in downy feathers, renowned for its extraordinary ability to evade danger. It can vanish without a trace and reappear elsewhere effortlessly. Interestingly, Muggles were once well aware of the diricawl's existence, but they named it the dodo. Due to their ignorance regarding the diricawl's ability to disappear at will, Muggles mistakenly believed they had hunted the bird to extinction. This realization seems to have heightened Muggle awareness of the dangers posed by indiscriminate hunting of the creatures they coexist with. The International Confederation of Wizards finds it prudent to keep the existence of the diricawl from Muggles. Mooncalf. The mooncalf is an exceedingly shy creature that only emerges from its burrow on full moon nights. Its body is a pale gray slick, with 2 round eyes atop its head. It has 4 long, slender legs and 4 flat, large feet. Upon emerging, the mooncalf dances in secluded places under the moonlight on its hind legs. With its intricate movements believed to be a precursor to mating, and it leaves behind complex geometric patterns in fields, which baffles Muggles. Under the moonlight, the mooncalf's dance is enchanting, and those who witness it often find fortune. For if they collect its silvery dung before sunrise and sprinkle it upon magical herb gardens and flower beds, the plants will thrive and flourish remarkably. Mooncalves can be found worldwide. Graphorn. The graphorn can be spotted in mountainous regions across Europe. This imposing creature is large and purple, with a slight grayish hue. It has a pronounced hump on its back and 2 extremely sharp, long horns, walking on large feet with 4 toes. The graphorn is inherently aggressive, and it is not uncommon to see trolls attempting to tame them, though the graphorns appear quite unwilling. Thus, it is not unusual to observe trolls bearing scars inflicted by these formidable beasts. The powder from the graphorn's horns is utilized in various potions. Yet due to the difficulty in obtaining the horns, this powder is exceedingly expensive. The graphorn's hide is tougher than that of a dragon, rendering most spells ineffective against it. Grindylow. The Grindylow is a water-dwelling fiend adorned with horns and a pale green hue, residing in lakes throughout Britain and Ireland. It preys on small fish and poses a threat to both Muggles and wizards. However, It is known that mermaids have managed to tame them. The Grindilo possesses very long fingers, which, despite their strength when grasping, are easily broken. Niffler. The Niffler is a burrowing creature native to Britain. Covered in black fur and possessing a long snout, it has a particular fondness for anything that sparkles. Goblins often keep Nifflers to excavate treasures from deep underground. Although Nifflers are generally gentle and even affectionate, they can wreak havoc on your possessions, so one should avoid keeping them at home. Nifflers dwell in their burrows, typically 20 feet underground, giving birth to litters of 6 to 8 offspring. Akami. The Akami can be found in the Far East and India. It is a two-legged creature with wings, possessing a serpentine body adorned with feathers, reaching lengths of up to 15 feet. The Akami primarily feeds on rodents and birds, but has been known to abduct monkeys. It will attack anyone who approaches, particularly when it is guarding its eggs, which are encased in shells resembling the purest and softest silver. After careful consideration, Hermione decided to transcribe all the contents from the book onto paper, ensuring she had omitted nothing, and gently tapped the paper 3 times. Chapter 8. The Escaped Fantastic Beasts. Broadway, New York, 1926. Amidst the bustling streets stood a grand skyscraper, intricately carved and soaring into the clouds, emblazoned with the futuristic letters, Woolworth Building. Newt and Tina hurried along Broadway towards the building, with Tina firmly gripping Newt's arm, practically escorting him forward. Newt tilted his head as he gazed across the bustling street, murmuring softly, "I apologize, but it seems I ought to attend to some matters first. There are indeed tasks I must undertake, truly." Tina's demeanor was tense, as though she had committed an act against the rules, her voice urgent as she implored. "We must hurry. I believe your affairs will need to be rescheduled." Tina forcibly led Newt through the throngs of people, despite the looming threat of wizarding exposure in America. The jubilation from their victory in the Great War still lingered on the faces of the populace, who radiated pride and confidence. "What brings you to New York?" "I am here to procure a birthday gift. You see, for the sole breeder of the Appaloosa-esque fluffiness. He resides in New York." So they arrived outside the Woolworth Building, where stylish American wizards entered and exited through a grand revolving door. Observing the contemporary attire of the American wizards, so different from the traditional long robes of their London counterparts, Newt could not help but speculate that within the American Magical Congress, MACUSA, there must exist a wizard capable of bridging the worlds of Muggle fashion and wizarding style. Inside the Woolworth Building, an ordinary lobby reminiscent of the 1920s buzzed with casual chatter and the hum of daily tasks. By the way, I should mention that we had that fellow shut down a year ago, as New York does not permit the keeping of magical creatures. The reason being, they often find their way into the Muggle world, thereby exposing American wizards. After guiding Newt through a door at the back of the lobby, they entered a space that magically transformed from the Woolworth Building into the MACUSA. They ascended a wide staircase into an expansive and exquisitely adorned interior, with an astonishingly high vaulted ceiling. A massive wheel loomed above, adorned with numerous gears and dials, inscribed with the words, "Magical Exposure Threat Level." The indicator pointed to severe, unexplained magical activity. Behind the wheel hung a formidable portrait of a distinguished witch, Seraphina Pickquery, president of the Magical Congress. In the central tower, owls fluttered about as wizards and witches dressed in the latest 1920s fashion busily went about their duties. Tina led a solemn-faced Newt through the bustling crowd, where several wizards sat in line, awaiting a house elf to polish their wands using a complex feather apparatus. Upon reaching the elevator, the doors opened to reveal a goblin attendant. "We are headed to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." The goblin attendant looked at Tina with confusion. "I recall you're not. We are going to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Someone has violated Section 3, Clause 1 of the Secrecy Law." The attendant jabbed the elevator button with a clawed stick, and the elevator began its descent. Within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, copies of a New York Ghost newspaper were distributed to each Auror, the headline boldly proclaiming, "Magical turmoil threatens to expose the wizarding world." A group of senior Aurors convened to discuss the pressing issues at hand, most bearing grave expressions, among them Graves, a promising new Auror who was meticulously studying the newspaper, his face marred by bruises from a peculiar encounter with an unknown force the night before. Though he could easily heal himself with a simple restoration charm, he chose not to. Present was also President Seraphina Pickquery, who stood amidst the crowd, her expression one of concern. The International Confederation of Wizards has threatened to send a delegation. They suspect this is related to Grindelwald's assaults in Europe. At the mention of Grindelwald, a flicker of unspoken intensity ignited in Graves' eyes as he rose, declaring, "I was present. It was a magical creature. No human possesses such formidable power. Madam President. Hearing footsteps, the crowd turned to see Tina, carefully guiding Newt closer. The Aurors expressed surprise at her presence. But none more so than President Pickquery, who regarded Tina with a mixture of anger and restraint. I have been quite clear about your situation. Tina cast a fearful glance at Pickquery. Yes, Madam President, but I have stated that this office is only to discuss matters of utmost urgency. And you are no longer an Auror. Please step outside. Stubbornly, Tina shot a glance back before ultimately ushering the bewildered Newt out of the elevator. Graves observed their retreating figures, the only one among them to show a semblance of sympathy. The elevator swiftly descended the lengthy shaft, opening to reveal a cramped, stifling basement room devoid of windows, a stark and painful contrast to the efficient and polished offices above. Clearly, this was a place where the overlooked toiled. Tina led Newt past numerous typewriters, operating autonomously with a cacophony of clicks, intersecting glass tubes dangling from the ceiling above. Each memo or form typed was automatically folded into a mouse that scurried through the corresponding pipes to the offices above, while those with typos collided and began to fight, tearing each other apart. Tina approached a dimly lit corner of the room, where a sign read, Wand Permit Office, slightly larger than a storage closet. The Wand Permit Office was cluttered with unopened wand applications. Tina paused at a desk, shedding her coat and hat. She wished to regain some dignity in front of Newt. Despite having been reprimanded a week prior and no longer being an Auror, she felt a responsibility to uphold the duties of one. Did you obtain your wand permit? Every foreign wizard arriving in New York must have one. Newt, avoiding her gaze, mumbled, Actually, I applied a few weeks ago. Tina sat at the desk. Her handwriting hurried and scrawled. Scamander, did you just return from Equatorial Guinea? Yes, I recently completed a year-long field study. I am in the process of writing a book to help people understand why we should protect magical creatures rather than harm them. At that moment, Graves turned the corner and entered. Tina stood and approached him hastily, speaking rapidly. Just now in the office, Director Graves, this is Mr. Scamander. In fact, a rather wild magical creature escaped from his case and wreaked havoc in the bank lobby. Graves regarded Newt, then the worn brown case, and stated, Let me see them. Tina finally breathed a sigh of relief, her superior still believing her words. Newt appeared exceedingly anxious, attempting to interject, but the other two paid him no heed. Tina placed the case on the desk and flung it open, her expression turning to one of astonishment upon seeing its contents. The case was filled to the brim with pastries. Newt stepped forward, his face a mask of distress, as he realized the contents of the case. It was clear he had taken the wrong one. This meant that his case, brimming with magical creatures, was now in the hands of a muggle, and if open meanwhile. On the other side of New York, Lin had been reiterating tirelessly, Colleague, I hold you in high regard, but could we not be so blatant? Chapter 9, Second Salem, Anti-Witchcraft. In the dimly lit streets of the Lower East Side of New York City, Jacob strode purposefully, grasping a battered suitcase as he passed by dilapidated shops and aging apartment buildings. He navigated the disorderly thoroughfare with an air of unease, frequently glancing over his shoulder. This area served as a resettlement zone for veterans, where young soldiers like Jacob, who had enlisted early and later fought in the Great War, found themselves placed upon discharge due to a lack of formal education and marketable skills. Initially, government policy promised them employment, yet over time, ordinary soldiers with humble backgrounds and insufficient accolades faded into obscurity. Jacob hurried up the stairs and entered a squalid little room, furnished with meager and worn-out belongings. He dropped the tattered brown suitcase onto the bed and gazed up at a photograph of his grandmother hanging on the wall. Memories flooded back of his unsuccessful attempt to secure a loan at the bank that day, his voice barely above a whisper as he murmured, I'm so sorry, grandmother. I couldn't keep my promise to open a bakery. Sitting at the table, he cradled his head in his hands, overcome with exhaustion and despair. Suddenly, one of the suitcase's clasps sprang open with a loud click. Startled, Jacob turned around. He settled onto the bed, scrutinizing the suitcase closely. The second clasp popped open as well, and the suitcase began to tremble, emitting a ferocious, beastly growl. Jacob instinctively recoiled. Hello, is anyone out there? Can you help me close this suitcase? I can't hold it much longer. A voice, sounding like that of 17 or 18-year-old boy, called out from within, seeking assistance. Curiosity mingled with trepidation as Jacob cautiously leaned forward, only for the lid to burst open, revealing a creature resembling a giant rat with fleshy, flower-like growths on its back. Startled by the unknown creature launching at him, Jacob flailed about, desperately grasping the writhing beast. Got you now, he exclaimed. Hey, Don't squirm so much. You're stepping on my foot. The suitcase opened again, and an unseen entity surged forth, crashing into the ceiling before shattering a window and escaping into the world outside. The rat-like creature lunged at Jacob, sinking its teeth into his neck. In a panic, he stumbled backward, thinking, I've been bitten. Am I going to die? He collided with the furniture behind him and fell to the floor. All right. If I can't stop you, can you at least maintain some decorum? Just one orgasm would suffice. The room began to shake violently, cracks appearing in the wall adorned with his grandmother's photograph, which soon exploded, allowing more creatures to flee into the public eye. Lin Ci, bruised and battered, leaped out as well, gazing in astonishment at the fallen Jacob. Is it over? In the main hall of the Second Salem Church, a dimly lit wooden structure with dull windows and a high balcony, Modesty played hopscotch alone, jumping in and out of the chalk-drawn squares. Your mother, my mother. Want to catch a witch? Your mother, my mother, waved a little stick. Your mother, my mother, the witch never cries. Your mother, my mother, the witch must die. The empty church was filled with propaganda from the Second Salem organization, flyers for the Mary Lou movement, and a large anti-witch banner hung from the Gothic columns. A pigeon perched at a high window cooed softly. Clayton approached, locking eyes with the pigeon's blood-red gaze, then expressionlessly clapped his hands to shoo it away. Modesty continued her hopscotch, while Clayton paused, his gaze drifting past her to the entrance. Witch number 3, watch her burn. Witch number 4, whip her around. The dinner bell rang, and children rushed into the church. A spoon ladled out thin soup, and the children jostled each other, eager to reach the front of the line where a slightly thicker breakfast awaited. Mary Lou, wearing an apron, watched approvingly from the side, and suddenly called out as she squeezed through the throng of children, "Grab your flyers before eating, kids." The children accepted the flyers from her hands, while Mary Lou distributed soup, her gaze intent on each face. In the bustling streets of the Lower East Side of New York in the afternoon, a billywig, a small blue creature with whirling wings on its head, flitted through the air above. Tina and Newt walked briskly, their expressions increasingly tense since the dramatic opening of the suitcase. Tina clutched the suitcase, nearly in tears. "I can't believe you didn't cast the Obliviate charm on that man. If anyone starts asking questions, I'm finished." Newt managed a wry smile. "Why is it you who will be finished? Shouldn't it be me?" Tina, pained by memories, replied, "I never should have gotten involved with Second Salem." The billywig buzzed past their heads, and Newt abruptly turned, horror etched on his face as he observed it. This is bad. His suitcase has been opened. He could hardly fathom the peril his creatures were now in on the streets of New York. Yes, Newt's concern did not lie with the muggles of the city, but rather with his magical beasts. He knew that his charges posed little threat to muggle life. However, the muggle's instinctual reaction to the unknown was often one of fear and reverence. Before the Middle Ages, many magical creatures thrived on muggle offerings. But that balance had since been shattered as muggles recognized the wealth and glory they could extract from magical beings. Tina, too, had noticed the peculiar flying creature above. "What is that?" Newt, distracted, replied absent-mindedly, "Oh, that is a moth. Yes, I believe it is a large moth." Tina furrowed her brow, sensing the man was being deceptive. However, their immediate priority remained finding Jacob and Newt's suitcase. Turning a corner, they encountered a crowd gathered before a collapsed building. Shouts echoed as people hurriedly exited the structure. An officer stood in the midst, taking notes, besieged by disgruntled residents. Tina and Newt exchanged a knowing glance, silently hoping that this commotion was not related to magical creatures. Among the crowd, a drunken vagrant attempted to attract the officer's attention. "Let me speak. It's not gas. How could New York have 6 gas explosions in 1 week? Hey, officer, I saw it. It was a massive creature, a gigantic hippopotamus koala monkey." Tina, absorbed in observing the ruined building, failed to notice Newt discreetly withdrawing his wand from his sleeve, pointing it at the vagrant. As the officer hesitated to record the vagrant's words accurately, the man swayed and changed his tune. Yes, it was gas. Just gas." The surrounding crowd quickly echoed his sentiment. Yes, gas. Just gas. As Tina caught sight of the billywig again, Newt seized the opportunity while she was distracted, using the crowd as cover to hastily ascend the stairs into the damaged apartment building. He could not allow the members of the Magical Congress of the United States to discover that this predicament was caused by his magical creatures. It is a pleasure to see you again, Professor Newt. I regret to say that your magical creature has escaped, but evidently, this matter does not pertain much to me. I was contemplating ways to prevent their escape." Lin Ci observed Newt dashing upstairs, silently reflecting. Chapter 10. The Blonde Sorceress, Queenie. In the Lower East Side, Jacob's room. Newt knelt beside Jacob, who lay on his back with his eyes closed, groaning incessantly. Newt attempted to examine a small red bite mark on Jacob's neck, yet Jacob, in a daze, repeatedly pushed him away. Lin Ci watched as sweat beaded on Jacob's forehead. In a sense, Jacob bore some responsibility for the bite. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Ci seized the opportunity while Newt turned to survey the room and quietly cast a spell. Pirgarina, a possession spell that allows one to temporarily inhabit another's consciousness, derived from the Latin peregrinare. This way, Lin Ci could divert his attention to suppress the spread of the virus. Mr. Scamander. At that moment, Tina, downstairs, noticed Newt's absence. After scanning her surroundings, she resolutely ascended the stairs to Jacob's quarters. Meanwhile, in the room, Newt heard Tina's footsteps approaching and, in a moment of panic, cast a restoration spell on the damaged wall. Just as Tina stepped through the door, the house returned to its original state, the wall mended. Tina hurriedly entered the room, discovering Newt seated on the bed, feigning composure, his expression one of innocence. He calmly locked the spring clasp of the case. Tina was astonished to find the case had been opened. Though she had anticipated this outcome, it was still difficult to accept. Just a slight gap, Tina felt she might lose her sanity. Had that erratic niffler escaped again? Newt stammered, scratching his head. Perhaps. Then let us retrieve it. Find it. The Magical Congress of the United States had prohibited magical creatures from appearing in New York on more than one occasion. And within a single day, that frantic niffler had managed to escape twice. In the corner, Jacob groaned, his body aflame with fever as he endured a nightmare. Tina discarded the case in her hands and rushed towards the injured Jacob. Blood trickled from his neck. He was hurt. Wake up, Mr. Kowalski. While Tina tended to Jacob, Newt discreetly moved toward the door. Suddenly, Tina emitted a shrill scream as a murtlap darted from beneath the cabinet, clinging tightly to her arm. What is this? Newt turned, grasping the murtlap by its tail, struggling to confine it within the case. There's nothing to worry about. It's merely a murtlap. Meanwhile, Lin Ci suppressed the mild toxin coursing within Jacob, who gradually opened his eyes. He pointed at Newt, exclaiming, "It's you. Relax, you are. Kowalski, Jacob." Tina squeezed Jacob's hand reassuringly, turning to shield the frightened Jacob behind her. "You cannot cast the Obliviate spell on him now. We need him as a witness." She grasped Newt, but it was evident that the Congress had no intention of interrogating him. Just as Tina believed that the case filled with magical creatures could assist her in turning the tide, the case was dramatically swapped. "Well, I cannot fathom this. After traversing most of New York, you keep shouting at me to have cast the Obliviate spell earlier." Tina helped Jacob to his feet, moving towards the door. "Not now. He is injured. Come help me. He will be fine. The murtlap bite is unlikely to be severe." At that moment, Jacob suddenly leaned against the wall, retching. Tina and Lin Ci exchanged doubtful glances at Newt. "Well, I confess this reaction is indeed more pronounced than I have previously encountered. But if it were truly severe, he would have already. Already what?" At this moment, Lin Ci regretted hastily casting the possession spell. "How shall I put it? The first severe symptom is sparks emanating from the anus. WEF. Lin Ci gasped, and Jacob, startled, quickly covered his backside. "However, the symptoms will subside within 48 hours. If you do not mind, I can leave him here. The pressing issue is that both of you must come with me. Lend a hand and assist him out." Newt had no choice but to step forward and help Jacob to his feet, despite his confusion regarding the necessity of accompanying Tina. Tina and Newt, supporting Jacob, along with Lin Ci, who discreetly concealed himself in a pocket, disapparated away. In the room, a photograph of Jacob's grandmother hanging on the wall shook loose and fell onto the bed, revealing a shattered gap behind it, through which the niffler scrambled down the wall. On the Upper East Side, a young boy holding a large lollipop was led by his father down the bustling, dimly lit street. As they passed a shoe-shining stall, an orange suddenly floated into the air, bouncing alongside the boy. The boy, astonished, watched as a bit of the orange's peel was torn away and consumed, sensing something invisible trailing beside him. Immediately afterward, the lollipop in the boy's left hand was snatched away by the unseen entity, transforming his surprise into sheer terror. The boy clutched his father's hand tightly, hastening forward. Before a bookstall, the eyes of a lady in a poster suddenly opened wide, swiftly stepping out from the poster to materialize the outline of an animal, which promptly vanished from the surrounding environment. It moved down the street, its position discernible only by the lollipop stick it held. A dog on the street suddenly barked aggressively at it, seemingly startling the creature, which panicked and dashed into the street, knocking over several children and halting a few cars. Across the street, atop a department store, A small vent window shattered as a slender blue tail broke through, then the creature squeezed inside. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated through the building, as if it were inflating, shaking, and scattering tiles. It was that animal. It had grown larger and filled the house. Tina, walking down the street, decided to wait until Jacob returned to normal before bringing him to the Magical Congress building as a witness against Newt. For now, she needed to take them to her residence. Newt and Tina cautiously assisted Jacob upstairs, and just as they reached the corner of the second floor, the landlord's voice boomed, startling all three. "Is it you, Tina?" "It's me, Mrs. Landlord. You know me well. I have always been alone." The commotion downstairs subsided, and the trio continued their ascent. After a moment, an elderly woman's mumbling floated up. "Indeed, I must have been old and foolish. I have always been alone." Tina awkwardly smiled, leading them into her modest apartment. Though the apartment was simple and exuded the essence of a working-class individual, Lin Ci was astonished by the furniture that worked like a robotic vacuum. An iron was autonomously pressing clothes, while a drying rack hung garments and moved up and down in front of the fire, flipping and drying various items of underwear. Scattered across the floor lay an assortment of magazines, including Witch's Companion, Witch's Secrets, and the high-quality Mail, Witch Exposé. At the far side of the room, a statuesque blonde which leaned against the doorframe, gazing at Tina with an alluring charm. Newt Scamander and Jacob both turned their heads away, blushing. The blonde, which seemed taken aback by the presence of others, awkwardly waved her wand, and a silk nightgown magically adorned her figure. Chapter 11. The first anchor point, legitimacy. The blonde witch, Queenie, was undoubtedly the most exquisite woman ever to don a witch's robe. "You brought a man home?" Tina disregarded her remark and turned to introduce Newt and Jacob, saying, "This is my sister, Queenie. Shouldn't you be wearing something?" Queenie absent-mindedly walked to her sewing machine, casually responding, "Of course." She pointed her wand at a mannequin, and the long dress was magically draped onto her. "So who are they?" "This is Mr. Scamander. He has violated the international statute of wizarding secrecy." "Are you saying he is a criminal?" "Well, sort of." "And this is Jacob. He is a nomage." Queenie's expression shifted from surprise to concern. "A nomage?" "Tina, you're aware of the Congress's laws. You've misunderstood. He's merely unwell. As for Scamander, he lost something, and I intend to help him find it." At that moment, Jacob stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Newt quickly grasped his arm and assisted him onto a nearby sofa. "He hasn't eaten anything today, and, he hasn't received his loan to open his bakery. And you, since arriving in New York, have encountered nothing but trouble." Newt stared incredulously at the blonde girl before him. "You could perform legilimency?" Legilimency, the ability to read minds. In fact, Newt's teacher, Dumbledore, possessed this skill as well, but Dumbledore required direct eye contact to perform it. Newt was quite certain he had not looked into Queenie's eyes just now. Clearly, her ability was at least more potent than that of his esteemed teacher, Dumbledore. Yet such an effortless intrusion into the private thoughts of others was perilous. After all, no one desires to be so easily seen through. And in the face of such abilities, information and deception could be effortlessly revealed and unraveled. Such extraordinary talent could render her unpopular or even lead to dire consequences. However, it was evident that Queenie was aware of this, as she refrained from overusing her gift. Otherwise, she would not merely be a common employee in the Ministry of Magic's breakroom. At that moment, Jacob suddenly realized, looking at her in astonishment. "You can read my thoughts?" Queenie, with an air of intelligence, smiled at Jacob and said, "Don't worry, dear. Most men think exactly what you just did, especially someone like you, meeting me for the first time." Newt felt a mix of surprise and relief, as his perceptual shield spell had obstructed Queenie's legilimency. This meant he would no longer be vulnerable to her mind reading. Immediately, Newt cast an anchor point on Queenie, marking her legilimency ability, so that when he departed this world, he could easily acquire this skill. However, he could only establish 3 anchor points on living beings at present. Exceeding this limit would result in a random selection of 3 items, akin to unboxing a surprise. Nevertheless, he was certain that he would acquire more anchors in the future. A billywig flew past the window, making Newt tense as he anxiously sought his creature. Meanwhile, Queenie and Tina busied themselves in the kitchen. The stove ignited automatically. An array of seasonings and ingredients floated from the cabinets, and Queenie waved her wand as carrots and apples lined up, being sliced by an invisible knife. While dough flipped in the frying pan, Tina pointed her wand at the cupboard, and plates, glasses, and various utensils soared out, arranging themselves neatly on the dining table. This was nothing short of a blessing for domestic life. Jacob, both curious and apprehensive, approached the dining table and slowly took a seat. Meanwhile, Newt discreetly placed his hand on the doorknob, ready to slip out. "Mr. Scamander, would you prefer apple pie or fruit tarts?" The three turned to look at Newt, who felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He lowered his right hand from the doorknob and awkwardly walked towards the dining table. "I have no particular preference." "You like fruit tarts, don't you?" Queenie cheerfully prepared dinner, relishing in the art of cooking. Tina, on the other hand, appeared somewhat disappointed and hurt. With a flick of her wand, Queenie sent apple pie, raisins, and various fillings soaring through the air, automatically rolling into pie shapes that bake mid-air, finally adorned with layers of icing. Clearly, she was a girl with a passion for fashion, cooking, and tailoring. Tina lit the candles on the table, and dinner was arranged neatly. Newt emerged from Jacob's pocket, while he had no need for sustenance. He did not wish to be confined in a pocket amidst such a delightful atmosphere. Moreover, the dwelling spell would dissipate in 12 hours. And such intriguing magic should not be wasted merely to assist Jacob in suppressing the toxins within him. That would be far too extravagant. The bowtruckle, Pickett, poked its head out from Newt's collar, curiously surveying the dining table. Newt glanced around, noting the various magical magazines on the floor regarding meteoric fashion and cosmetics. A mannequin standing in one corner, and sewing supplies strewn across the table. Suddenly, a label caught Newt's attention. Channel, Coco Chanel. He leaped onto the magical tag, confirming it multiple times. After the war, the classical era was utterly concluded, ushering in a vibrant new societal landscape. The ideas of feminism and racial equality began to be championed by an increasing number of individuals. It was during this time that Coco Chanel initiated a movement for natural, minimalist clothing that liberated the body. Yet, Newt was astonished to discover that Coco Chanel was indeed a witch influencing both the Nomage and Wizarding worlds. The familiar label sparked a flurry of new thoughts within him, igniting an urge to return immediately. After dinner, Newt and Jacob were assigned to two clean, orderly single beds. Newt, his plans thrown into disarray, lay on his side, facing inward with a hint of worry. Jacob sat on the bed, struggling to comprehend the magic book in his hands, and Newt, feeling a surge of spontaneity, lent him assistance. Before long, Tina entered wearing her nightgown, carrying a tray with 2 cups of hot cocoa, handing one to Jacob. Newt remained on his side, feigning sleep, as Tina placed the cup heavily on his bedside table. Newt glanced at the hot cocoa in his hands, feeling as though he was only able to partake due to Newt's presence. Controlling someone's consciousness was unethical, so Newt hastily flipped through a few pages of the magic book, savoring the sensation of being human again, before retreating from Jacob's mind. As soon as the door closed behind Tina, Newt sprang from the bed. "We must go find the magical creatures that escaped." Jacob, just regaining consciousness, looked quizzically at the hot cocoa in his hand. Upon hearing the mention of searching for magical creatures, Newt immediately merged with Jacob's consciousness once more. Given Jacob's timid and fearful disposition, it seems that tonight's event may be delayed yet again. Moreover, Lin Ci is eager to observe the fleeing creatures, as this will enable him to ascertain which animals he ought to mark. After all, the information contained in Hermione's reply was rather scant. Nevertheless, Lin Ci is confident that once Hermione has accessed the Hogwarts library, she will become his most formidable ally. And so, let us embark on this journey. Chapter 12, The Silent One's Fatal Strike. Central Park, New York. As night fell, the park came alive with children skating on the central lake. 2 girls, hand in hand, aided each other in regaining their footing. Suddenly, a streak of light darted beneath the ice, accompanied by a peculiar sound that resembled the howl of a beast. The children were startled, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed upon the massive luminescent creature gliding beneath the surface of the lake. Meanwhile, Newt and Lin Ci traversed the quiet streets leading to Central Park. The storefronts on either side displayed exquisite jewelry. Abruptly, Lin Ci halted in his tracks, captivated by a glimmering gem on the windshield of a parked car. He then spotted an array of glittering jewels scattered in the window of a nearby jewelry store. Newt, having noticed as well, exchanged a cautious glance with Lin Ci, and together they treaded carefully along the trail of gems. Curiosity piqued, they approached the glass display, peering inside. There, perched upon the glass counter, was a niffler disguised as a jewelry stand, its arms adorned with sparkling trinkets. Lin Ci could scarcely believe his eyes. Truly, a kindred spirit. He swiftly lifted the possession charm and marked the niffler. The creature turned its head, locking eyes with Newt, and promptly stashed the jewelry into its belly pouch before hastily leaping down from the display and fleeing. Newt immediately brandished his wand, determined not to let it escape. The glass shattered. As he lowered his wand, the hefty window splintered into a myriad of shards. Newt handed a box to Jacob and leaped into the jewelry store. Jacob, momentarily dazed, stared in astonishment at the box in his hands and the chaos of the disarrayed jewelry store. The Niffler darted around, while Newt persistently flung open drawers and cabinets, the scene inducing a sense of panic in Jacob, exacerbated by the fearful glances of passers-by who witnessed their actions, which undoubtedly appeared as a robbery in progress. Suddenly, the Niffler leapt from a nearby drawer onto Newt's shoulder, and in a bid to evade capture, it swiftly ascended to the chandelier above. Newt, standing atop a cabinet, reached out for the Niffler. Jacob anxiously scanned the surroundings, fervently wishing to depart before the police arrived. The chandelier crashed to the ground, and the Niffler scrambled to its feet, extricating its trapped leg and racing past boxes filled with jewelry, with Newt in hot pursuit. As Lin Ci hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene, a latch on Newt's box suddenly sprang open, unleashing a monstrous roar from within. Jacob, eyes wide with fear, deliberated on whether to close it when Lin Ci swiftly re-established possession of his consciousness and shut the box. The chase continued within the store as the Niffler wreaked havoc, further entangling their predicament to resemble a robbery. Newt followed the Niffler up a 2-meter-high jewelry cabinet, but the structure could not withstand their combined weight, collapsing against the glass wall facing the street. The Niffler, nervously watching the emerging cracks, maneuvered cautiously, while Newt grew increasingly cautious as well. Suddenly, the crack expanded, shattering the entire pane of glass. Fragments cascaded onto the sidewalk. As the Niffler hit the ground, it quickly rebounded and dashed toward the street. Seizing the opportunity while Newt was still recovering, Lin Ci cast a slipping charm, causing the Niffler to tumble to the ground. Newt, witnessing this, immediately scooped the Niffler into his arms. Adorned with jewels, Newt lifted the Niffler, and upon standing, he found himself bewildered by the approaching police. Raise your hands. They could not afford to be trapped here. The number of officers exceeded the limits of the Obliviate charm. As Lin Ci gradually raised his hands, he cast a disillusionment charm on a nearby cat lurking around the corner. What on earth is that? The police officers suddenly diverted their gaze to the left, their faces etched with terror. Almost simultaneously, the others turned their attention, aiming their firearms toward the other end of the street. Newt, puzzled, turned to see a lion approaching them step by step. New York is indeed far more intriguing than I had anticipated. Before the officers could react, Newt seized Jacob's arm and, utilizing disapparition, transported them away. City Hall, where an opulently decorated hall was hosting an electoral event, adorned with patriotic slogans and emblems. Hundreds of elegantly dressed individuals gathered around small round tables, while a large poster of a senator hung prominently on the stage, emblazoned with the phrase, "The Future of America." The host on stage began the opening remarks. Tonight's guest of honor requires no introduction. Many have already dubbed him the future president. If anyone thinks I exaggerate, just read his father's newspaper. Laughter erupted from the crowd. The newspaper mogul, Mr. Shaw, shared a table with Landon, surrounded by the elite of New York's high society. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you tonight's star, New York City Councilman Henry Shaw. Accompanied by thunderous applause, the gentlemanly Senator Shaw ascended the stage, winking playfully at familiar faces in the audience. No one would suspect that such an affable political elite had earlier that morning scorned a destitute individual. Outside the city hall, a colossal entity raced by, its size and speed reminiscent of a mythical beast, accompanied by heavy panting and growls. Indeed, we have made some progress in the past, which no one can deny. However, many are now entranced by the intoxication of those salon gatherings. Suddenly an odd, incessant noise emanated from the vent at the back of the hall, causing everyone to look up, interrupting the senator's speech. We cannot dwell in past glories. The peculiar sound grew louder. Once again, the audience turned to investigate, while Senator Shaw appeared increasingly anxious amidst the commotion, whispers rippling through the crowd. Several suited bodyguards moved toward the vent upon receiving a signal. Suddenly, a monstrous entity erupted from the vent below. A beastly figure swooped down through the hall, sending round tables flying as people fell in disarray and a light bulb shattered with a crackle. The invisible creature charged toward the stage, eliciting screams from the elite. On stage, Senator Shaw was struck by the unseen monster, crashing against the wall adorned with his own poster. The creature then hoisted him high, as if crumpling a piece of paper, repeatedly slamming him against the wall before throwing him down with a deafening thud. He was dead. The monster, insatiate, shredded his poster with ferocity amidst heavy, rasping breaths, disappearing back into the vent. Cries of panic and anguish surged through the crowd. The aged newspaper magnate staggered forward, navigating the shattered tables and the chaos strewn across the floor, towards the mutilated, bloodied corpse upon stage. Senator Zhao's visage was marred by ghastly wounds. Mr. Zhao sat despondently beside his son's lifeless body, his expression one of profound anguish. After a long pause, with the support of those around him, he gradually rose to his feet. The pride that once adorned his countenance now vanished without a trace, replaced solely by resolute hatred. It was the work of a sorcerer. Chapter 13. The Machinations of the American Magical Congress. Tina and Queenie peered out from the bedroom window, craning their necks to gaze into the pitch-black night. Another round of urgent roars echoed through the winter evening. Several windows across the street were flung open as anxious neighbors cautiously emerged to survey the city shrouded in darkness. Tina could not shake the feeling that this incident was somehow linked to Newt's escape with the magical creatures. She dashed into Jacob and Newt's room, only to discover that both men had vanished without a trace. Furious, Tina seized her clothing and stormed out, feeling betrayed that this was the second time Newt had doubted her. Queenie watched her sister rush out, musing anxiously, why must they sneak away? I even made them hot cocoa. Meanwhile, Newt and Jacob hurried through the frostbitten park. During their trek, Newt, feeling uneasy, glanced back towards the city center, sensing a powerful surge of energy that was both malevolent and formidable. Furthermore, a sixth sense warned him that this matter was subtly intertwined with their group. As they crossed a bridge, they narrowly avoided being struck by a panicked ostrich, and a terrifying rumble resonated from nearby Central Park. Newt exchanged a tense glance with Jacob and handed him a safety helmet. Put this on. At that moment, Newt had quietly slipped away from Jacob, heading towards the city center, where a disquieting darkness loomed, reminiscent of the shadowy creature he had glimpsed within his suitcase. Regaining his composure, Jacob hesitantly donned the helmet, questioning, "But why must I wear this?" "Because under immense external forces, your skull is prone to fracture." Jacob immediately complied, fastening the helmet and nervously trailing after Newt. Meanwhile, Newt stealthily approached the municipal hall, where he caught sight of a well-dressed young man lifeless on the stage, surrounded by an unsettling aura of negative energy. In the moments preceding death, the deceased would learn the identity of their murderer. Newt positioned himself beside the corpse, resting a hand on the man's temple. A torrent of distorted memories flooded Newt's mind. Within the chaotic recollection, the late afternoon sun streamed into an opulent office, where an elderly senator stood with his back turned, surveying the panorama of New York City through the window. The prospective engaged in conversation with the elder when, suddenly, the door burst open and a throng of individuals rushed in, clamoring with excitement. A small figure stepped forward, exclaiming, "Father, you must see this." He dashed into the office, unfurling a photograph he held, revealing images of devastated streets, shadowy figures lurking in the background. "Father, look, I've uncovered a major scoop." The elder remained unmoved, clearly agitated. "Your brother and I are preoccupied with planning his campaign. There's no time for your childish games." The small figure, crestfallen, wished to argue further, but was interrupted. "Mind your father's words. Now go." The prospective cast a glance at a few individuals lingering at the doorway. "Take these monsters away, too." Newt observed a man entangled in a crimson aura, visibly enraged by this command. As the assailant departed, he dropped a flyer bearing the words, "Second Salem, Mary Lou." The prospective bent down to retrieve the flyer, disdainfully glancing at its contents before crumpling it into a ball and shoving it into the assailant's hand. "Here, why not toss this in the trash? You all belong there." The memory abruptly halted. Thus, it seemed this individual had been slain due to his provocations towards the murderer. But how was this incident connected to Newt and himself? After all, Newt and he were newcomers to New York. He was certain they had never encountered that killer, nor would they have any intersection. At this moment, the unease and uncertainty within Newt intensified, prompting him to hasten towards Central Park, where he sensed that something monumental was about to unfold. Newt and Jacob navigated through the now half-deserted zoo, walls appearing as though they had been rammed by a colossal beast, with heaps of debris piled at the entrance. Eerie roars echoed from behind the brick structures. Without turning back, Newt retrieved a protective garment, while Jacob, with a grave expression, hastily donned it. They stumbled through the rubble, and at the zoo's entrance, a loud snorting erupted from within. "The female is in heat. She requires a mate." Newt crouched, observing the creature within the zoo, a massive, rotund beast resembling a rhinoceros, sporting a colossal horn on its forehead, its thick snout nudging a terrified hippopotamus's enclosure. This unicorn was 4 to 5 times the size of the hippo. Newt produced a small vial from his pocket, preparing to uncork it, while a droplet from each wrist trickled down. This is the musk of the venomous horned beast. It will render her docile. Newt passed the remaining liquid to Jacob, then dashed towards the zoo. He opened the case and began performing a courtship display, snorting, rolling, and howling to attract the creature's attention. In no time, the horned beast turned away from the hapless hippo, fixing its gaze upon Newt. They circled each other, their bodies moving in tandem. The horned beast, entertained by Newt's antics, rolled on the ground like a jubilant puppy, its horns shimmering with an orange-red glow. As Newt tumbled about, the horned beast mirrored his movements, drawing ever closer to the open case. Meanwhile, Jacob curiously raised the vial, when suddenly, a fish swooped down from the sky, knocking him to the ground and spilling the musk all over him. At that moment, the trees rustled and the wind shifted. The horned beast inhaled deeply, captivated by the more potent fragrance emanating from Jacob. Jacob hastily stood, casting a guilty glance at the seal before it dove into the icy waters beneath the surface. Upon turning to Newt, Jacob realized the horned beast had risen, now enamored with him. In a panic, Jacob glanced at Newt and screamed his name, fleeing in a frenzy. The horned beast shoved past Newt, charging towards the source of the scent, emitting a frenzied roar. They sprinted over the debris and frozen lakes, chasing through the snow-clad park. Jacob scrambled up a tree, ultimately hanging upside down from a branch, desperately calling out Newt's name. Yet at that moment, Newt's wand had been snatched by a mischievous monkey while he was casting a spell. Newt picked up a small twig from the ground, enticingly offering it to the monkey. "Take this, it's just like the other one." The monkey continued to curiously examine the wand, a moment that was fortuitously witnessed by Lin Ci, who immediately cast a spell. Bang! The wand erupted in a sudden explosion in the monkey's grasp, causing it to flee in fright, while the wand soared back into Newt's hands. Meanwhile, the venomous horned beast charged towards a tree, embedding its horn deep into the trunk. An orange glow flickered, and moments later, a searing liquid surged within the tree, followed by an explosion that brought the entire tree crashing down. Jacob was flung far away, rolling down a snow-covered slope onto the frozen surface of a lake below. The venomous horned beast pursued him, skidding on the ice, while Newt hurriedly rushed in front of the beast to open the case. Just as the beast was within a foot of Jacob, it was swallowed by the case. "Well done." Newt pulled Jacob up, and the two of them carefully traversed the icy lake surface. "All right, we've captured 2. Only 1 remains." The pair made their way beneath a bridge and slipped into the case one after the other. Just as Lin Ci was about to follow them inside, a figure swiftly descended from the bridge. It was Tina. She emerged hurriedly from behind a bridge pillar and hastily seated herself atop the case, then locked it shut, her expression a blend of terror and determination. Something had gone awry. Chapter 14. Conversations in the Abyss. Silently, Tina hurried forward, clutching the case tightly. Suddenly, the street lights around her began to extinguish. She halted, senses heightened, feeling something pass through the darkness. Anxiously, she turned to peer into the shadows behind her. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of the Magical Congress, the enormous wheel indicating the threat level of magical exposure hung suspended in midair, its pointer shifting from severe to a glaring red emergency. Tina rushed up the hall steps, where wizards and witches gathered in hushed, tense discussions. The atmosphere within the Congress was more fraught than ever before. A furious reprimand echoed from the conference room, causing Tina to falter. The American wizards had repeatedly tolerated violations of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. In an exquisitely adorned hall filled with tightly packed seats, wizards from across the globe occupied every spot. Madame Pickweary presided over the meeting, with Graves seated to her right. The holographic projection of Senator Shaw's body floated above, and all present wore grave expressions. Tina hurried into the room, drawing the attention of every wizard in attendance. "Madam Chair, I apologize for the interruption, but this situation is extremely urgent." Tina's slightly trembling voice resonated in the quiet chamber. She suddenly stopped on the marble floor, bewildered by the rows of unfamiliar wizards, realizing in an instant the gravity of her intrusion. "You dare barge in here? I expect a reasonable explanation." Madame Pickweary restrained her anger. "Yes." Tina stepped back, placing the case before her. "Madam Chair, a wizard arrived in New York yesterday, and his case was filled with magical creatures. Unfortunately, some of them escaped." Her declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. "In the past 24 hours, an unregistered wizard has unleashed magical creatures in New York, and now you come to inform us only after someone has been killed?" Lin Ci, hidden behind Tina, glared at Pickquery, thinking it rather premature to reach such a conclusion. Tina placed the case flat on the ground and tapped it with her finger. Moments latte. The case opened, and Newt and Jacob emerged, appearing somewhat anxious and ill at ease. The British Minister for Magic gasped upon seeing the male wizard emerge from the case. Scamander? Newt squatted down to close the case, wishing to divert any attention from it. Oh, good day, Minister. Theseus Scamander? The war hero? The British Minister quickly denied it. No, this is his younger brother, Newt. What brings you to New York? Newt sensed the atmosphere was awry, replying without turning his head. I'm here to purchase a niffler, sir. The British Minister regarded Newt with suspicion, choosing silence. Pickquery inquired about the man standing beside Newt. And who is this Goldstein? He is Jacob Kowalski, Madam Chair. He is a nomage who was bitten by one of Mr. Scamander's creatures. The surrounding officials and dignitaries murmured in outrage. Nomage, did you cast a memory charm? Newt, wholly focused on the holographic projection of Senator Shaw's body, interjected, do you know which of your creatures is responsible for this? Mr. Scamander? He approached the projection of Shaw's body with determination. This was not the work of a creature. Please do not. Ignore it. You must know what it is. Look at those wounds. Newt pointed to the mottled bruises on the senator's face, speaking astonishingly. This was the work of a demiguise. The room fell silent, gasps rippling through the crowd as whispers erupted. Graves appeared alert. Madam Pickquery shouted, that is quite enough, Mr. Scamander. There are no demiguises in America. Confiscate that case, Graves. Lin Ci shook his head, aware that the true culprit was indeed a demiguise. Yet Newt's blunt manner would lead him into peril. Graves summoned the case, which fell beside him. Newt drew his wand towards Graves. Do not take it. Give it back to me. Newt's defiance only intensified Madam Pickquery's fury. Arrest them. A flurry of spells dazzled the air, striking Newt, Tina, and Jacob, causing them all to kneel. Newt's wand flew from his grasp, caught by Graves, who rose and seized the case. Bound by magic, Newt struggled to rise, pleading, no, please do not harm those creatures. You don't understand. They mean no harm. They want tea. We will make our own judgments. Take them to the cells. Pickquery turned away, stating that more pressing matters required attention. The deceased was the son of a newspaper magnate, and if the wizard's story was published, it would spark a new war. Graves watched Tina as several aurors dragged her. Newt and Jacob away. Newt shouted in despair, but no one paid attention. Do not harm those creatures. They will not cause any harm. Please do not hurt my creatures. They are safe, I beg you. In the holding cell, Newt, Tina, and Jacob sat in silence. Due to the powerful magical shielding within the cell, Lin Ci could only seek out Queenie. Newt cradled his head in his hands, overwhelmed with anxiety for his creatures. Finally, Tina, on the verge of tears, broke the silence. I'm so sorry for your creatures, Mr. Scamander. I truly am. Newt remained silent. Jacob quietly asked, could someone please tell me what exactly a demiguise is? Please. Tina gazed at Newt with lingering guilt. Her spirits dampened as she replied to Jacob, it has been centuries since such occurrences last transpired. Newt rose and peered through the barred window of the holding cell, recalling, I encountered one in Sudan 3 months ago. There may have been more in the past, and they still exist today. At that time, wizards had yet to conceal themselves, still pursued and persecuted by muggles. Young wizards and witches would sometimes suppress their magical abilities to avoid harm, rather than learning to harness or control their powers. They instead birthed a phenomenon known as the Obscurus. Tina added quietly, it is an unstable, uncontrollable dark force that erupts violently before vanishing without a trace. She was aware that the perpetrator of the attack on New York bore every characteristic of an Obscurus. The lifespan of an Obscurus is rather brief, is it not? Historical records indicate no case of an Obscurus surviving beyond the age of 10. The little girl I met in Africa was 8. She perished at that very age. Jacob hesitated. Are you suggesting that Senator Shaw was killed by a child? Newt affirmed with a glance. In New York, within the Church of Second Salem, Modesty approached a long table where numerous orphans were voraciously consuming their meals. She continued to play a game of hopscotch. My mother, your mother, she chanted, waving a small stick. My mother, your mother, witches never cry. My mother, your mother, witches must die. Modesty picked up several flyers from the table. Witch number 1, drown in the river. Witch number 2, let her hang. Witch number 3, once the children finished their meals, they took the flyers and departed from the long table. Heading toward the exit, Mary Lou called after their retreating figures, distribute those flyers. If you throw them away, I will know for certain. Report back to me if you see anything suspicious. Nearby, Credence was washing dishes, his attention focused intently on the children. Modesty followed the last group of children out of the church, standing in the midst of the bustling street. where she joyfully tossed the flyers high into the air, watching them flutter down around her. Chapter 15. The Framing of Graves. The Magical Congress Holding Cell. Two executioners in white robes escorted the shackled Newt and Tina away from the cell and into the dark basement. Newt turned to Jacob with a calm expression, stating, "It has been a pleasure to know you, and I genuinely hope your bakery comes to fruition." Jacob, left behind in the cell, wore a look of terror, gripping the iron bars tightly as he waved a forlorn goodbye to the departing Newt. Newt was led into a nearby interrogation room, an empty chamber with black walls where a harsh light illuminated his face. Graves sat behind an interrogation table, a document spread before him. Newt squinted as a blinding light pierced his eyes. Tina stood behind him, flanked on either side by the executioners. Graves meticulously perused the document on the table. "You were expelled from Hogwarts for endangering human lives. It was an accident." Newt protested. Graves lifted his gaze, smirking at Newt. "Yet your certain professor chose not to expel you. What is it that Albus Dumbledore finds so endearing about you?" Just as Newt was about to respond, Graves gestured for silence. "So, releasing a group of dangerous creatures here was merely an accident, was it?" Newt gazed at Graves in confusion. "Did I do that intentionally? For what purpose? Because you wish for the wizarding world to be exposed, to incite a war between the magical and non-magical realms. Otherwise, how do you intend to explain this, Scamander?" Graves waved his wand, summoning the Obscurus from Newt's case. He placed it on the table, where it pulsated rhythmically, emitting a hissing sound. Tina's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. Graves extended a hand toward the Obscurus, completely captivated by the overwhelming energy it exuded. As he approached, the Obscurus spun faster, recoiling in response. Instinctively, Newt turned to Tina, wishing to alleviate her concerns, though he struggled to articulate the reasons behind the situation. Looking into Tina's eyes, he earnestly explained, "This is an Obscurus, but not as you might think. I managed to separate it from the young girl in Sudan. When I rescued that child, I intended to bring it home for further study, but it cannot survive outside the case. It will not harm anyone." Graves expressed astonishment and anger. "So without a host, it is rendered useless?" Newt suddenly sensed the danger Graves posed. Useless? It was that parasitic magic that claimed a child's life. What do you intend to do with such a thing? He could no longer contain his anger, glaring at Graves. In this tense atmosphere, Tina also looked at Graves, her face etched with worry and fear. Graves recognized his misstep. He stood, disregarding the questions, and continued to direct his ire at Newt. "You cannot deceive anyone, Mr. Scamander. By bringing this Obscurus to New York City, you sought to incite widespread conflict, brazenly trampling upon the statute of secrecy, exposing the magical world to the public." Graves spoke rapidly, denying Newt and Tina any opportunity to interject. "You have committed treason, betraying the wizarding community, and shall thus be sentenced to death. Miss Goldstein, as an accomplice who aided you, shall receive the same fate." The executioners advanced, calmly and ruthlessly pressing the tips of their wands against the necks of Newt and Tina. Overcome with fear, Tina could barely find her voice. Graves revealed a hint of exhilaration. "Proceed with the execution immediately. I shall personally inform Chairman Pickweary of this matter." Once more, Graves pressed a finger to his lips, silencing Newt and Tina. Elsewhere, in a dilapidated underground meeting room, Queenie approached a conference room, balancing a tray of coffee and cups. Suddenly, she froze, her eyes widening in terror as she dropped the tray, shattering the cups on the ground. A frog whispered something in her ear. A group of junior officials from the Magical Congress turned to glare at her. Queenie's eyes widened in fright, and she quickly fled down the corridor. A long, dark, metallic corridor led to a pure white cell where a chair hovered magically above a pool filled with roiling potions. Newt and Tina were ushered into this chamber by the executioners, with a guard stationed at the entrance. Tina pleaded with one of the executioners, "Please, don't do this. Bernadette, I beg you." It won't hurt. Tina was brought to the edge of the pool, her breaths quickening and becoming shallow. The smiling executioner raised her wand, carefully extracting joyous memories from Tina's mind. Tina abruptly found herself enveloped in tranquility, her expression shifting to one of bewilderment and disorientation. The executioner cast memories into the potion pool, where the liquid churned and roiled, revealing scenes from Tina's life. Young Tina looked up with a smile, responding to her mother's call. Tina's mother emerged from the depths of the pool, her visage radiating warmth and affection. In the reality of the moment, Tina gazed down, a smile gracing her lips. "Was it not beautiful? Do you wish to enter?" Tina, in her daze, nodded slightly. Above the execution chamber, Lin Ci revealed his identity and Tina's perilous situation. They were now together in pursuit of Newt's case, which had been taken by Graves. Tina sat upon the execution chair, her gaze fixed downward. A rotating tableau of familial bliss unfolded below, featuring her parents and her childhood companion, Queenie. In the present, Tina continued to stare into the pool, her face adorned with a longing smile. Nearby, Newt swiftly glanced at his arm, where Pickett was stealthily climbing towards the handcuffs restraining him. Lin Ci and Queenie stood before the door of Graves' office. The door swung wide open. Anxiously, Queenie attempted to push the door open, urging it to yield quickly. Yet, it remained locked. Frustration washed over Queenie as she cradled her head in despair. Oh, he must have employed a formidable spell to secure the office. Chapter 16. The Rescue of Newt. Within the death chamber, Pickett deftly unlocked the cuffs binding Newt's wrists and swiftly ascended the executioner's garments. The executioner brandished his wand menacingly towards Newt, declaring, "Now, let's extract your cherished possessions." He directed the wand towards Newt's forehead. Seizing the opportunity, Newt evaded, unleashing a niffler that he hurled towards the pool. He then swiftly turned and struck the guard, rendering him unconscious. The niffler rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal, butterfly-like creature with skeletal wings, exuding a terrifying yet strangely beautiful aura. It continued to spiral above the potion pool. Pickett climbed up the executioner's arm, taking a bite. Startled, the executioner faltered, and Newt seized the moment, grasping her arm and aiming her wand for a counterattack. The spell was cast, striking another executioner, who collapsed to the ground, her wand falling into the pool. As the wand plunged into the water, the potion surged, producing thick, black foam that instantly engulfed it. The ensuing memories of Tina shifted from joyous to harrowing. Mary Lou was seen menacingly pointing at Tina, which, bewildered by the pool's enchantment. Tina's expression morphed into one of increasing terror. Her chair descended, drawing ever closer to the potion. The niffler swept through the room, colliding with the executioner and knocking her to the ground. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside Graves' office, Lin Ci withdrew a scroll of fire magic from his backpack, unveiling a corner towards the door, which quickly melted away. Lin Ci stationed himself at the entrance, while Queenie rushed inside, seizing Newt's case and Tina's wand. In the death chamber, Tina was jolted from a reverie, crying out in alarm, "Mistress Commander!" At that moment, the pool transformed into a boiling, bubbling black death potion. It surged high, encircling Tina in the chair, nearly consuming her. Tina rose, attempting to escape, nearly losing her balance in her haste. Desperately, she fought to maintain her equilibrium. "Do not panic." Newt emitted a curious, clicking sound, commanding the niffler to continue its spirals above the pool. He gestured to Tina, urging her to jump. Tina gazed at the niffler, her expression one of fear and disbelief. "Are you mad? Do not be afraid. Leap onto its back." Newt stood at the edge of the pool, observing the niffler circling around Tina. "I will catch you." The two shared an intense gaze, Newt nodding encouragingly at Tina. The wave summoned by the potion had risen to Tina's height, obscuring her view of Newt. Suddenly, Newt shouted, "Jump!" As the niffler swooped by, Tina leaped between two waves. She landed upon the niffler's back, mere inches from the seething potion, and then swiftly propelled herself forward, plunging into Newt's outstretched embrace. In that fleeting moment, Newt and Tina locked eyes, and then Newt raised a hand, summoning the niffler, which folded back into a protective pouch. Grasping Tina's hand, Newt dashed towards the exit. Queenie and Lin Ci strode purposefully down the corridor. In the distance, alarms blared as other wizards hurried past them, rushing in the opposite direction. Hand in hand, Newt and Tina sprinted through the basement corridor, only to unexpectedly encounter a group of aurors. They swiftly turned and concealed themselves behind a pillar, narrowly evading the oncoming spells. Newt unleashed the niffler once more, which soared overhead, weaving between the pillars to intercept spells and topple the aurors to the ground. Meanwhile, Queenie and Lin Ci navigated the basement in haste. Newt and Tina rounded a corner abruptly, almost colliding with them. Newt glanced at Lin Ci, perched on Queenie's shoulder, his expression tense. Lin Ci pointed the case, urging, "Get inside." Quickly, Queenie hurried through the hall, striving to maintain an air of calm while acutely aware of the urgency to escape. High above New York, a bird swooped over a vast expanse of rooftops, diving down to weave through bustling streets, navigating past speeding vehicles and laughing children. It finally settled in the alleyway beside the Second Salem Church, where Credence was affixing posters advertising Mary Lou's next gathering. Graves materialized in the alleyway with a sudden apparition, startling Credence, who stumbled backward. However, Graves approached him with an urgent and forceful demeanor. "Credence, have you found a child?" Credence's expression was one of anguish. I cannot. Graves, suddenly impatient yet feigning calm, reached out to stroke Credence's head. Let me see. Credence trembled and whimpered, nearly retreating in fear. Graves gently but firmly grasped Credence's hand, scrutinizing it, which was marred with deep, crimson wounds and still bleeding, a sight of utter horror. Hush now, good child. The sooner we find that child, the sooner you can leave your suffering where it belongs. Graves, almost seductively, traced the scars with his thumb, causing them to heal instantly. Credence's eyes widened in astonishment. It appeared Graves had made a decision. Adopting a mask of sincerity and trust, he produced a necklace from his pocket, adorned with the mark of the Deathly Hallows. I want you to wear this, Credence. I seldom trust anyone this much. Graves leaned closer to Credence, fastening the necklace around his neck while whispering softly. He placed his hands on either side of Credence's neck, drawing him near, his tone intimate. Credence hesitated, feeling both unsettled and inexplicably drawn to Graves. Graves placed a hand over Credence's chest, covering the pendant. Listen, once you find that child, simply touch this mark, and I will know, then come and find you immediately. Graves leaned in closer to Credence, his face mere inches from the boy's neck, exuding an aura that was both enticing and menacing. Accomplish this, and you shall be revered. The wizards will hold you in esteem, now and forever. Graves enveloped Credence in an embrace, his hand pressing against the boy's neck, rendering the gesture one of control rather than affection. Moved by the superficial warmth, Credence closed his eyes and allowed himself to relax slightly. Graves caressed Credence's neck before slowly withdrawing. Credence remained with his eyes shut, yearning for the continuation of this physical connection. This child is on the brink of death, Credence. Time is running out. Suddenly, Graves strode away down the alley, vanishing like a specter. On the other side, atop a rooftop overlooking the entire city, stood a small wooden shed containing a pigeon coop. Newt ascended a platform, gazing out over the sprawling metropolis. Pickett nestled on his shoulder, emitting a series of clicks. Tina joined Newt on the platform, her eyes surveying the twilight of New York. Graves had often asserted that the disturbances were the work of magical creatures. We must retrieve your creatures, then he will no longer have them as scapegoats. Newt's words dripped with resignation. There is only one left to find. Dougal, my demi-guise. Dougal? Yes. But there's a small problem. We can't see it. Most of the time, it remains invisible. So capturing it is more challenging than scaling the heavens. Tina interjected. At that moment, Lin appeared, exclaiming, I know where it is. Chapter 17, The Escaping Demi-Guise. In New York, a department store, elegantly adorned for the Christmas season, showcased aisles filled with luxurious jewelry, shoes, hats, and perfumes. As night fell and the store closed, the lights extinguished, plunging the space into silence. Previously, Lin had anchored every magical creature with special abilities in Newt's suitcase, never imagining that it would now serve to locate them. A handbag floated down the central aisle, accompanied by soft, rhythmic breaths. Lin and her companions quietly tiptoed into the store, hiding behind a cluster of plastic Christmas decorations, their eyes fixed on the levitating handbag. Newt whispered, the demi-guise is generally quite peaceful, but if provoked it can bite. The demi-guise became visible, resembling a silver-furred creature with a wrinkled, curious face. It climbed onto a display shelf, attempting to reach a box of sweets. Newt bent low, continuing to speak softly, urging caution and surprise in their actions. Tina and Queenie exchanged puzzled glances before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Lin cast a forgetting spell upon herself, not wishing to overly disrupt the narrative with her presence. Uncertain of how the altered storyline might affect her anchoring points upon departure. In the distance, a faint growl echoed. The demi-guise perked up, glancing toward the ceiling before resuming its collection of candies, depositing them into its handbag. Newt and Tina swiftly navigated a corridor, seeking to approach the demi-guise, which was hastily retreating through the store. Realizing it had been spotted, the demi-guise turned, eyeing Newt with suspicion before darting up a side staircase. Newt smiled subtly and followed. The demi-guise entered the store's attic, a spacious area shrouded in dim light, filled with shelves stacked high with boxes of porcelain, dishware, tea sets, and various kitchen utensils. The demi-guise tread lightly in the moonlight. It paused, emptying its handbag of sweets. Possessing the ability to foresee likely future events, it could predict the most probable occurrences. Newt stealthily approached from behind. The demi-guise lifted a piece of candy, seemingly intending to offer it to someone or something. Lin and Queenie quietly stepped inside. Newt calmly knelt beside the demi-guise, which made room for him amidst the candies. He cautiously set down a box. As the light shifted, the scales of a large creature became visible. The massive beast concealed itself among the rafters of the attic. Tina looked up in terror. Above, the face of a serpentine bird emerged, identical to the small blue serpent she had seen in the box. But this creature was enormous, coiling around the entire attic space. The serpentine bird slowly approached Newt, while the demiguise presented another piece of candy. Newt remained still. The bird could stretch and contract at will, filling all available space. The serpentine bird noticed Newt and leaned closer. A brilliant blue light flickered in the demiguise's eyes, signaling a premonition. Queenie cautiously advanced, her gaze fixed on the bird. At that moment, she accidentally kicked a small glass ornament on the floor, which rolled away with a tinkling sound. The bird snapped upright, letting out a piercing shriek. Newt desperately sought to calm the colossal creature. Queenie stumbled backward in panic. The demiguise hurriedly fled, wrapping itself around Queenie. The serpentine bird swooped down, seizing Newt upon its back, careening wildly around the attic, sending shelves and their contents flying. Newt shouted for an insect. Any insect would do. And a teapot. Go find a teapot. Amidst the chaos, Tina crawled on the ground, dodging the falling dishware in search of the items Newt required. The wings of the serpentine bird swept the floor, nearly striking Queenie, who stumbled to evade it. Newt found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure as the bird's agitation escalated, its wings sweeping upward and nearly toppling the roof. Tina, resolute, continued to crawl across the floor, fixated on capturing a cockroach. On the other side, Queenie was knocked to the ground by the serpentine bird, screaming in fright. Tina grasped a teapot and stood, shouting, "Teapot!" Hearing her voice, the bird raised its head once more, its tail thrashing wildly. At that moment, Queenie and Tina found themselves at opposite ends of the room, paralyzed with fear, separated by the coiled body of the bird. The creature nearly filled the space. And with no sign of an insect, Lin seized a cockroach from a crevice and threw it. The cockroach soared through the air, prompting the bird to unfurl and shift its form within the attic. Newt leapt from the bird's back, landing deftly on the ground. Queenie narrowly dodged, using a sieve to cover her head. Tina sprinted forward, the teapot raised before her, navigating over the coiled body of the bird. She knelt in the center of the room, the cockroach dropping precisely into the teapot. The serpentine bird reared back, taking flight while simultaneously shrinking, diving headfirst into the teapot. Tina braced herself, steeling herself against the impending impact. The bird plunged rapidly towards the teapot, landing squarely inside. Newt jumped atop the teapot, deftly placing a lid upon it. He and Tina exhaled heavily, a wave of relief washing over them. Within the teapot, a diminutive bird snake voraciously devoured cockroaches. At last, everything had been uncovered. The second Salem church. Greaves emerged from the shadows, his silhouette flickering like a wraith. Drawing his wand, he approached the church with deliberate slowness, surveying the scene of devastation. His expression bore no trace of concern. Instead, it radiated an insatiable curiosity, bordering on exhilaration. The church lay in disarray, moonlight filtering through the fissures in the roof. Greaves stepped inside, wand still clutched in hand. An eerie sobbing echoed from within the church. The lifeless form of Marilu sprawled before him, the wounds on her face starkly illuminated by the moonlight. Greaves scrutinized the corpse, a look of dawning realization washing over him. The murderer was the silent one. He felt no fear, only a heightened vigilance and intense intrigue. Clayton's cowered at the back of the church, weeping as he clutched the pendant of the Deathly Hallows. Greaves strode purposefully toward him, bending down to embrace Clayton's head. However, his voice lacked any trace of emotion. "The silent one has been here. Where has the little girl gone?" Clayton's gazed up at Greaves, his psyche shattered, words failing him, his face etched with a yearning for compassion, whispering a desperate plea. "Help me, help me." Greaves paid him no mind, his thoughts solely fixated on finding the silent one. "Did you not mention that you had a sister?" Clayton's began to sob anew. Greaves placed a hand on his neck, striving to maintain composure, his face contorted with anxiety. "Where is your sister, Clayton's? The little one? Where is she?" Clayton's trembled, murmuring, "I beg you, just help me." In a sudden display of fury, Greaves struck Clayton's across the face. Clayton stood frozen, staring blankly at Greaves. "Your sister is in grave danger. We must find her." Clayton was struck dumb with disbelief, unable to comprehend that the hero he revered had assaulted him. Greaves seized him, yanking him to his feet, and together they disapparated. On a desolate street, Clayton guided Greaves toward a dilapidated apartment building. The interior of the building was in ruins. They ascended the staircase. She missed her siblings dearly, her thoughts consumed by them. Greaves, wand in hand, surveyed the staircase landing, countless dark doors branching off in various directions. Clayton's remained in a state of shock, pausing at the staircase's edge. Greaves cautiously advanced. Where is she? Clayton's hung his head, overwhelmed. Chapter 19. The Wrathful Silent One. Greaves grew increasingly impatient, so close to his objective. He strode into a room. With a tone of disdain, he declared, "You are a mute, Clayton's. I sensed your presence the moment I laid eyes on you." Clayton's expression shifted dramatically. What? Greaves returned to the corridor, hastening forward to inspect another room, nearly forgetting to feign concern for Clayton's. Your ancestors wielded magic, yet you possess none. Clayton's confusion, anger, and indignation intertwined. But you said you would teach me. You are incapable of teaching. Your mother is dead. That is your recompense. Clayton's remained motionless. He fixated on Greaves' back, his breath quickening as if struggling against an inner turmoil. Greaves traversed through dimly lit rooms. A faint noise emerged nearby. Modesty? Greaves cautiously approached the end of the corridor, where an abandoned study lay. Modesty cowered in the corner, her eyes widening in terror as Greaves drew near, trembling uncontrollably. Greaves knelt, setting his wand aside, adopting the role of a benevolent father once more. Greaves spoke gently. There is no need to be afraid. I have come with you, Brother Clayton's. Upon hearing Clayton's name, Modesty emitted a whimper of fright. Come now, step out. Greaves extended a hand. A faint jingling sound echoed. Cracks appeared in the ceiling, rapidly spreading like a spider's web. The walls began to tremble uncontrollably, dust cascading down as the room commenced its collapse around them. Greaves stood, looking down at Modesty, who appeared utterly petrified, not the instigator of this magical chaos. Greaves turned away, slowly extracting his wand. The wall before him crumbled with a thunderous roar, seemingly transforming into sand, revealing yet another wall beyond. At that moment, he had entirely cast Modesty from his thoughts. With each wall that fell before him, he felt shock and exhilaration, simultaneously recognizing a monumental error. The final wall collapsed. He stood face to face with Clayton's, who glared at him, rage and anguish mingling with feelings of betrayal etched across his features. I trusted you so completely. I believed you were my friend. I thought you were different. Clayton's face began to contort, his anger tearing him apart from within. Greaves shouted in terror, "You can control it, Clayton's." The Silent One moved ominously beneath Clayton's skin. A horrific, inhuman roar erupted from his mouth as a dark substance began to surge forth. This power ultimately consumed Clayton's, his entire being erupting into a mass of black matter, crashing through the window, nearly striking Greaves. Greaves stood transfixed, watching as the Silent One soared swiftly above the city. The Silent One twisted and rolled through New York, wreaking havoc. Cars were hurled aside, sidewalks exploded, and buildings were razed to the ground. Where the Silent One passed, Destruction reigned. Exterior. Newt Scamander and Tina Goldstein stood atop a rooftop beneath the squall sign. From the edge of the roof, the chaos below was vividly apparent. Newt suddenly contemplated providing an anchor point for the Silent One. Yet this terrifying energy was beyond his current control. A thunderous explosion echoed in the distance. The city below began to ignite. Newt abruptly thrust the case into Tina's hands, pulling out a journal from his pocket. If I did not return, take care of my creatures. Everything you need to know is within this. He handed the journal to Tina, unable to meet her gaze. Newt turned to face the Silent One, determined not to let them kill it. Newt and Tina exchanged a silent understanding, a myriad of unspoken words passing between them. Then, Newt leapt from the rooftop, disapparating. Tina, filled with worry, called after his retreating figure, Newt. Tina tossed the case into Queenie's arms. You heard the call. Take care of those creatures. Newt followed suit. The scene was utter chaos. Buildings blazed, people screamed and scattered, and destroyed cars lay strewn across the streets. Greaves prowled through the square, oblivious to the devastation surrounding him, his entire focus fixated on one singular matter. The Silent One writhed at one end of the square, its power growing increasingly frenzied. Within that mass of material, Clayton's visage was only faintly discernible, contorted and anguished. Greaves stood silently before him, a visage of smug satisfaction. Newt materialized at the far end of the street, observing the scene unfold. Greaves shouted, with it residing within you, Clayton's, surviving this long is nothing short of a miracle. You are the miracle. Come with me, and contemplate the monumental achievements we could attain together. As if compelled, Clayton's moved toward Greaves. A piercing scream emanating from within the mass, as dark power erupted once more, sending Greaves crashing to the ground. The shockwave from that force swept across the entire square. Newt swiftly took refuge behind an overturned vehicle. Tina appeared in the square, concealing herself behind another burning car near Newt. They exchanged glances. It was that boy from Second Salem. He He was indeed the mute. Was it not said that the mute could only be a child? Lin Ci beheld the devastation wrought by Clayton's in the square. Clayton's possessed immense power. Should he be captured, it would provide Lin Ci with an added layer of security when venturing into other realms. Greaves stealthily advanced, drawing nearer to the mute, who continued to wail before him. He brandished his wand, taking aim. Tina unleashed a spell at Greaves, but he nimbly evaded her attack, his reflexes astonishing. The mute vanished. Greaves, thoroughly enraged, advanced on Tina, effortlessly deflecting her spells. Tina, you always appear where you are least wanted. Greaves summoned an abandoned vehicle, which hurtled towards Tina, forcing her to dodge. As Tina rose from the ground, Greaves had already disapparated. The Magical Congress's Department of Magical Law Enforcement. A metallic map of New York City illuminated, indicating areas of heightened magical activity. Surrounded by high-ranking aurors, Madame Pickquery scrutinized the map with a look of horror. We must control the situation. If we are exposed, it will undoubtedly incite war. The aurors immediately disapparated. Newt sprinted atop a rooftop, pursuing the mute at breakneck speed, disapparating as he ran. Clayton's, I can help you. The mute dove towards Newt, who narrowly disapparated just in time, continuing his chase across the rooftop. As he ran, spells detonated around him, shattering the roof. A dozen aurors emerged, launching an assault on the mute, nearly costing Newt his life. He leapt to evade, yet remained relentless in his pursuit. The mute desperately dodged the spells, leaving behind fragments like black snowflakes that floated in the air above the rooftop. The mute screamed in retreat, turning towards another street. In a particularly violent explosion, the mute dramatically shot skyward, bolts of blue and white magic striking from all angles. Finally, it surged down an empty street, resembling a black tsunami, obliterating everything in its path before crashing to the ground. A line of armed police stood ready, aiming at the terrifying supernatural force charging towards them. As they witnessed the mass converge, their expressions shifted from confusion and tension to sheer terror. They opened fire. Faced with this seemingly unstoppable tide, their resistance proved utterly futile. Ultimately, when the mute barreled forward, they scattered in panic, fleeing down the street. Newt stood atop a skyscraper, gazing out as the mute ascended from the surrounding buildings, then crashed heavily to the ground outside the City Hall subway entrance, a truly harrowing spectacle. Suddenly, silence fell. The mute paused at the subway entrance, emitting a rhythmic, heavy, breathy gasp tinged with screams. Finally, under Newt's watchful gaze, the mass of black substance gradually shrank, dissipating into nothingness as Clayton's diminutive figure descended the steps. Entering the subway station. Chapter 20. Who does the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy protect? Newt disapparated, appearing at the City Hall subway station, a long, artistically adorned mosaic tunnel indicating the passage the mute had traversed. The chandeliers swayed ominously, several bricks shattering to the ground. The heavy breathing of the mute echoed, akin to a frightened leopard cornered. Newt stealthily advanced along the platform, seeking the source of the sound, just as the mute slid down from the ceiling. Aurors surrounded the subway entrance, wands raised, delineating an invisible energy field around the area. The sound of more aurors approaching could be heard, including Greaves, who quickly assessed the situation and took command. Seal this area. No one is to descend below. As the magical energy field neared completion, a figure seized the opportunity and swiftly dashed into the subway tunnel from below. It was Tina. Newt approached the mute from the shadows of the tunnel. The mute appeared much calmer now, slowly rotating above the tracks. Newt concealed himself behind a pillar and spoke. Clayton's, you are called Clayton's, are you not? I am here to help you, with no intention of causing you harm. Footsteps echoed from a distance, cautious and measured. Newt emerged from behind the pillar, stepping onto the tracks. Within that mass, Clayton's shadow was visible, curled up, trembling with fear. Newt crouched down. Clayton's regarded him, a flicker of hope gradually surfacing on his face. Perhaps there was a way out? Newt slowly inched forward, but at that moment, a blinding light burst forth from the darkness, striking him with a spell that sent him crashing to the ground. Greaves strode resolutely down the tunnel. Clayton's took off running, while Greaves fired another spell at Newt, who rolled to dodge, gradually edging closer to the central pillar of the tunnel. There, he attempted to retaliate, but each spell was effortlessly repelled. Clayton's continued to laboriously traverse the tracks, suddenly halting. A train was approaching, its headlights piercing the darkness blindingly. Only Greaves could save Clayton's by magically removing him from the path of the oncoming train. Madame Pickquery observed the entire unfolding situation beneath the magical energy field. A crowd began to gather around the subway, their eyes fixed on the magical bubble encircling it, gasping and murmuring in disbelief. Journalists appeared, frantically snapping photos. The atmosphere growing increasingly charged. Old Mr. Shaw pushed through the throng, pointing an accusatory finger at the subway entrance. "That thing killed my son. I demand justice. I will expose you all." Greaves stood on the platform, continuing his duel with Newt, who was shielded by Clayton's behind him. Finally, it appeared Greaves grew weary of Newt's resistance and unleashed a fierce spell, the magical force extending along the undulating, twisted tracks of the tunnel, ultimately striking Newt and propelling him high into the air. Newt fell onto his back, and Greaves immediately launched a relentless assault, firing spells like a whip, the intensity escalating. Greaves was evidently formidable as Newt writhed on the ground, powerless to halt the onslaught. In a state of invisibility, Lin Ci tore apart a scroll inscribed with protective magic and placed it over Newt. A shimmering wall of energy trembled slightly, emanating brilliant flashes due to the potent magic within. Greaves continued to strike Newt, his eyes gleaming with frenzied madness. Clydens wept at the far end of the tunnel, trembling as he struggled to suppress the surging force within him, his face gradually darkening. He succumbed to the encroaching darkness, his body enveloped and conquered. Silently, it surged forth, crashing through the tunnel towards Greaves. Enraptured, Greaves fell to his knees beneath the immense black mass. In bewilderment, Clydens pleaded. A chilling, horrific scream erupted from the darkness as it lunged at Greaves, who narrowly evaded with a disillusionment charm. The entity continued to rampage through the tunnel, while Greaves and Newt desperately flickered in and out of visibility throughout the subway, striving to evade the relentless force. This chaos accelerated the subway station's impending collapse. Suddenly, the dark power surged, forming a colossal wave that engulfed the entire station, bursting forth from the tunnel ceiling. The entity wreaked havoc on the pavement, as wizards and muggles alike gazed on in astonishment. It ascended a half-constructed skyscraper, shattering every window, causing electrical wires to explode, before barreling towards the skeletal scaffolding at the top, which twisted and crumbled, teetering precariously. Below, the crowd outside the magical perimeter panicked and scattered. The entity formed into a gigantic disc, once again burrowing into the subway. With a dreadful scream, it surged upwards, breaking through the tunnel's ceiling, seemingly putting Newt and Greaves on the brink of peril. They lay on the tracks, cowering beneath the oppressive dark force. The entity froze, mere inches from Greaves' face. Very slowly, it began to rise again, spinning gently. With a soothing charm, Lin Ci intervened once more, for without it, Clydens would be consumed by the overexertion of the entity's power. The entity began to shrink, its terrifying visage morphing increasingly into a human form, resembling Clydens himself. Suddenly, Aurors rushed down the subway stairs and into the tunnel, while others launched an attack from behind Tina, brandishing their wands aggressively. The entity emitted a horrifying moan and began to expand once more, causing the subway station to crumble. Newt and Tina turned to face the threat, arms akimbo, determined to protect Clydens. Greaves faced the advancing Aurors, wand raised. "Lower your wands. Whoever dares to harm him will answer to me." The Aurors unleashed a barrage of spells towards the entity. Greaves screamed in agony. No, Clydens, ensnared within the black mass, screamed, his features contorting in pain. The relentless spells continued to rain down, and Clydens let out a wretched cry. The Aurors maintained their merciless assault on the entity. Lin Ci sought to rescue Clydens, quietly retrieving an ancient scroll from his bag. It seemed the entity finally ruptured, a white orb of magic replacing the black mass. The force of this transformation sent Tina, Newt, and the Aurors staggering backward. Silence fell over the chaos, leaving only a few remnants of black matter drifting like feathers in the air. Success! Lin Ci gazed at Clydens, who lay nestled in his bag. Having spent a day in Newt's case, Lin Ci had gleaned just enough knowledge to construct a space the size of a lavatory to house living beings. Newt rose, his face etched with profound sorrow, while Tina remained on the ground, weeping. Greaves, however, staggered back to the platform, drawing closer to the remnants of the dark matter. "A bunch of fools. Do you even realize what you just did?" Greaves seethed, as others curiously watched him. Ms. Pickery emerged from behind the Aurors, her tone firm and accusatory. "It was my directive to eliminate the entity." Greaves advanced toward her along the platform, his voice thunderous. "What transpired here tonight is utterly unjustifiable. No, he is responsible for the death of a muggle. He nearly exposed all wizards. He has violated our most sacred laws. Graviskoft. Those laws make us akin to rats in the sewers. Those laws compel us to conceal our true selves. Those laws force the governed to cower in fear, terrified of revealing their identities. I ask you, Madam President, who does this law protect? Us, or those muggles? Chapter 21. The magical beasts conclude the broken elder wand. As Graves strode deeper into the platform, a wall of white light suddenly manifested before him, blocking his path. After a moment of contemplation, a sardonic and irritable grin flickered across his face. He turned on his heel. Confidently, Graves retraced his steps along the platform, casting spells at the two groups of aurors confronting him. Spells flew at him from every angle, yet he deftly deflected each one. Several aurors were sent flying, and Graves appeared to have the upper hand. In a split second, Newt extracted a supernatural rope from his pocket, which crackled and whipped through the air, ensnaring Graves like a whip. Graves struggled to break free, but the more he fought, the tighter it became, ultimately bringing him to his knees, causing him to drop his wand. Graves surveyed his surroundings, eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. Newt stepped forward, raising his wand. Reveal your true form. Graves transformed, shedding his dark skin and hair for golden locks and blue eyes, becoming the man depicted on the wanted poster. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Grindelwald. Grindelwald glared at Ms. Pickery, his expression shifting from disdain to a mocking smile. Two aurors urged him to rise, escorting him towards the subway exit. As Grindelwald approached Newt, he halted, both men exchanging cold smirks. Grindelwald was led away, ascending the steps, leaving the subway. Ms. Pickery gazed through the damaged roof of the subway station at the outside world. Addressing the departing figures, "We owe you an apology, Mr. Scamander. However, the magical world has been exposed. We cannot cast a forgetting charm over the entire city." The weight of her words resonated deeply. Following Ms. Pickery's gaze, Newt observed a slender remnant of the black matter, a fragment of the entity, drifting down from the rooftop. Unbeknownst to others, it ultimately ascended and flew away, seeking to reconnect with its host. "Actually, I believe we can," Newt declared. Placing the open case beneath a massive hole in the subway's arch suddenly, feathers swirled, a howling wind arose, and the Thunderbird Frank soared into the sky. The aurors recoiled in alarm. Frank flapped his powerful wings, circling above, both breathtaking and terrifying. Newt stepped forward, gazing at Frank with genuine affection and pride. "I had intended to wait until we reached Arizona to discuss this, but seems you are our only hope now, Frank." Their eyes locked, and an understanding passed between them. Newt extended an arm, and Frank affectionately nestled his beak into Newt's embrace, the two of them affectionately rubbing their noses against one another. The onlookers gazed at them in awe. Stepping back, Newt retrieved a bottle of alchemy venom from his pocket. "You know what to do," he declared. He hurled the bottle high into the air, and with a sharp cry, Frank caught it in his beak and soared out of the subway. Lin Ci promptly marked the anchor point on Frank, indifferent to the odds of extraction at that moment. The majestic Frank burst forth from the subway, soaring through the dawn-lit sky, eliciting astonished cries from both the Muggle and Wizarding spectators. As Frank ascended higher and higher, the intensity of his wing beats stirred the storm clouds. Lightning streaked across the sky, spiraling upwards, while Frank twisted and turned, revealing a panoramic view of New York City beneath him. The bottle, tightly clutched in his beak, shattered, unleashing the potent venom that mingled with the torrential rain, imbuing it with magical properties, making the downpour more intense. A brilliant blue flash illuminated the darkened sky as the rain cascaded down. In the scene below, the crowd looked up towards the heavens. The rain fell upon them, washing away their dreadful memories. Each individual resumed their tasks in an orderly fashion, as if nothing extraordinary had transpired. Aurors roamed the streets, casting repair spells to restore the entire city. Buildings and vehicles were mended to their former glory, and the streets returned to normalcy. Eventually, all traces of destruction vanished. Frank continued to soar above the streets of New York, stirring up even more rainwater, his feathers shimmering with resplendent golden light. Ultimately, he soared proudly into the brilliant morning glow of New York, a scene of unmatched splendor. As fantastic beasts, the secrets of Dumbledore came to a close. Lin Ci observed Tina and Newt, who were standing together, lost in their affection for one another, and quietly withdrew from this world. On September 1st, the Granger household was bustling early in the morning. Hermione placed her suitcase into the trunk of the car, then suddenly remembered something and dashed upstairs. She felt she ought to bring that cage, just in case Lin Ci's travel destination was inside it. Hermione's father had taken the day off specifically for this occasion. Although Hermione insisted that parental accompaniment was unnecessary, akin to her previous visit to Diagon Alley. However, a week earlier, he had borrowed a book on magical history from Hermione, which had granted him a glimpse into the wizarding world, leading him to realize that while the wizarding realm appeared serene, it was in fact rife with chaos, lacking any laws to ensure the safety of life and property. Though Hermione possessed intelligence and cleverness far beyond the ordinary, her overly serious nature was indeed a cause for concern. After waiting for a while with the cage in hand, Hermione still saw no sign of Lin Ci, and ultimately, at her father's repeated honks, she climbed into the car. The vehicle set off, and the family soon arrived at King's Cross Station. Where's platform 9? One platform bore a large sign reading 9, while another displayed 10, with nothing in between. Hermione's father spun around in confusion, even prompting the attendant to assume he was joking. Fortunately, Hermione was not gazing at the cage in her hands, for Lin Ci had promised to return before she headed to Hogwarts. She glanced at the large clock above the train schedule. Only 10 minutes remained until 11 o'clock. If she did not locate the entrance within that time, she would miss her chance to attend Hogwarts this year. Just as Hermione felt a sense of despair, a group of people passed by her, and snippets of conversation floated into her ears. Don't worry, Grandma. I will study diligently at Hogwarts. If you fail your exams, don't even think about coming back. Hermione turned to see a round-faced, slightly plump boy being playfully tugged by his grandmother's grip. Hello, Hermione Granger. Did you just mention Hogwarts? Oh, Navilla Lunubutum. Hermione quickly struck up a conversation with him and learned how to access the platform. Hermione's father stepped forward and embraced her, reminding her to write home often. Your mother will miss you. I will, she replied, waving goodbye. This journey promising to be a novel adventure for her. The moment Hermione stepped onto platform 9, a long-missed voice echoed in her ear. Your froglet Lin Ci has returned. Your froglet brings back souvenirs, the memory capture charm. Your froglet brings back souvenirs, the silent charm. Your froglet brings back travel specialties, the invisible beast and a broken old wand. Fantastic beasts. The secrets of Dumbledore continued in Chapter 22. Lin Ci, the unlicensed animagus. After bidding farewell to her father, Hermione pushed her suitcase towards the stone pillar between platforms 9 and 10. At the moment of impact, she felt as though she had stepped into a cloud. Her vision flickered from darkness to light, and she found herself standing on the true platform 9. A deep crimson Hogwarts Express, still under scrutiny, rested upon the tracks. The British wizarding community had originally expressed dissatisfaction with Dumbledore's use of Muggle transport to ferry children to school, deeming it unsafe and unbecoming of wizards. For economic reasons, Dumbledore had modified the train, adding magical enhancements while also reducing its speed. The billowing smoke from the steam engine swirled above the bustling crowd, while creatures like cats and toads scurried across the ground. Hermione glanced at the travel frog Lin Ci, who had already fallen into slumber within the cage, intending to find a spacious compartment, preferably for 1 or 2 people. This way, she could learn more about the wizarding world and inquire about Lin Ci's travel adventures. Hey, Hermione, want to join me? Hermione turned to see the chubby boy, a shy smile adorning his face. My grandma said the journey to Hogwarts takes a whole day, so I should get to know my fellow classmates during this dull trip, and now I've met you. Hermione did not decline, despite Neville's introverted demeanor. She sensed they would become good friends. Let's find a more spacious compartment. Right? Wow, your pet is a frog. Mine is a toad. Neville jogged a few steps to catch up with Hermione, following her like a little brother. Although this year's first-year students were numerous, Hermione and Neville were fortunate enough to find an empty compartment towards the rear of the train. Lin Ci, exhausted from the journey in Fantastic Beasts, The Secrets of Dumbledore, fell into a deep sleep upon returning. Time passed, and gradually, Lin Ci became aware, realizing he was no longer in the cage. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself enveloped in impenetrable darkness, save for a distant glimmer of light. Lin Ci was not surprised. In fact, since he began his travels, each deep sleep had brought him to this same dream, inhabiting the form of a frog in this vast, pitch-black expanse. However, this time felt slightly different, for a flicker of light emerged within the suffocating darkness. Surrounded by neither light nor torches, an enigmatic radiance emerged from an unknown source, illuminating the darkened space like a sword heralding dawn, dispelling the dense fog. Before Lin Ci stood an enormous display cabinet, seemingly conjured from thin air, vast and unfathomable, its pinnacle lost in the uppermost darkness of the space. His toes gently grazed its reflective lacquer surface. The cabinet was crafted from an unidentified metal, and upon gazing upwards, he beheld an array of trophies meticulously arranged within, gleaming under the light. Bronze, black iron, red gold, and white diamonds lay quietly in the cabinet, akin to treasures of a prosperous era. Lin Ci leapt onto the cabinet, where he could clearly discern the minuscule inscriptions etched upon the front of the trophy's base. System Jarvis. 120G CPH4. Magical spell, Water Prison. Magical skill, Void Feast. Was this an invitation to cultivate both a technology tree and a magic tree? It was not an impossibility. Traveling through dimensional worlds was perilous, and once Lin Ci and Hermione established themselves in this realm, they could indeed forge a third world where technology and magic coexisted harmoniously. Before Lin Ci could delve deeper into his contemplation, the first display cabinet on his right suddenly swung open, and a bronze trophy sprang forth. Upon leaving the cabinet, the trophy rapidly enlarged, towering over Lin Ci by several times. Upon its base, inscriptions of a carving-like precision emerged. Magical spell, Transfiguration. Transfiguration is the magic of transforming one object into another. It can animate inanimate objects and vice versa. Lin Ci squinted, scrutinizing the bronze trophy before him. Transfiguration was notoriously challenging, as it lacked a specific incantation or method, relying instead on the object intended for transformation to dictate the appropriate spell. In the Wizarding World, the school most adept in transfiguration was none other than Africa's Wakanda, consistently excelling at the International and Nimiga Symposium. Even at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall, when transforming into a cat, left behind a noticeable mark, a distinct pattern resembling glasses around her feline eyes. Such a transformation could hardly be deemed perfect. Lin Ci pondered what level the bronze trophy could attain, hoping fervently that the cabinet would not, much like a certain messenger app, repulsively present a black iron transformation spell or the red gold transformation spell. Under Lin Ci's gaze, the base of the bronze trophy gradually revealed an inscription, Pathfinder. The road lies beneath your feet. All is possible. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Did this imply that the condition for receiving the trophy was measured in travel steps? Lin Ci exited the Black Dream, shattering the trophy. As the train sped along its tracks, the rear carriages were now crowded with people. Neville Longbottom? Your actions epitomize the decline of the Longbottom family. What gives you the right to monopolize a compartment? Is it because one of you is a feeble wizard and the other a muggle devoid of any wizarding blood? Haha. A boy with light golden hair leaned against the doorframe. Typically, he would not involve himself in such matters, as those who followed him would manage it adeptly. At present, it appeared they were handling it quite well. At least the forlorn scion of the Longbottom family was on the verge of tears, though the arrogant muggle remained insufferably proud. Can you hurry up? You low-born, low-powered wizards are already graced by the privilege of attending Hogwarts. Standing in the aisle should not provoke any objections, should it? You. Hermione furiously pointed at the raucous boys before her, reminiscent of the bullies from her elementary school days who delighted in mocking others. Life at Hogwarts was not as idyllic as she had envisioned, but this time she would not stand idly by. Hermione halted Neville, who was in the midst of packing, drew her wand, and confronted the golden-haired boy. Who are you? Draco Malfoy. The boy's tone dripped with arrogance, elongating the syllables of his surname, as if to emphasize his lineage. So, that traitor to Voldemort, Lucius Malfoy, is your father? Voldemort. The mere mention of the name silenced the crowd, all eyes turning toward the source of the utterance. Lin Ci experienced his inaugural transfiguration spell, comprehending the immense power held within the trophy. The transfiguration granted by the bronze trophy resembled the innate skill of a transfiguration creature. He could morph into anyone he had encountered. What did this entail? The mischief within Lin Ci ignited fervently. Yet, the drawbacks were evident. At this moment, Lin Ci lacked the lightning bolt scar upon Harry Potter's forehead, and his hair was somewhat longer than Harry's. Do not mind the details, for someone has already identified him. As for why he chose to transform into Harry Potter, it was likely due to the impending confrontation between Malfoy and himself. It's him, Harry Potter. What? It's him. The name Harry Potter seemed to wield more power than even Voldemort himself. Petri Ficus Toothless. Before Malfoy could draw his wand, Harry cast the spell. Can you lend a hand? Help me toss them aside. Neville appeared startled, while Hermione hesitated. The Harry Potter before her seemed rather different from the one Neville had just described. All right. Fortunately, this carriage was at the rear of the train, and the recent events had gone unnoticed by others. Transporter's charm. Sleep spell. A group of individuals collapsed to the floor as Lin Ci transported them to another carriage. Where exactly remained a mystery. Perhaps even right at the doorstep of the Real Harry? Startled, Neville quickly succumbed to slumber under the influence of the spell. Bang! Harry Potter vanished, and a green frog leapt into the carriage. This was the second limitation of transfiguration. The duration was contingent upon one's familiarity with the object of transformation. The more one understood, the longer the time would last. Ribbit, finally rid of those scoundrels. How about I teach you how to cast spells without a wand? With this knowledge, should anyone report you for violating the international statute of wizarding secrecy, you could simply assert, I didn't even use a wand. I merely waved my hand and never intended to petrify them all. Chapter 23. Is it not necessary to aim when wielding a wand? Along the route, the scenery passing by the train was quite pleasant. Lin Ci was nestled in Hermione's lap, sharing an extraordinary journey with a frog. In truth, Lin Ci and Hermione shared a partnership that benefited both. With Hermione's formidable learning aptitude and high magical prowess, nurturing this brown-haired little girl could yield an immensely powerful ally for their future travels. Moreover, Hermione could serve as a bridge between the wizarding world and the Muggle realm. As is well known, the four houses of Hogwarts consist of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, along with Azkaban. Now, Lin Ci was contemplating the establishment of a sixth house, one where future technology and magic coexist, alongside beings of otherworldly nature and forbidden creatures. This would be nothing short of remarkable. It appears to be an enhanced super black tornado with its own consciousness, occasionally transforming into a fire tornado. This is now the mightiest force at our disposal. Obscurus, the embodiment of dark magical life, is a tremendous energy generated by young wizards who suppress their magical abilities. Those harboring an obscurus within their being are referred to as obscurials. Is it true that suppression generates immense energy? If one were to exist in a state of partial restraint, would it produce a milder form of obscurus? A gentler obscurus would still bestow upon us extraordinarily formidable power. Of that there is no doubt. No, that would be excessively perilous. We ought not to pursue such a course. L'un s'y interrupted Hermione's contemplation, proposing a commendable notion, the harmony of yin and yang. With an uncontrollable obscurus, it stands to reason that an alternative manifestation must also exist. Although Lin Ci dissuaded Hermione from taking unnecessary risks, he already had a suitable candidate in mind. For instance, young Barty Crouch, a Death Eater whose nefarious heart may still harbor a flicker of conscience. After all, Barty's allegiance to Voldemort was merely an endeavor to learn dark magic to empower himself, much like Professor Snape in his youth. Convinced of the formidable power of Obscurus that once toppled the first Dark Lord Grindelwald, Barty would surely be intrigued. Just as Lin Ci was introducing Hermione to the invisibility beast and the broken Elder Wand, a peculiar sight unfolded within the train. Draco Malfoy had been petrified and pinned to the train corridor by a petrification curse. Inside a certain carriage, Ron expressed his astonishment. I can't believe you're really Harry Potter, but I heard you're living with Muggles. How do they treat you? To be honest, it's been dreadful. They always think I'm not a normal person. If only I had a few wizard brothers. 5. I have 5 wizard brothers. Ron appeared unusually excited at this point. Bill is the president of the student council. Charlie is the captain of the Quidditch team. Now, Percy has also become a prefect, and Fred and George, despite their mischievous antics, excel academically. Everyone expects me to follow in their footsteps. However, I'm wearing Bill's old robes, using Charlie's old wand, and carrying the rat Percy discarded. Ron's ears turned red. Normally, he might feel embarrassed, but not in front of Harry. He reached into his jacket pocket and retrieved a plump gray rat, which was fast asleep. Its name was Scabbers, perhaps too old to wake up. Bang, bang, bang. Ron's words were abruptly interrupted by a series of rapid knocks on the door. Harry stepped forward to open it. A trolley which stood outside, pushing a cart. Children, as you know, fighting is not permitted on the Hogwarts Express, she exclaimed. Then in a softer tone, she added, but you all did wonderfully. I can't stand those arrogant pureblood families. She was a witch of Muggle descent. During her time at Hogwarts, Muggle-born witches like her were derogatorily referred to as mudbloods. Indeed, when Dumbledore proposed admitting Muggle-born students, he faced considerable opposition and complaints, as many wizards expressed their incomprehension. Yet for decades, the most powerful wizard in the British magical world, Dumbledore, persisted. Perhaps this sage had already recognized the impending shift in status between the wizarding world and Muggles. Harry, somewhat perplexed, scratched his head and said, I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said. We weren't fighting. Ron stepped forward, nodding earnestly. He even felt a twinge of guilt, perhaps for having spoken too loudly, leading others to believe they were quarreling. The trolley which smiled gently and said, I understand. She then lifted the spells on Malfoy and the others. While she didn't mind them lying there for a while, it would impede her business. Oh my, Malfoy! What am I here? Ron exclaimed loudly, his widened pupils revealing his shock. Harry still didn't grasp what had transpired. Who was Malfoy? Just as Malfoy was about to sneak away, he halted, glaring angrily at Harry. However, with others drawn by Ron's outcry, he hurled a sharp remark and fled. Just wait. I'll find you again at Hogwarts, Harry. Is he really Harry Potter? The carriage was nearly engulfed in a scene reminiscent of the leaky cauldron, with students crowding around outside, eager to meet the celebrity who had vanquished that person. But most were pulled back by the prefects. Ron's brother Percy winked at Harry before leading the first years away. The trolley which dimples deepened as she said, "Dear, would you like to purchase some snacks from the cart?" Harry understood this. He hadn't eaten anything that morning, and his pockets were jingling with gold. Ron's ears turned crimson again. He pulled out a squished box from his pocket. "I brought sandwiches. Give me some of everything." Harry produced galleons. "Wow. Here, try some. All is as it should be. No need for a wand. I mean, you don't even have to wave your fingers. Just like this softly will do, but the best is to avoid reading the incantation altogether. Do you know why some spells go awry when you wave your wand? It's because you lack the habit of aiming." "What? The wand doesn't need to be aimed?" "No, it does." Chapter 24. Hogwarts, the place where dreams begin. The fields racing past the window appeared increasingly desolate. A neatly organized farmland had vanished, replaced by winding woods, meandering rivers, and dark green hills. Lin Ci gazed outside at the rapidly passing broadleaf forest, realizing they had already left London. He found himself pondering one intriguing aspect. In a certain sense, there are not many large mechanical contraptions in the magical world. The magical motorcycle borrowed by Hagrid, Arthur Weasley's illegal flying car, and perhaps the Hogwarts Express is the only one of its magnitude. However, upon observation, this train bore little difference in design from the American trains he had seen in Fantastic Beasts, The Secrets of Dumbledore. This indicates that the Hogwarts Express is on par with American trains from 1926. Yet, since 1926, the Muggle world has rapidly progressed. While the realm of magic seems to have stagnated in its alchemical pursuits, the Philosopher's Stone, created in the 14th century, was no mere coincidence, yet for 5 centuries thereafter, the Wizarding World has not witnessed any great achievements in alchemy, resulting in a vast chasm between it and the Muggle world. It seems that before one can forge powerful products from the collision of alchemy and technology here, one must first unravel the mysteries that have transpired between the two. As Lin Ci matured, he realized that the worlds he would traverse in the future would only become increasingly perilous, and it would be far too dangerous to seize resources from the indigenous inhabitants of other realms. Lin Ci was not reckless enough to attempt to wrest devil fruits from One Piece or to abduct electric rodents from Pokemon. However, if Lin Ci could develop his own Dongfeng series, wouldn't that be delightful? Humanity's greatest fear stems from insufficient firepower. Yet Hogwarts is not as simple as Lin Ci had envisioned. Hermione was quietly referencing the book's standard spellbook, beginner, as she attempted to cast magic without the aid of a wand. In truth, the wand merely serves as a conduit. Moreover, in the realm of magical education, only European institutions employ wands for spellcasting. The reason students at Hogwarts do not use wands is that they only began to proliferate in Africa after the continent's independence in the 1960s. Most spells at Hogwarts are performed using fingers or specific gestures. In contrast, the magical school located in Asia, known as the Magical Institute, requires no wand at all, as it is steeped in the ancient civilization of the Land of Flowers, which boasts a heritage spanning 5,000 years. Lin Ci had even contemplated whether there might exist a form of Taoism equivalent to magic. It occurred to him that it would be a splendid idea to arrange for Hermione to visit the Magical Institute. By then, the Land of Flowers would still have a few years before joining the World Trade Organization. Alas, research often necessitates a bit of monetary gain. I am. And you are. Oh, I remember, I am Neville Longbottom. And you are? Hermione Granger, my first friend at Hogwarts. Please allow me to say so. As Neville awakened from his slumbering charm, he noticed the look of confusion in Hermione's eyes and quickly waved his hands, feeling embarrassed. I have amnesia. Blushing, Neville hastily gestured, for many children had bullied him due to his memory issues, leaving him friendless for a long time. He did not wish Hermione to think him peculiar. Hermione, sensing Neville's discomfort, was reminded of her own dark days in elementary school. She set her book down and said, "We are friends, aren't we? In fact, you're my first friend as well." Lin Ci watched this delightful exchange unfold, reflecting on the beauty of youth. He then continued to converse with Hermione, inscribing his thoughts on a piece of white paper tucked within her pages. This method of communication was so subtle that even Neville, seated across from her, could not perceive anything amiss. "I am glad you have made a new friend. I believe Neville is a splendid companion," Lin Ci thought to himself. particularly admiring Neville's aptitude for potion making. He pondered whether Neville might cultivate some rare plants. Neville's affliction was not congenital. Rather, it stemmed from a traumatic childhood experience in which he witnessed his parents being driven to madness by Bellatrix Lestrange and her accomplices. In a bid to protect him, Neville's grandmother cast a forgetting spell upon him. However, this spell seemed to have left some scars on young Neville. Nevertheless, this world was different. The trajectory of the story was destined to diverge due to Lin Ci's involvement. Thus, he contemplated observing Neville's progress before deciding whether to allow him to relinquish the old wand inherited from his father, which hindered his potential. Indeed, as one of the prophesied children, Neville possessed considerable magical talent, having once wrapped himself tighter in a blanket using magic due to the cold during infancy. Had Voldemort chosen Neville instead, their lives, his and Harry Potter's, would have taken an intriguing turn. Bang, bang, bang. Neville rushed to open the door, revealing a first-year student with brown hair, his face flushed with excitement as he gasped, "You'll never guess who's on this train. It's Harry Potter, the one who defeated him. He just performed the incredibly difficult full body bind curse. You must know this is a spell only upperclassmen can cast. He is truly a genius." The new student exclaimed in awe, as if he himself had just vanquished Malfoy. Upon spotting Hermione and Neville inside the compartment, his expression shifted to disbelief. "How can you remain so calm? The chosen one, Harry Potter, is on this train. Get out and close the door." Hermione continued to peruse Lin Ci's reflections on travel and knowledge of magical creatures, recalling a lesson on magical beasts taught by Hagrid. The new student, realizing he had overstepped, withdrew his head, understanding who was not to be trifled with. Neville, scratching his head in confusion, thought he had experienced this moment before in a dream. Time on the train was indeed monotonous. While Hermione focused on her book, Neville wished to speak, but lowered his head, taking out his textbook in imitation of Hermione. Their contrasting qualities, Hermione's consistent brilliance and Neville's latent potential, underscored a vital truth. One need not possess the most extraordinary talent, but diligence is imperative. Lin Ci's consciousness drifted into his backpack. It was not merely a travel bag, but one that could influence the thoughts of certain life forms. The invisible beast within had developed a certain fondness for Lin Ci. His hypothesis proved correct. Having learned about the construction of Newt's case, he could now alter the space within it according to his thoughts, albeit on a small scale, which sufficed for the time being. The invisible beast possessed a unique ability. It could briefly foresee events based on its immediate surroundings. In the vision Lin Ci was simulating, Hermione drew the sword of Gryffindor during the sorting ceremony. Lin Ci fixated on the reflection of unfolding events in the beast's eyes, realizing that this endeavor was indeed feasible and promising. Next, he would need to coax the little girl into drawing forth the sword of Gryffindor. Chapter 25, Scabbers and Peter Pettigrew. As dusk descended, the brilliant sun filtered through the train window into the compartment. Lin Ci's backpack had fallen into a serene silence, which was perhaps for the best, as he had yet to devise its purpose. The old wand, which had broken during the reward calculation, was irreparably damaged. Yet Lin Ci recalled a scene from an animated film about magic, wherein the protagonist, during a battle, had his wand knocked away, but managed to create a new wand from a splinter of the old one. How that was achieved, however, eluded his memory. When Lin Ci opened his eyes, he discovered that Neville had vanished, though the train had yet to reach its destination. He leaped onto the table and unwrapped a chocolate frog. The confectionery frog immediately leaped out, which Lin Ci found amusing, and he used a spell to confine its movements to the tabletop. After observing it for a while, Lin Ci deduced that this creature was likely not an animagus, but rather a derivative, a lesser version. Watching the frog hop a few times before it came to a halt, he recalled Professor McGonagall's chess pieces that could attack one another. A whimsical thought struck him. Could the idea of summoning soldiers from beans be a Taoist version of an animagus? Lin Ci glanced at the trading card depicting Snape. It seemed fortuitous that he encountered two chocolate frogs, both bearing Snape's likeness. Restore to original. The chocolate frog reverted to its pre-packaged state. Is this a glitch? That shouldn't be. If this is the case, then the Wizarding World need not worry about production shortages, as everything could simply revert back to its original form after use. Hermione, equally astonished, opened her own chocolate frog. Restore to original. All right. It seems only you can do that. Hermione noted the unchanged chocolate frog on the table. By the way, do wizarding cards exist? Huh. What do you mean by wizarding cards? Hermione's intuition suggested that this must be something quite intriguing. Essentially, it resembled a strategic card game that involved faction division and deck building. Such games tested strategy. Although simple in rules, they offered varied gameplay, easily captivating players. Lin Ci was particularly drawn to its potential for dissemination and profound influence. It seems there are none. However, I once read in a book by a Polish author. Poland, Lin Ci hesitated, Andrzej Sapkowski. Yes, that's him. Goodness, it is indeed the father of the Polish epic fantasy The Witcher, Andrzej Sapkowski. The Witcher 3, Wild Hunt series is adapted from his novels. At this point, he must have completed the first installment of The Witcher, Blood of Elves. It seems that Lin Ci can subtly influence certain matters using the Witcher card, such as resolving centuries-old disputes among various academies, thereby rendering Hogwarts a more pure and stable institution. In doing so, Lin Ci could amass power to merge alchemy with technology. On a grander scale, it could also foster communication among the magical communities across Asia, Europe, Africa, and America. Of course, that is a discussion for another time. Just imagine, a few years from now, an international wizarding card championship held at Hogwarts. Surely it would garner more excitement than the International Quidditch Cup. After all, wizarding cards have no rigid boundaries. Before long, Neville burst through the door, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "It's gone. I can't find it anywhere." "Have you checked the compartments?" Hermione stood up, feeling compelled to assist Neville. She began questioning the occupants of compartment, while Lin Ci discreetly perched on Hermione's shoulder. Inside another compartment, Ron begrudgingly held up a mouse, exclaiming, "It's probably dead by now. It doesn't matter either way. I even tried to turn it yellow yesterday. That would be more entertaining, but my spell was hit or miss. Let me show you." Ron rummaged through a suitcase for a while and pulled out a worn wand, its surface peeling in places, yet still glimmering with a white light. The unicorn hair was even exposed. Just as Ron raised the wand, the door to the compartment swung open, and the boy who had lost the toad stood at the threshold once more, accompanied by a brown-haired girl already clad in her new Hogwarts robes. "Has anyone seen Neville's toad? It went missing 10 minutes ago." Hermione, standing at the door, inquired, quickly noticing Ron's wand. Meanwhile, Lin Ci's attention was drawn to a bespectacled boy on the other side, his glasses cracked. "Is this Harry Potter? And the other must be Ron, then?" Lin Ci glanced at the boy with the old wand, noting his red hair and somewhat modest background. Indeed, it was Ron Weasley. Lin Ci had always admired Ron's parents. Despite having numerous children, they managed to care for each one well, even in the face of financial strain. With 6 children in school, the annual expenses amounted to no less than a galleon, while the Weasley family savings seemed to barely match that. This prompted Lin Ci to feel a need to assist the Weasley family in improving their circumstances. "We haven't seen that toad, but if we do, we'll be sure to let you know," Harry said, but Hermione's focus was already on Ron's wand. "Are you going to cast a spell? Would you mind if we watched?" Hermione stepped into the compartment, a slight deviation from the original narrative, as she was not overly proud despite having learned some magic. She simply wanted to observe her peers' spellcasting skills. Neville, too, eagerly followed, as his grandmother seldom performed magic beyond household spells in his presence. Unsurprisingly, Ron's color-changing spell failed, for it was originally a prank devised by his 2 older brothers. As Lin Ci observed the elderly mouse with a broken toe, he suddenly thought of Peter Pettigrew, the Death Eater who resurrected Voldemort, and promptly contacted Hermione, contemplating the purchase of Ron's mouse, known as Scabbers. "Wow, this mouse looks like it's on its last legs indeed. It truly is," Ron replied, his ears flushed red. "Would you be willing to sell it to me?" Hermione, though curious about Lin Ci's motive for buying an ailing mouse, refrained from asking questions at that moment. Ron, somewhat perplexed, felt tempted. "What would you want with an old mouse?" Hermione did not answer Ron's query, simply smiling as she said, "If you decide, you can contact me anytime. I can offer 1 galleon." Lin Ci refrained from allowing Hermione to offer too much, fearing Ron would become suspicious. Yet this price was already quite generous. Ron hesitated, offering no reply. After Hermione used the Reparo spell to fix Harry's glasses, they left the compartment to continue searching for Neville's toad. "I lost it again. It keeps trying to run away from me." The round-faced boy lamented, tears welling in his eyes. "It's not your fault, Neville." After comforting Neville, Hermione glanced at Lin Ci on her shoulder, sensing he might have a solution. Indeed, they ultimately discovered the frightened toad behind suitcase. In 5 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts. "Please leave your luggage on the train, and we will deliver it to the school," echoed a voice throughout the carriage. Chapter 26. Making Hogwarts begin to resemble a fairy tale. Lin Ci gazed out of the train window at the deep purple sky, mountains, and forests as the train began to decelerate. "Hermione, which house would you like to be sorted into?" Neville anxiously clutched his robe, his once rosy complexion now pale. He admired Hermione, who appeared calm. This new friend, not only a girl but seemingly younger, seemed more composed than her classmates. "Hermione, have you thought about which house you might be placed in?" Neville quietly asked, trailing behind her. Hermione pondered for a moment, recalling the descriptions of the 4 houses in a history of modern magic. Any house would be fine. Gryffindor embodies courage and bravery. Ravenclaw is characterized by wisdom and cleverness. Hufflepuff, though often seen as unremarkable, represents loyalty and kindness, while Slytherin students are known for their ambition and aspirations. Neville's mouth fell agape. He had intended to inquire which house suited his character, as he felt he possessed neither ambition nor bravery. Yet, Hermione's words seemed to miss the mark. I believe you should be placed in Slytherin, for you are quite exceptional. My grandmother says every student from Slytherin finds their glory there. She hopes I will go there. But I think I might end up in Hufflepuff Slytherin? Hermione glanced back at Neville. I would never go there. Huh. Didn't you just mention the 4 houses? Seeing Hermione merge into the crowd, Neville followed suit. Not for any other reason, but because he felt that trailing behind Hermione would spare him much bullying. Why not Slytherin? Because Lin Ci said there's a lot of prejudice there. If she came from a magical family, Slytherin would indeed be a fine choice, but right now, she doesn't wish to endure any malice from her classmates during her time at school. After all, she has already faced enough in her primary school life. Neville closely followed Hermione as the train gradually slowed to a halt at the station. As the car door swung open, a brisk gust of cold air from the Scottish Highlands rushed into the compartment, eliciting a chorus of discontent from a considerable number of students. In the distance, a village flickered with dim, yellow lights, appearing rather antiquated. This must be the only wizarding village in all of Britain, Hogsmeade. Birrar, how frigid! Neville's magical affinity manifested once more, as his robes instinctively tightened around him. After experiencing the chill of this foreign air, Lin Ci ultimately decided to remain nestled within Hermione's robe pocket, pondering how to extract the sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat. Stepping out of the carriage, the night air of Hogsmeade sent a shiver through Hermione. Apart from occasional visits to her grandmother during holidays, she rarely ventured beyond London, and even in the winter there, she had never encountered such a biting cold night. Although it was September, the elevated latitude of Hogsmeade rendered it susceptible to the frigid winds sweeping down from Siberia. Everything around Hermione felt novel, while Neville displayed signs of unease, an expected reaction for a teenager embarking on an educational journey far from home. Lin Ci peered out from Hermione's embrace, gazing at the towering spires shrouded in the hazy night. He could not help but recall the haunting phrase, "I and my beloved both perish in the tower." Observing the bustling crowd and the familiar yet unfamiliar faces, Lin Ci's mind was flooded with vivid scenes from the magical world he had witnessed in films during his previous life, alongside the memories of those who had fallen during the Battle of Hogwarts. As Hermione stepped closer to Hogwarts, Lin Ci exhaled deeply, having realized this was no dream. He could not linger hesitantly. If in his former life, the virtual magical realm had transformed from tales of love and friendship into a harsh reality through sacrifice, then Lin Ci's mission was to ensure that, apart from himself and Hermione, it would once again become a fairy tale. All the unfulfilled aspirations, the unspoken regrets, the hands that never clasped before death, and the heartaches buried with the departed, Lin Ci vowed that they would all be given a second chance. With the long blast of the train whistle, all stories returned to the beginning of their fairy tale in the first year. Filled with anticipation for a beautiful future, Lin Ci embarked on his journey to Hogwarts. At that moment, a resounding voice cut through the clamor, calling first-year students. First-year students, gather here. The raucous crowd gradually parted into 2 groups. So many people, what a crush. Neville hurriedly shielded his toad, while Hermione instinctively protected Lin Ci as well. After all, they were all minors under 18. One could hardly expect them to adhere to decorum. Lin Ci surveyed the chaotic throng in the darkness, feeling as though the challenge before him was but a mere drizzle compared to the hellish spring travel rush. On the platform stood a giant, towering over the children, his face entirely obscured by a thick beard and a tousled mane, yet his eyes shone through. Hagrid, the remarkable man capable of transcending the barriers of magical creature reproduction. A smile involuntarily graced Lin Ci's lips. It seemed he would delve into more than just technology and alchemy. How about a Pokemon breeding program? Hagrid regarded the diverse expressions of the new students, exclaiming, "All first years, follow me. We will be taking a boat shortly, so do not mingle with the upperclassmen." The little ones promptly followed, for in the fairy tales they had grown up with, giants often played the role of man-eaters. Even though Hagrid was shorter than the giants of their stories, it did not diminish the apprehension among the first years. They stumbled along behind Hagrid in the night, navigating a steep descent. Several new students tripped due to nerves and poor visibility, but thankfully, they were spaced apart enough to prevent a stampede. Do you remember the Lumos spell I taught you? Hermione asked, glancing back. Yes, came Neville's timid response. Do you recall what I showed you about Lumos? I do. Then cast it. Lumos. Hermione drew her wand, and with a flick, a bright orb of light materialized, illuminating the path ahead. Soon after, a hesitant whisper emerged from behind her, Lumos, a fizzle, and the light fizzled out as the orb slipped from the wand. The group swiftly gravitated toward the source of light. Believe in yourself, Neville. You can help your classmates. Encouraged by Hermione, Neville ignited his wand once more. An applause and expressions of gratitude erupted from the crowd, granting him a sense of being needed for the first time. After traversing a distance, the path suddenly opened up before them. Hagrid lifted a colossal lantern from the side of the Black Lake, effortlessly maneuvering it as he boarded a small boat. With a swift motion of his hand, the lantern stirred the waters, causing them to ripple. The students hurriedly settled into the boat. Hagrid gave a gentle push, and their vessel began to glide forward. The once boisterous first years gradually quieted, their anxious eyes darting about the dark lake and the gently rocking boat, as if any slight movement could capsize them. Chapter 27. The Sorting Ceremony. Only first years ride the boats, as this route follows the path of the 4 founders of the houses. My grandmother said that Dumbledore intended for us to carry forth the spirit of Hogwarts. Towering spires loomed across the inky lake, and the grand, magnificent castle shone brightly, with windows glimmering beneath the starlit sky. Everyone, keep your heads down and be cautious. As their boat sailed past the cliffs and through the Vale, they reached the shore, stepping onto a rocky pathway. Gazing at the ancient and solemn castle before him, Lin Ci felt a surge of reality wash over him. This was Hogwarts. Young wizards navigated the steep path, the treacherous Black Lake igniting their excitement. Even the mischievous twins, Fred and George, though not their first encounter with the castle, were nonetheless awed. Each young wizard wore a face of anticipation, each eager to enter this resplendent institution. Having forgotten to bring the lantern earlier, Hagrid was now meticulous in ensuring the students' safety, diligently guiding them to the dock before leading them up the castle's steps toward the Great Hall. As Hagrid busied himself with the boats, observing the new students depart, he glanced at the pink umbrella clipped to his waist, a glimmer of nostalgia and melancholy in his eyes. As the new students ascended the stone steps, Neville marveled at the school while contemplating how to enlighten Hermione on various topics. Yet, what was it his grandmother had said? Before long, they arrived at the castle's entrance. They gathered on the steps within, chattering excitedly about Hogwarts splendor and speculating which house they would be sorted into, discussing the strictness of certain professors, thus adding a lively atmosphere to the tranquil castle enveloped in night. They were all experiencing their first venture away from the bustling cities and quaint villages, beholding such a grand and opulent castle. Welcome to Hogwarts. The entrance swung open, revealing a tall witch-clad in a resplendent emerald robe, her demeanor serious yet commanding. All right. Professor McGonagall clapped her hands, signaling for the newcomers to quiet down. Her voice grew louder as she began to elucidate the enrollment process to the first years. In a moment, you will all pass through that door. The other students in the Great Hall await your welcoming ceremony. However, before you embark on your dinner, you must first be assigned to your houses. Hogwarts comprises 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. At that moment, Lin Ci craned his neck, finally conjuring a compelling reason for Hermione to draw a sword from the sorting hat. In truth, there's a secret regarding the sorting hat. What? Hermione's curiosity was piqued. You've been the bait. Actually, the sorting hat hasn't been cleaned in over 1,000 years, and each year, hundreds to thousands of first years come through. This implies that the sorting hat is rather perilous. It conceals a sword within. Before Lin Ci could finish his thought, Hermione immediately raised her hand, and Professor McGonagall quickly noticed her. This young lady, do you have a question? Everyone turned to recognize the girl who had illuminated their path with her luminescent charm, parting ways to allow Hermione to step forward. Professor, I have a question that I am unsure whether to ask or not. Curiosity is a trait of every Hogwarts student. Speak freely. Professor McGonagall regarded Hermione kindly. All right, I shall be candid. The sorting hat hasn't been washed in over 1,000 years, has it? Professor McGonagall appeared momentarily taken aback, and the students were left in a state of shock, their expressions a blend of bewilderment. Soon, a flurry of chatter erupted, and McGonagall pondered in silence whether the sorting hat had ever been cleaned, considering it had been worn by thousands of witches and wizards before her. Silence. As you all know, the sorting hat is an enchanted artifact. It possesses the ability to think independently. Seeing Professor McGonagall evade a direct answer to her question, Hermione refrained from voicing her next inquiry. Professor McGonagall, her expression slightly awkward, hastily concluded the briefing and stepped inside, intent on inquiring with Dumbledore whether the sorting hat had ever been washed. The sorting ceremony is imminent, so I suggest everyone tidy up their attire. As Professor McGonagall entered the door, the first years began to anxiously discuss amongst themselves. The sorting hat? I've heard it's quite dangerous. George and Fred exclaimed. We have to battle a troll. Ron's complexion paled, causing the smudge on his nose to appear even more pronounced. Neville shrank back, his expression equally dismal. My grandmother said that during the sorting ceremony, we all have to face the sorting hat's trial. Some will have to cast 3 complete spells, while others must find treasures hidden in the castle's secret locations. They will be graded based on performance. Lin Ci scoffed in disbelief. What kind of parents are these? Not one of them told their children the truth. Look at how frightened they all are. However, if Lin Ci were a parent, he might have spun tales even more terrifying. For one should not be the only one deceived as a first year. Nevertheless, this predicament worked to Lin Ci's advantage, facilitating his plans. Malfoy shot a disdainful glance at Neville, snorting as he entered with his entourage. Hermione, they won't expel me for performing poorly, will they? My grandmother said if I were expelled, I would be allowed to return. Not at all, Hermione whispered reassuringly. Soon after, everyone filed into the hall, taking their seats in the middle according to the order Professor McGonagall had just established, while the older students occupied the sides. Students from other years gathered around 4 long tables, with the house banners of 2 colors prominently displayed overhead. Simultaneously, thousands of floating candles illuminated the hall, and the golden plates and goblets glimmered in the firelight. The most striking feature was the ceiling of the hall, amidst the soaring marble pillars. The black velvet-like ceiling was adorned with twinkling stars, resembling a magnificent night sky. Just as the first years anxiously awaited the sorting hat's trial, a sudden shriek from several newcomers drew a round of mirthful laughter from a group of older students. Emerging from a wall, behind them were a dozen or so ghosts, their translucent green forms gliding through the hall, indulging in various mischiefs with unabashed delight. Lin Ci squinted, recognizing these apparitions as former headmasters or professors of Hogwarts, privy to many secrets. He recalled that one of Tom's Horcruxes was said to have been discovered through whispers from a ghost. On the platform, Professor McGonagall brought forth a tall, 4-legged stool, atop which rested a tattered, torn sorting hat. The hat bore several patches and appeared rather grimy. All eyes fixated on the hat, which then opened its mouth and began to sing in a peculiar tone. You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge me by my looks. Upon completing its song, thunderous applause erupted within the hall. Professor McGonagall positioned herself beside the stool, clutching a stack of parchment. The sorting ceremony shall commence. Next, I shall call out names, and when your name is called, you shall sit upon the stool and don the sorting hat, awaiting your assignment. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and proclaimed the first name. Hannah Abbott. Lin Ci remarked. I am ready. Happy New Year, everyone. Enclosed is the sorting hat's test. A brief message wishing everyone a joyous new year. May the year of the tiger bring fortune. Note, this chapter is not filler. It is merely for your amusement. How the Potter sorting hat test. Answers refer to the related works. All young witches and wizards, please fill in your name and the result of your sorting. Are you ready? The sorting ceremony is about to begin. Please answer the following questions carefully. All questions are single choice. Moreover, do not attempt to play tricks before the sorting hat, for it possesses the ability to discern the deepest, most hidden thoughts of your heart. 1. The magical power you most desire is A. The ability to fly. B. Invisibility. C. Transfiguration. D. Super strength. 2. Which of the following animals would you most like as a pet? A. A rat. B. An owl. C. A snake. D. A monkey. 3. The animal you fear most is A. Venomous snakes. B. Unfamiliar mystical creatures. C. Ferocious canines. D. Large spiders and insects. 4. The position you would most like to play in Quidditch is A. Keeper. B. Seeker. C. Chaser. D. Buteur. 5. If you found a bag of galleons on the road, you would A. Seek the owner and return it. B. Donate it. C. Spend it. 1. Save up D6. Which first-year magical course do you favor the most? A. Potions. B. Defense against the dark arts. C. Transfiguration. D. History of magic. 7. If you find yourself walking alone in a dark alley late at night and are suddenly confronted by a basilisk, your reaction would be A. To flee at once. B. To engage in combat. C. To observe the situation. D. To play dead. 8. If entrusted with the safeguarding of the Philosopher's Stone, where would you conceal it? A. Behind a bathroom mirror. B. In the pocket of your clothing. C. In the water tank of the toilet. D. In a small corner atop the bookshelf. 9. What attribute do you desire most in a romantic partner? A. Beauty. B. Cuteness. C. Fashionable flair. D. Allurine charme. 10. During the Christmas feast, what delicacy do you yearn to indulge in the most? A. Roasted pies. B. Cakes. C. Chocolates. D. Grillé sausage. 11. What is your stance on fashion? A. No particular preferences, where whatever is available. B. Practicality is key, preferably with many pockets. C. Adorned in designer brands, radiant and glamorous. D. Dressed appropriately, with a touch of elegance. 12. If granted a day of leisure, how would you prefer to spend it? A. Engaging in physical exercise. B. Enjoying a delightful slumber. C. Chatting and boasting with friends. D. Reading or watching films in solitude. 13. If you were bullied by someone, your course of action would be A. To avoid conflict and maintain peace. B. To confront them head-on, regardless of the outcome. C. To gather a group to teach them a lesson, ensuring victory. D. To assess the situation, retaliating only if capable, otherwise retreating. 14. Which of the following situations do you detest the most occurring to you? A. Being suspected. B. Experiencing loneliness. C. Being in a filthy state. D. Being ridiculed. 15. In the presence of an admired individual, you would A. Send letters or gifts to express your feelings indirectly. B. Be at a loss for words, unable to confess. C. Immediately express your affection face-to-face. D. Appear composed, patiently waiting for the right moment to reveal your feelings. 16. Upon witnessing the success of a friend, you would A. Continue to strive. Perhaps the next success will be yours. B. Feel joy for them, as they are your friend. C. Secretly harbor some jealousy, believing the success should belong to you. D. Consider it irrelevant to yourself, merely someone else's achievement. 17. Which trait do you believe is most prominent in you? A. Integrity and honesty. B. Bravery and generosity. C. Intelligence and wit. D. Knowledge and versatility. 18. Which house do you most dread being assigned to? A. Ravenclaw. B. Slytherin. C. Gryffindor. D. Hufflepuff. Click to save. View reference answers. Have you completed the questions? Please tally the occurrences of the letters A, B, C, and D in your selected answers. The letter that appears most frequently will determine the house to which you are assigned. Sorting hat. Which house do you belong to? 1. You have received your acceptance letter to Hogwarts. What do you believe your family background should be? A. Muggle family. B. Half-blood family. C. Pure-blood family. 2. Upon arriving in Diagon Alley, what do you wish to purchase first? A. A broomstick of your own. B. Magical books. C. A wand. D. Épée. 3. What type of broomstick do you desire? A. Fireball. B. Blue bottle. C. Clean sweep 7. D. None. It doesn't matter for a first-year student. 4. Which book would you purchase first? A. Defense Against the Dark Arts. B. Standard Spells. C. History of Magic. D. Potion. 5. Upon discovering the Philosopher's Stone is in peril at Hogwarts, what would you do? A. Rush to save it without hesitation. B. Assess the situation before attempting a rescue. C. Practice several powerful spells before proceeding. 6. When the Chamber of Secrets opens and students are attacked by a basilisk, how would you respond? A. To slay the basilisk with a sword. B. To ascertain the basilisk's details before taking action. C. To defeat it with spells. 7. Why do you wish to participate in the Triwizard Tournament? A. To conquer personal challenges. B. To make friends with foreign wizards. C. To win 1,000 galleons. D. To achieve historical fame. 8. Are you willing to join the Order of the Phoenix? A. Willing. B. Unwilling. C. To investigate the Order's motives first. D. Uncertain of whether to join. 9. After graduation, what do you aspire to do? A. Become an Auror. B. Serve as a ministry official. C. Work at Gringotts. 10. When visiting the Ministry of Magic, where do you wish to go first? A. The Department of Mysteries. B. The Department of Magical Transportation. C. The Department of Magical Law. D. The Fountain of Magical Brethren. 11. During holidays, what do you wish to do? A. Go on an adventure. B. Travel. C. Visit magical shops. D. Stay at home. 12. If you were to undergo Auror training, which skill would you prefer to learn first? A. Animagus transformation. B. Advanced spells. C. Unlocking charms. D. Disguising magique. 13. Which mode of transportation do you deem best? A. Broomstick. B. Portkey. C. Flying carpet. 14. Which pet do you consider the best? A. Dragon. B. Phoenix. C. Owl. D. Toad. 15. Who do you believe is the most powerful wizard? A. Dumbledore. B. Merlin, a formidable wizard detailed in the Harry Potter universe. C. Voldemort. 16. What do you consider the most unforgivable curse? A. The Killing Curse. B. The Cruciatus Curse. C. The Imperius Curse. D. All of these are unforgivable. 17. Which defense against the dark arts teacher did you find most detestable? A. Umbridge. B. Lockhart. C. Lupin. D. They were all acceptable. 18. What do you believe is the most terrifying creature? A. There is no such thing as the most terrifying. B. Basilisk. C. Dementor. D. Giant. 19. Which magical school do you consider the finest? A. Hogwarts. B. Beauxbatons. C. Durmstrang. 20. Which of the three competitions do you find most challenging? A1, B2, C3, D4. The specific scores are A1, B2, C3, D4. Click to submit. View reference answers directory of related works. I hope everyone enjoys themselves. And may the new year bring you prosperity. Chapter 28. The Prophetic Emperor Lin Ci. Hannah Abbott. Professor McGonagall began to call out names, methodically marking them on the parchment. A little girl with rosy cheeks and 2 golden braids stumbled out of the line, clearly unsettled by being the first to be called. Lin Ci cast an invisibility charm and a non-detection charm on himself before audaciously perching on Hermione's shoulder. Upon hearing Hannah's name, Lin Ci was suddenly tempted to have Hermione pinch Hannah to see if she was indeed solid. Hannah cautiously donned the sorting hat, which promptly covered her eyes. Pausing for but a moment, Hufflepuff, the hat proclaimed. The students at the right table erupted in enthusiastic applause, welcoming her to their ranks. Lin Ci noted that the expressions of students from other houses were rather peculiar. Had the rivalry among the 4 houses escalated to such a degree? Was it merely the act of wearing a hat? Ron gazed quizzically at the unscathed Hannah, feeling deceived once more. Bill and Fred had tricked me again. But why was my mother involved in this? It seemed that the intimidation of first-year students during sorting at Hogwarts had been successfully perpetuated in every household. What a splendid tradition. Ron felt a mix of confusion and indignation, but upon realizing he was not alone in his deception, a sense of relief washed over him. Harry, what do you think you will be sorted? More and more young witches and wizards engaged in lively discussion. Hermione, growing increasingly anxious. Above in the hall, Dumbledore conversed pleasantly with the wizards beside him, yet Lin Ci sensed that Dumbledore's gaze was keenly fixed on Harry. Suddenly, Lin Ci recalled something. Since Harry Potter's enrollment, Gryffindor had seemingly been on a winning streak, with various blatant acts of cheating surfacing. Prior to their 6th year, regardless of how many points Gryffindor lost, Headmaster Dumbledore would invariably find a plethora of seemingly justifiable reasons to award points to the Lion House, ultimately securing the House Cup for Gryffindor. Thus, it appeared that this was not a bad arrangement. It meant that no matter how recklessly Lin Ci behaved, it would not affect the House Cup's outcome. Once this realization dawned upon him, Lin Ci felt a wave of comfort. However, it crossed his mind that Harry Potter's instinctive aversion to Slytherin was precisely why he wasn't sorted there. But if his preconceived notions of Slytherin were dispelled, might Harry end up in Slytherin after all? The sorting continued, and Professor McGonagall's voice pulled Lin Ci back to the present. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. The hat shouted as it made contact with the girl's hair. Susan hurriedly raced to sit beside Hannah. Terry Bolt, Ravenclaw. This time, applause erupted from the second table on the left as Terry joined their ranks, with several Ravenclaw students standing to shake his hand. For Lin Ci, who already knew the outcomes, the sorting was rather tedious. After observing Dumbledore for a moment, he turned his attention to Snape. It is well known that Severus Snape is the character with the most significant twists in the Harry Potter series. Snape had a profound love for Harry's mother, Lily Evans, and after her death, in her memory, he struck a deal with Dumbledore to act as a double agent for Dumbledore within Voldemort's ranks, vowing to protect Harry at all costs and eliminate Voldemort. Lin Ci glanced back at Harry's emerald green eyes and pondered an intriguing question. If Harry were not a boy resembling James, but rather a girl resembling Lily, how might Snape's character arc have transformed throughout the series? It's likely that the Harry Potter series would turn into a melodrama, such as, Potter, answer this question. I'm sorry, Professor, I don't know. Honesty, 10 points to Gryffindor. Lin Ci's whimsical thoughts were interrupted by Hermione's anxious demeanor. Noticing the little girl's distress, he softly assured her, you will be sorted into Gryffindor. I will be sorted into Gryffindor? Hermione exclaimed a bit too loudly, drawing the attention of several classmates. Ron stared at Hermione. How do you know which house you'll be in? Do you know mine? Considering he wouldn't disrupt the plot, Lin Ci decided to let loose. After all, it would soon be their turn to be sorted. Ron, don't butt in. Your entire family are Gryffindors. As for Harry, your excellence is well suited for Slytherin, but I believe you will undoubtedly choose Gryffindor. Neville, I think that if you were in the same match as Tom in a game of PUBG, you would surely earn the title of Elites together. Hermione hesitated to share Lin Ci's remark about one being a survivor and the other Voldemort. You are a qualified Gryffindor. More and more classmates gathered around Hermione. And not far away, Malfoy pushed his way in, eager to see what this insufferable Muggleborn was up to. Draco Malfoy, without a doubt, you are a quintessential Slytherin. Please continue to uphold the image of your house. Noble, humble, yet undeniably graceful. Originally fuming and seeking confrontation, Draco's face flushed at these words, and he walked away. Hey, can't I get the better of you? Lin Ci continued to revel in his role as the prophetic emperor. The sorting was still underway, but when the hat called out Draco Malfoy, Slytherin, not only did the Slytherin students applaud, but the new students also joined in with cheerful clapping. This left the Slytherin students feeling both pleased and bewildered. It seemed Draco Malfoy was quite popular among this year's new students. Following this, Neville Longbottom and Ron Weasley were sorted in turn, and the results echoed what Hermione had just mentioned, prompting another round of enthusiastic applause from newcomers. At this moment, Dumbledore also recognized something unusual, glancing at the crowd surrounding Hermione, who stood at the center of attention. As the sorting progressed, the line of new students dwindled, until only a handful remained, including Hermione and Harry. However, Lin Ci recalled that Hermione was not among the last batch during the sorting ceremony. It appeared this was where the change lay. Harry Potter. Harry, beside Hermione, was called to the stage, but as he approached the sorting hat, a murmur of low voices rippled through the dining hall. Goodness, did Professor McGonagall just call Potter? Is it that Harry Potter? As Harry donned the hat, it indeed hesitated, just as Hermione had mentioned, urging him towards Slytherin. Yet having already heard the sorting outcome from Hermione, Harry made his choice without hesitation. Gryffindor, the sorting hat proclaimed loudly. As Harry approached the Gryffindor table, the head of house, Professor McGonagall, stood up and firmly shook his hand, while the Weasley twins jubilantly exclaimed, "We have Harry Potter! We have Harry Potter!" Lin Ci, however, inwardly scoffed, "Gryffindor is about to cheat. Gryffindor is about to cheat." Finally, it was time for Hermione Granger. A small tale wishes everyone a happy new year. May the year of the tiger bring you prosperity. Chapter 29. The Girl Who Drew the Sword of Gryffindor. As Hermione stepped forward, Lin Ci whispered to her, "Please, do not wear the hat, or I shall be exposed to the public eye." After witnessing a series of sorting ceremonies, Lin Ci suddenly pondered a pivotal question. The sorting hat could indeed perceive a person's innermost thoughts. Yet its mechanism seemed not entirely akin to the wizarding art of legilimency. As one of the most significant and enduring magical artifacts of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the sorting hat was said to possess an independent consciousness, infused with the thoughts of the four founders, allowing it to assess the qualities of wizards and assign them to their appropriate houses. However, anyone well-versed in biology and political philosophy could easily discredit such a claim. Consciousness is the function of the human brain, a subjective impression of objective existence. Thus, in Lin Ci's view, the sorting hat resembled a magical version of a personality test crafted collaboratively by Hogwarts founders. In essence, the sorting hat was permanently equipped with a highly sophisticated version of legilimency to read students' thoughts, subsequently inputting the gathered information into a predetermined computational framework, which filtered based on parameters established by the four founders, ultimately categorizing students according to their compatibility. Yet for Lin Ci, the sorting hat was far more terrifying than Queenie's abilities or Veritasrum. Considering the current age of big data, where personal information and preferences are devoid of privacy, one could easily grasp Lin Ci's predicament. Under the sorting hat's coercive data extraction and comparison, Lin Ci would find no refuge. He had not deluded himself into believing that his power could rival that of Hogwarts founders, nor did he wish to be constantly remembered for his uniqueness. As the ancient said, it is not the thief's theft that one fears, but the thief's remembrance. Thus, Hermione absolutely must not wear the hat. Hermione Granger, do not be afraid. Put on the hat. Under the gaze of all, Hermione hesitated to take her seat, experiencing an internal struggle. She wavered on whether to trust Lin Ci's words, ultimately raising her chin defiantly to question, "Professor McGonagall, is there truly no danger in the sorting ceremony? Miss Granger?" Professor Minerva McGonagall paused, her hand holding the sorting hat, as she regarded the girl before her, feeling an uncanny familiarity. She quickly recalled this was the same young witch who inquired whether the sorting hat had been washed in its thousands of years. Indeed, the sorting hat had not been cleaned for centuries, but there was absolutely no danger during the sorting ceremony. It was merely a tradition among graduates and wizarding parents to use the ceremony to frighten young witches and wizards. In reality, the process was quite simple. One merely needed to don the sorting hat. How could there be any danger? Professor McGonagall smiled gently. Do not worry, there will be no danger whatsoever. The brown-haired little girl furrowed her brow, continuing to inquire, May I inspect it myself, Professor McGonagall? Because just now, Harry and Ron told me the sorting ceremony was perilous. Lin Ci, devoid of any guilt, shifted the blame onto the main characters. Professor McGonagall appreciated this practical quality. Yet Hermione's stubbornness lowered her assessment of the girl. Miss Granger, it is truly unnecessary. I can assure you, the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts poses no danger. Observing Hermione's slight embarrassment and Professor McGonagall's insistence, Lin Ci was ready to abandon Plan A, to have Hermione draw the sword of Gryffindor while inspecting the hat. Instead, he contemplated initiating Plan B, prompting Hermione to question the sorting hat's independent thought capabilities, directing her wand at the hat to see if it would sort according to her will. However, after glancing at Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall relented. If you insist, then please proceed. Miss Granger. Professor Minerva McGonagall handed the sorting hat to Hermione, her intuition signaling that this brown-haired girl would undoubtedly prove to be a challenge in the future. During the sorting ceremony, it was Hermione who first dared to examine the sorting hat for any dangers. Following her earlier prophecy, a wave of anxiety rippled through the majority of the first years, who now found themselves apprehensive. Was there truly danger in the sorting ceremony? Thank you for allowing me. Professor McGonagall. Hermione graciously accepted the hat and began her thorough inspection. The older students observed the comical scene unfolding in the hall, whispering amongst themselves. Some mockingly regarding the nervous and cautious Hermione, deriding her muggle origins. Let us show a bit of understanding. After all, it is a muggle encountering the magical world for the first time, and fear and uncertainty are only natural. Laugh now, but soon you shall find no reason to. Lin Ci grumbled as he attempted to establish a connection with the sword of Gryffindor. Hermione, having sensed some malevolence from part of the wizarding community towards muggles, was resolved to study magic earnestly, embodying the spirit of defiance inherent to England. Grasping the hat with her left hand and probing within it with her right, Hermione suddenly felt something and her expression shifted dramatically. The hall grew tense, all eyes fixed on Hermione's movements. Then all at once, Hermione Granger thrust her hand skyward, seizing a radiant sword from within the sorting hat. It worked. Oh, wow. Hermione was startled, Professor McGonagall was taken aback, and the entire hall erupted in astonishment. Ron's two prankster brothers, George and Fred, sprang forth. Bill, that is a brilliant idea. I think we can implement it. For instance, when people open a treasure chest, suddenly a dog with sharp teeth leaps out. No, it should be this way. After opening the chest, the box transforms into a monster with sharp teeth. On the stage, Hogwarts faculty stood in unison, gazing at Hermione. Even Dumbledore looked at her in disbelief. The upperclassmen reacted the most. They had initially thought themselves deceived, only to discover the truth. The sorting ceremony at Hogwarts was, indeed, perilous. The hall buzzed with excitement. No one had anticipated that the sorting hat concealed such a long, sharp sword. With a clang, the sound of the sword hitting the ground jolted everyone awake, each person staring in astonishment at the sword in Hermione Granger's grasp. Alongside the shock was a sense of terror. Several young witches and wizards were frightened, for anyone would be apprehensive with a sword hovering above their head. Hermione held the sword aloft in one hand, while clutching the sorting hat in the other, her expression innocent as she looked at Professor Minerva McGonagall and the raucous hall. Professor? Yet, the venerable Dumbledore atop the dais was acutely aware of the profound implications that withdrawing the sword of Gryffindor entailed. A heartfelt New Year-esque greeting from Xiao Wei to everyone, wishing you all prosperity and good fortune in the Year of the Tiger. May you find joy in Chang'an, and may all your endeavors exceed expectations. Chapter 30. Lin Ci's Concerns. Upon witnessing Hermione draw the long sword from the sorting hat, Professor Minerva McGonagall was immediately engulfed by a wave of conjecture. The floating, algae-hued specters in the hall gasped in astonishment, clearly privy to some unspoken truths. However, Professor McGonagall had just assured the first years that the sorting ceremony would pose no danger. Thus, the sudden emergence of a long sword from the hat was utterly indefensible, and it was likely that tomorrow's Daily Prophet would headline this incident. McGonagall turned her gaze toward Dumbledore. It was time for the headmaster to provide clarification. If anyone at Hogwarts possessed knowledge of the sword concealed within the sorting hat, it would undoubtedly be Headmaster Dumbledore. Dumbledore, astonished, rose to his feet. Although he had foreseen the prophecy ball that one among this year's new students would wield the sword of Gryffindor, he had not anticipated such a swift occurrence. The sword hidden within the Hogwarts sorting hat had been placed there by Dumbledore himself. This sword was a relic of Godric Gryffindor, one of the founders of Hogwarts. In a certain sense, only those with sufficient courage could draw this emblematic sword from the sorting hat. Indeed, while tales of its existence had circulated within Hogwarts, only the headmasters knew its precise location. It appeared that this was indeed a fortuitous coincidence. Perhaps Miss Hermione before him possessed a courage and determination yet unobserved. Dumbledore's initial bewilderment and shock began to dissipate, replaced by a growing sense of satisfaction. It seemed prudent to consider nurturing this Hermione Granger. "Students, please be silent." Dumbledore slowly approached Hermione, taking the long sword into his hands, cradling it with reverence. The once boisterous hall fell into an immediate hush at the elder's gesture. This was the sword of Gryffindor, a legacy of Godric Gryffindor himself. Dumbledore glanced at Hermione beside him and continued, "Only those who truly embody the virtues of Gryffindor House can wield it." After a brief pause, he entrusted the sword of Gryffindor to Hermione's hands. The hall erupted in thunderous applause. "Did you hear that? It is the sword of Gryffindor." The older Gryffindors, observing the bewildered expressions of the first years, began to recount the storied history of the sword. Crafted by goblins a millennium ago, the sword was imbued with magic. As goblins are the most skilled artisans in the wizarding world, the blade is forged from pure silver, adorned with rubies that represent the house points earned by Gryffindor in Hogwarts hourglass. The name of Godric Gryffindor is engraved just beneath the hilt. The sword was custom-made for Gryffindor by Ragnarok I. Upon its completion, Ragnarok coveted it and falsely claimed that Gryffindor had stolen it, dispatching his servants to retrieve it. Gryffindor defended himself with his wand, not slaying the assailants, but sending them back to their deceived king with a warning. Should there be any further attempts to steal the sword, Gryffindor would declare war. The Goblin King heeded this warning, allowing Gryffindor to retain the sword as rightful property, though resentment lingered until death. This explains why rumors of Gryffindor's theft still circulate among certain goblin tribes. The question of why a wizard would need a sword is frequently posed, and the answer is rather straightforward. Before the enactment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, wizards traversed freely among muggles, and swords served as protection just as wands did. In fact, it is often considered dishonorable to use a wand against muggles, though such incidents have indeed occurred. Many exceptionally talented wizards were also formidable duelists in the traditional sense, with Gryffindor being one of them. Folklore abounds with tales of enchanted swords. The Sword of Noada, one of the legendary treasures of the sons of Twirion, is said to be invincible once drawn. The Sword of Gryffindor draws inspiration from the legend of Excalibur. The Sword of King Arthur, which could only be drawn from the stone by a true king. The worthy are destined to reclaim the sword, a notion that has accompanied the Sword of Gryffindor back to the hands of the house's distinguished members. Professor McGonagall beamed at Hermione Granger, gesturing for the hall to quiet down. Without the need for the sorting hat's judgment, Hermione Granger is undeniably a member of Gryffindor House. 10 points for Gryffindor. The hall erupted once more in applause, save for the older Slytherins. Upon hearing the announcement of additional points, Lin Ci couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Could they not even attempt to be discreet? Yet, this was perhaps for the best, as Lin Ci's previously vague ideas began to crystallize. Ordinary legitimacy merely allows one to observe and read another's thoughts, while the sorting hat's methodology resembles a form of soul probing, directly accessing the depths of one's essence to extract information from memories, emotions, thoughts, and even magical traits. Thus, until Hermione mastered the art of mental occlusion and Lin Ci comprehended the principles behind the sorting hat, he would never permit Hermione to don it. The astonishment within Hermione Granger's heart mirrored that of the students around her. As Gryffindor students rose in applause to welcome her, an unfamiliar thought began to burgeon within her. This level of popularity was unprecedented. During her primary school years in London, no matter how well she performed academically, she was often bullied. The eyes of the first-year students before Hermione sparkled with admiration and respect, their faces flushed with excitement, most notably Neville, who appeared almost as a fervent devotee. Can the sorting hat truly be this extraordinary? Hermione, you're so incredibly cool. I've decided to follow her from now on. Amidst the cheers, Fred and George's voices emerged. This unprecedented sorting hat ceremony concluded as the new students trembled with excitement. Lin Ci observed the now popular and less rigid Hermione. secretly relishing a piece of pumpkin pasty. It seemed this was indeed a transformation. In the original text, Hermione's character was notably unappealing, only gradually evolving through her adventures with the trio. As everyone settled, the feast commenced. Lin Ci exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that his somewhat clumsy plan had not unraveled too severely, successfully allowing Hermione to be sorted into Gryffindor without donning the sorting hat. Furthermore, Dumbledore had not harbored any suspicions regarding Hermione's legitimacy. After all, there was the cautionary tale of Tom Riddle to consider. In the magical realm, many believed that the venerable figure who had vanquished the original Dark Lord Grindelwald was a schemer, a white wizard. Yet, Lin Ci maintained that Dumbledore was ultimately a remarkable individual. After experiencing the whirlwind of short videos from his past life, he had also discovered numerous endearing qualities in various characters. All of these could potentially be woven into the tapestry of Hogwarts four-house wizard cards in the future. Dumbledore, adorned with a broad smile, rose once more, extending his arms. He had not felt such joy in many years. Welcome, young wizards, to Hogwarts. Before the banquet commences, I wish to utter a few words. Fool, crybaby, rubbish, twist. Chapter 31, Nearly Headless Nick. Dumbledore made a remark that left everyone bewildered. Fool, crybaby, rubbish, twist. Ron exchanged a puzzled glance with Harry, wondering if Dumbledore had lost his mind. Ron was astonished to hear Harry echo his thoughts. Lin Ci, perched upon Hermione's shoulder, gazed at the bubbly juice, reminiscing about the joys of soda, equally astounded. Mel, Dumbledore is a genius, the most exceptional wizard in the world. Yet, in terms of demeanor, he does exhibit a certain whimsicality, though calling him mad is rather excessive. After voicing his thoughts, Lin Ci leaned in to explain to Hermione that, in Ravenclaw, they often regard members of other houses as fools. In Gryffindor, they see others as cowardly crybabies. In Slytherin, they deem others as rubbish. And in Hufflepuff, they think others are too twisted. This is what Dumbledore referred to: fool, crybaby, rubbish, twist. Quite vivid and illustrative, wouldn't you agree? Hermione listened attentively to Lin Ci's explanation, occasionally pondering whether her frog might be one of Hogwarts' four founders, for in her understanding, even the great Dumbledore lacked certain abilities that Lin Ci possessed. In fact, she had inquired about this, to which Lin Ci had responded that he wouldn't mind being the fifth founder of Hogwarts. Meanwhile, a ghost adorned in a ruffled collar overheard Harry and Ron's conversation and did not join the laughter of the other students. Instead, he spoke earnestly to himself. Gryffindor's gift is courage, while Slytherin's pride and rationality are inherent. As for Ravenclaw, their motto clearly states, a clever mind is humanity's most precious treasure. Hufflepuff embodies loyalty, diligence, and kindness, not as innate talents, but as a choice of the Hufflepuff people. After delivering his thoughts, the ghost noticed that no one seemed to have heard him. They were all engaged in discussions about absurd matters. Just as he felt a twinge of disappointment, he noticed a brown-haired girl whose eyes sparkled with curiosity, appearing genuinely interested. This instantly endeared him to her. In truth, prior to arriving at Hogwarts, Lin Ci had emphasized to Hermione that the ghosts in the school possessed a wealth of knowledge and secrets that surpassed that of most professors. But they required one to cultivate a good rapport with them. After all, they would not disappoint you, except for a select few. Thank you, everyone, Dumbledore concluded succinctly, laughing as he took his seat amidst the applause of all present. During the brief moment Lin Ci was distracted, Hermione had already begun conversing with the ghost. Allow me to introduce myself, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy-Porpington, the resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower. Upon hearing this name, Ron's expression changed as he exclaimed, "Oh, I know you." He was visibly excited, eager to showcase his knowledge to the other newcomers. My two brothers told me about you. You're the one who almost lost his head. Hermione shot an annoyed glance at Ron, feeling exasperated. His habit of interrupting others was quite rude, at least according to the basic etiquette her father had taught her about English manners. I prefer you to call me Sir Nicholas de Mimsy-Porpington, the ghost said, appearing somewhat flustered, but Ron interrupted again. Almost lost your head? How did that happen? Sir Nicholas shot a displeased look at Ron, evidently wishing to avoid that topic. Hermione's authoritative demeanor emerged at that moment. Ron Weasley, your manner of speaking is quite impolite. Lin Ci observed the principled Hermione and then glanced at Ron, whose likability had just plummeted. He reconsidered his initial thoughts. Perhaps Hermione's character did not need alteration. With him around, she would face fewer grievances than in the original narrative, and there was no need for her to change to fit in. Moreover, her personality was quite commendable. Ron appeared baffled by Hermione's reprimand. looking at the girl before him with a sense of bewilderment. Sir Nicholas, sensing the awkwardness in the air, thought that Hermione's intentions were good and decided to speak up. Well, I've grown accustomed to it. As he caught sight of the curious faces around him, a smile crept onto his lips, as if he had thought of something amusing. Sir Nicholas tugged at his left ear, and his head wobbled before detaching from his neck, resting upon his shoulder. As if it were hinged, Lin Ci observed the neat cut around Nick's neck, realizing that someone had attempted to behead him, but had failed. Such occurrences could only have transpired in the dark times before the enactment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Grindelwald's words echoed in Lin Ci's mind. Does the International Statute protect wizards or those muggles? He shook his head, fearing that if the wizarding world continued on its current trajectory, it would only serve to safeguard wizards. Indeed, Grindelwald's predictions were not unfounded. The Muggle world had unleashed an array of forbidden weaponry during World War II, which, should relations between the two worlds deteriorate, would spell disaster for the wizarding community. Such a fragile balance held little significance for Lin Ci. He merely remembered that world-class terrorist, Grindelwald, who was a close companion of Dumbledore. Sir Nicholas relished the startled expressions of the newcomers, gently placing his head back on his neck. Clearing his throat, he prepared to speak, only to find the newcomers distancing themselves from him, except for the brown-haired girl who remained by his side. "My dear Hermione Granger," Sir Nicholas nodded, acknowledging their acquaintance. Having been cast aside by his nature, he wished not to be bothersome, for who would appreciate a loquacious ghost? He once more cleared his throat and began to introduce the teachers on stage to Hermione. "That is Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn, the Care of Magical Creatures instructor. My advice is to be cautious of every egg he hands you. Is he the one reputed to be the toughest teacher in Hogwarts history?" Lin Ci glanced at the professor seated in a corner of the hall, a man whose ability to attract trouble surpassed even Hagrid's by several folds. While he lacked Hagrid's stature, he certainly possessed a resilience unmatched, albeit after retirement, he nearly became a walking stick. As for the lady beside him, she was Professor Aurora Sinistra, the astronomy teacher. You might want to take a look at Ravenclaw Tower, as the astronomy tower is situated atop it. To the right, you'll find a flying instructor, Rolanda Hooch, who also serves as the Quidditch referee. However, she struggles with the levitation charm. Some old drunks claim she is a transformed black dragon, going so far as to assert that the saying in Hogwarts about "do not disturb the sleeping dragon" refers to her. Who knows? Lin Ci's impression of this professor was not particularly profound. She had taught a few classes in the first year. As for the rumors regarding the sleeping dragon, they were likely just that, rumors. Chapter 32, A Nighttime Exploration of Hogwarts. Furthermore, there is the divination professor, Sybil Trelawney. It is quite peculiar, as she has rarely attended banquets in the past. One wonders what has brought her here tonight. Notably, she was invited due to her prophecy regarding the Chosen One. I trust you're aware of this? Nick glanced at Hermione, who recalled Neville narrating this on the Hogwarts Express, and she nodded towards Harry beside her. Next, we have the Muggle Studies professor, originally held by Quirrell, who unfortunately has transitioned to the Defense Against the Dark Arts this year. Rumor has it, he applied for the change himself. It is baffling to ponder what he might be thinking. Surely, he must be seeking a way to better conceal himself. After all, a teacher of defense against the dark arts, even if they were to accumulate some bizarre associations, would merely be perceived as the recipient of an age-old curse. Nick observed Hermione's continued interest and felt a surge of joy. Thankfully, he often listened to the students' conversations, which afforded him such knowledge. To his left was Professor Pomona Sprout, the herbology teacher and also the head of Hufflepuff House. Beside her sat Professor Phileas Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House and charms instructor. Do not underestimate him. Despite his diminutive stature, he once claimed victory in the dueling club. Hermione's interest piqued. She turned to Nick, pointing at the professor. Lin Ci seemed to recall something and quietly remarked, "Is it because he is so short that he inherently has a 50 chance of being hit?" Hermione chuckled at Lin Ci's words, gratefully noting that Nick seemed unfazed. Under the effects of the concealment charm, unless Lin Ci wished for Nick to overhear, he would be oblivious to her comments. That individual, who just presided over the sorting ceremony, is Professor Minerva McGonagall, our esteemed head of house. It is imperative to remember that if she catches you causing trouble, it is indeed trouble. Lin Ci instantly grasped the sentiment, casting a thankful glance at Nick. If that is the case, wouldn't it be easier? For instance, a visit to the Forbidden Forest later on? Lin Ci had long harbored this thought. The structural abilities he had acquired did not suffice for him to conjure a suitable cold environment within his backpack. Yet the eerie ambience of the Forbidden Forest would be perfect. Lastly, we have Professor Severus Snape, the potions master. Just by gazing upon his expression, one can discern that he is not to be trifled with. Hermione turned her attention to Snape on the platform, recalling that the very first chocolate frog card she unwrapped at the wand shop featured his likeness. However, Lin Ci seemed to have mentioned that Professor Snape's lack of warmth was not due to an absence of kindness, but rather that all his tenderness had been bestowed upon a witch named Lily. After her untimely demise, he redirected his affections to Harry's eyes. Nick pondered that no morsel of information could possibly rival the allure of the food before him. Thus he decided to cease his discussions. "I have not eaten in 500 years," Nick explained to Hermione with a kindly gaze. "I do not require sustenance. However, I do miss the flavors." Lin Ci observed the furrowed brow of the ghost, unable to eat or even savor the aroma. Indeed, a pitiable state. In gratitude for Nick's sharing of so much information, Lin Ci resolved to assist him. The existence of ghosts and spirits is similar. Therefore, the methods to allow them to partake in food must also be akin. With a gleam of joy, Hermione declared, "I have a way to let you taste them." Nick gazed at her in confusion, assuming the girl was merely attempting to console him. However, when she placed a plate of roasted beef before him, clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and uttered something, a long-forgotten flavor enveloped Nick's palate. The roasted beef before Nick bore exquisite marbling, with a harmonious distribution of fat. The rich black truffle sauce served as the piece de resistance, blending its robust flavor with that of the beef, creating an enchanting taste that expanded throughout his mouth as he chewed, the sumptuous sauce dancing on his tongue like a playful sprite, delivering an exquisite culinary experience. This was Lin Ci's assessment of the roast beef, which sparked within him the idea of hiring a house elf as a chef. After indulging in plate after plate of roasted beef and lamb chops, Nick joyfully exclaimed, I can taste food, as he rolled contentedly around the hall. Witnessing Nick's unrestrained delight, a thought began to form in Lin Ci's mind. Perhaps he could entice the ghost into revealing some secrets about Hogwarts through the lure of exquisite cuisine. Hermione looked at Lin Ci in astonishment, pointing at Nick. Lin Ci smiled wistfully. This is a method passed down from the mysterious East. Other ghosts wandering Hogwarts were knocked aside by Nick, grumbling in discontent. Attending Hogwarts necessitates acclimatization to these spirits, who have existed far longer than Dumbledore himself, accompanying the school through nearly a millennium of history. In Gryffindor House, the atmosphere is more vibrant, as the ghosts thoroughly enjoy engaging with students, sharing their tales and experiences. Ravenclaw, however, is relatively quieter, particularly at this moment, as a solitary and composed female ghost occupies an empty seat, causing some of the new Ravenclaw students to feel somewhat self-conscious. Dining under her gaze feels rather shy. Perhaps Lin Ci will be sorted into Ravenclaw. Slytherin is far more somber. With a ghost, pale and gaunt, his eyes vacuous, his robes spattered with silvery stains, sitting next to Malfoy, much to Malfoy's evident discontent. Meanwhile, the ghost of Hufflepuff is a genial, rotund friar. Once everyone has filled their bellies, the remaining food vanishes from the platters, leaving them spotless once more. After a while, the desserts arrived, featuring an array of ice cream flavors, apple pie, syrup-covered fruit tarts, chocolate soufflés, fried fruit-filled donuts, wine-soaked fruit pudding, strawberry jelly, and rice pudding. Lin Ci turned over. He has never been particularly fond of sweets, while Harry picked up a large piece of syrup-covered fruit tart, causing Lin Ci to wince at the thought of its cloying sweetness. Finally, the desserts disappeared, and Professor Dumbledore stood once more, restoring silence to the hall. Now that everyone is sated and refreshed, I have a few more words to impart. As the school year commences, I wish to remind everyone of several important points. First-year students, take heed. The forested area on school grounds is strictly off-limits to all students. Some of our older classmates ought to remember this as well. Dumbledore's bright eyes flick towards the Weasley twins. Additionally, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone that magic is prohibited in the corridors between classes. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Those aspiring to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Finally, I must inform you that anyone wishing to avoid a most unfortunate and painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Lin Ci leaped into Hermione's embrace. The banquet had concluded, and it was time for him to venture into the Forbidden Forest with his friend. However, one might wonder if it is a tad excessive to traverse the Forbidden Forest alone once everyone is asleep. Perhaps a Marauder's map would come in handy? Chapter 33. Sybil Trelawney's Prophecy Regarding Lin Ci. As the hour approached for everyone to retire, let us gather and sing the school song, Dumbledore proclaimed with a resonant voice. Lin Ci noticed that the smiles of the other teachers seemed to freeze. With a gentle flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a long golden ribbon that soared above the dining table, twisting and coiling like a serpent, forming lines of text in the air. Each individual is free to choose their preferred melody, Dumbledore announced, preparing to sing. Consequently, the entire faculty and student body burst forth in song. Hogwarts, 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 Hogwarts. Impart upon us your wisdom. Whether we are balding elders or children with scraped knees, our minds are open to the delightful wonders of knowledge. For now, our brains are empty, filled only with stale air, dead flies, and trivialities. Bestow upon us valuable insights. Return to us that which we have forgotten. All we ask is that you give your utmost, and we shall take care of the rest, striving to learn until we return to dust. The song concluded in a disarray of voices, yet the Weasley twins continued to sing along with the somber melody of the funeral march. Dumbledore conducted the final measures with his wand, and when they finished, his applause was the loudest. "Ah, music," he remarked, wiping his eyes. "It possesses a charm far surpassing all that we accomplish here. Now it is time for rest. Let us return to our dormitories." Charm indeed, Lin Ci said, taken aback by the cacophony of voices, particularly recognizing the tones of the Weasley twins. The feast had concluded, and students from each house were required to follow their prefects back to their respective dormitories, especially the first years who needed to navigate the labyrinth of moving staircases. First-year Gryffindors trailed behind Percy, weaving through the bustling crowd, exiting the Great Hall and ascending the marble staircase. Percy led them twice through doors cleverly concealed behind sliding panels and hanging drapes, while the first years yawned, having overindulged at the feast. At that moment, a bundle of wands floated midair, and as Percy took a step forward, they all flew towards him. "It's Peeves," Percy whispered to the first years, a ghost notorious for his mischievous pranks. He then raised his voice, commanding, "Peeves, reveal yourself." In response, a loud, shrill sound erupted, akin to a balloon deflating. "Do you wish for me to summon the Bloody Baron?" Suddenly, a diminutive figure emerged, with wicked black eyes and a wide grin, floating cross-legged in midair, clutching the bundle of wands. He cackled, "Just a pesky first-year ghost. How delightful." He lunged towards them with alarming speed, stunning the students. Lin Ci observed as Peeves barreled towards them, evidently unfazed by the Bloody Baron. He did not wish to linger in that spot for long. Obstacles everywhere. Sleepy time. Disillusionment. Peeves was halted by the impediment charm, caught off guard, and promptly fell into a slumber, only to be tucked away into a crevice by Lin Ci. Although the use of apparition spells was forbidden within Hogwarts, including the use of portkeys, Lin Ci's magical prowess allowed him to manage short-distance movements. After executing a trio of spells, apart from Hermione, the young wizards believed that Peeves had been frightened away by the Bloody Baron, promptly committing the name to memory, while Hermione focused on the spell combination. "What? Filch, the caretaker, forbids magic in the corridors? I apologize, did you see me wielding my wand or uttering incantations?" At the end of the corridor hung a portrait of a plump woman clad in pink. "The password?" she inquired. "The portrait swayed forward, revealing a circular opening in the wall. They all crawled through, with Neville being pulled in by Hermione. Soon, they found themselves in the Gryffindor common room, a cozy circular chamber filled with soft, plush armchairs. Percy guided the girl through a door leading to their dormitory, where 5 four-poster beds draped in deep red velvet waited. Exhausted from the day's events, the young wizards scarcely had time to get acquainted before collapsing onto their beds, drifting into slumber. Though Lin Ci was but a frog, he felt rather awkward in the girls' dormitory, earnestly reminding Hermione that it might get quite cold tonight, urging her to cover herself well. "Will it be very cold tonight?" "Indeed." And soon, after Hermione fell asleep, Lin Ci returned to the common room, pondering before igniting the fire for them, then operating away. Standing outside the door, Lin Ci glanced back. The portrait of the witch appeared drowsy. "This is for the best," he thought, leaving Hogwarts to merely ghosts and cats, with myself wandering alone. He retraced his steps, discerning the staircase that led to the Great Hall, which, now devoid of its earlier bustle, lay in tranquil silence. The night enveloped Hogwarts in serenity, with stars dotting the sky. Lin Ci made his way towards the house at the edge of the castle, recalling that the Forbidden Forest was near Hagrid's abode, as Hagrid served as the Keeper of Keys and Grounds for Hogwarts. The title of Keeper of Keys carries a historical weight dating back to the Middle Ages, signifying a position of great trust, typically held by an individual closest to the Lord, such as the head of the palace guards in royal castles. Hagrid had not yet retired. Lin Ci hopped onto his window ledge to peer inside, observing the half-giant brewing tea by the fire. while amusing himself with a magical creature Lin Ci had never seen before. Hagrid seemed to have no particular hobby. He was a creature enthusiast, often taking advantage of his position to care for various peculiar animals. Lin Ci pinpointed the direction of the Forbidden Forest, leaping into a shadowy corner hidden from Hagrid's view. In truth, traversing the woods in the form of a frog was quite exhausting, and Lin Ci contemplated transforming into a human. But whom should he become? It needed to be someone convenient for venturing into the Forbidden Forest while also allowing him to procure the Marauder's map. Lin Ci could not guarantee whether he would appear on the map. Thus, to nip any potential dangers in the bud, acquiring the Marauder's map was imperative. Suddenly, a figure began to materialize in Lin Ci's mind. In a secluded corner of Hogwarts, a plump silhouette lingered on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. None other than Lin Ci himself, transformed by the use of a transfiguration spell. Should a familiar face encounter him, they would undoubtedly be taken aback, questioning whether he was human or ghost, for Lin Ci had assumed the guise of the long-deceased Peter Pettigrew. The notion struck Lin Ci after seeing Ron's rat, Scabbers. He sought to utilize Pettigrew's identity to dispel some misunderstandings. He touched his transformed face, grimacing at its unattractiveness. Unlike Polyjuice Potion, which, while capable of altering one's appearance, renders an awkward situation once its effects wane, the transfiguration spell held a different nature. The art of weaving magic can transform the body into a desired form. Lin Ci retrieved a figure known as MOMO ran from his backpack, and an icy chill, which sent shivers down the spine, swiftly spread throughout Hogwarts. The temperature in the air plummeted instantly, enveloping the castle in a layer of frost. Many young wizards, nestled in their dreams, trembled in their beds, pulling their blankets tightly around themselves. The heads of the houses, roused from their slumber, exchanged bewildered glances. Utterly perplexed by the sudden chill, they hurriedly rose to stoke the fire in the common room. Except for Gryffindor, the other houses of Hogwarts were awakened by the abrupt drop in temperature. Dumbledore, stirred from his dreams, contemplated for a brief moment before glancing out at the frost-covered window, which reminded him of Trelawney's prophecy. A great change begins with frost. Winter gives rise to spring. A transformation beyond Grindelwald-esque crimes, heralding a warm spring that would touch both wizards and muggles alike. Wrapped in a blanket and donning his nightcap, Dumbledore produced his wand to ignite the fireplace. Seeking out his woolen socks amidst the glow, he reflected on the new students, realizing there were others he had not adequately discerned, not just Hermione Granger. Chapter 34. The Secrets of Words, the Pain of Teaching. Wormtail, the rat kept by Ron Weasley, had a true identity shrouded in secrecy. Wormtail was an illegal animagus who had not registered with the Ministry of Magic. Due to certain modifications in the transformation spell, Peter resembled a transformed rat, complete with sharp teeth and a voracious appetite. Lin Ci, donning the visage of Wormtail, ventured into the Forbidden Forest, deterred by its terrifying legends. However, he did not venture too deep. After placing MOMO ran within the forest, he cast an invisibility charm and a concealment spell before retreating. Wormtail was not a virtuous individual. During his school years, he entered Hogwarts alongside Sirius Black, James Potter, and Remus Lupin. His magical prowess paled in comparison to the other three, whom he idolized. With their guidance, Peter became an animagus, learning to transform into a rat, earning him the nickname Wormtail. During Voldemort's reign, Peter was easily subdued, forced to act as a spy for his master. Unexpectedly, he was chosen as the Potter's secret keeper, allowing him to divulge their hidden location to Voldemort, which he indeed did, leading to the demise of the Potter family. Aware that Sirius would expose his betrayal, for Sirius was the only one who knew Peter was the secret keeper, Peter devised a plan. When cornered by Sirius Black in a cramped alley, Peter conjured an explosion with his wand, severed one of his own fingers, and vanished. Ultimately, Sirius was apprehended on charges of betraying the Potter family and murdering Wormtail and a Muggle bystander. Of course, Wormtail was not without merit. He had successfully concealed himself, transforming into a rat and burrowing into the sewers. In Voldemort's absence, Peter remained in a state of hiding. Voldemort's followers sought revenge on him, aware that their master had taken Peter's advice to attack the Potters. While the virtuous of the magical world believed him to be a fallen hero, Peter scurried about in his rat form. Eventually, he took refuge in a Weasley home, allowing him to hide while keeping abreast of news from the wizarding community. Lin Ci approached the castle, the stillness of Hogwarts enveloping the midnight hour. At the feast, he recalled George and Fred's thieving plans, reminding him of the Marauder's map. At the end of the last semester, the map had been confiscated by Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker, due to the twins' prank. Who knew if Fred and George would execute their mischief plan tomorrow, risking capture by Filch in his office to reclaim the map? Lin Ci, relieved of a need for subterfuge, strode confidently into the castle, assuming the guise of Wormtail. The art of weaving magic truly served as a scapegoat. Upon seeing him, others would inevitably mistake him for Wormtail. For instance, nearly headless Nick, the ghost gliding down the corridor, gazed curiously at Lin Ci's rotund figure. Initially intending to approach for inquiry, he seemed to suddenly recall something, displaying a look of sheer horror before fleeing. In the depths of night within Hogwarts Castle, Lin Ci was unaware of the location of Filch's office. Fortuitously, he wandered about while searching, yet he had another purpose in mind, to encounter Snape. After some time, without crossing paths with Snape, he fortuitously discovered Filch's office. Quietly, he turned the lock, only to find the door ajar. With a creak, the door swung open slowly. Filch, just draped in a blanket, stared at the door as a short, stout figure emerged from the shadows, his expression shifting from confusion to terror. Are you a ghost or a human? In his words, the Hogwarts caretaker swiftly grasped a lamp and a wooden stick from his bedside. The speed of his reaction left Lin Ci astounded. Who would have thought such agility could belong to a wizened old wizard? Filch scrutinized the figure before him, pondering how Wormtail could possibly be alive after more than a decade. After all, the Ministry had awarded him a first-class Merlin medal upon his supposed demise. How could he be here now? Lin Ci, equally taken aback, had assumed that the sudden drop in temperature would compel the caretaker to patrol. Thus, this embarrassment could have been avoided. In the dead of night, a man stealthily opened the door to another aged man's quarters. Who are you? Faced with the aggressive demeanor of Filch, Lin Ci acted without hesitation. Petrificus Toothless, having already confirmed with the Weasley twins that the Marauders map resided in Filch's office. He merely needed to search through the cabinets. Lin Ci had no illusions that Filch would assist him. Unlocking spell. Keeping in mind that he was to meet someone else that night, Lin Ci did not linger in stealth. Once the cabinet was opened, he rummaged through its contents at a leisurely pace, searching for the Marauders map. Finally, he spotted a piece of parchment at the bottom of a box. Unable to resist the urge to test whether the map could reveal his own position, he pondered the incantation. Wormtail held the parchment, hesitating momentarily before declaring, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." As Lin Ci recited the incantation, the blank parchment transformed into a detailed map, meticulously marking the locations of everyone within Hogwarts. Indeed, it was quite useful. In the future, he could engage in mischief with Hermione without the fear of being caught. Lin Ci began to search the map for both his and Mo Ran's names, scanning the Forbidden Forest but failing to locate Mo Ran, likely due to the effects of the concealment spell. He continued his search, when unexpectedly, a name appeared beside Filch. Lin Ci hastily lifted his head to gaze outside the door, where a man cloaked in a black robe stood, observing Peter Pettigrew. The man held a wand in his hand, his voice deep and foreboding, a true harbinger of malevolence. This figure bore long hair that cascaded past his shoulders. A smirk of derision and disdain etched upon his face as he scrutinized the diminutive Peter, speaking with a slow, deliberate cadence. "Indeed, it is you. I had assumed that Nick and Barlow were merely exchanging ghostly banter." However, upon sighting Severus Snape, Lin Ci felt a surge of joy. Entirely oblivious to the man's words, preoccupied instead with how he might unveil the hidden truths. The recent chill that had touched his soul abruptly snapped Snape back to awareness. His instincts compelled him to grasp his wand and commence a search. Outside the Ravenclaw Tower, he encountered Nick and Barlow, two spirits engaged in a spirited debate about whether Peter was human or specter. As Snape heard the sounds of rummaging emanating from the room without the flicker of a candle, he approached, curiosity piqued. Standing at the threshold, he felt astonishment. Indeed, it was that cowardly wretch, the very sycophant who had long idolized the insufferable Potter. "Do tell, how did you escape from that wretched Sirius Black? And how have you managed to survive till now?" Peter Pettigrew, with his watery eyes, appeared flustered upon spotting Snape, seemingly taken aback that he had been discovered, and by none other than Snape himself. To maintain the facade, Lin Ci endeavored to act as convincingly as possible. "Sirius Black, you say? Truth be told, I too am curious as to why he seeks my demise. Could it be that he has uncovered my role in disclosing the location of Lily's safe house to Voldemort?" Lin Ci uttered these words softly, yet just loudly enough for Snape to overhear, crafting it to appear as if it were merely Peter's murmurs. "What did you say?" Severus Snape's complexion suddenly turned ashen, his expression contorted in agony. Chapter 35. The Deed of Hogwarts. Upon recognizing Snape at the doorway, Peter relaxed his guard. I advise you not to obstruct me, Severus. It is the command of that individual. Peter hastily tucked the Marauder's map into his robes. Swaggering past Snape with a dismissive air, Lin Ci had achieved his objective, subtly informing certain matters that might serve as a pivotal moment in altering Sirius Black's fate. Are you truly so eager to uncover the events of that year? Remarkably, those foolish half-bloods even bestowed upon me a first-class Order of Merlin. Peter seemed to sink into unpleasant reminiscence, reflecting that Sirius Black was the sole individual aware of his true role as Potter's secret keeper. Following the attack on the Potter family, he knew Sirius would inevitably point the finger at him. Thus, he devised a brilliant scheme. When Black cornered me in an alley, believing he had captured me, I orchestrated an explosion. Though it resulted in the deaths of several Muggles and the loss of my own finger, the outcome was rather satisfactory. Was it not? Sirius Black was branded a murderer and subsequently imprisoned in Azkaban. Lin Ci now endeavored to fathom the expression of this pitiable yet detestable creature, contemplating whether Snape would believe the information he had divulged and relay it to Dumbledore. Peter seemed elated by his successful deception of all, entirely indifferent to his tattered garments and disheveled appearance, proudly showcasing his accomplishments to Snape. Severus Snape's expression was one of tortured disbelief. He had not anticipated that Peter Pettigrew would divulge such an unexpected revelation. Wizards had long believed that Peter perished in a duel with Sirius while valiantly protecting James and Lily. Furious, Snape drew his wand, pointing at Peter. Why'd you do this? In a stark departure from his usual timorous demeanor, Peter disregarded Snape's inquiry, merely pausing to turn and smile. That individual has returned. Quirrell will seek you out. My master believes that fellow is young and foolish, easily deceived. I hope you seize the opportunity. In truth, my master has sustained some injuries. He requires the Philosopher's Stone. Consider it. Severus Snape, the era of the Dark Lord approaches, and this shall be your chance to pledge your loyalty. Peter stepped forward. Shoving Snape aside, I hope you haven't betrayed us, as Bellatrix suggested. Perhaps you have contemplated aligning with Dumbledore, but now he has returned, and that old man is nearing his end. Lin Ci, witnessing Snape's despondence, felt a pang of compassion and disclosed yet another piece of information in the plan. Quirrell will be accompanied by a troll to divert attention. I hope you will also contribute. As for why he was revealing so much, because you and I are alike. Are we not? Snape watched as Peter Pettigrew vanished into the castle, pondering, are we truly alike? Both Snape and Pettigrew found themselves unwelcome among the Death Eaters and equally rejected by Dumbledore's faction. Glancing at Filch, petrified on the bed, Snape withdrew his wand and dispelled the enchantment, then proceeded directly back to his office. This action astonished Lin Ci, who had been fixated on the Marauder's map. Snape had not, as he had anticipated, relayed Voldemort's resurrection plans to Dumbledore. Could it be that Snape was genuinely swayed by his earlier words and intended to defect to Voldemort? Lin Ci felt a twinge of regret, questioning if he had overstepped his bounds. Yet, upon seeing Filch hastily make his way toward Dumbledore's office, his disappointment lessened somewhat. In Lin Ci's plans, Voldemort was not to play a role. He had no desire to eliminate this lackluster second-generation Dark Lord, merely wishing to exploit his identity for certain undertakings. For when Voldemort drew attention, no one would notice Lin Ci's subtle machinations. Lin Ci, still bearing the visage of Peter Pettigrew, roamed the castle, contemplating his future plans, the acquisition of Gringotts, the resolution of centuries-old disputes among the 4 Hogwarts houses, and the integration of the Wizarding World with the Muggle realm. There seemed much to accomplish, but most pressing was the establishment of a 5th house at Hogwarts, wherein he could house the creatures and beings he had brought from other worlds, such as Pokemon and dragons, or even individuals like Musin and Daenerys. To fulfill this condition, the most effective solution was to locate the deed of Hogwarts and declare himself the legitimate heir. As for how to seize control, that was quite simple. First, he would mortgage the Hogwarts deed to Gringotts, then utilize the funds acquired from the mortgage to siphon off billions of rubles from the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and finally acquire a new identity to purchase the deed. Thus, the plan would be both reasonable and lawful. However, where might Hogwarts deed be? As Lin Ci wandered aimlessly toward Gryffindor Tower, a floating ghost caught his attention. Perhaps nearly headless Nick held some secrets? Lin Ci swiftly dispelled the woven enchantment cloaking him, rendering himself invisible, and stealthily followed Nick, ensuring no one was about. Then, with a swift motion, he incapacitated him and stuffed him into his backpack. The moon shone brightly, though clouds frequently drifted across its face, casting Lin Ci into darkness as he ventured toward the Forbidden Forest. He could see the light of Hagrid's hut shining through the windows. Was it true that there were werewolves lurking in the Forbidden Forest? Lin Ci raised the luminous magical crystal high above, directing it towards a narrow, winding path that gradually disappeared into the depths of the dark, foreboding forest. The Forbidden Forest loomed ominously, draped in silence. After venturing a little further, Lin Ci felt it was time to change his appearance, and thus he retrieved the headless Nick from his backpack. There were not many methods to confront a ghost, yet Lin Ci happened to know a few. Upon awakening, Nick opened his eyes, bewildered, and gazed at a moss-covered tree stump before him, beside which a small stream flowed, shimmering with a silvery glow. Nick could hardly fathom the face that had drawn near. Little Star Peter, is that truly you? That fool, Bloodman Barlow. I should have brought him along to see this. Lin Ci, unable to interject, watched in astonishment as Nick, bound to the tree stump, muttered to himself. Was this how ghosts behaved? Realizing that negotiations were utterly futile, Lin Ci reluctantly resorted to a minor illusion. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through, causing Nick, who felt no chill, to shiver unexpectedly. When he turned to look at Little Star Peter, he discovered that the scenery had transformed dramatically. Objects in the distance glimmered with an odd light, accompanied by sounds reminiscent of gunfire. Raucous laughter and drunken shouts drew nearer. Following this, a brilliant green light flashed, illuminating everything around. Chapter 36. The Avada Kedavra and the Great Pot. Shadows of indistinct figures stumbled through the forest, their anxious cries echoing in the cold night air surrounding Nick. The chaotic and frantic atmosphere left him feeling unsettled. Although Nick finally quieted down, it was still insufficient to extract information from a ghost. Suddenly, from the darkness, a colossal green entity emerged, a gigantic skull composed of countless emerald stars, from which a massive python slithered forth, resembling a tongue. Nick, struck by a sudden realization, grew increasingly terrified. Observing this, Lin Ci promptly ceased the illusion's transformation. Nick, I believe you comprehend the current situation. The Dark Lord has returned. There are matters regarding you that I wish to inquire about. Does Hogwarts possess any form of property deed? Nick nodded, stating that according to the literature and school history he had perused, Hogwarts lacked a specific title of ownership, but the castle itself belonged to Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders. Surprisingly compliant upon seeing the dark mark, Nick soon provided Lin Ci with the answers he sought. The executor of Hogwarts' property deed could only be a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, namely, the current Gaunt family. However, the last heir of the Gaunt family had perished in Azkaban. The deed to Hogwarts Castle resided in Dumbledore's office, and Lin Ci furrowed his brow, easily envisioning the repercussions of presenting this deed in the absence of Slytherin's last heir. Dumbledore, as the nominal owner of Hogwarts, would undoubtedly be the first to refute it, and many in the magical community would likely resist, which contradicted Lin Ci's original intentions. The British real estate registration system is modeled after the French contract registration system. The contract registration system, also known as the French registration system of opposability, refers to the acquisition, loss, and alteration of real property rights, becoming effective upon the mutual agreement of the parties involved, coupled with the formal examination principle, which only scrutinizes whether the registration application meets procedural requirements. The examination of the validity of registration rights is not conducted. If a descendant of Slytherin were still alive, then, according to this decree, Lin Ci could effortlessly obtain ownership of Hogwarts through a series of operations, as weaving magic is tantamount to a forbidden form of cloning. At that time, when a moment was ripe, establishing the 5th house alongside Hermione would be a natural progression. However, for now, this ambition would have to be shelved, compelling Lin Ci to establish his and Hermione's little base within the room of requirement. In fact, aside from the Gaunt family, there was another who claimed to possess the bloodline of Slytherin. Huh? Did you not just state that the Gaunt family is the last surviving descendant of Salazar Slytherin? Lin Ci suddenly recalled something, halting his speech as he hesitated, slowly uttering that person's name. Are you referring to Voldemort? Nick nodded slowly. At once, Lin Ci felt a surge of euphoric realization. This revelation resolved the issue of Hogwarts' property mortgage. Moreover, any consequences stemming from his actions would fall upon Voldemort. Lin Ci rendered Nick unconscious once more and stowed him back into his backpack, exiting the Forbidden Forest. After erasing Nick's memory, Lin Ci found himself in the Gryffindor common room, where he encountered Harry Potter and Ron. The frail boy sat pale beside the fireplace, wrapped in a blanket with Ron. Harry pressed his hand against the scar on his forehead, his expression pained. Does it still hurt? Ron shifted the blanket slightly for Harry. It began to hurt during the sorting hat ceremony, as if it were on fire. Ron, noticing the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, straightened up and solemnly declared, No, Harry. This is the magical world, filled with all sorts of curses and prophecies. The scar on your forehead is the mark left by the one who killed that person. If it feels searing, it certainly signifies something. Harry gazed intently at Ron, contemplating the implications of this burning sensation. After a moment, he spoke softly. Ron, I believe I know who it is. Lin Ci, observing as a bystander, became intrigued, wondering if Harry had deduced it was Quirrell. To his astonishment, Harry slowly uttered a name. The head of Slytherin House, Snape. Lin Ci was taken aback, while Ron appeared elated, slapping his thigh. I knew it was him. Do you realize he was once a Death Eater who followed that person? Lin Ci, feeling too weary to voice his thoughts, recognized that Snape bore the weight of too many burdens. The possession curse. A barely perceptible beam of light struck Ron, and as he opened his eyes, his consciousness sank into slumber, allowing Lin Ci to take control of his body. But I find this impossible. Huh? Harry looked at Ron, puzzled by his sudden change of tone. I heard my parents mention that Snape had a good relationship with your mother. They were comrades. Therefore, I believe he would not harm you. This was the first time Harry had heard such a statement. Snape and my mother? Indeed. Your mother had many suitors while studying at Hogwarts. Lin Ci trailed off, realizing that continuing in this vein would lead to an endless discussion. So he swiftly redirected the conversation. Casting spells always leaves traces. This is an immutable law. In fact, some malevolent curses may even rebound upon the caster. Do you remember what people say? When the Dark Lord cast the killing curse to eliminate the boy who lived, he was ultimately slain by his own spell. This means that while Voldemort was rebounding, he left a mark upon you. And now, this mark has responded. There is no need to elaborate further. Harry gazed in astonishment at Ron. Are you suggesting Voldemort? Lin Ci did not directly affirm this. He merely aimed to plant a seed of doubt in Harry's mind. Were it not for his reluctance to see Hagrid's reputation suffer, he might not have intervened in this matter. Harry, after observing Ron's prolonged silence, soon realized that he had fallen asleep. As he stared into the flickering flames of the hearth, he found himself lost in thought. Lin Ci hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from entering the girls' dormitory, instead choosing to huddle beside the fireplace and rummage through his backpack. After all, tomorrow marked the commencement of his academic journey at Hogwarts, a prospect that filled him with a certain excitement. Nonetheless, certain tasks still awaited completion. For this was Lin Ci's second time employing the abilities of the invisibility beast to simulate an event. The first instance had been when Hermione drew forth the Sword of Gryffindor. Chapter 37. The Unusual Daily Life at Hogwarts. The following day, due to the invisibility beast's particularly clingy demeanor the previous night, Lin Ci engaged in some playful antics with it. But he keenly sensed that the creature seemed to be entering its mating season. Lacking any experience in such matters, he contemplated seeking advice from Hagrid, who was reputed to possess the uncanny ability to transcend the barriers of biological reproduction. At times, Lin Ci suspected that Hagrid might just be endowed with some extraordinary power, a sort of universal affinity. He had long harbored a fascination for Pokemon and mused that he might one day, with Hagrid's assistance, cultivate a unique variety of Pokemon. When Lin Ci opened his eyes, he found himself placed upon the desk in the dormitory by Miss Know-It-All. At that moment, Hermione had already completed her morning routine, clad in her robes, the golden-red Gryffindor emblem gleaming brightly upon her chest. Hermione had exerted considerable effort to tame her unruly hair. Why not ask Harry for some advice? What? I recall that his family used to sell shampoo. Perhaps the magical realm offers grooming products that might improve your hair. Hermione bondait l'ancienne suggestion, realizing that the time she spent on her hair each morning was indeed excessive. The campus life at Hogwarts was officially underway. As a first-year student, Hermione's curriculum included transfiguration, charms, potions, history of magic, defense against the dark arts, astronomy, herbology, and flying lessons. Lin Ci, serendipitously, found himself intrigued by all of these subjects. According to the fifth principle of the Traveling Frog Guidelines, a competent frogling must master a particular skill to secure a place in the vast expanse of the world. The first challenge the newcomers faced in their classes was the labyrinthine staircases of Hogwarts, which numbered a staggering 142. Some were wide and spacious, while others were narrow and diminutive, swaying precariously. Some changed direction every Friday, while others would abruptly vanish mid-flight, requiring one to remember where to leap. Additionally, there were numerous doors. If one did not politely request them to open, or precisely prod the right spot, they would remain resolutely closed. Some doors were mere illusions, solid walls masquerading as entrances. Memorizing the locations of various things proved quite the arduous task, as everything was in a constant state of flux. I've indulged them for too long, Perhaps I should learn a blasting curse and see if they LL budge. Navigating the corridors towards their classroom, students frequently cast curious glances at Harry, leaving this boy, who had endured a lifetime of neglect, feeling somewhat flustered as he hurriedly hid behind Hermione. After some time, they finally located their classroom, where they sat alongside Ravenclaw students for a joint history of magic lesson. This was the only class taught by a ghost, Professor Binns, whose monotonous voice droned on incessantly. Initially, Harry and Ron whispered to each other in the back, but it wasn't long before they succumbed to drowsiness. Meanwhile, Hermione had learned from her Ravenclaw peers that producing a chronological list of historical events prior to the exam would suffice for passing, prompting her to retrieve her charms textbook. Lin Ci glanced at the girl sitting beside Hermione, noting that she was of Indian descent. She, along with her twin sister, captivated Lin Ci. One exuded innocence and exuberance, while the other appeared spirited and enchanting. The gleaming Ravenclaw emblem upon their robes sparked an idea in Lin Ci's mind, prompting him to leap onto Hermione's shoulder and whisper softly. As Hermione contemplated the levitation charm, she glanced at the girl beside her, quickly scribbling notes on her parchment. The inquisitive Padma Patil observed Hermione with curiosity, puzzled by the flicker of surprise in the brown-haired girl's eyes when she had looked at her. Moments later, a piece of parchment was passed to Padma, and Hermione gestured for her to read it aloud. There exists a cage containing a certain number of chickens and rabbits. Counting the heads, there are 14 in total, and the legs amount to 38. How many chickens and how many rabbits are there? Instantly captivated by the problem, Padma studied the parchment in astonishment before eagerly commencing her calculations. Observing the innocent and adorable Padma furrow her brow and mutter to herself, in confusion provided Lin Ci with a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Undoubtedly, every soul traversing through realms carries a profound sense of solitude within, for the cultural chasm between the new era and the old is insurmountable. In an effort to appear less alone, or at least to project a semblance of joy, many travelers unwittingly strive to adapt the trajectory of their world to the familiar. For instance, Roland from released that witch, and now, Lin Ci himself. In truth, Lin Ci had long harbored this notion. He believed he might mitigate the discord among the 4 Hogwarts houses, perhaps challenging Ravenclaw's perception that the other houses were foolish. An idea began to take shape within Lin Ci's mind. Unlike the other houses, Ravenclaw's common room was not accessed through a password, but rather through a bronze door requiring students to solve a riddle for entry. Lin Ci contemplated the possibility of modifying a few of these riddles on a night adventure through Hogwarts. During the History of Magic class, under Lin Ci's influence, Hermione frequently raised her hand to engage Professor Binns in discussions about the school's hidden legends. It must be said, ghosts tend to possess knowledge that surpasses what is recorded in school history. After some reflection, Lin Ci became convinced of the existence of the Chamber of Secrets. In the subsequent Charms lesson, Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, garnered respect through his enlightening and humorous teaching style, while Hermione's innovative ideas earned Gryffindor an additional 10 points. One discussion revolved around whether it was necessary to aim one's wand at the target while casting a spell, and whether accent and intonation could affect the efficacy of the incantation. Professor Flitwick took a keen interest in this, citing various spells to analyze and verify alongside Hermione. After class, he openly declared that the Sorting Hat had made an error. Hermione Granger truly belonged in Ravenclaw. Evidently, the professor remains unaware of Hermione's remarkable act of drawing the Sword of Gryffindor during the sorting ceremony. In her biology class, Lin Ci showcased his innate talents inherited from his family, which, unsurprisingly, garnered praise from Professor Sprout for Hermione after a brief guidance. However, as the lesson progressed, Professor Sprout began to grow wary of this exceptionally gifted girl as she initiated discussions with her classmates regarding the edibility of certain potions. Can these potions be consumed? Are they tasty? How can they be made delicious? Strangely, the listening Professor Sprout found herself contemplating whether to indulge in a taste. Perhaps they were indeed delectable. Realizing her thoughts, she promptly affixed a label on the herbology cultivation vessels, strictly forbidden for personal consumption. In astronomy class, Lin Ci initially intended to learn a trick or two to later deceive others, but an unsettling sensation of being scrutinized left him uneasy. Chapter 38, An Unexpected Potions Class, a 3,000-word chapter. A certain unnamed Harry Potter, weary of potions class, found unexpected joy in it. While Professor Snape's favoritism towards Slytherin House and his disdain for Harry Potter, stemming from his childhood connection, held no relevance for Lin Ci, who simply observed the unfolding drama. The potions classroom, situated in the basement, exuded a cold, eerie ambience, with glass tubes lining the walls, each containing various unsettling specimens of creatures. In contrast to the other students who buzzed with chatter about the potion's instructor before class, Hermione immersed herself in a tome titled Potion Theory, occasionally jotting down notes. Lin Ci, meanwhile, contributed his insights on the material. No student dared to arrive late to Professor Snape's class. All were punctual, having been warned by upperclassmen that tardiness could lead to fatal consequences when brewing potions, as the ensuing reprimand might render one unable to distinguish between mercury and bile. A palpable tension filled the room as Professor Snape entered, shrouded in a voluminous black cloak, his gaunt figure accentuated by sallow skin, a prominent hooked nose, and shoulder-length, straight black hair, enveloping him in a somber aura. He scanned the roster and then surveyed the classroom. Upon locking gazes with Snape, the young eagles of Ravenclaw and the cubs of Gryffindor acutely felt the weight of a predator's stare. Immediately, they dutifully opened their books, feigning eagerness to learn. After a thorough inspection, Snape commenced his address. I do not expect you to grasp the allure of potions, nor do I anticipate you to appreciate the exquisite aroma wafting from the cauldron, nor the artistic beauty inherent in the meticulous combination and stirring of potion ingredients. I do not expect you to unearth anything novel from potions. For those of you with mere cleverness or lack of talent, simply follow my instructions without question, for there is no need for skepticism or self-deception. For those of you endowed with genuine talent, I will not teach you how to foolishly wave your wands or absurdly ride your brooms. You shall learn the art of potions as a means to conquer death. This lengthy preamble, in contrast to other professors, would have certainly piqued the interest of students had it been delivered by Professors Flitwick or McGonagall. Suddenly, Snape's gaze fell upon Harry, eliciting an ominous premonition within him, causing him to squirm uncomfortably. "Potter," Snape abruptly called out. "If I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort, what would result?" Harry glanced at Ron, who, like him, was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, influenced by Lin Ci, Hermione had become more reserved, no longer rushing to showcase her knowledge. "I don't know, sir," Harry replied. Snape sneered disdainfully, TSK. "It appears that fame does not equate to knowledge. Let us try again. Potter, if I were to ask you to fetch me a piece of Dunkstone, where'd you go to find it?" Harry was completely at a loss regarding Dunkstone. "I don't know, sir. I suspect you haven't cracked open a single book since the start of term. Have you, Potter?" Harry felt a surge of indignation. Could Snape truly expect him to memorize the contents of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi? "Potter, then tell me the difference between aconite and wolfsbane." "I don't know," Harry murmured, suddenly reminded of that night when Ron had revealed Snape's past with his mother, Lily. However, strangely, after that night, Ron vehemently denied ever mentioning it. "Allow me to enlighten you, Potter. Daffodil root and mugwort combined yield a potent sleeping draught, known as the Draught of Death. Dunkstone is a stone extracted from a goat's stomach, possessing remarkable detoxifying properties. As for aconite and wolfsbane, they refer to the same plant, commonly known as aconite. Do you understand? Why aren't you all writing this down?" The bewildered onlookers hastily fumbled for their quills, the sound of scratching parchment filling the classroom. Snape's lips curled into a sardonic smile, yet he refrained from further commentary and directly declared, "Let us commence the lesson." The first lesson entailed brewing a potion for treating scabbers, with primary ingredients including the dried stinging nettle, viper's fangs, and porcupine quills. Snape spoke rapidly, covering every essential point while incorporating many novel insights, undoubtedly his own. The Ravenclaws took diligent notes, while the Gryffindors appeared rather bewildered, sitting idly, unsure of what to do. After emphasizing the necessity of removing the cauldron from the fire post-adding porcupine quills, Snape commanded the students to begin practical work. Hermione jotted down her final note and commenced her potion making. After a while, Hermione had to concede that the potion was indeed quite simple, albeit somewhat unpleasant, primarily due to the peculiar ingredient known as the horn slug. Even Lin Ci felt averse to the slimy creature, reminiscent of mucus. Consequently, chaos ensued among the students. Of course, Hermione was the exception. The determined young lady skillfully sliced the dried stinging nettle into 3-inch segments and ground the viper's fangs into a fine, pale powder using a mortar and pestle. While performing these tasks, the horned slug had been simmering in the cauldron over medium heat. Once Hermione finished grinding the viper's fangs, she removed the cauldron from the heat, allowing residual warmth to continue cooking. Just as she finished cutting the porcupine quills, the slug changed color perfectly. Cautiously, Hermione added the nettle segments, viper fang powder, and porcupine quills in the appropriate order in a ratio of 2 to 3 to 1. In less than 10 seconds, the liquid in the cauldron transformed into the standard hue described in the textbook. Lin Ci nodded in satisfaction and then proposed some of his hypotheses to Hermione, which sparked a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Professor Snape was patrolling the classroom, visibly irritable. Foolishness, utter foolishness. The stinging nettles were cut unevenly. The fangs of the viper were ground to varying degrees. And oh, the cowardice of not daring to touch the slug. Such folly was perennial. Suddenly, Snape's gaze fell upon the cauldron on Hermione's desk, which contained a textbook-perfect potion, exuding an aroma reminiscent of scholarly tomes. A semblance of a smirk tugged at his lips. Perhaps this year was not entirely devoid of intellect. Professor Snape approached Hermione's desk, gently shook the cauldron, and inhaled the scent, utterly convinced that this was the quintessential remedy for scabies. With a sardonic laugh, he remarked, "Sometimes adhering strictly to the text can be a valid approach. Would you agree?" Hermione offered a nonchalant smile, rising to slightly bow to Professor Snape in respect. "Professor Snape," she began, "may I pose a few inquiries?" Snape's expression darkened, yet he acquiesced. "You would do well to be swift, for your foolish classmates may very well blow themselves up." Lin Ci glanced at the flustered Harry and Ron nearby, and indeed, such a possibility loomed large. Hermione mentally organized the conclusions drawn from her earlier discussion with Lin Ci and inquired of the professor, "Might I ask, given that every stinging nettle is unique, the development of viper fangs varies, and the growth of porcupine quills is not uniform, are the standard ratios in our potions textbook truly standardized? Is there a precise method or charm to ascertain the optimal proportions of ingredients?" For the first time, a flicker of change crossed Snape's face, and he swiftly replied in a chilling tone, "The so-called standard ratios are, in fact, not standard. It is impossible to render all potion ingredients identical. Hence, the ratios provided are merely approximations, unmarked in the texts. Currently, the Wizarding World employs a general standard for the condition of materials, such as utilizing the fangs of 2-year-old male vipers, although females may be used with special notation. There are indeed precise methods for determining ratios, but they require exceptional magical prowess, typically reserved for extraordinarily rare potions or the most elusive alchemical substances, such as the Philosopher's Stone." Hermione pondered for a moment before presenting another hypothesis, one previously mentioned by Lin Ci. "So, Professor Snape, is it conceivable? Might it be possible to identify the active components of the nettle within this potion and subsequently isolate them, establishing standards based on the quantity of this purified substance?" Snape paused, momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow in contemplation, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. He could not deny that it was the thought of a genius. His voice rose slightly. 10 points to Gryffindor, for amidst the fools, one intelligent mind has emerged. "What is your name?" Hermione felt a twinge of embarrassment. This was not her own achievement. The young lions of Gryffindor had successfully navigated their potions class with Hermione's assistance. The first week at Hogwarts had swiftly passed, with Lin Ci fostering Hermione's prestige and playfully engaging the Sisters of Ravenclaw. However, an unexpected event disrupted Lin Ci's plans for the weekend. Chapter 39, Potion Research and Myrtles. After a week of magical immersion, the young witches and wizards finally welcomed a moment of respite. Hogwarts, the majestic castle, seemed to bask in a warm hue, filled with the cheerful chatter of young sorcerers. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Slytherin head's office, an air of solemnity prevailed. Professor Snape and Hermione were fixated on a cauldron, within which a dark brown liquid swirled at high velocity. Lin Ci, cloaked in invisibility and perched on Hermione's shoulder, observed the unchanging cauldron, a flicker of worry and confusion crossing his face. Through a week of exploration, Lin Ci realized that transforming Hogwarts into a supply station for his conquests in other worlds was a daunting task. Today's collaboration with Professor Snape on magical research was not a mere whim. "The rotation speed is insufficient, Professor Snape, if there are no signs of separation after 20 minutes. The speed is undoubtedly inadequate." "No," Snape countered, "the potion I employed can dissolve the nettles into liquid without affecting them otherwise, although it contains a component akin to a softener. No one has ever attempted such a separation. Hence, its properties were previously undiscovered. However, I suspect this potion may impede the separation speed of the nettle components. The rotation speed is certainly adequate, and to hasten it further may compromise the magical structure within the nettles. This is the optimal rate. We should wait an additional 10 minutes. Hermione diligently noted Lin Ci's and Professor Snape's words, having already filled dozens of pages in her notebook since entering the room, documenting everything from the principles of potions to their preparation, effects, and preservation. After 10 minutes, Professor Snape gazed in astonishment at the liquid in the cauldron. His voice trembling with disbelief. It has truly separated gray, red, and gold layers. This is miraculous. Lin Ci had anticipated such a result, though he had never attempted separation due to the high demands of potion making. He understood that this line of thought was absolutely correct. With the expertise of Professor Snape at Hogwarts, this task had finally come to fruition. Professor Snape, congratulations. This is a monumental discovery, Hermione exclaimed with a smile. A clear joy illuminated Snape's face, a reflection of the excitement of discovering new realms. Yet he shook his head. I should be congratulating you, Miss Granger. This is an extraordinary breakthrough, though much subsequent work remains. Such an experiment was unlike anything Hermione had encountered in her readings, and the thrill of exploring the unknown ignited her enthusiasm. She bowed. Might I have the honor of accompanying you, Professor, in the subsequent endeavors? Snape's expression reverted to one of detached indifference. At this hour, you must inform me in advance if you wish to come, so I can prepare the materials. As Hermione joyfully flipped through her notes, she noticed Lin Ci had mysteriously leaped to the side of the cauldron. Above the successfully separated potion components floated two shimmering orbs, one gold and one blue. Do not speak. This is visible only to us. Hermione shot a perplexed glance at Professor Snape from his engrossed demeanor with the potion. It was evident he had not noticed the floating orbs. Lin Ci, assessing the large and small orbs before him and confirming their lack of danger, extended a claw. Ding! Obtained golden item, lucky 4-leaf clover. Blue item, polyjuice potion. Polyjuice potion? Golden 4-leaf clover? The polyjuice potion is a complex and time-consuming concoction, requiring an exceptionally skilled wizard to brew. By incorporating a part of another person's body during its preparation, the drinker can alter their appearance to that of another individual. Hermione's ability to brew an excellent polyjuice potion at the age of 12 stood as a testament to her remarkable magical prowess. For even adult wizards approach this potion with trepidation. While the polyjuice potion may lack the immediacy of transfiguration spells, its versatility is unparalleled. Theoretically, anyone could transform into anyone. Alas, the polyjuice potion, capable of deceiving even Dumbledore, cannot alter one's species. Otherwise, one could transform into that phoenix and fly into the office to procure proof of Hogwarts property. What astonished Lin Ci was not the random acquisition of potion components while brewing, but rather the acquisition of the golden 4-leaf clover. Golden clover, each time a journey begins. Choosing to expend a lucky clover significantly enhances the resource yield during the expedition, including treasures dropped from chests in world exploration and labyrinths, triggering sign-ins at renowned locations, and unlocking automated exploration of previously traveled worlds. Upon Lin Ci opening the travel panel, a tag for automated exploration indeed illuminated on the storyline world Fantastic Beasts, Dumbledore's Secret. After Lin Ci clicked it, the golden clover vanished, and a countdown of 5 days appeared on the travel panel. As Hermione bid farewell, she discreetly handed Snape a Southern Gate project, potions under his puzzled and astonished gaze. On her way to the Hogwarts library, Hermione could no longer suppress her curiosity. Why was it called the Southern Gate Project? Lin Ci chuckled, remarking that it was a romantic notion from the mysterious East. Miss Granger? What is this? Oh, Zhang, I'm headed to the library. What about you? Autumn Zhang, with a look of terror, waved her hands frantically at Hermione, her words trembling as she frequently glanced back, clearly shaken. After a brief moment, Autumn whispered, Miss Granger, remember not to enter the girls' restroom. There's a ghost unwilling to leave. A ghost? Hermione hesitated for a moment, realizing that Autumn must be referring to a female spirit. This revealed yet another cultural disparity between East and West. In Eastern culture, the presence of a ghost in a restroom is a frightful matter. In contrast to Autumn's fear, Hermione felt a twinge of curiosity, eager to understand what could bind a ghost to the ladies' room. Observing Hermione change her direction towards the restroom, Lin Ci couldn't help but scoff internally, without Lola's or enticing thigh-high stockings. What could possibly captivate her about a ghost in the girls' restroom? After a brief walk, Lin Ci seemed to have an epiphany. Could the ghost in the restroom possibly be Myrtle? Wouldn't that mean? L'ancien excitement surgit. The office of Slytherin's headmaster fell into a hush once more. Professor Snape leafed through the Southern Gate project, his impassive visage gradually overtaken by astonishment. His elongated fingers grazed the delicate parchment, murmuring, Potion Class Safety Management Standards. This standard delineates the safety management norms for potion class experiments, specifying. Yet the section on hazardous potion types, toxic substances, and forbidden materials remained conspicuously blank. Snape seized a quill and, as if answering an exam from his student days, meticulously filled in the omissions. He then perused another document. Self-inspection management standards for potions class. Outside the window, the sun sank lower, and a rather dim-witted phoenix stumbled into the room, dropping an unsealed letter on his Snape's quill. Interrupting his contemplation, upon seeing the phoenix and the letter on the desk, he recalled that Dumbledore had summoned him to Azkaban that day. Snape stowed the preliminary exploration of dragonpox causes and prevention, along with the research on the application of illuminating projectiles into the Southern Gate project. Wand in hand, as he exited, the phoenix, wobbling to its feet, glanced at the pile of Southern Gate projects on the desk, snatched a non-response letter titled Uranium, 235 Refinement Methods, and flew out the window, returning to the tower office. Chapter 40. The Sweeping Monk of Hogwarts. In the twilight, on an uncharted isle in the North Sea, this island, near the Arctic Circle, is perpetually besieged by ice and snow, coupled with its desolate landscape, rendering it seldom visited. Its notoriety in the wizarding world stems from being the site of the largest and only prison in the British magical community, Azkaban, as well as the eerie and dreadful dark creatures known as Dementors. Cloaked in tattered robes, their bodies appear grotesquely decayed. They feed on the positive emotions of humans. Even a competent Gryffindor would lose their joy and courage upon nearing them, experiencing the palpable darkness of the world. Dementors do not possess a unique identity, but certain signs indicate they possess consciousness and organization. Although lacking a definitive leader, they exhibit commendable teamwork. For reasons unknown, the Ministry of Magic reached an accord with the Dementors to oversee Azkaban in lieu of Aurors. The true horror lies not within Azkaban itself, but amidst the throngs of Dementors. When Dumbledore and Snape arrived at the Isle, the last sliver of sunset dipped below the ocean's surface, a genuine chill causing Dumbledore to shiver involuntarily. Upon sensing the approach of living beings, the Dementors swiftly congregated, coalescing into a dense, shadowy cloud that swept towards Snape. As they neared Dumbledore, their speed noticeably diminished. One Dementor detached itself from the throng, positioning itself before Dumbledore, while the others warily encircled Dumbledore and Snape. Dumbledore produced a document stamped with the Ministry of Magic's seal from within his robes, emanating a distinct magical aura. The Dementor confronting the document approached cautiously, perceived its contents, and after a low hiss, retreated. The surrounding Dementors dispersed like ink in water, continuing their patrol over the sea. Dumbledore and Snape ascended the Isle without obstruction, parting ways upon entering the prison, each pursuing their individual objectives. Dumbledore harbored lingering suspicions regarding Peter Pettigrew as the true perpetrator of the safe house incident. Aware of its profound implications, he intended to seek confirmation from Sirius Black regarding the matter. Meanwhile, Snape aimed to meet an old acquaintance from his time with Voldemort, hoping to glean insights into that individual's survival and intentions. Dumbledore cast a glance at Snape before they diverged. Unlike Severus Snape's chosen path, Dumbledore encountered numerous prisoners detained for various crimes as he ventured deeper into the prison. Each of them appeared dazed and unresponsive. Their expressions shifted slightly upon noticing Dumbledore, yet quickly fell back into silence. The atmosphere within the prison was stifling, prompting Dumbledore to grow increasingly concerned for Sirius. The true terror of Azkaban lay not with the blood-soaked Death Eaters, but with the Dementor's kiss, as these horrifying demons seized the faces of their unfortunate prey, siphoning away their souls. After experiencing this kiss, Barty Crouch Jr.'s body became a mere shell, devoid of anything within. Dumbledore was unexpectedly taken aback by the sounds of curses echoing through the corridors, instantly recognizing the source as Bellatrix Lestrange of the Black family. Emerging from Slytherin, Dumbledore sighed, including the Master of the Death Eaters. These were all students who had strayed down the path of no return. At the end of a corridor in a cell, the gaunt figure of Sirius Black sat despondently on the ground, lost in thought. Black, Hermione, clutching her book, walked to the third-floor girls' restroom Autumn had mentioned, confirming the absence of others before leading Lin Ci inside. The first time Lin Ci entered the girls' restroom, he felt an odd sensation reminiscent of an unnamed curly-haired chef from a certain pirate ship, whose lifelong aspiration seemed to be to consume the invisibility fruit and infiltrate the ladies' lavatory. Shaking his head, Lin Ci contemplated the realization of this grand ideal. However, the thought that there were no girls inside, only female spirits, caused his spirits to sag. Being taken into the girls' restroom was something Lin Ci had never envisioned. Naturally, he held no interest in this world devoid of black and white stockings or sailor uniforms. To him, A female ghost was less tangible than that snake. As Hermione entered the restroom, she glanced towards the sink as described by Chiozhang, only to behold a female specter lying in the basin, her shoulders shaking as if she were weeping. Upon noticing Hermione's sudden approach, the ghost seemed startled, promptly shutting her eyes. Lin Ci observed the tightly closed eyes of the myrtle. Lost in contemplation, should he take action? Perhaps he should. A barely perceptible azure glow descended into the water, and shortly thereafter, the myrtle lay motionless. The sleeping curse, a spell effective against spirits, worked just as well on the female ghost. Leaping from Hermione's shoulder, Lin Ci began searching for the tap marked with a snake. Could you assist in locating the tap that is not dispensing water? Near the ventilation window, they discovered the tap adorned with the snake emblem that indeed yielded no water. Lin Ci knocked and tapped on the faucet. The secret chamber contained mechanisms, yet his methods of activation were misaligned. It appeared he would need to find some recordings of Parseltongue. Perhaps one day he could have Harry give it a try. For now, let us address the matter of the invisible creature. Emerging from the restroom, Hermione temporarily stored her book in Lin Ci's backpack, while currently cradling the amorous invisible creature in her arms, considering the potential shock of producing a magical beast in front of Hagrid, a giant who devoted his life to studying such creatures. Even if it was invisible, the scent and activity of the creature could not be concealed without considerable effort. Miss Granger, did you happen to see Fred? Fred Weasley. It was Filch, visibly irate, his countenance darkened. Clearly, Fred had done something against the rules. Hermione shook her head and continued her path outside the castle. As they passed Filch, the invisible creature in Hermione's arms reacted as if confronted by a formidable foe, emitting a sharp cry of protest. The sudden commotion startled both Hermione and Lin Ci. Filch, evidently taken aback by the unexpected noise, realized that leaping up in front of a first-year student was rather undignified. This only fueled his anger. Yet fortunately, Hermione's usual demeanor as a model student tempered the situation. Filch glared at Hermione, his magical robe raised in indignation. Miss Granger, please manage your cat. Lin Ci curiously observed the scene unfolding in the corridor, watching Filch and the frenzied invisible creature in Hermione's embrace. Typically, such a reaction from an invisible creature indicated the presence of a natural predator or an entity of exceedingly high danger. Yet, Filch was merely a squib. Lin Ci gazed incredulously at Filch's retreating figure. This was an official designation. In the wizarding world, squibs were regarded as the most severe form of disability. It was akin to a pureblood family producing a muggle devoid of wizarding lineage, an utter disgrace. Those without magical power languished at the bottom of the wizarding hierarchy. Could it be that Filch was concealing his abilities? Was he a pawn of Dumbledore? Or perhaps he was the Hogwarts equivalent of a monk? Could it be that he was the greatest hidden boss of Hogwarts? In Fantastic Beasts, Credence Barebone, also a squib, harbored within him the most dangerous entity of the magical realm. Could it be that Filch contained something similarly perilous? The more Lin Ci pondered, the more absurd the situation seemed. He retrieved a magical detection sphere from his backpack, brought over from the world of the Lord of the Rings. In a span of less than 3 minutes, from the moment the invisible creature reacted to Filch until Lin Ci produced the magical detection sphere, his mind conjured an image of a third-generation Dark Lord era secretly ruled by Filch. As Filch's reflection appeared on the detection sphere, it emanated a dazzling white light. Lin Ci adjusted the crystal ball to face Hermione, and the brilliance instantly dimmed to a mere flicker, akin to the faint glow of phosphorescence. What this signified was self-evident. Lin Ci observed Filch disappearing around the corner. It seemed he truly had hidden capabilities. Dumbledore likely knew of this as well. Otherwise, why would he place a squib in charge of school discipline? Or perhaps, due to his own experiences, he returned to Hogwarts as a shadowy guide for a dark overlord? Not to mention how the Slytherin house, known for its disdain and even hatred towards squibs, would react. The mischief wrought by the Weasley brothers alone would surely keep Filch in a perpetual state of exasperation. Hermione cradled the magical detection sphere, gazing at the flowing white luminescence within. Although Mr. Filch's light was stronger than hers, his magical aura was stagnant. Indeed, it resembled a stagnant pond. Lin Ci placed his hand upon the sphere, observing intently. He discovered that the light points within were fluid. This suggested that Mr. Filch was indeed a squib, harboring a vast reservoir of magical power, yet akin to a saltwater lake. His magic could neither circulate nor be utilized. Theoretically, if the flow of magic within Filch's body could be unblocked, would he then be able to wield magic normally? The misunderstanding was cleared. Filch was not a pawn of Dumbledore, yet he could become Lin Ci's pawn. In a magical world that extolled bloodline superiority, the powerful genes of wizards were destined to be inherited by their descendants. When a scion of a family descended to the lowest tier of the hierarchy as a squib or muggle, it was logical that the family would bear the weight of that stigma. Filch, born a squib, undoubtedly faced a nurturing environment fraught with discrimination and scorn. This would exacerbate his envy towards wizards and foster a self-loathing that could lead to severe psychological distortion. Thus, it was not surprising that upon gaining power at Hogwarts, he would embark on retributive actions against young wizards. As first years entered their rebellious phase, conflicts with Filch became unavoidable. With intensifying struggles and years of student gossip, Filch ultimately transformed into Hogwarts' most stringent disciplinarian. Generally speaking, as long as Hermione treated Filch with respect rather than disdain like other young wizards, approaching him would be quite manageable. The current dilemma lay in how to make Filch aware of the immense magical potential hidden within him. It seemed that a certain Peter Pettigrew would have to intervene. However, they would have to wait until Hermione had sufficiently raised Filch's favorability. Upon discovering that Filch was not entirely devoid of magical prowess, Hermione felt a flicker of happiness for him. When she arrived at Hagrid's hut, she found he had already ventured into the Forbidden Forest. So she settled by the fireplace to read and await his return. Emerging from Azkaban, Dumbledore felt an overwhelming weight upon his heart. He lingered at the entrance for a moment before noticing Snape, who emerged with his head bowed, clearly having received some unsettling news. What did the Death Eater say? Indeed, he has returned. At least one thing that Wormtail mentioned was true. Professor Quirrell is likely under Voldemort's control, hidden away somewhere. Dumbledore appeared somewhat taken aback, his pupils dilating in shock. After a brief pause, he spoke. So, it is highly probable that that individual is within Hogwarts. Snape's expression was grave. Though he was reluctant to acknowledge it, the reality was undeniable. Despite surviving the ordeal, he seemed irrevocably altered, which was precisely why he sought the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore nodded, harboring some confidence in the stone's safeguarding, and with the knowledge of Voldemort's precise objective, he could tailor his mentorship of the young wizards with greater precision. To preserve Snape's cover, Dumbledore instructed Black to seize the opportunity to escape in his animagus form. Dementors were only interested in humans and would not notice Black transformed into a dog. Black merely needed to avoid the gaze of his fellow inmates, while Dumbledore, upon returning to Hogwarts, began gathering evidence from that fateful time, intending to exonerate Black when the moment was ripe. However, one matter remained unclear. According to Filch, Wormtail had invaded his quarters solely to locate a Marauder's map. Furthermore, Peter claimed it was orchestrated by that individual, suggesting that the map concealed something advantageous for him. Snape glanced at Dumbledore before speaking in a measured tone. The Marauder's map was created by Harry's father, Sirius Black, Lupin, and Wormtail. Perhaps only they are fully aware of what secrets it harbors. At the mention of this group, both Dumbledore and Snape's expressions grew somber. Unlike Dumbledore's sorrow for his exemplary students, Snape's demeanor suggested the recollection of a painful memory. Dumbledore noticed the change in Snape's countenance. Her eyes bore a striking resemblance. Do they not? Snape remained silent. Within Harry flowed her lingering magic. In a sense, Lily still existed in this world. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anguish, Snape spoke gravely. What do you require of me? I need you to protect that child. However, do keep an eye on a certain Hermione Granger as well. The two parted ways upon returning to Hogwarts, while Dumbledore hastened to his office, where his responsibilities had multiplied. With the knowledge that that individual likely lurked within Hogwarts, unease settled in Dumbledore's heart, though there were still some fortunate prospects. According to Trelawney's prophecy, while Hogwarts' future appeared somewhat treacherous, after traversing through darkness, a path would emerge. Dumbledore believed that many courageous and capable students would arise to confront Voldemort, endowed with sufficient wisdom to thwart his schemes. Particularly among this year's first years, there was one young wizard capable of drawing the sword of Gryffindor. Yet they all required time to grow. The elderly wizard lifted his cup of red tea, gazing at the portraits of former headmasters adorning the walls. A magnificent phoenix, its fiery plumage a striking red, perched quietly on a nearby stand, occasionally shaking its head. Coming to his senses, Dumbledore noticed the phoenix's movements. He set down his tea, opened the drawer of his desk, and retrieved a piece of fudge. Placing on the phoenix's perch, gently reassuring, I nearly forgot. Fawkes requires a few pieces of fudge each day. Fawkes, an ancient and molting phoenix, had been Dumbledore's companion for many years. After consuming the fudge, Fawkes tilted his head, indicating a piece of parchment resting on the table. Oh, Let me see to whom this letter belongs. Dumbledore stroked his long white beard, donned his small spectacles, and unfolded the parchment, titled Methods of Extracting Uranium, 235. Chapter 42. A Knight's Exploration of the Forbidden Forest. The evening sky in England was painted in shades of crimson and purple, its resplendent glow shimmering upon the black lake. Lin Ci gazed toward the lake, recalling a silver trophy displayed in the Cabinet of Dark Dreams, labeled Water Prison. This magical skill required no incantation. Its only limitation lay in the caster's reservoir of magical energy. As long as the caster possessed sufficient power, they could conjure tumultuous waves, transforming any structure into a water prison. Lin Ci coveted this skill. The invisible beast nestled in Hermione's arms was becoming increasingly uncontrollable, seemingly on the verge of giving birth. Yet neither Hermione nor Lin Ci had yet encountered Hagrid. Shall we venture into the Forbidden Forest to find Hagrid? Hermione suggested anxiously, observing the distressed creature. Indeed, time was of the essence. Who knew with which of his lovers Hagrid was entangled in the forest? By the time they entered the Forbidden Forest, darkness had fallen. Along the way, they encountered only a few rabbits. Tonight's Forbidden Forest felt somewhat amiss. With this thought in mind, Lin Ci remained indifferent to their deepening foray into the woods. Suddenly, a series of clicking sounds echoed from above Hermione's head, prompting her to look up warily. The horrifying sight before her made her cry out. A massive, fuzzy black spider was descending upon her. Petrificus Toothless. Squinting, Lin Ci, startled by Hermione's scream, opened his eyes just in time to be confronted by the looming black arachnid. Typically, after a jolt of fear, one's trepidation transforms into rage. Startled, Lin Ci felt a surge of anger upon recognizing the spider before him. Shatter it to pieces. A flash of green light streaked across the night sky as the petrified eight-eyed spider crumbled into fragments. Lin Ci regretted casting the spell, but the anticipated carnage did not ensue. The dismembered spider, now stone, shattered like rock. Was this merely a soulless shell? The Petrificus Toothless spell, when cast upon soulless entities, would render them truly petrified. Hermione knelt, contemplating the shattered spider corpse resembling a plaster statue, when suddenly, a fierce clash of combat erupted nearby. Beware those damned spiders. Oh, Fezzelin, could you aim a bit more precisely with your arrows? Hermione cautiously crept closer, peeking from behind a tree. In a clearing not far away, two factions were locked in battle, centaurs and eight-eyed spiders. Look over there. Hermione gasped, her wide eyes filled with astonishment. More and more eight-eyed spiders emerged from the Forbidden Forest. The situation shifted. The centaurs were retreating in disarray. Contrary to Lin Ci's expectations, the centaurs were not wielding wands. Instead, they bore primitive bows and arrows. Though their supply was limited, each arrow that flew through the air brought down one or several spiders. Yet the centaurs' arrows continued to dwindle as the number of spiders inexorably multiplied. Should they assist? Given Lin Ci's current mastery of magic, dispatching the eight-eyed spiders before him would require little effort. After all, in such close-quarters combat, the presence of even a single mage from either side could instantly shift the tide of battle to an overwhelming degree. However, was it truly necessary for Lin Ci to assist the centaurs? Based on the information he had gathered from fantastic beasts and where to find them, although centaurs possessed a portion of human anatomy, they steadfastly refused to associate with human wizards, insisting on their identity as magical creatures. The customs of the centaurs diverged significantly from those of humans. They lived in a state of savagery, shunning clothing and preferring to dwell far from wizards and muggles. Yet, in terms of intellect, they were on par with humans. In 1811, when the Ministry of Magic was drafting laws, centaurs were classified as beings. But they were at odds with certain creatures, such as banshees and vampires. Wizards, however, demanded that they share their status as beings with those creatures, which incensed the centaur race, leading them to declare their intention to manage their own affairs, separate from wizards. This was the knowledge Lin Ci gleaned from Newt's notes. Observing the centaurs in the arena with keen interest, he shook his head in disappointment. Why was it only the upper half of the male centaurs that went unclothed? What about the other half? Considering that the Forbidden Forest was indeed part of Hogwarts' domain, Lin Ci surmised this must have been Dumbledore's idea. How could he impose such restrictions on them? No, the centaurs shall never be subjugated. They should embrace their nature and refuse to dress. Hermione, hiding behind a tree, saw the centaur tribe surrounded, with no path for retreat. If she intervened in this matter, and the centaurs emerged victorious in this tribal conflict, surely Hermione would not incur their disdain and scorn, would she? Lin Ci felt the urge to act. His goal was to earn the friendship of the Centaur tribe. As the wise inhabitants of the Forbidden Forest and its official guardians, securing their friendship would greatly facilitate his future excursions into the woods. Glancing at Hermione, she instantly understood, drawing her wand and rushing into the fray, eagerly anticipating her first real battle. All petrified, a brilliant beam of light surged forth like a sword drawn from its sheath, intercepting a spider poised to pierce the centaur's chest. A Hogwarts student, a silver-maned centaur, stared in astonishment at the figure emerging from the Forbidden Forest. The Hogwarts emblem emblazoned on her robes. The golden lion crest hanging from her robe transformed the centaur's expression into one of intrigue. He had previously apprehended 2 young wizards in robes identical to hers during his patrols. Hey, another one sneaking into the Forbidden Forest. Brother, your heart is truly bold. Hermione, echoing Lin Ci's sentiments, quipped coldly, if you wish to avoid an early farewell to the world, you'd best pay heed to what lies behind you. The centaur, momentarily taken aback, swiftly turned to see an 8-eyed giant spider raising its fearsome claws, ready to strike. Alarmed, the centaur swiftly knocked an arrow and unleashed a volley, pinning the monstrous spider to the ground like a hedgehog. Thank you, Lin Ci remarked, casting a glance at him. The centaur's striking silver hair was memorable. Yet Lin Ci could not quite recall his name. Never mind, he thought. All petrified, shattered to pieces, Lin Ci supported from the sidelines, while Hermione maneuvered among the centaur ranks, casting spells to entrap the giant spiders. The astute centaur warriors quickly loosed their arrows. Before long, Hermione and the centaur warriors established a seamless coordination, reducing the spiders to mere remnants. Hermione's involvement significantly alleviated the pressure on the centaur tribe. They observed in disbelief the synergistic combination of petrifying spells and archery, and many centaurs began to develop a favorable impression of the brown-haired witch before them. However, the 8-eyed giant spiders seemed inexhaustible, and Hermione, no longer suppressing her own magical reserves in a moment of urgency, recited the spells Lin Ci had taught her without concern for her energy levels. All petrified, rapidly imprisoned, disarmed, the centaur warriors, initially focused on their targets, were momentarily stunned by the crude incantations being invoked. Is it truly necessary? Are you not casting all petrified? What then are those shattered corpses strewn about? Why invoke disarm as well? Observing the giant spiders that had met a swift and violent demise, the centaur warriors fell silent. Hermione felt as if her magical energy was boundless, akin to a young girl in an amusement park suddenly endowed with a wealth of coins, eager to try everything. This, however, troubled Lin Ci. He watched as cracks formed across the azure magic crystal, feeling as if he might perish from despair. What a reckless use of resources. The replenishment of the crystal was not intended for such frivolities. Chapter 43. My Social Death, overheard by Hermione. In contrast to Lin Ci's lamentations over his dwindling resources, Hermione seemed unfazed, asserting that she too wished to avoid such circumstances, resorting instead to sheer volume in her spellcasting. Disarm. A robust crimson glow surged from the centaur's head and plunged into the swarm of spiders. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted, causing the centaurs to shut their eyes. In an instant, the forelimbs and fangs of a multitude of spiders were severed, and blood and gore scattered in all directions. As the dust settled, the centaurs opened their eyes to find a deep crater where the spiders had once been. The remaining spiders, realizing their plight, hastily retreated into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Ronan, the centaur chief, stepped forward, a look of incredulity etched upon his face as he regarded Hermione. Have Hogwarts students become this formidable? One centaur approached, exclaiming, "Isn't that Dumbledore? No, that is a witch. Bane, are you so foolish that you cannot even discern gender?" Ronan eyed Hermione warily, gesturing for several centaurs to discreetly aim their arrows at her. He stepped forward, speaking gravely, "Wizards are not welcome in the Forbidden Forest." Lin Ci observed the hesitant centaur leader, noting the subtle movements of the centaurs as they prepared to take aim. Did they intend to make an example of her? What did they mean by making an example? Lin Ci felt a twinge of regret for intervening. These centaurs were hopelessly obstinate, as the small witch stood frozen in place. The arrows in the centaur's hands slowly rose, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Lower your weapons, Ronan. Let's speak civilly." The silver-haired centaur stepped forward, signaling his kin to lower their arms. Featherland, do not meddle. This is the law of our tribe." Just as they faced off, a chorus of 8-eyed giant spiders quietly encircled them, the sound of their movements echoing ominously. This time, Their numbers were several-fold greater than before, and they exhibited a distinct sense of organization, suggesting the presence of a leader among them. Not good. Retreat. The Centaur warriors were suddenly engulfed in dread. Witnessing the onslaught of spiders surging forth like a tide, drawing their bows taut amidst a deluge of cold sweat. Their supplies of arrows were dwindling, and the current swarm of spiders far outnumbered the previous encounter. Furthermore, many centaurs, observing the shift from tension to awkwardness, began to worry about their ability to return to their tribe. The appearance of the eight-eyed giant spider was an unexpected turn of events for Ronan. Observing the weary state of the centaur warriors, he cast a glance at the seemingly carefree young witch before him and felt a twinge of regret. To hell with clan rules. The centaurs were on the brink of annihilation. What did such regulations matter now? Yet, the thought of voicing his concerns felt rather awkward at that moment. He turned to catch a glimpse of the silver-haired centaur. Firenze, facing the smiling young witch, steeled himself to pose the question. Might I inquire what conditions are necessary for the little sorceress to assist the centaur tribe? How refreshing. Would that it had been this straightforward from the outset? Lin Ci pondered briefly whether to take advantage of the situation. Let us see first. When I venture into the Forbidden Forest, the centaurs must not only refrain from obstructing my passage, but also assist in concealing my tracks. Second, the centaurs must agree to fulfill 3 requests of mine, specifics yet to be determined. Hermione hesitated for a moment, then added slyly, and you must keep my secret. She had no desire for Dumbledore to discover her clandestine escapade into the Forbidden Forest. Ronan hesitated, while Firenze fidgeted anxiously nearby. Ronan, a centaur warrior exclaimed loudly, and Lin Ci turned to witness them already engaged in battle with the eight-eyed giant spider. Just as Lin Ci contemplated whether to temper his demands, Ronan's voice rang out. All right, I agree. This is a pact. A parchment illuminated by a magical sigil floated before Hermione. After confirming its contents, she joined the fray. Lin Ci cast a surprised glance at Ronan, who would carry around a contract in such earnestness. Frostbind. This was ordinarily a simple spell, yet under the influence of the mysterious crystal, it underwent a profound transformation. An endless barrage of icy shards erupted from her wand like a snowstorm, swelling and enveloping the surroundings, infusing the air with a chilling dread that caused the centaurs to instinctively recoil. In an instant, frost formed upon them, leaving a palpable sense of impending doom, even as Hermione endeavored to spare them. At that moment, Ronan had entirely forgotten the clan rules. Transfixed by the colossal dragon manifested from the frost, it resembled a blizzard from the most frigid of realms, blanketing the Forbidden Forest and even affecting distant Hogwarts. Before the ferocious giant spider could react, it was encased in ice, the dragon's passage shattering it into crystalline fragments. In that fleeting moment, silence reigned supreme, with not a single spider spared. Crack! It was the sound of Lin Ci's heart shattering as a massive fissure appeared in a gemstone, nearly cleaving it in two. Was this not the great gem from the world of the Lord of the Rings? How could it be so carelessly ruined? The ensuing events unfolded with relative ease, and Lin Ci trusted Hermione to handle the aftermath, retreating into his bag in hopes of repairing the gemstone. When he emerged in disappointment, Hermione and Firenze stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. I am Hermione Granger, a first-year student at Hogwarts. What? The silver-haired centaur's jaw dropped in astonishment. Very well, brilliant sorceress, I am Firenze, the next chief of the centaur tribe. Such an identity did help him regain a semblance of dignity. Hermione suddenly inquired, how did you come to be fighting those spiders? Firenze's demeanor shifted to one of indignation. Our centaur tribe bears the sacred duty of guarding the Forbidden Forest, as well as maintaining its stability. However, ever since the leader of the eight-eyed giant spiders, Aragog, arrived over 60 years ago, the creatures inhabiting the forest have faced grave threats. His tone turned somber as he continued. Their reproductive rate is alarmingly high, leading to an expansion of their territory and forcing many species to relocate. The cost of resistance has been immeasurable suffering. Firenze then straightened, solemnly bowing deeply to Hermione. Thanks to you today, the centaur tribe shall forever remember your assistance. For the first time, Hermione felt the warmth of gratitude directed towards her. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she waved her hand dismissively, echoing Lin Ci's previous words. Protecting the forest is everyone's responsibility. Watching the two engage in joyous conversation, Lin Ci felt reluctant to interrupt. However, it was indeed time to seek Hagrid. Let us call it a night. I shall return to the Forbidden Forest another day. Very well, Miss Granger. Firenze waved goodbye as he watched her gradually disappear into the twilight, then sighed and entered the forest. As Lin Ci walked towards Hagrid's hut, He regarded Hermione with a curious expression, pondering how she seemed to anticipate his thoughts. You must be quite curious as to how I knew what you were thinking. Am I right? Hermione, have you become a seer? What is a seer? Goodness. Hermione halted, cupping Lin Ci in her palm. To be honest, I'm unsure myself. Ever since I made contact with that mysterious crystal in the Forbidden Forest, I have been able to hear your thoughts. Lin Ci was bewildered yet profoundly shaken, staring at Hermione with a peculiar expression. Hermione, catching wind of his thoughts, flushed instantly and retorted, How dare you think such things? I shan't speak to you. Lin Ci, left on the ground with a mournful expression, realized the gravity of the situation. She could indeed hear him. Future thoughts of intimacy were now out of the question. Farewell, Myrtle. Farewell, Luna, whom I have yet to meet. Farewell to all that remains unsaid. Chapter 44. The Legacy of Voldemort's Soul. Still unaccustomed to having his thoughts laid bare, Lin Ci caught up with Hermione and shared some insights on the invisibility beast before returning to the castle alone. Tonight had been overwhelmingly sorrowful. Lin Ci sought a secluded place to contemplate in solitude. With Hermione's intellect, she could undoubtedly manage Hagrid, who was more brawn than brains. Hermione, overly concerned for the invisibility beasts, nodded in acknowledgement. Once back in the castle, Lin Ci wandered the tranquil corridors, his mind in disarray. He attempted a mental cloaking charm, but it seemed ineffective. How could his thoughts be audible? After much contemplation, he resigned himself to the reality. If they could be heard, so be it. As long as he was not embarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to her. Just as Lin Ci resolved to seek the room of requirement, an unexpected commotion startled him. Hee. Who the bloody hell is screeching at this hour? Peeves, for heaven's sake, could you pretend not to see us? A chilling voice of lowly supplication reached Lin Ci's ears, and he immediately recognized it as belonging to the Weasley twins. How amusing! Mischievous night owls clashing with Peeves. The poltergeist who relished tormenting students, and who, unlike other ghosts, could interact with the physical world. Among all of Hogwarts, perhaps only Dumbledore and the Bloody Baron instilled fear in him. Lin Ci observed the standoff between the two Weasley brothers and the ghost. Their expressions fraught with worry, as they clearly feared Peeves would inform on them. If the pair caused Gryffindor to lose points, they might as well resign themselves to sleeping in the streets. Peeves, in a teasing manner, seemed to relish the tension. Lin Ci cleared his throat, and after a moment, a voice, slightly aged, emerged from his lips. Peeves, why are you screeching in the dead of night? Is that Dumbledore? The brash Peeves, upon hearing the voice, instantly shrank in fear, diving into the walls to vanish. The Weasley twins immediately crouched down, hiding behind the curtain, not daring to breathe. Although Dumbledore was a kind-hearted old man with a gentle disposition, the ominous reputation of the Dark Lord rendered him somewhat less approachable. After Lin Ci had walked quite a distance, the twins slowly peeked out from behind the curtain. He has gone? I suppose so. Is it Dumbledore? Why do I feel something is amiss? Following this brief interlude, Lin Ci's spirits lifted considerably. The room of requirement should be on the 8th floor, right? The tapestry, the one with the troll, is here. On the right wall of the corridor on the 8th floor hung a magnificent tapestry, depicting a troll clobbering a hapless figure named Barnabas. It seemed that this Barnabas had foolishly attempted to coax the troll into performing a ballet, only to be met with a rather unfortunate fate. Such peculiar inclinations indeed. Lin Ci lifted the tapestry, revealing a smooth wall behind it. The room of requirement, as legend has it, was constructed by one of the founders of Hogwarts and typically existed in a state of disappearance, only manifesting for those who genuinely needed it. The unique characteristic of the room of requirement allowed it to transform according to the user's needs. Lin Ci paced back and forth 3 times, fervently repeating, I need the room that holds Ravenclaw's diadem. As he continued to experiment, gradually refining his thoughts, the room of requirement finally revealed itself, not behind the tapestry, but directly opposite. A massive door suddenly emerged from the previously unblemished wall, adorned with intricate and ancient carvings. Lin Ci leaped inside, finding himself in a spacious chamber where a coal fire flickered in the wardrobe. The place resembled a basement, with an antiquated wooden bookshelf neatly lined with various tomes, while a single cushion sat in the center of the room. Upon entering, Lin Ci's attention was immediately drawn to a pendant resting on a box, its eagle-like design encrusted with a sapphire. The diadem of Ravenclaw. Ecstatic, Lin Ci jumped onto the box, scrutinizing this Horcrux of Voldemort. The moment his claws brushed against the diadem, darkness enveloped him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a void, as if he had been drawn into a peculiar realm, and he seemed to exist in a state of pure spirit, illuminated by faint glimmers reminiscent of twilight. In this world, magic was ineffective. More accurately, Lin Ci had yet to learn how to wield magic in a spiritual state. He turned to survey his surroundings, only to be startled by a figure beside him. Its form was grotesque, hunched over, with no skin to speak of, blood-soaked, and a bald head where facial features seemed to be collapsed into one another. It resembled a skinned demon from the depths of hell, with mere slits where a nose should be. Although Lin Ci had never encountered such a creature, a shadowy figure began to merge with his consciousness. Before Lin Ci could react, the creature lunged at him with its gaping maw, wild with hunger. Unaccustomed to the disembodied state of his soul, Lin Ci barely managed to dodge, but one of his claws was bitten, unleashing an unprecedented wave of pain that forced him to instinctively bite back at the monster. In an instant, the two souls were entangled in a fierce struggle, each trying to inflict harm upon the other, oblivious to the fact that the fragment of the monster's soul that was being devoured was gradually merging with Lin Ci's own. At that moment, Lin Ci felt a searing pain coursing through him, his vision reddening as the intensity of the agony drove him to become even more ferocious in his assault. He soon discovered that with each piece of the creature he consumed, his discomfort lessened, and he could sense his own soul growing stronger and more complete. Overjoyed, Lin Ci no longer viewed the monster with revulsion. Rather, he regarded it as a source of sustenance. As he relentlessly consumed the creature, it was gradually cornered into a small space. When Lin Ci finally devoured the last remnant of the monster, the dark expanse around him began to collapse, revealing a cascade of shimmering violet light. These radiant beams, along with the torn fragments of the creature's soul, merged into Lin Ci's being. He felt his soul rapidly strengthening, while an overwhelming flood of memories inundated his mind. Were these Voldemort's memories? Emerging from the strange realm, Lin Ci gazed in bewilderment at the diadem and the intact room of requirement around him. It seemed he had just been drawn into the diadem itself and eradicated a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Most significantly, Lin Ci had acquired a portion of Voldemort's memories, a legacy from one of the most formidable Dark Lords. He immediately focused his thoughts on studying these memories, his astonishment and elation mounting. Truly remarkable. Chapter 45, a little white comparable to the Invisibility Cloak acknowledgement chapter. When it comes to the study of souls in the realm of British wizardry, few could rival Voldemort. Perhaps no one would dare claim the top spot. Even the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald, and the noble Dumbledore fell short. Much of Voldemort's research on souls stemmed from his expedition to Egypt, where he ventured into numerous pyramids and unearthed a wealth of spells concerning the soul. Egypt is a land where magic flourishes abundantly, home to the prestigious school of wizardry, Hogwarts, situated atop the Moon Mountain in Uganda, Africa, where anyone familiar with spells can perform magic without a wand. However, wizards emerging from Egypt are often met with controversy, as the land has birthed a multitude of dark wizards, with many notorious dark sorcerers hailing from there. It is a veritable breeding ground for dark magic, where various spells and curses targeting the soul thrive. In Egypt, dark magic relating to souls is referred to as necromancy. This powerful and terrifying art can summon the dead from their mummified remains, allowing for the resurrection of their souls. They excel at utilizing the deceased. The army of inferi that Voldemort assembled is a prime example of the application of necromancy. Nevertheless, in Egypt, only those of pharaonic lineage possess the right to practice necromancy. Upon their death, the knowledge is partly passed to the next pharaoh and partly concealed within the pyramids. In his quest for greater power and to maintain his standing, Voldemort infiltrated the pyramids, seeking ways to assemble his army of inferi and attain immortality through the manipulation of souls. Among the necromantic spells he discovered was one that could sever a being's soul for personal use. Lin Ci was astonished upon reading this. Was this the soul version of the star-absorbing technique? He began to understand why others could only create 1 or 2 Horcruxes, while Voldemort managed to create 7. He was unaware of the countless lives claimed by this dark magic, which could sever and consume souls for one's own gain. Lin Ci reviewed the soul-snatching curse repeatedly, contemplating whether to learn it. This formidable dark magic could bolster his own soul and had already brushed against the thresholds of immortality. However, there were significant risks involved. After all, another's soul ultimately belonged to them. Seizing it would intertwine their memories and emotions with his own, potentially leading to a fractured personality. Was there not a soul version of a North Sea divine skill? Well, I shall give it a try. If the drawbacks outweigh the benefits, I can simply refrain from using it. Lin Ci leaped off the box, silently invoking the wish-granting house. Bring me a little white mouse. After a moment's wait, when no response came, it became apparent that the wish-granting house could not conjure living creatures at will. Lin Ci rummaged through his backpack and found a louse he had previously extracted from the invisible beast. Provide me with a glass vessel. The success or failure rested upon this pivotal moment. It was his first attempt at such advanced dark magic, one that involved the essence of soul, which filled Lin Ci with an unprecedented sense of trepidation. Soul devouring. Lin Ci intoned the incantation, and in the ethereal realm, a chain ensnared the louse, rendering it motionless within the glass vessel. After a brief interval, a grayish-white light emanated from the vessel. It was a success. The color was reminiscent of his memories. However, Lin Ci felt no joy as he gazed upon the ashen hue, particularly since it had been drawn from the louse. A sense of repulsion lingered within him. Just as he intended to dispel the floating grayish light, a glimmer of golden light burst forth from his backpack. It was the four-leaf clover. Upon engulfing the grayish light, the clover's brilliance dimmed slightly. Do not indiscriminately consume things. The unexpected turn of events left Lin Ci momentarily flustered. Why must a botanist resort to consuming souls? He had hoped to see the four-leaf clover sprout additional leaves. What would he do if it perished? Just when Lin Ci felt utterly helpless, the clover emitted a pure, flawless point of white light from its apex. Although it was smaller than the previous orb, Lin Ci sensed that the impurities had been stripped away. The pristine luminescence exuded an aura of sanctity, and Lin Ci murmured within, all beings are equal, before drawing the light into his being. Perhaps due to its diminutive size, Lin Ci merely felt a warmth before everything faded away. Nevertheless, it appeared to be a success, and after the clover's evolution, there were no adverse effects. Yet, Lin Ci refrained from celebrating too early. He was uncertain when the clover would sprout again. Originally possessing 4 roots, he had utilized one during an automatic exploration of fantastic beasts, and now, after the soul's evolution, one leaf was missing a corner. Avada Kedavra, soul-snatching curse, heart-piercing, bone-extracting, resurrection of the dead. Lin Ci attempted several dark spells in succession, unexpectedly discovering that the magical energy consumed by dark magic was considerably less than that required for equivalent white magic. After tidying up his belongings and erasing his traces, Lin Ci exited the wish-granting house. To extract a human soul was beyond his current resolve. He would have to devise a plan involving animals instead. Where were the most creatures at Hogwarts? Naturally, the Forbidden Forest, and Hermione had just garnered the favor of the centaurs. As for the school rule prohibiting entry to the Forbidden Forest, Lin Ci recalled the motto of Nearly Headless Nick. If you're not caught, it's not a violation. While passing by Ravenclaw Tower, Lin Ci stealthily approached the dormitory and inscribed a few linear equations upon the bronze door. Having recently earned the Ravenclaw crown, it would be remiss not to reciprocate. He believed that the morning's lesson would inspire these clever little eagles to engage more proactively with problem-solving. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Lin Ci found Hermione joyfully playing with a white cub. Look, it's the offspring of the invisible beast, Little White. Isn't it adorable? Hermione beamed as she presented her new companion to Lin Ci. The most amazing part is that its invisibility can be transmitted to me. Look, before mastering the disillusionment charm, I can sneak into the Forbidden Forest without detection. Hermione began to gradually fade from Lin Ci's view, and the effect was surprisingly effective. This utterly surpasses Harry's invisibility cloak. Lin Ci marveled at the diminutive white creature in Hermione's hands. Were magical animal offspring truly this formidable? Hagrid had studied it and remarked that Little White had inherited more traits from its father. As Hermione spoke, Lin Ci suddenly recalled that the invisible beast had been single when he had extracted it from Fantastic Beasts. How had it become pregnant while concealed in his backpack? A chilling realization washed over him. Chapter 46, a tardy transfiguration class, acknowledgement chapter. You finally awakened. Quickly comb your hair and freshen up. Let's head to the Great Hall for breakfast. Hermione exerted considerable effort to tame her unruly hair, finally managing to smooth it down. Sighing in relief, she handed her comb to Parvati Patil, who was nearby. No need. Mine doesn't require such fuss, Parvati replied with a sly smile, gathering her disheveled locks behind her head. With a slight tilt of her face and a shake of her head, her long black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, perfectly arranged without a single strand out of place. Miss Beaver cast a dejected glance at the comb in her hand, frowning slightly as she suppressed a retort about Lin Ci that almost escaped her lips. The disparity between individuals was stark. Parvati's ability to wake up without her hair being a mess seemed utterly unfair. Ever since Hermione had taught her the chickens and rabbits problem, Padma, the Indian twin, regarded Hermione with the awe of a genius, her admiration nearly overflowing. Within a few days, even Parvati had developed an affection for Hermione. Meanwhile, Lin Ci lounged by the fireplace in the common room, delving into Voldemort's memories stored within his backpack. Although Hermione had assured him that they were good friends and would not pry into his innermost thoughts, the prospect of vanquishing Voldemort's soul and consuming his memories was still quite alarming. Thus, Lin Ci deemed it prudent to keep this matter confidential. Considering that neither Dumbledore nor Quirrell would casually employ legilimency, the agenda to teach Hermione mental shielding techniques would be postponed. During breakfast with Parvati, Hermione made a trip to Hagrid's, reasoning that it would be best to leave Little White in his care. When the two finally arrived at the classroom, it was not particularly crowded. As Goyle and Draco entered, Draco sneered upon seeing Hermione, clearly recalling the ridicule he faced after being petrified on the Hogwarts Express. As Hermione and Parvati moved toward the front row, they noticed a tabby cat lounging on the podium, which, upon closer inspection, bore a ring of spectacles-like markings beside its eyes. Oh, what a cute little cat! Parvati could not resist the charm of the round-faced, big-eyed creature. I wonder if Professor McGonagall, who is usually so stern, would feel embarrassed if someone called her cute. Professor McGonagall, Hermione exclaimed, seizing Parvati's hand to prevent her from petting the cat. Parvati, pulled aside, looked at Hermione in confusion as she bowed respectfully to the cat on the desk. Parvati was no fool. She was quite intelligent. Observing Hermione's behavior, she quickly grasped the situation but felt flustered at having just called Professor McGonagall cute. Blushing, Parvati murmured, "Sorry, Professor." This scene elicited laughter from Draco, who sat in the back row, unfurling his sarcasm. Goyle, did I just see something about a cat? Surely, no one would naively believe that by currying favor with the cat, they might earn the praise of Professor McGonagall, its owner. Yet, it must be said that this feline is indeed both old and frail. Upon hearing Draco's words, Goyle immediately assumed the role of a compliant sycophant, exclaiming, "Yes, Draco, you are absolutely right. This cat is unmistakably cared for by Professor McGonagall, just like its owner, both gaunt and aged." Naturally, Crabbe, as the second in command, did not wish to be overshadowed, loudly echoing similar sentiments. Ah, indeed. The most troubling aspect was that Draco nodded in approval, a testament to his privileged upbringing, often boasting of his father, Lucius. What a trio of fools. Hermione took a deep breath, astonished as she gazed at the trio seated in the back. Parvati was equally taken aback. However, the two shared a silent understanding and quietly settled into their seats. As Draco noticed Hermione's disregard for his remarks, her expression of bewilderment only served to irritate him further. Yet, the proud Slytherin deemed it unworthy to engage with a muggle wizard. He huffed arrogantly, blissfully unaware of the impending doom that loomed over the cat on the lectern. Just as Draco contemplated discussing his father Lucius with Goyle, the tabby cat unexpectedly leaped from the lectern and, upon landing, transformed into a human form. With her hair arranged in a high bun and clad in a flowing emerald robe, Professor McGonagall appeared, her stern visage framed by glasses. This was indeed Professor McGonagall. Her countenance was grave as she strode towards Draco and his companions, fixing them with an unwavering gaze, her silence stretching on. The moment Draco witnessed the tabby transform into McGonagall, his face drained of color. Goyle and Crabbe were equally petrified, cowering behind Draco like frightened serpents. Attempting to retreat, Draco found his escape thwarted by Goyle and Crabbe blocking his path. His complexion was devoid of any hue. "Mr. Malfoy, I believe Lucius has informed you about the necessity of respecting a professor who is both elderly and frail while at Hogwarts, has he not? Due to your discourtesy, Slytherin will lose 10 points. Oh no! The other Slytherin students, who had been passively observing, erupted in dismay. This was utterly cruel, for they had yet to earn a single point and were now penalized 10. This disheartening news sent the House's point-loving members into a frenzy, their glares fixated menacingly on Draco and his lackeys. Meanwhile, the three implicated students slumped in their seats, faces etched with despair. To have insulted Professor McGonagall, right before her eyes, by calling her old and thin was a grievous error. Naturally, Lucius had advised him to be mindful of every elderly professor at Hogwarts, with the exception of Binns. Professor McGonagall turned, reverting to her tabby form, leaping back to her original spot to bask in the sunlight. However, her striking blue eyes did glance towards Hermione and Parvati in the front row. Following the farcical episode, the other students settled into a hushed silence, and Neville ceased his fidgeting, focusing intently on his textbook. Draco's complexion gradually returned to normal, yet his spirit bore the weight of a crushing blow. New arrivals, upon observing the classroom's tranquility, assumed Professor McGonagall had already come and promptly found seats to begin their studies. Yet, surprises often abound, and within each class, a few audacious students persist. "Oh, Potter, it seems we arrived just in time. Professor McGonagall hasn't yet arrived. Quick, find a seat. If she sees us late, her expression will be quite displeasing." Lin Ci lowered his head, mourning for Ron and Harry, who had just entered. Congratulations to these two young lads for acquiring a shadow of childhood trauma. Upon spotting their misfortune, Draco's interest piqued, and he eagerly observed Harry, completely forgetting his earlier embarrassment. Truly, he possessed an astonishing audacity. In a familiar manner, it appeared as though Professor McGonagall had orchestrated this. When Ron witnessed the cat transforming into McGonagall, he seemed momentarily frozen by the door, and Harry's expression shifted uneasily. He promptly whispered, "Good morning, Professor. Mr. Potter, I believe one of you should be transformed into a pocket watch, so the other will not be tardy." "Professor, we lost our way," Ron defended himself, to which Harry nodded in agreement. "Then let it become a map. Surely, locating your seat should not require a map." McGonagall strode up to the lectern without so much as a glance backward. Ron and Harry slinked back to their seats, tails between their legs. Draco's face fell. It was deeply unfair. Why had they not been penalized? Chapter 47. The Art of Transfiguration. Lin Ci gazed at Professor McGonagall, longing to pose a question. Would it be possible for transfiguration to transform uranium, 235, into barium and krypton? However, considering that McGonagall might not be familiar with these three elements, he discarded the thought. Instead, he pondered a query regarding transfiguration. Since one could turn into a cat, would their instincts also align with those of cat? For instance, would they develop a fondness for dried fish, catnip, and feather wands? Perhaps one day, he could test this with Professor McGonagall? No, why McGonagall? Hermione could be a suitable subject too. Some may perceive Hogwarts as barren, yet with the presence of transfiguration, it is undoubtedly vibrant and diverse. At this moment, Lin Ci, boldly envisioning a cat-eared girl, had no inkling that Dumbledore had already delved into research concerning uranium, 235. Once all the students had gathered, Professor McGonagall ceased her feline guise and ascended the lectern. She retrieved her wand and tapped the blackboard, and, as the students lifted their gazes, the board became adorned with a flurry of text. Transfiguration will be the most rigorous and perilous course you encounter. Should I catch anyone carelessly brandishing their wand, you will be asked to leave the classroom. What is transfiguration? As you have just witnessed, it is a profoundly intricate form of biological transformation, involving highly complex principles of transfiguration. Furthermore, it encompasses non-biological transformations, such as turning this lectern into a pig and back again. With a flick of Professor McGonagall's wand, the wooden lectern morphed into an English pig before seamlessly reverting to its original form. Transfiguration can also be classified into permanent and non-permanent transformations. What I just demonstrated was a non-permanent transformation, while permanent transformations are significantly more complex, requiring immense magical power and some rare magical materials. Today, we will explore the simplest form of non-biological transformation, focusing on color changes and the alteration of small object shapes. I will impart the key points regarding these transformations. The incantations can be found in your textbooks, but I will discuss how to effectively release the spell. Please note that the incantation for color transformation consists of 4 syllables, the shortest in transfiguration, and must be accompanied by the appropriate wand movement. The wand's motion should begin gently, with the final syllable delivered with the greatest force, simultaneously releasing your magical energy. For first years, transfiguration is quite challenging, as your control over magical energy is still developing. Therefore, substantial practice is required. This also serves to hone your mastery over magical energy. Now, each of you has a matchstick on your desk. I need you to transform it into a needle. Those who successfully complete the transformation by the end of the class will earn 5 points for their respective houses. The young serpents of Slytherin were evidently stirred by the recent deduction of points, and at this moment, each one of them boldly brandished their wands. Determined not to be outdone by the Gryffindor lot, Lin Ci observed for a while, noting the stark contrast between Gryffindor and Slytherin during this lesson. The little snakes were eager to demonstrate their prowess, striving for the coveted 5 points, even though they had yet to fully comprehend the spells described in their textbooks. In contrast, Gryffindor seemed rather at a loss as to where to begin. Undoubtedly, the initial transfiguration class posed significant challenges. Simply pronouncing the incantation correctly and wielding the wand with appropriate force was insufficient. Mastery of transfiguration required extensive practice and precise control over magical energy, conditions that were evidently beyond the capabilities of first-year students, except for Hermione, who had endured the battle of the Forbidden Forest and had Lin Ci beside her for assistance. For Lin Ci, who had gleaned experience from Voldemort's magic, the notes of the Half-Blood Prince paled in comparison to the legacy of Voldemort's fragmented soul. Professor McGonagall did not harbor overly high expectations for the first-year student's performance. Transfiguration was a field demanding considerable practice. Of course, for some particularly gifted young witches and wizards, success was still attainable. At that moment, Hermione lightly tapped a matchstick with her wand and uttered the incantation for the transformation spell. The match's head morphed into a pinhole, and soon after, the match quivered slightly, with only a portion transitioning from wood to iron. "Professor McGonagall, could I have another match, please?" Hermione inquired. Her request interrupted as Ron muttered under his breath, "Hey, there are always those who experiment without reading. Isn't that bound to fail?" Upon seeing the half-formed silver pin in Hermione's hand, he fell silent. Lin Ci cast a surprised glance at Ron, recalling the tumultuous relationships among the trio during their first year, which were not solely attributable to Hermione's temperament. "Why not?" Professor McGonagall exclaimed, visibly astonished. Although Hermione had only succeeded in transforming the matchstick halfway, how long had it been since they had begun? She was merely a first-year student. Hermione accepted another match from Professor McGonagall, feeling a twinge of nervousness under the professor's watchful eye. Yet once she grasped her wand, she fell into a focused state. Classmates nearby leaned in to observe, and Professor McGonagall did not intervene. Rather, she believed that watching others attempt the spell would be beneficial. After a short while, Professor McGonagall's voice trembled slightly. 10 points to Gryffindor for Miss Granger's spell-casting prowess. As for the additional 5 points, Gryffindor had been on a roll since Harry's arrival. The classroom fell into a hushed silence, all gazes fixed upon Hermione and the silver pin levitating above her head. The young serpents of Slytherin held their breath in disbelief. How could this be? They had only just begun their attempts. In contrast to Slytherin's astonishment, Gryffindor's young lions had grown accustomed to their head girl's abilities. A few students from Gryffindor exchanged playful glances with Slytherin, thinking, surely, no one doubts Miss Granger's prowess. Professor McGonagall glanced at the students huddled nearby, and the moment her gaze fell upon them, they obediently returned to their seats, contemplating the spell-casting techniques they had just witnessed. Lin Ci, meanwhile, positioned himself beside the matchstick that had been charmed for the first time, marveling at the match, which was half wood and half iron. This defied the law of conservation of mass. Where had the wood that had been transformed gone? Professor McGonagall picked up the silver pin, scrutinizing Hermione's creation, conceding that, at this stage, no one could surpass this achievement. At this point, Hermione's eyes flickered as she spoke. "Professor McGonagall, I have a question. May I ask?" Professor McGonagall, noticing Hermione's lack of arrogance, nodded approvingly, "Of course. I will do my utmost to provide an answer. My question pertains to the nature of transformation. Why is it possible to transfigure objects?" Chapter 48, The Origins of Bloodlines. Professor McGonagall, somewhat puzzled, responded, "Miss Granger, what do you mean by that? I'm not entirely clear on your question." Hermione, recalling Lin Ci's inquiry, organized her thoughts. "What I mean is, why does uttering this incantation cause the matchstick to change its shape and material? The match transforms from wood to iron. Where does the iron come from? And where does the wood go?" Muggle studies indicate that the world is comprised of matter. Matter exists in myriad forms, yet it exists as objective entities independent of human consciousness. I believe that, in this regard, the Wizarding World and the Muggle world share common ground. How does the spell we are learning today allow a wooden match to become an iron pin based on our intention? Professor McGonagall pondered and acknowledged, indeed, the material properties have been altered. So, Miss Granger, you are essentially asking why the incantation can change the properties of the matchstick. Hermione nodded, affirming, yes. Although this question pertains to such a fundamental spell, I believe it can be posed regarding all incantations and transfiguration, and indeed all spells in the Wizarding World. Why can spells do this? Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, striving to articulate her thoughts. "Oh, Miss Granger, you pose a formidable challenge. I can assure you that no one has ever contemplated this in such depth before. We have all become too accustomed to this fact. While I do not possess extensive knowledge of other spells, I hesitate to make assertions. However, concerning transfiguration, regarding your question, I currently have but one explanation. It lies in magical energy." Facing Hermione's inquisitive gaze, Professor McGonagall continued, "We must begin with the origins of magical energy, or, if you will, the source of magic itself. You see, Miss Granger, the earliest wizards were, in fact, muggles. Through their battles with magical creatures, They discovered that by transplanting the organs or bloodlines of magical beings, such as the earliest instances of dragon blood transplantation, they acquired abilities like fire breathing. This marked the emergence of the first generation of wizards. In essence, the magical energy of wizards derives from magical creatures. Lin Ci, recognizing this as the origin of bloodline wizards. Moreover, he reflected on a surprising detail he had encountered in Voldemort's memories. The primary distinction between Eastern and Western wizards lay in their origins. Western wizards' lineage was rooted in plunder, having slain magical beasts to seize their bloodlines, while Eastern wizards drew from their predecessors' insights into the elements of nature, achieving harmony with the cosmos and passing down their knowledge through texts. Let's continue. In ancient times, the number of wizards was exceedingly scarce, far fewer than today. The reason for this was the high mortality rate associated with transplantation and modification. Only the most reckless would dare undertake such risks. However, as time passed, people discovered through prolonged intermarriage with wizards that magical abilities could indeed be inherited, and their descendants could possess magical powers as well. Through continual exploration, wizards found that they could glean techniques for controlling magic from the bloodlines of magical creatures. After extensive research, they successfully compiled these techniques into a form of ancient magical script that resonated with magical energy. Through generations of study, the existing system of wizard spells emerged from these ancient texts. Ultimately, as generations of intermarriage occurred, the first generation of wizards gradually faded away, replaced by the natural awakening of magical abilities in contemporary wizards. Yet, as they are not inherently magical beings, we still require considerable practice to master the control of our magical energy. Now, allow me to address your inquiries, though they shall remain merely conjectures. The origin of transfiguration can be traced back to the elves, as ancient tomes recount that in the distant past, certain elves were born with the innate ability to transform. These beings were known as elven druids, and the lineage of transfiguration began with a generation of wizards who inherited the blood of these druids. Through the gifts bestowed upon them by their blood, they abstracted the magical runes of transfiguration, thus formulating the incantations of this art. However, this is merely a hypothesis regarding the genesis of transfiguration. In response to your query about the essence of transfiguration, I can only assert that it is derived from magical energy. Much like the inevitability of human mortality, the sun's luminescence, or the passage of time, transfiguration stems from the innate gifts of magical beings. It is a characteristic that even druids cannot fully elucidate. They simply know that they possess such a capability. I apologize, Miss Granger. This matter is rather profound, and my response is limited to this. Professor McGonagall felt a slight embarrassment. As an educator, it was indeed a source of shame not to be able to answer a student's question. However, I suggest you consider consulting your head of house regarding this matter, as well as Professor Dumbledore. Lin Ci, having gleaned part of the reasoning from Professor McGonagall's response, mused that if magical energy could be equated with the more familiar concept of spiritual energy, many aspects would become readily explicable. Hermione's face lit up with realization as she bowed deeply, expressing her profound gratitude for Professor McGonagall's elucidation, stating that she believed neither Professor Dumbledore nor Professor Flitwick could provide a better answer than hers. Professor McGonagall, I suspect that the magical energy present in our world must possess various attributes, much like how there exist both fire and ice phoenixes. Oh, Merlin's beard. This is indeed a monumental discovery. No one in the magical realm has yet attempted to categorize the attributes of magical energy. Professor McGonagall gazed at Hermione in astonishment, as it dawned upon her why Dumbledore had chosen to allow Muggles to attend. Hermione's proposition was entirely novel and eminently feasible. This could herald a significant transformation for the magical community. Miss Granger, I find it necessary to consider the possibility of your reapplying the Sorting Hat. In fact, Professor Flitwick has mentioned this to me as well. No, Professor McGonagall, I am quite fond of Gryffindor, but you would be better suited to Ravenclaw, would you not? There, you would encounter many companions who excel in contemplation. Professor McGonagall observed Hermione shake her head in refusal and chose not to press the matter further. It was merely a gesture to appease Flitwick. It had been quite some time since Gryffindor had produced a young lion embodying both courage and wisdom. In the latter half of the lesson, Professor McGonagall stood at the podium, writing and sketching while occasionally muttering to herself. Meanwhile, the small snakes and other young eagles diligently endeavored to discover how to transform matches into needles. Lin Ci pondered whether, upon discovering the attributes of magical energy and correlating them with the principles of material motion, one could transfigure any orderly substance. Chapter 49. The Death of a Unicorn. Just as Lin Ci was preparing to experiment with altering material attributes in his backpack, a rhythmic knocking resounded from outside the door, prompting everyone to turn and gaze at the male wizard standing in the doorway. Professor McGonagall, there has been a slight issue in the Ravenclaw common room that should have been reported to Mr. Dumbledore. But he has been in the Muggle world these past few days. Dumbledore has gone to the Muggle world? That cannot be right. Shouldn't he be formulating a more targeted training plan based on the intelligence he has provided? Lin Ci wondered aloud as he emerged from his backpack. Please come in, Mr. Flitwick. I, too, have some matters I wish to discuss with you. The diminutive wizard entered, and upon seeing him, Ron's expression instantly brightened. It's him, Professor Phileas Flitwick, our charms instructor. I wonder what mishap has occurred in Ravenclaw to warrant his visit to Deputy Headmistress McGonagall. There seems to be a problem with the bronze door of the Ravenclaw common room. Flitwick's footsteps slowed as he approached the podium. Casting a glance at the students, abruptly halting his speech, his expression somewhat awkward. He was uncertain whether to continue. Given that this was the first instance in Ravenclaw's history where over 100 students were unable to answer the door's question and found themselves locked out. Is there a particularly challenging question on the bronze door? After a moment of hesitation, Flitwick replied, his tone subdued. Not exactly. The question is not overly difficult. However, the values presented are inconsistent, which has made the situation rather grave. The question on the bronze door is a simple arithmetic transformation, yet each student encounters a different value. A phenomenon that has never occurred before. According to Ravenclaw's pride and rules, one must answer the question to gain entry into the common room. Arithmetic problems? Shouldn't they be easier to solve? Parvati queried. Her curiosity piqued, for her sister was in Ravenclaw and had some familiarity with the intricacies of their common room's regulations. The bronze door's question has always remained the same. Typically, as long as one student provides the correct answer, all may enter. Flitwick regarded Parvati with mild surprise, not expecting a first-year Gryffindor to possess such knowledge of Ravenclaw's common room rules, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, however, today's bronze door has encountered an issue. While the arithmetic principles remain unchanged, the values have begun to fluctuate. Flitwick scratched his head, clearly perplexed, and sighed. For instance, if there are 36 galleons and sickles with a total value of 10,788 nuts, how many galleons and how many sickles are there? Given that 1 galleon equals 17 sickles and 493 nuts. After each student provided their answers, the numbers would change. Flitwick observed several students in the classroom taking out parchment to perform calculations, gradually revealing a cryptic smile. By presenting this problem publicly, he intended to gauge the responses of the young snakes and lions. Fully confident that the Eagle House's students would be unable to answer the bronze door's question and thus become a source of amusement within Hogwarts. However, if the question were made public and all failed to answer, it would likely diminish the mockery. Yet, a voice rang out, shattering Flitwick's plan to save face. Professor, might the answer be 21 galleons and 15 sickles? Flitwick's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the brown-haired girl before him. Professor McGonagall, upon witnessing Flitwick's reaction, realized that Hermione had indeed answered correctly. However, Flitwick's prolonged silence led some of the students, previously silenced by Hermione's response, to believe she had erred. Hey, Goyle, have you heard that fable of the philosopher? There was once a little lion who thought she possessed the wisdom of an eagle and attempted to soar through the skies. Guess what happened? Oh crap, I've heard that fable. The little lion ultimately met her demise due to her arrogance and ignorance. Their exchange provoked laughter among the Slytherins, while Lin Ci regarded the portly Goyle and Crabbe with astonishment. To my surprise, you two possess such a talent for comic relief. Truly, it seems a waste of skill. The laughter from a Slytherin house jolted Professor Flitwick out of his astonishment. He stammered and glanced at Hermione. Have you encountered this problem before? How could you solve it so swiftly? Instantly, the laughter of the little snakes caught in their throats, and the classroom fell into an abrupt silence. This particular problem was not overly challenging for Professor Flitwick, yet he certainly could not arrive at an answer in mere seconds. And what about this problem? In the Ravenclaw library, there are a total of 14 tables. Some have 1 drawer, some have 2, and others have 3. Now, there are a total of 25 drawers across all tables, and the number of tables with 1 drawer equals the sum of the other 2 types. How many tables of each kind are there? If someone answers this question correctly, Gryffindor will earn 5 points. There are 7 tables with 1 drawer, 3 with 2 drawers, and 4 with 3. The classroom erupted into a flurry of excitement, with the little snakes craning their necks, incredulous as they looked at Parvati sitting beside Hermione. Why could she answer it? Professor Flitwick felt a sense of numbness. This astute, youthful wizard seemed to age several decades in an instant. After Hermione answered the question, Flitwick, still curious, inquired about her method of reasoning, for he had long recognized her keen intellect. However, now even a seemingly inconspicuous young witch beside Hermione could solve the problem, which filled Professor Flitwick with a sense of defeat. Is genius contagious? At last, regaining his composure, Professor Flitwick cast a warm glance at Parvati and Hermione before resolutely stepping out. The issue did not lie with the bronze door, but rather with this year's new Ravenclaw students. If the Gryffindor Lions could answer such questions, why not Ravenclaw? It was high time for Ravenclaw to initiate some changes. Parvati, astonished and delighted, jumped up, surprised that she had indeed answered correctly. She tilted her head to glance at Hermione, her intuition hinting that this matter was somehow related to Hermione. The reason she could solve the problem was that Hermione had once posed a math question called the chicken and rabbit in the same cage to her sister, Padma, who had pestered her to work through it together. After class, just as Hermione stepped outside, a nocturnal owl collided into her arms, its talons grasping a letter. On it was the symbol that signified her agreement with Firenze. They had arranged that if anything unusual occurred in the Forbidden Forest, he would write to inform her. Once she dismissed Parvati, Hermione opened the envelope. It contained news of unicorns being slain by an unknown entity in the Forbidden Forest. Upon reading the contents, Lin Ci's expression stiffened. It seemed that Voldemort had begun to stir. Chapter 50, Snape's Little Classroom. Upon receiving the letter, Hermione's countenance shifted, and she promptly ducked into the girls' restroom. In Myrtle's astonishment, Hermione pointed her wand at her head, and a silvery liquid began to flow downwards, enveloping her entire form. Hermione felt a cool sensation envelop her body, and after a moment, she gradually became transparent, ultimately vanishing. It was the disillusionment charm. This charm, not commonly mastered even by many adult wizards, was deftly wielded by young Hermione. Do not disclose this to anyone else. With the added influence of the soul-sucking curse, Lin Ci's words struck deep within Myrtle's psyche, making her feel an unprecedented tremor, as though failing to comply would lead her to face horrors worse than death. Myrtle, pale-faced, nodded timidly. Lin Ci observed Myrtle's reaction with surprise. It appeared that the soul-sucking curse could not only seize other souls for one's own use, but could also sway their thoughts. Do not frighten her. Let us go. Armed with the disillusionment charm and Lin Ci's concealing scroll, Hermione strode confidently into the Forbidden Forest, venturing deeper into its depths. Firenze? After a rustling sound from the left, a silver-haired centaur emerged, his expression grave as he regarded Hermione. Another unicorn has perished. Lin Ci's heart tightened. Such a pressing need to kill unicorns could only stem from Voldemort. Voldemort? Indeed, his current state was troubling. To sustain his life, he was compelled to kill unicorns and drain their blood. Numerous incidents of slain unicorns had recently caused unrest in the Forbidden Forest, and this was the fourth occurrence in a short span. Killing unicorns is cursed. Thus, we cannot fathom who would undertake such an act. Firenze led Hermione to the crime scene, and as anticipated, aside from the blood that had flowed from the severed jugular, the unicorn's blood had mysteriously vanished. Firenze's expression darkened further at the clues Hermione pointed out. A bloodthirsty, malevolent creature lurked within the Forbidden Forest. With this confirmation, Hermione returned to Hogwarts. She was certain that the centaur would relay the news of the unicorns being slaughtered for their blood to Dumbledore, and given the stature of this white wizard, he would undoubtedly deduce who was behind these heinous acts. Hermione, though it pains me to admit it, you do possess a talent for potions. Yet do not let it inflate your ego. The illustrious Malfoy family is. What are you trying to say? Hermione looked at Malfoy, who had suddenly appeared before her, incredulous. Forget it. Who said I was a narrow-minded Slytherin? As Hermione attempted to walk away, Malfoy hurriedly obstructed her path. Actually, Professor Snape is looking for you. TCH, you could have said that sooner. All this unnecessary chatter. You, Malfoy, exasperated, pointed at Hermione as she walked away. Malfoy will never yield to anyone. Professor, you sought me? By the time Hermione arrived at Professor Snape's office in the Slytherin common room, dusk was approaching. The dim light filtered through the window, casting mottled shadows, elongating the silhouettes of the bookshelves and Professor Snape. Snape gestured for Hermione to enter, his gaze still fixed on the parchment in his hands. Outside, the clouds obscured the setting sun, leaving only the soft rustle of turning pages within the room. The overly quiet environment made Lin Ci uneasy. He glanced at Hermione and noticed her own discomfort. Indeed, it was rather hasty to present the Southern Sky Gate potion plan to Snape at this moment. However, Lin Ci felt that his next journey was about to commence. In the face of the unknown, Possessing additional strength would grant him greater opportunities. Miss Granger, might I inquire about your views on the magical world and potions? Professor Snape regarded Hermione with an enigmatic glance. As he delved deeper into the plan, he increasingly perceived the terrifying potential of its author. Though lacking malice, any one of the potion experiments could catalyze a monumental shift in the magical realm. Upon hearing Professor Snape's question, Hermione faltered momentarily. Are you asking me this? She released a sigh of relief, having expected the professor to inquire about the origin of the plan. Lin Ci observed Hermione's relaxed demeanor and couldn't help but internally remark, "Foolish, it cannot be that simple. It must be a test." Snape was undoubtedly aware that the plan was not authored by you. Yet, in the face of formidable unknowns, he would not be foolish enough to pierce this thin veneer without a modicum of understanding. After all, the present relationship is one of collaboration. As long as he is assured of the absence of malice from the other party, knowing too much can be detrimental. Upon hearing this, Hermione's expression grew serious, and she began to ponder Professor Snape's question earnestly. She considered her knowledge of potions to be inferior to that of Professor Snape. However, she had gleaned numerous concepts and modes of thinking from Lin Ci that were absent from the textbooks. The textbooks at Hogwarts were antiquated, the origins of which could be traced back many years. It is said that the latest textbook was authored by Newt in the 1930s. Over 60 years ago. In her view, potions involve the amalgamation of various substances with differing properties to achieve specific effects. Upon hearing this response, Snape, though taken aback, felt a tinge of disappointment compared to his expectations. After a brief pause, Hermione continued, "However, in contrast to the medicinal concoctions of the Muggle world, the properties of magical potions are far more intricate. They typically possess 3 or more distinct medicinal qualities. To mitigate any adverse effects from these properties, we must incorporate additional ingredients to restrain one another. Consequently, this renders potion making a time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor." After speaking, Hermione gazed quietly at Snape, and the anticipated remark from Lin Ci, "Hey, you're truly a genius," failed to materialize. Professor Snape furrowed his brow, seemingly mulling over a complex problem, and murmured, "So, what is your solution?" "Professor, as I previously mentioned, it is the potion, not the potion itself, that serves a specific function. We can extract the active component from the potion and then recombine them." "Interesting, yet it is evident that you have not grasped the essence of potion making." Hermione and Lin Ci were momentarily stunned. Not grasping the essence of potion making? Lin Ci began frantically searching through fragments of Voldemort's memories, but regrettably, this particular memory fragment contained predominantly applications of spells, with scant information on potions. "Professor, please enlighten us." Snape set aside the plan, glanced at Hermione, and slowly rose. His right hand, gesturing as various potion ingredients soared from a cabinet leaning against the wall. A multitude of vessels landed gracefully on the table, showcasing Snape's formidable control over magic. Lin Ci believed he could move objects using magic, yet he could not achieve such seamlessness. It was no wonder that only Dumbledore possessed the strength to surpass Snape at Hogwarts. What were these ingredients for? Hermione glanced at them, swiftly rummaging through her mind. Yet she found nothing, which seemed almost impossible. Though barely 2 weeks into the term, she had nearly crammed the majority of her books into her head. Is it bone-melting water? The bone-melting water in the plan. The plan for the Southern Gate had been hastily compiled by Lin Ci, where he had transcribed potions he had encountered in novels and forums. Upon Snape producing the potion ingredients, he quickly recognized it as bone-melting water, a caustic liquid. Lin Ci had studied it, yet his potion-making skills were not sufficient to master the name. He could not achieve the colorless, odorless quality, and utilizing it for obliteration would leave behind a pungent stench. It would not entirely corrode fur and bone, nor would it spare other substances. It was impossible to leave no trace behind. Chapter 51, Standardized Spells. It is indeed bone-melting water, Professor. Snape was not surprised that Hermione could identify the potion to be brewed. It was merely a minor test. His fingers twitched, and the ingredients suspended in the air transformed into liquids and powders. He waved his hand, and the prepared potion, proportioned according to precise ratios and in a specific order, gradually fused together. Snape's magic suddenly flared with intensity, and before long, the liquid hovering in the air began to boil. Is there such a potion-making technique in the world of Harry Potter? Lin Ci cast a bewildered glance at Hermione, who similarly shook her head in confusion. She had never encountered such a method in her potion books. She had always believed that potion-making required one to remain by the cauldron, continuously stirring and adding ingredients. Could it be that potions could be brewed anywhere at any time, unencumbered by tools or location? Before long, the brewing concluded. The colorless and odorless bone-melting water floated in the air, resembling pure water. Snape extracted a single drop from it, letting it gently fall onto the table. As the corrosive bone-melting water made contact with the surface, it did not elicit any reaction. At that moment, a desiccated lizard flew from the cabinet, landing atop that droplet of bone-melting water. Upon contact, the liquid, akin to clear water, instantly consumed the desiccated remains, leaving no trace as if it had never existed. This was the true essence of bone-melting water. Ignoring the stunned Hermione, Snape retrieved his wand, securing the vessels and potion within the cabinet. This is the essence of potion making. Come to my office every Wednesday afternoon. Lin Ci leapt onto the cabinet, stowing away the 2 floating orbs into his backpack. Ding! Acquired golden item, lucky 4-leaf clover. Ding! Acquired blue item, 10 portions of bone-melting water. Is there anything else? Snape issued a dismissal, and Hermione, suppressing her lingering questions, respectfully closed the door and exited. She believed that all her inquiries would find resolution in a week's time. Today, Hermione had a spellcasting class, which she regarded as one of her most important subjects. While potions were indeed significant, in the wizarding world, spells constituted a wizard's daily practice, with transfiguration merely a branch of the spellcasting system. To catalyze a monumental transformation in the wizarding magical framework, Lin Ci had always intended to commence with the spellcasting system, gradually influencing various fields thereafter. The professor for the spellcasting class was Professor Flitwick, who also served as the head of Ravenclaw House. It was said that Professor Flitwick possessed elven blood. He was quite short and required a thick stack of books to see over the podium. Yet this did not hinder the admiration of his students. In his youth, Professor Flitwick was the champion of the England Dueling Championships, possessing exceptional magical prowess and a profound understanding of spells, earning him the title of a true master of incantations. In today's lesson, Professor Flitwick would teach them the Lumos charm. This spell not only found extensive application in daily life, but was also widely utilized in the ancient wars of wizards, alongside its derivatives and alchemical products. In the pitch-black underground, wizards required bright sources of light to guard against ambushes from dark creatures. They could also deploy powerful Lumos spells capable of temporarily blinding foes, whether through collaborative efforts or amplified individual magic. Class, please pay attention. The incantation must be gentle, yet the final syllable should be pronounced clearly and forcefully. Most importantly, it must be stable. The wand's movement must be equally so, with a continuous influx of magic directed into the wand. I wish to invite a fellow student to demonstrate, Miss Granger. Yesterday, both Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape praised your magical talents in my presence, and I would like to request you to showcase them for your classmates. It would be an immense honor, Professor. Hermione bowed gracefully, subtly waved her wand, and articulated the incantation with clarity as luminous sparks erupted forth. The tip of her wand emitted a bright, gentle light. Professor Flitwick was the first to applaud, exclaiming, "Splendid, Miss Granger. Although the Lumos charm is a rather elementary spell, your execution was nothing short of impeccable. Therefore, Gryffindor earns 5 points. I hope you do not think I'm being biased. I am quite impartial, am I not?" Lin Ci rolled her eyes in response. Hermione expressed her gratitude with a courteous bow and stepped down from the podium. Now, class, you may practice on your own. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. As her classmates commenced their practice of the Lumos charm, Hermione approached Professor Flitwick. "Professor, I hope you will indulge my request to examine this. Though it may be rather rudimentary, I believe it could assist in the art of spellcasting." Hermione presented a manuscript titled Standardized Spells, a compilation of ideas she had gathered from Lin Ci, to Professor Flitwick. "Ah, very well, Miss Granger. Let me see what surprises you have in store for me," he replied, taking the manuscript and delicately leafing through it. After merely 2 pages, Professor Flitwick's expression transformed from curiosity to astonishment, and then to seriousness. "Miss Granger, I believe I comprehend your intentions. This is, quite a revolutionary concept. You wish to establish a unified standard? I can see that aiding in spell mastery is merely one aspect. The crux of the matter is your desire to quantitatively describe magical power. How much magical energy is required for spell casting? How much for each node in the alchemical circuit? What kind of magical energy is needed for potion brewing? You aim to create a unified system for magical energy. Miss Granger, you must understand that this has never been attempted in the magical community." Hermione took a deep breath, gazing at Professor Flitwick. Establishing a standard system is essential. Magic has remained in a chaotic state for far too long. We require training to master various magical arts, but not in this crude and barbaric manner. It should be systematic and theoretically supported. Only with a unified standard can we objectively and accurately describe the truth, allowing the various industries within the wizarding world to achieve groundbreaking advancements. Is a standard not beneficial? With a standardized spellcasting method, even the most inept could achieve a passing level simply by following the guidelines. Otherwise, under Hogwarts' current teaching methods, success is left to mere chance. For example, if your spell requires an entire day of rough practice to master, with my manuscript on standardized spells, they could grasp nonverbal spellcasting techniques within that same day. Thus, I believe my research holds significant value. Professor Flitwick gazed at the spirited Hermione, feeling as though he were witnessing a reflection of someone from his past. Several decades ago, an individual had proposed a remarkably similar idea. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the memory, and said slowly, "I too find this research valuable, though your aspirations face numerous challenges ahead. However, regarding spell practice, I believe we can commence this initiative at Hogwarts. This is my recommendation as the Charms Professor. I shall communicate this to Professor Dumbledore and strive to prepare accordingly before the next semester." Hermione beamed with delight. "Thank you immensely, Professor. This way, the magical proficiency of Hogwarts students will be elevated swiftly, and in a few years during the Battle of Hogwarts, it will be the Death Eaters who will suffer. The phrase, 'I and my beloved perish in the tower,' shall become moot." Chapter 52. The Conflict in Flying Class. "Hey Ron, what brings you such joy?" On the way to flying class, Ron exhibited an unprecedented enthusiasm, practically bouncing ahead of the Gryffindors. "Harry, why do you look so glum? Do you know what flying class signifies?" Ron glanced back at Harry, but his last words were directed toward the younger lions. Ron often adopted this mysterious and self-important demeanor when discussing topics he was familiar with, proudly surveying the younger lions before him. Ron was about to unveil his mystery when an unwelcome voice shattered the moment. "That means Quidditch, right?" It was Hermione. Instantly, Ron's proud expression froze, and the surrounding lions erupted in laughter at his embarrassment. Ron's half-spoken words left everyone hanging, a rather unappealing tactic. He shot a frustrated glance at Hermione and blurted, "Hermione, that's just not fun." "Ron," Harry interjected, stepping in front of Ron, anxious that his friend might come off worse in a confrontation with Hermione. "Why don't you share with us what Quidditch is?" Having endured his own share of treatment, Harry understood what would lift spirits and when to give others a chance to express themselves. Sure enough, Ron's demeanor softened, and he shot a defiant glance at Hermione. Lin Ci, uninterested in such trivial squabbles, began to anticipate the midday meal. Indeed, it had been a week since he had last utilized a lucky four-leaf clover to automatically explore fantastic beasts and where to find them. Hermione ceased her interruptions, aware that, despite her diligence, she could match her peers in magical prowess only through gradual exposure to the activities and customs of the magical world. Most of the new Gryffindors were aware of Ron's passion for Quidditch. In fact, every Friday, Ron would read the latest Quidditch news from the newspaper and relay the results of each team's matches as if narrating a grand tale of victories and defeats. Which team had triumphed this year? Which team featured an unusually skilled player? Hermione furrowed her brow, pondering how Ron might benefit from channeling some of his enthusiasm for Quidditch into his studies of potions and charms. Otherwise, he would continue to receive reprimands each week in class. This led Hermione to reflect on how Harry and Ron had approached her the day before, hoping she could impart some knowledge related to potions. Standing before the Gryffindor team, Ron finally found his moment. He had never spoken before such a large audience and cleared his throat, contemplating how to begin his introduction of Quidditch in an engaging manner. However, the arrival of another group interrupted Ron's lengthy exposition. It was Draco Malfoy and his entourage. Upon seeing Malfoy, Ron wisely fell silent, convinced that whatever he knew paled in comparison to Malfoy's knowledge. To avoid ridicule, Ron hastily concluded his thoughts, leaving the younger lions feeling somewhat bewildered. The flying class was a joint session with Slytherin, which inevitably meant friction would ensue. The newly arrived Gryffindors, perhaps influenced by some rumors, would intentionally keep their distance from the Slytherin students, but as the classes progressed, many of the younger lions began to set aside their preconceived notions. In certain respects, the Slytherins possessed much that was worthy of emulation. Lin Ci undoubtedly contributed to this shift. The so-called rivalry between the houses was merely a product of older wizards seeking to cultivate healthy competition, yet some individuals revered it as a guiding principle. Standing aloof and observing with a cold gaze, Draco Malfoy scrutinized Hermione amidst the throng, while his fellow Slytherins cast unfriendly glances at the little Hermione. As the heir of the pure-blood Malfoy lineage, Draco held a significant status within the esteemed Slytherin house, which prided itself on blood purity and reputation. However, every encounter with Hermione seemed to spell misfortune for him, often resulting in reprimands from professors or the embarrassment of public humiliation. This recurrent vexation left Draco considerably disgruntled. Yet Professor Snape urged him to consider how he might learn from Hermione. The instructor for their flying lesson, Madame Hooch, arrived in a flurry. Her grizzled hair and sharp nose reminiscent of Harry's beloved Hedwig. "I shall be your flying instructor, and you may call me Madame Hooch. Beside you lies your broomstick. Shortly, you need only to place your hand upon it and utter the command up to ascend. Remember, your tone must be infused with emotion." Upon her declaration, an array of peculiar sounds erupted in the field. Up, up, emotion, not mere enthusiasm. Madame Hooch observed the chaotic scene before her, frowning at the customary disarray of each year's new students, though some particularly gifted individuals began to emerge. "Up," Harry tentatively called, and to his astonishment, the broom soared into his hand as if they were harmonious partners. Is this the latent talent of a blood wizard? Hermione recalled Lin Ci's earlier remarks about blood wizards, citing Harry's flying prowess as an example, given that his father had once been a remarkable Quidditch player. She softly repeated up numerous times, yet the broom remained unresponsive, prompting her to contemplate a subtle alteration in her approach. Lin Ci had mentioned that some matters should be judged solely by their outcomes, disregarding the process. Seizing the opportunity, while Madame Hooch was distracted, Hermione cast a summoning charm to retrieve the broom into her hands. As for flying, her connection with the broom was irrelevant. She had already mastered the flying charm from Lin Ci. This flying charm was derived from a fragment of Voldemort's soul that Lin Ci had absorbed within Horcrux. Yet Lin Ci had refined it by eliminating the menacing dark mist that, despite its grandiosity, failed to enhance speed. After a series of bizarre exclamations, nearly all students had acquired their brooms. Madame Hooch surveyed this year's newcomers with satisfaction, although her tone seemed rather casual. Thankfully, no one had resorted to grabbing the brooms prematurely. "Now, on the count of 3, I shall blow my whistle, and my signal gently leap upward, attempting to hover low in a circle before returning to your original position. 1, 2, 3, tweet." Just as Madame Hooch blew her whistle, one student soared into the air. The onlookers were awestruck by Neville's rapid ascent, but soon realized that things were amiss. "Mr. Longbottom, please come down." Madame Hooch's complexion paled dramatically. Yet, the broom was clearly beyond Neville's control. He squeezed his eyes shut, terrified to glance at the ground, gripping the broom tightly to avoid a fall. Longbottom. Chapter 53. "You are putting me in a difficult position, Fat Tiger." A gasp escaped as Neville was propelled higher by the broom. The Gryffindor students watched nervously as Neville ascended, while Draco and his minions found amusement in the spectacle. Lin Ci held a certain admiration for Neville's late-blooming talent. In reflecting upon the lesson, where he would merely endure some hardship without dire consequences, he quelled any impulse to intervene. The out-of-control broom sent Neville tumbling through the air, performing several somersaults. Had he not clung tightly, he would have already plummeted to the ground. "He's up there," the crowd gasped, rushing to the scene as Neville became ensnared on the sharp spire of a rooftop statue. Just as relief washed over them, his clothing tore with a rip. Oh no! Neville suddenly fell from the rooftop, and Hermione's face turned ashen. At such height, he could surely perish. In her panic, she struggled to think of a suitable spell. Glancing desperately at Lin Ci, "The levitation charm. Perhaps others might struggle to catch him midair, but you can." "Stop." Madame Hooch brandished her wand at Neville. But her aim went awry, and as Neville hurtled towards a grim fate, she contemplated whether she should resign to Dumbledore when a resolute voice resonated from behind her. "Wingardium Leviosa." The spell was chanted with unwavering strength from Hermione, who directed her wand at the descending Neville. Although it did not entirely levitate him, it did slow his descent. As Hermione gently lowered her wand, Neville tumbled aside. The poor lad appeared to be momentarily dazed, prompting Madame Hooch to rush forward to assess his condition. The surrounding young witches and wizards gazed in admiration at their fearless leader, Hermione Granger. "Well done, Hermione." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, quickly coming to a silent agreement that during their weekend lessons, they would implore Hermione to teach them this spell. The Slytherin students regarded Hermione with a newfound respect, while Draco pondered thoughtfully with his head bowed. "I must take Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary. He has sustained some minor injuries. Until my return, no one is to touch the broomsticks." Madame Hooch carried the unconscious Neville towards the castle. "I trust each of you understands my admonition. Otherwise, you may find yourselves expelled from Hogwarts. Believe me, should you insist on mounting your brooms. I possess the authority to enforce such measures. Furthermore, Miss Granger has demonstrated her remarkable prowess in spell casting, earning Gryffindor an additional 5 points for her bravery. After Madame Hooch's departure, the idle Draco noticed a glimmering object, a memory ball belonging to Neville. He contemplated using it to tease Neville, intending to hide it, but fortuitously, Ron and Harry noticed his actions. Seizing the opportunity, Draco ascended into the air, confident that the Malfoy family's prestige within the magical community would shield him from expulsion from Hogwarts. However, Ron and Harry were another matter altogether, and he mockingly made faces at Harry. "Harry, you mustn't." Ron's outstretched hand grasped at nothing. Harry had already mounted the broom. For the first time aboard a broom, Harry felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with the sensation of flight. Hermione wished to intervene, but Lin Ci interrupted her. It was this very opportunity that allowed Professor McGonagall to witness Harry's exceptional flying talent. Consequently, Harry not only escaped punishment, but also earned the honor of becoming the youngest Seeker in Hogwarts history. "Draco, you best come down." After Harry reclaimed the memory ball, Draco remained relentless. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ron drew his wand and aimed it at Draco, who hovered in the air. "I don't believe you dare use magic." Draco tightened his grip on the broom. Ron Weasley's courage was insufficient to keep him in Gryffindor, merely a result of the Sorting Hat's adherence to family tradition. "You're nothing but a scrap of the wizarding bloodline." Draco's words garnered agreement from many Slytherins, who believed that, aside from their own house, other students were not true wizards, merely useless remnants. Only within Slytherin could one attain the honor of being a wizard. "Malfoy, you are indeed correct. Ron is too timid to use magic." His drawing of the wand was merely a desperate gesture. The use of magic during flying lessons is strictly prohibited, as it could disturb fellow students soaring through the skies, potentially leading to dire consequences. The Gryffindors behind Ron gathered closely, their dissatisfaction palpable with Draco's haughty demeanor, particularly as he mocked Gryffindor from such heights. The distance between the Slytherins and Gryffindors diminished, the tension thickening, and many students had already seized their brooms, poised for an impending skirmish between the two houses. Should a brawl ensue, Lin Ci could easily envision the headlines in tomorrow's Daily Prophet. A brawl between the two houses, an unprecedented event in the annals of Hogwarts. Draco and Harry hovered anxiously in the air, exchanging bewildered glances, unprepared for the escalation of the situation. Silence. Step back. A figure emerged before the serpents and lions, brandishing her wand and surveying the Gryffindors and Slytherins. "I just said, step back. And you two, come down." The two factions fell silent, uneasily regarding Hermione Granger, who emanated an unsettling aura that made them shiver when meeting her gaze. Yet, some audacious souls persisted. "Hermione, you're being too arrogant. Why should we listen to you? No mudblood has ever dared point a wand at a wizard." Goyle's words found enthusiastic agreement from Crabbe, who brandished his wand threateningly at Hermione. Stung by the term mudblood, Hermione's anger flared. She had not anticipated such rampant prejudice, especially after her considerable forbearance. "You're making it difficult for me, Goyle." Hermione raised her wand high, her eyes coldly fixed on the jeering Goyle and Crabbe. "I'm not targeting you. I mean, everyone here is trash." Lin Ci silently added in his mind. "Hermione, step aside. This is a matter between wizards." Without needing to look back, he knew it was Ron, likely feeling that Hermione's sudden intervention had snatched away his moment to shine. Many Slytherins had raised their wands, and Gryffindors were no exception. "I said step back." Hermione forcefully swung her wand, unleashing a powerful surge of magic that forcibly pushed the serpents and lions back to their original positions. Seeing this, Draco quickly descended, standing protectively in front of the Slytherins, warily watching Hermione. The serpents and lions scrambled to their feet, staring in astonishment at Hermione. She had merely utilized raw magical force, without uttering a spell. Yet at their age, even dragon-blooded wizards wouldn't possess such a formidable reserve of magic. The atmosphere grew hushed as all eyes turned to Hermione, anxiously awaiting the words of this muggle-born which had subdued both houses. "I believe we need not proceed in such a manner, do we?" Harry stepped forward, glancing at Draco. The Slytherins nodded in agreement, while Draco's expression hardened, ultimately conceding. Though his father was Malfoy, he had no authority to directly interfere within Hogwarts. Harry quickly helped Ron, who had fallen to the side, uncertain whether Ron's proximity to the magical surge had left him more affected than others. "I do not wish to hear such mudblood remarks again." Goyle and Crabbe nodded vigorously, their pallid faces betraying their fear, as it was clear that the previous magical force had been directed at them. What just happened? How could there be such a surge of magic? Chapter 54. The Punctual Troll. The young wizards looked on with trepidation as Professor McGonagall approached. At Hogwarts, first years most dreaded encountering either Professor Snape or Professor McGonagall outside of class. Goyle glanced at Hermione, eager to respond to Professor McGonagall's inquiry, but Draco seized him. Nothing, Professor. Just that a broomstick suddenly went out of control and injured Neville, Draco declared, stepping forward amidst the astonished gazes of the Slytherins. Yes, Professor. Madame Pomfrey has taken Neville to the infirmary, and we were just checking the other broomstick for issues, Hermione replied, her concerns about being expelled for breaking school rules absent, as she already understood the purpose of Professor McGonagall's visit. McGonagall cast a skeptical glance at Draco, her trust leaning more towards Hermione's account. I hope it's not about anything else. Professor McGonagall turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, could you accompany me for a moment? Harry, taken aback, pointed to himself, confirming with a bewildered look directed at Draco and Hermione. Was it due to his silence that he was being singled out for questioning? Hesitantly, Harry followed Professor McGonagall. Lin Ci surveyed the surroundings. Draco appeared to revel in the misfortune while Ron furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Hey, you'll soon find out that Harry is to become the youngest Seeker on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. What? Yes, Miss Beaver, you heard correctly. In fact, Harry's father, James Potter, was also an exceptional Seeker. If memory serves, his medals are displayed in the trophy cabinet at Hogwarts. The rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin was swiftly eclipsed by the busyness of studies, with a near conflict between Harry and Draco only to be revisited when the serpents and lions crossed paths again. Meanwhile, Hermione had evidently garnered immense respect. It was rumored that Professor McGonagall had suggested Hermione Granger for the position of Gryffindor's first-year prefect. This was unprecedented. The latest edition of the Daily Prophet featured articles such as Professor Flitwick's thoughts on standardized charms, Professor McGonagall's research on magical property differences, and Professor Snape's essence of potions. The publication of these pieces caused a significant stir within the magical community, creating a sensation akin to a revolution in academia. The influx of owls at Hogwarts increased, with many wizards frequently coming and going. Most astonishingly, all the professors mentioned Hermione Granger in their papers. But so what? Harry was no less. He would reclaim his glory on the Quidditch pitch, being the first year to be selected for the team, the chosen one. Time passed swiftly, and all felt it. Halloween arrived, marking the first grand festival for the young wizards. Each house celebrated in its own manner, but Hogwarts had its own unique way. The Great Hall was adorned with ghostly flames, the chairs transformed into gravestones, and ghosts floated about freely. The young wizards chattered excitedly, particularly when the ghostly flames or spirits drifted above them. Hey, Peeves, look at this! Fred and George shouted, tossing smoke bombs one after another. Soon, a chilling mist enveloped the Great Hall, interspersed with the eerie wails crafted by Fred and George. Laughter erupted throughout. Even Professor McGonagall chuckled. Those Weasley boys are quite troublesome. Had they dared to play pranks like this on a regular day, I would have deducted points. But today they deserve applause. Cheers rang through the hall, with both the living and the spirits laughing heartily. I bet that if Muggles witnessed such a scene, they wouldn't find the comical ghosts frightening. They would only join the laughter. Oh, is this a new Halloween costume? Halloween is a festival of revelry, and the festive atmosphere inspired Lin Ci to play a tune of Red Wedding Dress. However, Hogwarts is a place rife with unexpected occurrences, as Lin Ci remarked. Here, one might encounter a dozen masters, legendary magical artifacts, or even the Dark Lord in his youth. Of course, one might also find oneself rather disheartened amidst the revelry. Unfortunately, Lin Ci's assertions are often accurate. Suddenly, the doors to the Great Hall burst open with a loud crash. Professor Quirrell, visibly flustered, rushed in. He is the instructor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. This course is notorious for being cursed by the Dark Lord, with no professor ever lasting more than a year, making it the most unpredictable class at Hogwarts. Quirrell, the unfortunate professor, appeared to be suffering from some ailment. Swathed in a voluminous scarf that obscured the back of his head, emanating a distinct odor of garlic, and speaking in a stammering manner, occasionally trembling. It was indeed Professor Quirrell who interrupted the festivities. He burst in, emitting a sound reminiscent of a scream. Troll. A troll in the dungeon. Dumbledore, I thought you knew. And then he fainted. Lin Ci rolled his eyes. Naturally, Dumbledore was well aware. Parvati and Neville exchanged bewildered glances. How on earth did a troll manage to infiltrate Hogwarts? The Great Hall quickly descended into chaos. Headmaster Dumbledore had to cause his wand to emit several sharp bursts of fireworks before the crowd quieted down. Prefects, Dumbledore's voice resonated. Low and commanding, immediately escort your students back to their dormitories. Wow, Fred exclaimed, his expression exaggerated. Whoever that fellow is. I can only assume he's in deep trouble. Dumbledore is furious. George wore a sympathetic expression, slowly bidding farewell to Hermione and Neville. At that moment, Harry suddenly squeezed through the crowd towards them. Ron. Ron has dashed off to the dungeon corridor. I couldn't stop him. He must be intent on confronting the troll. Hermione coolly remarked. Only a troll would undertake such a reckless action. Taking a deep breath, despite her grievances towards Ron, she realized she could not allow him to walk into danger. Harry, you must alert the professors immediately. They need to hurry. The three of us will go rescue Ron. With that, Hermione grasped Neville with one hand and Parvati with the other, racing toward the dungeon classroom. Harry, without hesitation, dashed off to find the professors maintaining order. Lin Ci had little interest in Dumbledore's hero training game, and ever since Peter Pettigrew subtly informed Snape of Voldemort's plans, it was clear Dumbledore must have had more thorough preparations in place. Hermione, you never consult us, Parvati lamented. Though Hermione often insisted on practicing spells with her and Neville every weekend, Parvati felt apprehensive about facing a troll head-on. Meanwhile, Neville was eager to take action. Are you going to just stand by and watch that troll harm him? After all, he is our classmate, even if he is a bit of a fool. Neville's discontent with Ron had reached a boiling point. Once, they had been a group of 5, but it had splintered due to Ron's grievances towards Hermione. Hermione and Parvati shrugged. Well, this could be an excellent opportunity for us to earn points, Parvati remarked, at least for me and Neville while Mr. Potter's exploits on the pitch may be overshadowed by Ron's recklessness tonight. Hermione picked up her pace in silence. Soon, the trio could detect the troll's unmistakable odor, or perhaps more accurately, its stench. They deftly cast a smell-repelling charm over themselves. Having dealt with various peculiar substances in Professor Snape's dungeons, this charm was second nature to them. They hurried toward the source of the odor. Chapter 55, Aftermath and Punishment. Hermione whispered, I will attack, Neville will defend, and Parvati will rescue. First, ensure our own safety before attempting to save anyone. Understood. Got it. At the end of the corridor lay a single classroom, and they could already hear the troll's roars. Hermione swiftly pointed her wand, and the door to the classroom swung open. Neville waved his wand, clearing a bench that had flown out from within the room. The three dashed into the classroom, only to be met with darkness. The troll, resembling a small mountain, towered nearly to the ceiling. Ron lay motionless in the corner, seemingly unconscious from fright. Hermione waved her wand, casting a modified summoning charm that pulled Ron along the ground toward them. Furious, the troll, a creature with a brain no larger than a fingernail, understood that someone had stolen its possession, ignoring what had been taken. It swung a massive wooden club toward Hermione and the others. By Merlin, it was actually a battering ram. Hermione stood resolutely, her wand aimed at the troll. Suddenly, she recalled a piece of advice Lin Ci had shared with her. Once, there was a powerful wizard who had mastered only a single illumination spell. Yet his endurance and vitality were maximized, and he excelled in both one-handed and two-handed sword techniques, along with passive skills such as blocking, charging, and whirlwind strikes. The tip of Hermione's wand gleamed with a sword-like brilliance. Parvati snickered disdainfully, uttering a booming incantation. Shatter. A flash of crimson light surged through the classroom. The troll's club, along with its hand, disintegrated into a cloud of debris. The anguished roar echoed through Hogwarts, prompting the professors nearby to hasten their pace. Then, with a gentle incantation from Hermione, magic sword, the two simple syllables rang clearly, overpowering the troll's cries and the lingering echoes. A silver, razor-sharp beam of light erupted from the tip of Hermione's wand, piercing through the troll's magical hide and pinning it to the wall. Blood gushed, painting the floor, leaving the arriving professors in shock. The professors, lips trembling, were rendered speechless. An eerie silence enveloped the odor-laden classroom. Professor McGonagall shouted furiously, "What on earth are you doing? How dare you?" Her face was as dark as the sky before storm. "Where's Ron Weasley?" Hermione waved her wand, and Ron tumbled heavily in front of the professors. He groaned as he regained consciousness, painfully murmuring, "Oh, Merlin, where am I?" Then, as if recalling something, he panicked and shouted, "Where's the troll?" Harry quickly explained to Ron, "Ron, it was Hermione and the others who saved you. They rushed in the moment they heard you were in danger. They killed the troll. You just fainted." Professor McGonagall cast a cold glance at Ron. Seated on the ground, "I shall report this incident to Headmaster Dumbledore, including your punishment." Ron looked up in astonishment, his lips moving as if to protest. But Harry restrained him with a firm grip on his shoulder. What fault lay with Ron Weasley? He merely wished to prove that he was not inferior to Harry and Hermione, that he was not the least capable among the Weasley wizarding brothers. Lin Ci gazed sympathetically at the dejected Ron. The professors collectively sighed, and without delay, they commenced the task of dealing with the giant's remains. Hermione and her companions quickly bowed and departed, eager to escape the gruesome classroom. A voice, laden with profound weariness, echoed as they left, announcing that rewards for the three of you would be issued in the coming days and urging them to rest well. Hermione sighed, sympathizing that Professor McGonagall seemed to have aged a decade in an instant. Neville and Parvati also exhaled, choosing to remain silent. The Halloween giant invasion incident had reached a conclusion, and this event, along with Ron Weasley, was soon to be forgotten by Hogwarts. Perhaps the unfortunate Ron Weasley needed an opportunity to shed the label of recklessness that clung to him. As time gradually transitioned into November, the weather turned exceptionally cold. The ancient, dark gray castle of Hogwarts occasionally transformed into a frost-kissed structure in the mornings, while the Black Lake had frozen over, emanating an eerie chill. However, none of this dampened the spirits of the Hogwarts students, for the first Quidditch match was about to commence. Regardless of whether they hailed from Muggle or Wizarding backgrounds, whether their grades were stellar or lackluster, all, students and professors alike, were consumed with excitement. Except for, well, a few individuals. The Quidditch season is upon us, you know? Hermione remarked nonchalantly to Parvati. It became evident that Hermione lacked a natural talent for Quidditch, hence her indifference. Parvati, however, erupted with enthusiasm. But Hermione, it's Quidditch. Hermione yawned. Parvati, could you pass me that parchment? Thanks. And what a Quidditch. Parvati tugged at her raven locks. It's Quidditch. The most popular sport in the wizarding world, bar none. Just then, Neville entered, and Parvati seized him like a lifeline. Neville, the Quidditch season is about to start. Neville glanced at her coolly. Oh, I know. I haven't forgotten. And then, Parvati felt as though she had been struck, her world turning monochromatic. Meanwhile, on Harry's side, everyone was discussing Quidditch. Anticipation filled the air, with all eyes on Harry, asking, Harry, are you ready to dominate? Don't be nervous. Look, we're not at all anxious. We're just waiting to see you catch the golden snitch. Harry's response was resolute. He held his head high and raised his thumb with conviction. Gryffindor will prevail. Indeed, Harry believed this wholeheartedly. He had trained diligently for this season and would not allow even the slightest mistake to lead to Gryffindor's defeat. He was determined to win, and to win handsomely. The points lost due to Ron's blunders would be reclaimed by his own hand. Harry's first match was against Slytherin, which, in the words of Gryffindor's captain, was a despicable, underhanded, yet formidable team. Lions, remember that the most terrifying aristocrats are those who enter the fray without concealing their status. Unfortunately, they are us. Do we have confidence? Yes, yes, yes. Let us send them back to their aristocratic ways. Do we have confidence? Yes, yes, yes. Gryffindor will triumph, triumph, triumph. Chapter 56, Quidditch and Surprises. At 11 o'clock, the air was brisk, yet the sunlight was splendid, marking an ideal day for a Quidditch match. The stands were teeming with spectators, as if the entire school had turned out. Lin Ci sat alongside Hermione in the Gryffindor section, as today marked Gryffindor's match against Slytherin, creating an atmosphere of palpable excitement. Neville and several other Gryffindors held aloft a grand banner, emblazoned with a huge gold and crimson lion roaring toward Slytherin. Fan of projections? This is quite well done, Lin Ci complimented. The gold and red lion held by Neville was a product of Hermione's enchanting charms, resembling the holographic projections of Lin Ci's past life. Though I'm not particularly enamored with Quidditch, Gryffindor must not lose. Slytherin, too, had raised a banner, adorned with a silver serpent coiling elegantly upon a green background, radiating both artistic beauty and a sense of formidable strength. The Serpent House had a penchant for such ostentation. They were utterly oblivious to the concept of subtlety. How outrageous. Should we make ours a bit larger, Hermione? Parvati exclaimed, clutching Hermione's shoulder while gesturing indignantly at Slytherin's banner. Let us enter. Keep your eyes peeled. And remember to cheer with me. Parvati remarked, Yikes, Gryffindor looks a bit perilous. Look at Slytherin. If I'm not mistaken, their entire team is equipped with Firebolt 2000s. The disparity in broomstick performance is quite substantial. Hermione glanced toward Slytherin's entrance, observing their players clad in green uniforms adorned with silver serpents. Each of them wielded exquisitely crafted brooms, their designs evoking the essence of artistry. At the rear of the team, the Seeker Malfoy stood out with his platinum hair, relishing the adulation of Slytherin's supporters. Turning her gaze back to Gryffindor, Hermione nodded. The combination of gold and crimson was far more appealing than green and silver. Merely in terms of uniforms, we already held the advantage. Furthermore, Our team included a female player, which was an additional asset. At that moment, Madame Hooch, the flying instructor and referee, had taken her position at the center of the pitch, her broomstick in hand, awaiting the players. As both teams gathered around her, she declared, "Listen, I expect everyone to compete fairly and honestly. No underhanded tactics." She fixed her gaze on Slytherin Captain Marcus Flint for a few seconds before sharply blowing her silver whistle. 15 brooms immediately shot into the air. Soaring high into the sky, the match had begun. The quaffle was seized immediately by Gryffindor's Angelina, an exceptional chaser and a striking beauty, Merlin. I adore girls who are both beautiful and skilled at Quidditch. The commentary was provided by Gryffindor's Lee Jordan, a forthright individual, so expectations for professionalism should be tempered. Enthusiasm was all that mattered. She flying brilliantly. What a splendid pass. Oh, how magnificent. Angelina, I love you. Jordan continued his affectionate commentary, completely oblivious to Professor McGonagall's thunderous expression nearby. Oh, let's check out both Seekers. They are unprecedented first-year players. Gryffindor's Harry Potter and Slytherin's Draco Malfoy. Merlin. Look at Harry. He's wearing glasses, the very soul of a Seeker. Just that alone puts him leagues ahead of Malfoy. Now look how calm he is. Soaring above the pitch, scanning for the golden snitch, while Malfoy remains utterly still. I believe Gryffindor currently holds a significant advantage. Jordan's earnest, imaginative commentary surged forth, while Professor McGonagall, observing him, felt a chill at the sight of the hearts sparkling in his eyes. On the pitch, Harry and Malfoy seemed separated from the fierce competition surrounding them. Harry gently turned his head to evade a bludger launched by Slytherin, while Malfoy bent low to dodge a retaliatory strike from Gryffindor. Neither of them displayed any concern towards such trivial assaults. Instead, they remained utterly focused on the pursuit of the elusive golden glimmer. Suddenly, Harry felt an instinctive surge of clarity. Trusting his intuition, he urged his Nimbus 2000 into a rapid acceleration, darting forward with fervor. Malfoy, though a moment behind, maintained a calm demeanor, his broomstick trailing closely behind Harry's, exploiting the latter's momentum to reduce wind resistance. Eureka! Harry's mind roared with triumph as he spotted the golden snitch. He slightly crouched, intending to leverage his broom's speed to gain a sudden advantage over Malfoy, thereby positioning himself to secure victory in the match. Lin Ci suddenly recalled the unpredictable nature of Hogwarts. If a giant troll could appear without warning, then the notion of someone attempting to harm the Chosen One in broad daylight was not far-fetched. What? Hermione immediately tensed. Yet Lin Ci scanned the surroundings, failing to locate Professor Quirrell. Had he concealed himself? High in the air, Harry sensed an unsettling shift. Upon realization, he discovered himself astride a wildly uncontrollable broom, soaring hundreds of feet above the ground. He wrestled with the violently jolting broom, striving to regain control. All right, the primary objective is to reclaim mastery over my broom and then overtake Malfoy to capture the snitch. By Merlin, this is challenging. The secondary option is, but one thing is certain. If I succeed, the match will conclude, and today's contest is equipped with ample safety measures to adeptly handle any incidents of high-altitude falls. I'll take a gamble. Harry's gaze fixated on Malfoy and the snitch, calculating his trajectory with utmost precision. Oh, this is exhilarating, but I am confident. I was born for Quidditch. Harry leaped from his broom. The stadium plunged into a deafening silence, swiftly followed by piercing screams that echoed through the air. Hermione, stay calm. Prepare the levitation charm. This time, we must be exceptionally precise, more accurate than during Neville's incident. Lin Ci's composed words helped to steady the startled Hermione. Without uttering a word, Hermione fixed her gaze on Harry, her lips moving as she prepared to cast a localized levitation spell. As Harry plummeted, the thrill was palpable. He discerned the snitch drawing closer, alongside Malfoy's astonished expression. Harry landed directly above the snitch, reaching out to clasp it tightly, continuing his descent before Malfoy could react. Damn! Draco's expression twisted in rage, his mind racing as he executed a sharp turn and dove to seize Harry. The shrill whistle pierced the air. The match was over. Chapter 57. The Truth Serum and Hagrid's Upbringing. Just now, Professor Snape attempted to kill you, Harry. What did you say? Harry stared incredulously at Ron, who supported him, while Hermione frowned at Ron. Mr. Weasley, please remain calm. Shouldn't such matters be discussed in hushed tones? Hermione glanced around, ensuring no teachers were observing, before exhaling in relief. She believed Professor Snape would never harm Harry. having heard from Lin Ci about Snape's connection to Lily. Yet, she had indeed witnessed Snape casting a spell in the stands. There must be some misunderstanding, but Hermione lacked sufficient evidence to exonerate Professor Snape at this moment. Harry's complexion paled. He had always known Snape harbored animosity towards him. Yet he never imagined Snape would seek his life. The gravity of the situation transformed Hermione's expression. The only insight she had gleaned from Lin Ci was that Professor Quirrell was missing from the stands. But what did this have to do with Quirrell? I believe Severus Snape has not forgotten his identity as a Death Eater. He intends to kill Harry, and he undoubtedly harbors a more sinister plot. Ron's face flushed crimson, his conviction and determination more pronounced than ever. Why? This piqued Lin Ci's interest. He was eager to understand the basis for Ron and Harry's unwavering assertions, while also feeling sympathy for Snape. In truth, Lin Ci had not spotted Quirrell in the stands, a deviation from the original narrative. Harry lowered his head, his lips moving silently, hesitating to speak. Ron encouraged him with a hopeful expression, urging him to articulate his thoughts. It's just that, when we last encountered the troll, I noticed scratches on Severus Snape's leg. Scratches? Hermione pondered, before exclaiming in astonishment, "You suspect that Professor Snape unleashed the troll? That he took advantage of the chaos to reach the three-headed dog, and even got injured? That's impossible." "No, it's precisely that," Ron insisted. "Trust me, Harry." I asked Fred and George. After the troll appeared, Snape vanished from the side path by the podium. He must be plotting something. The logic held. Yet Lin Ci found himself bewildered by Ron's reasoning, casting a deep gaze at the red-haired boy, pondering whether he would survive the third night in werewolf killing. Though he was unsure when they had ascended to the third floor and encountered the three-headed dog, he remained oblivious to how Ron and Harry had rejoined Hermione. A three-headed dog? What three-headed dog? Hermione, what are you talking about? Lin Ci feigned ignorance, inquiring of Hermione. Because Draco challenged Harry to a wizard duel that day. I followed along, but the rotating staircase led us to the third floor. In our haste to evade Filch, we stumbled into a room containing a three-headed dog. Hogwarts, with its myriad of 142 staircases, could easily lead one astray without proper signs. It was on the night they encountered the three-headed dog that Draco was supposed to duel Ron and the others. Yet when they arrived at the designated location, Draco was nowhere to be found. No one noticed Hermione, standing quietly to the side, murmuring to herself. Harry sighed deeply, suddenly raising his head. "You're right, Ron. It must be so. I believe Professor Snape is not a good person. He is unlike all the other professors." Lin Ci had no desire to engage in a debate with children, especially since, had he not possessed some knowledge of the plot, he too might have deemed Snape untrustworthy. "Harry, are you all right? You truly caught the golden snitch in the Quidditch match. You truly are James's son." "Oh, Hagrid, what did you just say? My father was also a seeker." They encountered Hagrid along the way, who enveloped Ron with one arm and Harry with the other. "Indeed, you can visit the trophy room. There is a trophy there belonging to your father." Harry paused momentarily. Having never seen his parents, he had envisioned their appearances countless times in his mind. To his surprise, his father had also been a seeker. By the way, Hagrid, Harry relayed the recent conjectures he and Ron had formulated. He was aware of Hagrid's close relationship with Dumbledore and hoped Hagrid would disclose Snape's misdeeds to him. "Oh, Harry, you cannot harbor such suspicions about your professor. This man is still Snape." Hagrid hastily waved his hands, earnestly gazing at Harry and Ron, as Harry's recent words jolted him from his stupor. He had unwavering faith in Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore would never permit any individual beyond control to enter Hogwarts. Moreover, Snape's animosity towards Harry stemmed from. Harry sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Then how do you explain this?" When the troll appeared, Snape was nowhere to be found, and upon his return, he bore the marks of clawing on his leg. The only conclusion is that he secretly ventured to the third floor and was attacked by the three-headed dog. "Oh, Fluffy? You mean Fluffy?" Hagrid exclaimed, his eyes darting between Harry, Ron, and Hermione in astonishment. Lin Ci suddenly felt that Hagrid might be akin to an NPC assigned to deliver quests. He had yet to say anything substantial, yet inadvertently revealed so much. "Fluffy? Isn't he the three-headed dog from hell?" Fred had once contemplated crafting a fairy tale about him. Ron had not anticipated that the massive beast would bear such a name. "Fluffy? You know his name. So, Hagrid, you recognize him?" Hermione, ever perceptive, scrutinized Hagrid's eyes intently. The inebriated Hagrid, oblivious to his slip, perked up at the mention of Fluffy as though someone were inquiring about his own child. "Fluffy, of course. I know him. I bought him from an Irishman. When I first acquired him, he was just an adorable little pup. But he grew rapidly and was later borrowed by Dumbledore to guard the Philosopher's Stone." Hagrid's inebriation was abruptly dispelled as he realized the implications of his words. Embarrassed, he grasped his beard, casting a frustrated glare at Harry and Ron before shaking his head and dashing away. "Hagrid!" Harry called out. "What?" Ron muttered. "Wait!" Hermione exclaimed. Lin Ci turned over, allowing the sun to warm his belly, and decided there was no doubt left. Hagrid's role was that of an NPC, a novice village one at that, with daily access to a truth serum. Chapter 58, The Professor's Christmas Gifts. Upon hearing the name of the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione and the others began searching for any records regarding it. Yet they found themselves at a stalemate. Christmas was swiftly approaching, and Hogwarts had arranged for a festive break. The majority of young witches and wizards opted to return home to celebrate with their families, though a select few chose to remain at school, such as Harry Potter. He had grown fond of the atmosphere of Hogwarts and believed he could never return to Privet Drive. Wasn't Christmas a holiday associated with Christianity? Why would Hogwarts celebrate it? Did Merlin also believe in Jesus? Lin Ci shook his head, dismissing these thoughts, and anticipated that once Hermione returned to London, some matters could finally commence. The publication of the standardized spell, merely featuring the introduction and summary in the Daily Prophet, caused a considerable stir, attracting many visiting wizards to Hogwarts for discussions. To enhance its influence, Headmaster Dumbledore sent the entire manuscript to Merlin Publishing and the Wizarding Council, where it was currently undergoing urgent review. In Dumbledore's own words, "Miss Granger, I believe that by the time you return from your Christmas holiday, you will receive 1 or 2 pieces of good news. Until then, we can sit down and enjoy some sweets together." Hermione was taken aback by Dumbledore's kindness and diplomatically declined his invitation for a confectionery feast. After all, not everyone could consume a plate full of scuttling cockroaches, even if Dumbledore claimed they were Christmas treats sent to him by the Duke of Honeydukes. Oh, just one more day, 2 days left. Goodness, the day after tomorrow is Christmas. Neville suddenly recalled, his face alight with excitement. Parvati, seated beside him, sighed. "You just realized? We've been counting down the days for over a month." Harry cast a sympathetic glance at Neville. "So, are you going home for Christmas or staying at Hogwarts?" He sought companionship in his inquiry. Hermione pondered. "I will be going home. My parents must have been worried about me for quite some time. In any case, I want to go home." Neville looked at Harry as if he were foolish. "Of course, I'm going home. Why wouldn't I go home? Christmas is so bothersome." Hermione lamented, rolling around on her bed. "We have to give gifts. There's so many people. What should I give? Merlin, someone teach me." Lin Ci gave Hermione the payment for the Daily Prophet's article, and she felt compelled to present gifts to the professors. Calm down. Giving gifts is just like learning spells. One must grasp the patterns. Let's start with Headmaster Dumbledore. Parvati suddenly transformed, whispering to Hermione, "Based on my analysis, although Headmaster Dumbledore is elderly, he possesses a youthful heart, as evidenced by his relentless pursuit of the latest sweets from the Duke of Honeydukes. And he has a sweet tooth. However, according to Dumbledore himself, he has already reserved the special Christmas candies from Honeydukes. Walls could be both sweet and youthful." Hermione interrupted Parvati's analysis. Are there already candies?" Parvati mused. "Let me think. What sweet and trendy items are currently available? Books, music, anything would do, just no more candies." After a moment of contemplation, Parvati stood up, beaming. "I've thought of something sweet and trendy." Hermione's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she awaited Parvati's revelation. Parvati mysteriously produced a book from her bag. "My sister lent this to me a few days ago, and I read a bit of it. It's absolutely sweet. Definitely trendy and sweet." Lin Ci curiously glanced at the title. Miss Mary Sue and Her Werewolf Night, and indeed it was quite sweet. Would Headmaster Dumbledore appreciate this book? Hermione asked, and with Parvati's confirming nod, she wrote to Flourish and Blots, requesting a hardcover edition. Next, it was time to consider Professor Flitwick. All right, let me analyze this once more. First, Professor Flitwick doesn't seem to have any particular preferences, which complicates matters. However, Professor Flitwick has a characteristic. He always appears quite exhausted after class, as he must stand atop a pile of thick books, and maintaining that balance can be quite tiring. So, let me write to Madame Malkin. I'll request, is this the rope shop? I would like to order a pair of elevated shoes, specifically designed to allow Professor Flitwick to reach above the podium without needing to stand on books, and they must not tire him out. Please mark this as urgent and include a tip from Madame Malkin to expedite the order. I wager this will undoubtedly be the finest gift Professor Flitwick has ever received. I'm a genius. And so, Hermione penned the letter and sent it off, entirely oblivious to the considerable trouble she had just caused Madame Malkin. Then there was Professor McGonagall. First, Professor McGonagall was no longer young. Secondly, she was somewhat stern. Thirdly, she seemed to lack a partner. And finally, Both she and Professor Dumbledore were from Gryffindor. Ultimately, while Dumbledore may be aging, older men possess a certain charm. Parvati's eyes gleamed with sharp insight thus. We can conclude that Professor McGonagall may harbor feelings for Headmaster Dumbledore, yet she has not expressed them. What could be the reason? Certainly, it is indeed due to Headmaster Dumbledore's rather unconventional sexual orientation. Based on my analysis, it is highly probable that the headmaster is destined to spend a lifetime in pursuit of confectionery delights. While I hold great respect for his noble convictions, I cannot help but contemplate the lifelong happiness of Professor McGonagall. Is that so? However, it is undeniable that Dumbledore's preferences are somewhat peculiar. Gigiadi, appassionate era. Let me see. Here we are, the special selection from the leaky cauldron. How to help your child break free from candy. Well, it's settled then. Ahem. I have already resolved the matter concerning Professor McGonagall. Who else remains? Little Hermione? And Professor Severus Snape. Oh dear, but Hermione. You are aware that there are few whispers regarding the potion's master at Hogwarts, and even the ghosts rarely speak of him. Parvati paced back and forth. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is quite troublesome. Quite troublesome. Does it require additional funds? Firstly, Professor Snape is likely in his early 30s, standing at the cusp of youth and middle age. Thus his preferences remain elusive. While I can ascertain that potions are indeed one of his interests, how could I ever suggest such a lackluster gift? Well, I truly find myself at a loss. Parvati seated herself upon a chair, her gaze cast out the window. Lost in thought. Perhaps we could consider a stag. Lin Ci recalls that Professor Snape as Patronus is apparently a stag. Chapter 59. A Nighttime Sojourn at Hogwarts. The quaint tradition of nighttime excursions at Hogwarts. On Christmas Eve, the castle had already begun its festive adornments, awash in the colors of the season. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were busy setting up 2 enormous Christmas trees in front of the castle. Merry Christmas, professors. Do you require assistance? Oh, Hermione. We would be absolutely delighted. Professor Flitwick, as the head of Ravenclaw, had long maintained that Hermione was more suited to the House of Eagles. However, Hermione had declined. As in Gryffindor, she would receive Dumbledore's guidance and, alongside her studies, partake in Dumbledore's heroic training games. Hermione brandished her wand, and with a gentle flick towards the Christmas tree, the lights from the box floated into the air, effortlessly settling onto the branches. Professor Flitwick, upon witnessing the spectacle, was nearly taken aback, almost dropping his wand. What a remarkable feat of levitation, Miss Granger. Your mastery of magic has surpassed that of many fourth-year students. 5 points to Gryffindor. May I inquire, Miss Granger, how did you accomplish this? It is thanks to Professor Snape's instruction. He is quite meticulous when it comes to potions. Hermione replied with a polite curtsy, as she always held great respect for the professors at Hogwarts. During this time, she had been studying under Professor Snape, making significant strides in her control of magic. Indeed, she could now wield several uncomplicated spells with remarkable ease. Moreover, Hermione's proficiency in potions had reached a level comparable to that of some graduates. The points for Gryffindor had already accumulated significantly due to Hermione's contributions. Lin Ci cast a curious glance at Professor McGonagall, who stood on the stone steps, and he began to suspect that her recent deductions of points from the Weasley twins might be an effort to prevent any embarrassment at the awarding of the House Cup due to a considerable disparity in points. After bidding farewell to several professors, Hermione ventured into the castle, playfully engaging with the fat lady, offering her a few fish snacks, and frolicking for a while. This was a method Lin Ci had taught her, and because of this, on several occasions during her nighttime excursions at Hogwarts, Hermione encountered the fat lady, who did not divulge her activities to Filch. You should take the opportunity during the holidays to gather information on Nickleby, Hermione exclaimed as she entered the common room, addressing Harry and Ron, who were engaged in a conversation she could not quite decipher. Hermione began to pack her belongings for her return home. Ron, originally intending to go home as well, found his parents had traveled to Romania to visit his brother Charlie. Impossible to find. We've searched every nook and cranny of Hogwarts. What about the restricted section? Surely not. Harry and Ron gazed incredulously at Hermione as she strode into the girls' dormitory. Was this truly the Hermione who had always adhered to the rules? As night fell, Hogwarts succumbed to slumber. The diligent Hermione Granger, who should have been preparing for her journey the next day, suddenly appeared in the Gryffindor common room. After contemplating that Harry and Ron were rather unreliable, she resolved to venture alone into the restricted section that very night. Lin Ci had long been fascinated by the restricted section of Hogwarts, but he suggested first visiting Hagrid to enlist the help of the invisible creature, the baby Thestral, to infiltrate the library's restricted section. In Hogwarts, The professors dictated the classroom. Madame Pomfrey ruled the infirmary, and in the library, it had always been Madame Pants who held sway. Lin Ci had always harbored a wariness towards the elderly wizards. Who could tell if they might see through the disillusionment charm? However, the abilities of the Thestral were wholly different. Most spells in the magical realm were inspired by the capabilities of fantastical creatures. Spells may contain loopholes, but the abilities of magical creatures do not. With ease, Hermione presented her excuse of returning home the next day to retrieve the baby Thestral from Hagrid. Although she encountered the fat lady once more on her way to the restricted section, Hermione had already cultivated a profound friendship with her. Within the restricted section, Hermione held an oil lamp in one hand, quietly searching through the shelves. Nickleby. She had seen this name in a book, and as she gently pulled the book from the shelf, Lin Ci was about to intervene when the book was already opened, revealing a terrifying visage on the cover that emitted a spine-chilling shriek. Both Lin Ci and Hermione were startled, and the book was flung aside. Who was there? It was Filch's voice. If he were to catch them, Hermione's well-behaved student persona would be shattered. Hermione hurriedly soothed the baby Thestral, while Lin Ci extinguished the lamp and stowed it in his backpack. Moments later, Filch appeared, lantern in hand, at the very spot where Hermione had just stood, tentatively raising the lantern to scan the area. "Come out. I see you," Filch bellowed, bolstering his courage with his own shouts. That earlier shriek had echoed like a demon-esque roar. Seizing the opportunity, Hermione slipped away from his side. "Snape, you cannot." It was Quirrell. In the empty corridor, Lin Ci's acute hearing swiftly caught the conversation between Quirrell and Professor Snape. "Hermione, come this way," following the direction of the sound. They soon rounded a corner to find Professor Snape pinning Quirrell against the wall. "Quirrell, I believe you would prefer not to cross me, would you?" "And no, I do not comprehend what you are implying." "Humph, I believe you will come to understand." Suddenly, Professor Snape turned his gaze toward Hermione's direction. When her eyes met his, a chill coursed through her, and she held her breath. Professor Snape seemed to sense something amiss, extending his hand towards Hermione. Chapter 60. The Mirror of Ariste. On Christmas morning, a thin veil of mist enveloped Hogwarts, rendering everything dreamlike and ethereal. Early in the day, Harry and Ron were boasting about the invisibility cloak Harry had received. This was a relic of Harry's father, akin to the Marauder's map, and ultimately it would find its way into Harry's possession. However, the Marauder's map had already been intercepted by Lin Ci. Ron presented Hermione with a sweater adorned with a large, embroidered letter Y. This was a customary Christmas gift for the Weasleys and their friends attending Hogwarts. The time was 7 in the morning, and there were still 5 hours until the Hogwarts Express departed for London. Ample time indeed. Hermione grasped Harry's hand and led him into an empty corridor, whispering, "You might want to see what I discovered last night." "Last night?" Harry hesitated, casting a doubtful glance at Hermione. "You didn't I found a mirror, and it is connected to you," Hermione exclaimed. "Connected to me?" Harry asked incredulously, pointing at himself. Driven by curiosity, he donned the invisibility cloak and trailed behind Hermione. The previous night, Hermione had ventured into the restricted section and, upon being heard by Filch, had stumbled upon a conversation between Snape and Quirrell while trying to evade capture. Just as Snape seemed to notice her, he reached out, but fortunately, he was a fraction too late. Had his hand been just a tad longer, Hermione might have been caught red-handed. After a narrow escape, Hermione discovered a mirror in a small room behind the restricted section. Yes, it was the Mirror of Ariste, the very mirror where Dumbledore ultimately concealed the Sorcerer's Stone. In its depths, Hermione beheld herself as the most renowned witch in the world, possessing an immense personal library. Most people's aspirations shift with the passage of time. Only those like Dumbledore and Harry, with their profound obsessions, continue to see the same image in the mirror. Yet Lin had no inkling of what he might see in it, feeling despondent up to this very moment. "This is it." Hermione approached cautiously, lifting the black cloth that covered the enormous mirror, revealing its grandeur. The frame was intricately carved with ancient patterns, exuding a timeless aura. And inscribed on the left side of the frame were the words, "I do not show your face, but rather your desires." Lin felt that his current endeavors were merely to cultivate a peaceful and tranquil existence, for he disliked turmoil. A simple life sufficed. Yet after gazing into the mirror, he was left bewildered. Harry stood before the mirror with a blissful expression. "What did you see in there?" he asked, seemingly entranced as he drew closer to the mirror. "I saw my parents. They have never felt so real before." He marveled. "It's incredible. When they touch me, I can distinctly feel the warmth of their hands." "But they're not real, Harry. Wake up," Hermione urged. Harry smiled dreamily, reaching out as if to grasp something intangible. "Yes, My parents are gone, but I truly wish to take the mirror with me, so I could see them forever. His voice grew somber as he lowered his head. Then after a long pause, he asked Hermione quietly, "What about you? What did you see?" Hermione's gaze suddenly deepened, and her demeanor reminded Harry of Dumbledore. "Harry," she stated firmly, "you must understand, fantasies are mere illusions. They cannot alter reality. They only ensnare us in the allure of our dreams." Harry shook his head. "You wouldn't understand. I've never met them, which is why I yearn to see them." A wave of emotion washed over Hermione, and she began to comprehend that the mirror of Eriste represented a complete family for Harry, who had lost his parents at birth. Yet now, Harry was slowly sinking into his fantasies, and Hermione feared that by showing him the mirror, she might trap him in an unending cycle of longing. "Harry, do not pity the dead. It is the living who need compassion. Life must go on. Stagnation is not a viable choice." "Well said, Miss Granger," came an elderly voice from behind the mirror of Eriste. It was Dumbledore. Lin recalled the terror he felt in his past life when his homeroom teacher was solidified outside the window. Was Dumbledore the guardian spirit of Hogwarts? How could he appear in so many places? What was most alarming was that Lin had just spoken words that were originally Dumbledore's. Dumbledore regarded Hermione with a knowing smile, one that concealed his thoughts from all. After respectfully bowing, Hermione stepped back to stand beside Harry, both awaiting judgment like chastised children. "Harry, you must also agree that Miss Granger's words hold merit, correct?" Upon Harry's nod, Dumbledore turned to Hermione. "I believe it is time for this mirror to find a new location." With that, Dumbledore vanished as if he had never been there. Lin suddenly realized that while Hogwarts forbade apparition and the use of portkeys outside the confines of the school, the headmasters of Hogwarts had always been able to use apparition freely, and only they held such privileges. "Hermione, could you teach me spells anew? Just as you did with Neville and Parvati?" Hermione hesitated, struggling to decipher Harry's intentions. Harry looked up at Hermione, his determined gaze piercing through the thick lenses of his glasses. "Voldemort, I can sense him. He is not dead. He killed my parents." "Indeed, he is not dead. A fragment of his soul resides within you," Hermione gasped, momentarily forgetting to respond to Harry. She pondered Lin's words in astonishment. "You just said that a part of that being's soul has fused with Harry? Do you realize what you are saying?" Hermione asked, frowning at Harry, without any hesitation to conceal Lin's statement. Harry enunciated each syllable deliberately, Voldemort in truth, uttering that cursed name within Hogwarts posed little danger. Most Death Eaters were imprisoned in Azkaban, and Hogwarts was protected by magical barriers. The only concern was whether Quirrell's companion, lurking behind his head, was awake when Harry spoke of his plans. Hermione did not refuse Harry. Although she was uncertain of Lin's intentions, she felt that the documents transferred to Professor Snape. The Potions chapter of the Southern Gate Project, Professor Flitwick's spell chapter of the Southern Gate Project, and even Hagrid's Magical Beast chapter indicated that Lin's ambitions were grand and complex. Moreover, with Harry being the legendary chosen one, he might be of assistance. Hermione led Harry to the 8th floor, imparting the method to enter the room of requirement and producing a complete volume of standardized spells. In combat, mastery of spells did not necessitate an extensive repertoire. One or two that suited oneself was sufficient, even if they were the only ones one ever learned. Harry was perplexed by Hermione's assertion. "Are you saying that knowing just one or two spells is enough to fight Voldemort?" "Precisely. Lumos and Expelliarmus. Simplicity achieves the utmost strength. Obliterate everything," Hermione replied. "Indeed, some wizards have become the greatest by excelling in just one spell." She discreetly noted Lin's mention of Lumos and Expelliarmus. The latter, a highly practical combat spell, would disarm an opponent, rendering them incapable of fighting. The combat prowess of European wizards stemmed from their wands, as few could cast spells without them. Thus, being deprived of their weapons in battle meant certain defeat. The illumination charm, known as Lumos, is a rather simplistic form of lighting magic. However, when infused with abundant magical energy, it can render an individual momentarily blind. Hermione employed this spell during the confrontation with a troll, causing the creature, blinded by the light, to flail its club wildly at the surrounding air. After detailing the matters concerning the room of requirement, Hermione returned to the Gryffindor common room, while Harry continued to hone his spell-casting skills. Expelliarmus. Lumos. Chapter 61. The initial plan for Gringotts' acquisition. The Hogwarts Express, carrying students returning home for Christmas, gradually disappeared into the howling snow. Hermione Granger reclined comfortably in a single-seat compartment, beginning to catch up on lost sleep. The thrill of a nighttime escapade at Hogwarts gradually faded, leaving her with only a sense of fatigue. The snow-covered mountains, desolate coniferous forests, and withering broadleaf woods passed by the train window in succession, as the weather grew increasingly gloomy, with London's rain drizzling against the glass. Ding! Final destination, King's Cross Station, London. Please ensure you have all your belongings before disembarking. The aging train came to a gentle halt, and the conductor, ringing a bell, entered the carriage to remind everyone that they had arrived. Hermione neatly folded her blanket and stowed it in her luggage. With the consent of Professor Dumbledore, she had brought back numerous delicacies crafted by the house elves of Hufflepuff for her parents. Stepping off the train and traversing platform 9 3/4, she found London shrouded in nightfall. People clad in dark cloaks navigated the waterlogged streets, their newspapers held aloft. Fortunately, the station in London was not as brightly lit as it had been in her previous life. Otherwise, Hermione's sudden appearance would surely have drawn attention. Thus, before heading home, they first needed to pass through the leaky cauldron to reach Gringotts in Diagon Alley, correct? Indeed, they aimed to secure a mortgage on Hogwarts property before Dumbledore discovered its title was missing. Last night, Hermione had stumbled upon the Mirror of Erist, shortly followed by the appearance of Professor Dumbledore himself. Seizing the opportunity during the distraction, Lin Ci transformed into Peter Pettigrew and infiltrated Dumbledore's office, successfully obtaining the Hogwarts property deed. Light rain fell from the sky, and London certainly lived up to its moniker as the Foggy City. The dull glow of car headlights navigated through the thick, gray mist. Hermione, wielding an umbrella conjured from her wand, stepped into the unnoticed, grimy pub. In stark contrast to the external chill and quiet, a wave of warmth enveloped her the moment she pushed open the door. The pub remained bustling and noisy, and Hermione apologetically closed the door, alleviating the tension on the faces of the wizards seated nearby. "Hey, care for a pint?" In the haze, the balding Tom, the pub's proprietor, energetically welcomed every new patron. Hermione lowered her head and made her way past the bar, locating the brick that would grant her access to Diagon Alley. It seemed that Diagon Alley was unaffected by the magical barriers. The streets were devoid of puddles, and a scattering of stars twinkled in the night sky. The leisurely lifestyle of the British was indifferent to both wizards and muggles alike. The once bustling Diagon Alley had vanished, with most shops shuttered and only a few inns for foreign wizards remaining open. Let us hope Gringotts operates around the clock. In the shadows of a street corner, Hermione consumed a potion containing Grindelwald's hair, immediately transforming into a tall wizard with silver hair and a composed demeanor. Striding purposefully towards the grand building at the end of the street, Lin Ci had managed to acquire a considerable amount of Grindelwald's hair during the events of Fantastic Beasts. "Dear wizard, how may I assist you? As you know, it is quite late, and we are only able to provide limited services." A goblin clad in a scarlet and gold uniform peered from the window, his dark face possessing wise eyes that scrutinized Grindelwald with an unsettling familiarity. "If it is an urgent matter, you may return tomorrow morning at 8. This is indeed urgent, and I believe the goblins reside at Gringotts even at night," Grindelwald replied, glancing at the dim light seeping through the crack of the bronze door. The goblin frowned. "Sir, I empathize with your current predicament, but clink." Grindelwald produced a gold galleon. 10 minutes will suffice. And this a single dose of polyjuice potion lasts only an hour. Yet Lin Ci felt that would be ample time. As for why Grindelwald appeared youthful, well, perhaps he had discovered the secret to the elixir of life. And how he escaped from Nurmengard. Was that a matter for a mere goblin to inquire? "Oh, 10 minutes? I doubt the goblins would mind a slight delay at their rest." A standard professional smile blossomed on the goblin's wrinkled face as he reached out to inspect the coin, verifying its authenticity before pocketing it, bowing courteously and opening the grand door. "Please wait a moment. I shall notify Andy Serkins right away." Inside the opulent VIP lounge of Gringotts, Grindelwald reclined on a plush sofa, the fireplace crackling merrily in the background. Lin Ci fiddled with fragments of Voldemort's soul, pondering how to release the essence of this second Dark Lord. Given that Grindelwald had never extended his nefarious activities to Britain, the number of individuals familiar with the first Dark Lord should be scant. Should the goblins glimpse the Hogwarts property deed, they might quietly consume it. "Apologies for the wait. Sir, I'm uncertain why you specifically requested my presence." The distinctive, raspy voice of a goblin emerged from outside the door. Moments later, a goblin hurriedly entered, pausing noticeably upon seeing Grindelwald. The wizard before him felt eerily familiar, yet after rummaging through his mind filled with galleons, he found no answers, shaking his head in frustration. This distinguished wizard must be a regular. If only he could recall his name, it would surely facilitate a more favorable agreement for their impending collaboration. The goblin bowed respectfully. Please forgive me, Andy Serkins, but may I inquire as to who you are? Grindelwald coldly rose to his feet. Gellert Grindelwald. Oh, it is you. The goblin, named Andy Serkins, instantly recognized the name, lowering himself even further. Esteemed Mr. Grindelwald, may I ask what urgent matter brings you to Gringotts? His initial trepidation was swiftly overshadowed by curiosity. However, upon realizing that such a formidable wizard was conducting business at Gringotts, the goblin's body ceased to tremble, and his eyes sparkled with fervor. If he could successfully fulfill this distinguished gentleman's urgent request, countless galleons might soon rain upon him. Do you recognize this? Grindelwald produced an ancient parchment, the intricate runes glowing faintly. A surge of magic immediately filled the VIP lounge, causing the flames in the fireplace to leap high. The goblin, Andy Serkins, trembled as he accepted the parchment. Upon unfolding it, shock morphed into greed, only to be swiftly replaced by fear. He hastily returned the ancient contract to Grindelwald, kneeling on the floor with his forehead pressed firmly against the carpet. This matter is beyond my authority. It requires consultation with the Goblin Elder Council. Andy Serkins dared not breathe, berating himself for allowing greed to surface before this formidable lord. He felt as if he were walking a tightrope between life and death. Andy Serkis cautiously crawled towards a door, and upon reaching it, he promptly stood up and dashed into the depths of Gringotts. Before long, a flurry of urgent bells rang out, accompanied by the cacophony of the goblin shouts and curses, illuminating Gringotts as brightly as day. Damn it, damn it. Why wasn't there an advance warning? You go rouse those old codgers. Gringotts had finally awaited its opportunity. Still sleeping. Do you even realize who has arrived? Chapter 62. The Walking One. 7 billion. Mr. Grindelwald, as you can see, this property certificate belongs to the Slytherin family, and it appears that. Furthermore, the Gunter family, descended from Salazar Slytherin, has also lost its last heir in Azkaban. The elderly goblin, adorned with golden rings on his pointed ears, furrowed his white brows as he scrutinized the silver-haired wizard seated at the circular stone table, cautiously exchanging glances with the goblins gathered around it. The atmosphere in the underground chamber of Gringotts suddenly turned oppressive. The 7 goblins exchanged grave looks, shaking their heads in unison, evidently in agreement that Grindelwald lacked the authority to handle the Hogwarts property certificate. Yet, not a single goblin dared vocalize this conclusion. The goblins had established Gringotts long before Merlin's time and had preserved it to this day, clearly relying on more than mere force. The goblin with the longest beard, his skin lined with deep creases, trembled as he rose, evidently the presiding elder of this assembly. Lin Ci refrained from allowing Hermione to speak. He was well aware of the predicament faced by Gringotts. Hogwarts was no dilapidated shack constructed from boulders, but rather a prestigious institution with direct ties to nearly 90% of the wizarding community in Britain, while the remaining 10% held indirect connections. If Gringotts violated trading regulations and acquiesced to Grindelwald's demands, Hogwarts would instantaneously cease to belong to the headmaster, but rather to this original Dark Lord, thereby causing Gringotts to forfeit its entire European market. Conversely, if they refused, the weight of Gellert Grindelwald could very well crush the goblins. Mr. Grindelwald, you are aware that under these circumstances, according to the ancient spirit of the contract, Hogwarts will rightfully become the legitimate holder of this property certificate and possess exclusive disposal rights. The atmosphere in the chamber plummeted to freezing point, chill extinguishing the firewood in the cupboard, frost blanketing the goblin's white brows, and icicles painting the golden walls. However, there was not without a glimmer of hope. That individual, the last heir of the Gunner family, stood outside the door, and Andy Serkis, suppressing the fear within, boldly stepped inside. Moreover, it was rumored that a dark, invisible creature lurked within the forests of Albania. As Andy Serkis finished his statement, the previously troubled faces of the goblins suddenly brightened. Indeed, that individual could also be considered one of the heirs of the Gunner family. Whether he was alive or dead was of no concern to Gringotts. Lin Ci let out a cold laugh. Indeed, they had walked into a trap. So, it seemed Gringotts acknowledged Voldemort's identity. Grindelwald lifted his gaze, his expression cold as he locked eyes with the elderly goblin, summoning a soul filled with dark energy with a wave of his right hand. Is this what you are referring to? Grindelwald's tone was flat, as if discussing a mundane matter, yet upon seeing the suspended dark soul in his hand, a wave of dread surged within the goblins. That individual was indeed not dead, yet now was easily held by Grindelwald. The goblins exchanged glances. The appearance of that soul alleviated some of the pressure upon them. It was likely that Grindelwald did not wish for the outside world to know that he had departed from Ermengarde. The public narrative would be that it was that individual who conducted this transaction with Gringotts using the Hogwarts property certificate, thus rendering it legitimate and lawful. Esteemed Mr. Grindelwald, at your service, Gringotts is exceedingly willing to comply. There are several key points regarding the handling of Hogwarts that require discussion. Pray. The acquisition of Hogwarts by Gringotts is indeed a remarkably cool affair, is it not? Although the property certificate would only be mortgaged to the goblins for 1 year. The goblins waved their hands, rekindling the fire in the cupboard, donning their spectacles, and began to meticulously negotiate according to Grindelwald's requirements. Quills swiftly inscribing upon several large sheets of parchment. For narrative purposes, all procedures are simplified. It was now the early 90s. The Soviet Union was on the verge of collapse. And for Lin Ci, who possessed Polyjuice Potion and weaving spells, this bonanza from Big Brother felt the least guilt-inducing. In October 1990, the initiator of the Vanta plan, under scrutiny, completed a highly lucrative transaction, purchasing 50 billion rubles at a rate of 28 rubles to $1, double the black market price. In January and February of 1991, Vanta aggressively shorted gold in the London gold trading market, amounting to as much as 200 tons. Lin Ci's appetite was not nearly so expansive, yet the mortgage price for Hogwarts exceeded his expectations, valued as staggering $7 billion. The Hogwarts property certificate, under the scope of this ancient contract, encompassed not only the Hogwarts buildings, but also the ancient tomes, magical creatures, and artifacts associated with Hogwarts, as well as its assets. From the speed at which funds circulated within Gringotts, Lin Ci deeply realized that those super-rich individuals never appeared in public view. They lurked behind the scenes, wielding control over the global economic direction and nearly 80% of the wealth. Given the substantial sums involved, 1 hour was hardly sufficient, and Grindelwald was compelled to seek an opportunity to indulge in his vice. As dawn broke, Lin Ci, now valued at $7 billion, emerged from Gringotts. Though this amount was far from adequate, while $7 billion sounded impressive, in the realm of scientific research, it might scarcely make a ripple. An era of coexistence between technology and magic was swiftly approaching. Chapter 63. The Enigmatic Dragon Egg, 3,000-word chapter. Holidays always feel fleeting, and Lin Ci shared this sentiment. The Hogwarts Express arrived punctually, and in a blink, Hermione had returned to Hogwarts for 2 days, due to a confidentiality agreement with the goblins. The news of Hogwarts being mortgaged had not circulated. I've been so comfortable lately. Lin Ci leisurely sat in the library. A tome titled The History of the Evolution of Magical Systems lay before him. Days like this, when one could indulge in leisurely reading, were indeed rare. The next semester would soon bring its bustle. Hermione closed her book, affirming Lin Ci's sentiment. Besides the publication of standardized spells, a significant reason was their completion, alongside Professor Snape, of determining the effective components of commonly used potion ingredients, a laborious task from the previous semester. Well, to be honest, the number of materials they could analyze was not vast. Many constituents contained several effective components, making it quite complex to tackle with their current methods. Nonetheless, having identified several hundred of the most common ingredients, this accomplishment was persuasive enough. At least in Lin Ci's view, a Merlin's medal was surely within reach. The Merlin's medal held considerable influence. If they were unable to secure it for this work, Professor Snape would likely resort to administering a love potion to those in charge of approvals, wouldn't he? The issuance of the medal is bound to take several years. At the very least, we must allow the theory to substantiate its utility. Next semester, we shall continue with fresh endeavors. Establishing a new system is indeed a formidable and protracted undertaking. Hermione, in a moment of distraction, overlooked the rather nonsensical remarks made by Lin Ci. Just then, Parvati entered with an air of secrecy. Hey Hermione, come here, I have something to tell you. Lin Ci, puzzled, wondered why Parvati appeared so furtive. Usually, she craved everyone's attention, yet today she seemed to wish to remain unseen. Parvati tugged Hermione to a secluded corner and exclaimed, Hermione, you absolutely won't believe what I'm about to tell you. Hermione stared at her in bewilderment. Oh, I can't even fathom what could possibly make you act so strangely. You've wasted 3 minutes of my time. I was just beginning to explore the evolution of ancient magical systems. Parvati, you'd better be quick. Parvati leaned in excitedly, glancing cautiously around. A dragon. Hermione blinked in surprise. What? The species is still uncertain. It could be a Norwegian ridgeback, a blue dragon, or perhaps a Hungarian horntail. Hermione rubbed her forehead, striving to help the inexplicably excited Parvati grasp her meaning. Are you saying that there's a dragon at Hogwarts? Where? How do you know? Lin Ci seemed to recall something. Parvati gestured for silence. It's not a dragon yet. It's an egg. A dragon egg. That red-haired Ron Weasley told me, claiming he saw Hagrid borrowing numerous books on hatching dragon eggs and raising young dragons from the library. Hagrid might be hatching a dragon egg. Hermione. Ron even persuaded Hagrid to let Harry, Neville, and us come to see the dragon egg hatch, and it's happening in just a few days. Hermione sighed. Parvati, calm down. Your excitement is making me anxious. Have you spoken to Neville? Yes. I saw him on my way to the library. He said Ron told him to, and he is curious about what hatching a dragon egg is like. I knew it. It's a dragon. Who would he be fascinated by dragon? I must say, those fools at the Ministry who devised the dragon breeding prohibition are utterly at odds with the interests of wizards. Who do they think they are? Hagrid is truly commendable. If he were to be expelled from Hogwarts for raising a dragon, I, as the heir of the Pettigrew family, assure you I would invite him to my estate to raise dragons. Parvati's eyes sparkled with fervor, observing the flushed face of Parvati. Lin Ci was reminded of a phrase, the gentleman who loves dragons. Very well, I acquiesce. Dragons, such magnificent creatures. Oh, how I admire dragons, those beautiful beings. So, when shall we go? Hermione, with a forced, melodramatic tone, waxed poetic about dragons, proving to be more effective than praising Parvati herself, which rendered the Indian girl momentarily subdued. Parvati seemed lost in an endless reverie about dragons, her voice dreamy. Tonight at 9 o'clock at Hagrid's hut. We three shall go separately. All right, I adore dragons, Parvati. Truly, they're wondrous. Hermione had to concede that her feelings about dragons were not as exaggerated as her words suggested. Yet, there lingered a hint of curiosity. Lin Ci appeared to know something, but remained silent. At 9 o'clock that evening, within Hagrid's hut, all the curtains were tightly drawn, and the fireplace blazed with a fierce fire. It was a warm and sunny day. Merlin, the hut was suffocatingly hot. Hermione, Parvati, Harry, Ron, Neville, and Hagrid were crammed into this small space, their eyes fixated upon a massive black egg that had begun to crack. Lin Ci perched on Hermione's shoulder, observing intently. It was said that dragons, during hatching, would receive blessings from the dragon god or dragon mother. Hagrid and Parvati murmured in rapture simultaneously. Oh, it's almost out. Come forth, little one. Lin Ci exchanged a glance with Hermione, silently stepping back from the burgeoning dragon enthusiasts. Lin Ci feigned ignorance, muttering, Hermione, something feels off. Hermione nodded. Dragons had never been seen in the Forbidden Forest, and it was impossible for them to be present there. Thus, Hagrid's dragon egg could not have been sourced from the Forbidden Forest. Then where did he acquire it? Dragon eggs are strictly regulated by the Ministry. Every wild dragon is recorded, and those in breeding facilities are even more so. It is said that a single dragon egg on the black market is worth an immense fortune. Hagrid could never afford one. Hermione nodded, directly inquiring of Hagrid. Hagrid, where did you get this dragon egg? I've heard dragon eggs are exceedingly rare. How did you manage to procure one? It's quite remarkable. Hagrid chuckled with pride. Not a single canute spent. I can't afford a dragon egg. I dare say, even Professor Dumbledore couldn't buy one. I won it. A few days ago, while drinking in the village, a stranger played cards with me, and he lost it to me. Come, little ones, watch closely. In a few days, you won't see it anymore. I must send it to a dragon breeding facility through a friend. Hogwarts is no place for it. Only the breeding ground in Romania is suitable for it, with its vast pastures, where it can soar. The cracks on the dragon egg multiplied, growing longer and deeper. Finally, a soft dragon's croon echoed within the hut, and all present rejoiced. Hermione, something feels amiss. Yes, I know. Who would casually wager a dragon egg? That's courting trouble. That person must have had their sights set on Hagrid, but not to cause him distress. Forgive my candor, but the only things worth scheming for concerning Hagrid are his beloved creatures. Yet this person, capable of producing a dragon egg, what could they possibly desire from Hagrid? Is there any creature that holds a similar level of rarity or danger as a dragon? Neville pondered. Well, yes, like a basilisk, a unicorn, or a Cerberus. A Cerberus? You mean the one with 3 heads? Indeed, they possess formidable magical resistance. Their breath and saliva are venomous, and few wizards can confront them directly, as outside of specific spells, it's nearly impossible to harm them. Does the Cerberus have any weaknesses? Naturally, no creature is perfect. The Cerberus has a peculiar weakness. It falls asleep quickly upon hearing a familiar tune, but one can hardly know what a wild Cerberus finds familiar. Perhaps the purring of its kind or the calls of nearby birds. I once saw a Cerberus at Hogwarts, in a room on the 2nd floor. It was evidently guarding something. No one besides Hagrid at Hogwarts would keep a Cerberus, right? I suspect that person is seeking a method to deal with the Cerberus, but Hagrid could never divulge that. Hagrid had just hummed a tune in excitement upon witnessing the dragon egg hatch. Chapter 64. The Lever of Causality. So what should we do now? That mysterious individual deceiving Hagrid must know how to bypass the Cerberus. It's Quirrell. I say the mysterious individual is Quirrell. Harry then slowly outlined his analysis, pointing out various pieces of evidence. Lin Ci gazed at Harry with surprise, his eyes behind the glasses resolute yet sorrowful. A flicker of understanding ignited within Lin Ci. It seemed that the conversation he had with the Chosen One in the Gryffindor common room that night had not been in vain. He must promptly inform Professor McGonagall or Headmaster Dumbledore, for they were likely unaware that Quirrell might have discovered how to bypass the three-headed dog. If there were additional guardians, Quirrell could very well have learned how to circumvent them as well. The professors might still be merely suspicious of Quirrell, or perhaps had not anticipated his swift actions. It would be prudent to let the professors handle this matter, should Quirrell indeed be planning something nefarious. No, the professors had probably known all along, but had chosen not to act for various reasons. Harry, you must be cautious as well. If Quirrell intends to make a move, you could be one of his targets. Neville raised his head with concern. I understand. I shall notify the professors immediately. Harry hurriedly sought out Professor McGonagall in the Gryffindor headmistress's office. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall said, furrowing her brow. I suggest you provide me with a more compelling reason for your intrusion, or I shall have to deduct points for your breach of curfew. Harry, breathless, inquired Professor McGonagall. Do you suspect Professor Quirrell? McGonagall sprang to her feet. Who gave you the audacity? Why should we suspect Professor Quirrell? What could we possibly have to doubt about him? Mr. Potter, unless you provide me with a satisfactory explanation, your unfounded slander against a professor will warrant disciplinary action. Harry smiled, calmly analyzing the situation. Firstly, it was Professor Quirrell who brought news of the troll in the dungeons during the Halloween feast before fainting. While we were searching for Ron and the others, Quirrell awoke, claiming he needed rest due to his frail condition, and returned to the dormitory alone. As I later learned from classmates, I cannot believe, Professor, that you have not inquired about this. Secondly, on the Quidditch pitch, Ron and Hermione mentioned that two professors were casting spells at me, Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell. We cannot discern who among them harbors ill intentions, but both are suspects. However, connecting this with the events of Halloween, Quirrell bears greater suspicion. Harry chose not to reveal what he had learned from Hagrid regarding Lily and Snape. Professor McGonagall, I am merely presenting the facts as I know them. I trust you are aware of far more than I, and you must know what the individual causing chaos at Hogwarts desires. However, you may not be aware that a few nights ago, Hagrid won a dragon egg while playing cards with a stranger at the village pub, and when Hagrid is in high spirits, he tends to hum. Therefore, I suspect that if the three-headed dog on the second floor was set there by Hagrid to guard that egg, the stranger must have already discovered how to bypass it. Oh, of course, it is entirely possible that my reasoning is flawed, but I still believe it is necessary to inform you, Professor, as I do not wish for Hogwarts to suffer losses, especially considering that I might be one of that person's targets. Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat taken aback and troubled. She rubbed her temples, weary, and said, Mr. Potter, you need not overthink this. Harry interjected with a smile. No, Professor, it is not difficult to consider, is it? I believe anyone with a modicum of logical reasoning could arrive at this conclusion. I am merely beginning to think critically. Reflecting for a moment, he continued. Courage in Gryffindor must also be accompanied by wisdom. This is a lesson I learned last semester. By the way, Professor, are you monitoring Professor Quirrell or Professor Snape? I'm quite curious about that. McGonagall sighed. Oh, very well, Mr. Potter. Headmaster Dumbledore instructed me that if you approached me with concerns, I could disclose certain matters to you. However, I personally do not wish for you to be prematurely embroiled in such affairs at your age, which is why I feigned anger. But now that you have presented sufficient reasoning, I shall treat you as one capable of independent thought, rather than as an impulsive and ignorant child. Mr. Potter, Professor Snape would never wish to harm you, and I urge you to remember this. Even if the world were to end, Professor Snape would not desire your downfall. Our suspicions have always rested upon Quirrell. In fact, we can now be certain, as he has revealed too many telltale signs. Indeed, Professor Snape will most likely never harm me. Harry pondered, somewhat perplexed, but why would Quirrell wish to hurt me? McGonagall hesitated for a moment, but ultimately explained, I do not believe Quirrell has any reason to harm you. Rather, it is the entity that clings to him, the remnant of the soul that left you with that scar. Harry nodded, and McGonagall continued. Headmaster Dumbledore has always believed that this individual would not so easily perish, and due to various circumstances, you are entwined with his fate. Thus, it is conceivable that he may resurface in your time, This is the prophecy. Consequently, when you enrolled this year, Dumbledore transferred the only known Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts to Hogwarts. A stone capable of turning stone into gold and granting eternal youth. It possesses immense magical power, even capable of restoring a fragmented soul to corporeal form. Harry exclaimed, "A bait." McGonagall nodded. "Precisely, an irresistible bait. The prophecy states that only you can completely vanquish that individual. However, we cannot fully trust the prophecy, even if its first half has already come to pass. We have chosen to relocate the Philosopher's Stone here as bait to lure him out. He must come if he wishes to regain his physical form, for the stone offers the fastest and least harmful means to do so. He is undoubtedly aware that he is a suspect, and thus resorts to such foolish tactics to divert our attention. Our best hope is that the latter part of the prophecy is incorrect, meaning he could be directly defeated. Of course, Dumbledore has remarked that such hope is tenuous. Even he cannot directly sense the presence of the entity within Quirrell. Yet, we can wait for that individual to emerge from Quirrell and ascertain his condition, which would provide us with invaluable intelligence." Harry nodded. "I understand, but surely I must play a role in your plan. Otherwise, how could Dumbledore have instructed you thus?" McGonagall's expression was complex, but she eventually nodded. "Yes, our intention is that if your maturity is not yet sufficient to bear such responsibility, we would rather keep you uninformed to prevent any leak of our strategy. We would guide you to confront that individual, of course, while secretly assisting you to ensure your safety. Now that I have disclosed this to you, it signifies that we, at least I, have acknowledged you and deem it appropriate to selectively share certain matters. Mr. Potter, it may seem cruel to confront you with such a reality at this early stage, but trust me, you will not be in danger. That individual is currently quite vulnerable, and we simply need to determine the extent of his weakness." Harry smiled at Professor McGonagall. "Professor, I have a premonition that I will inevitably confront him. It is better to do so sooner than later. Moreover, he left me with this scar and took my parents' lives. I am eager to defeat him while I still possess my memories. Therefore, Professor, you need not feel any guilt. Bearing such a luminous aura comes with its own honors, and I must be prepared to shoulder the responsibilities it demands. However, Professor, I must confirm that you will guarantee my safety, correct?" Professor McGonagall chuckled. "Of course. I thought Mr. Potter was fearless." Harry made a face. "Naturally, such matters must be established beforehand. I'm not foolish. So, Harry, may I call you that?" "Certainly, Professor." "Then prepare yourself, for the days ahead are upon us. We will be watching you, so do not be afraid, my child." Chapter 65, The Challenge Game. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville sat together at a table, the flames in the fireplace flickering upwards, casting elongated shadows of their forms upon the wall. "So, I implore you all, please do not disclose what I have shared. Doing so could have dire consequences," Harry said earnestly, gazing intently at the group. "Moreover, I have an ungracious request, everyone. Professor McGonagall has assured me of my safety, which means I too am a bait in this endeavor, yet I refuse to accept this passively. I am aware of my limited magical prowess and the few spells I command, but I am unwilling to resign myself to such a fate. I beseech you all for assistance. There is no need for you to confront that individual directly. I do not wish for my friends to take such risks. If Hagrid has set the first line of defense, it is likely that the other professors have also devised their own arrangements. Since the professor's aim is to delay Voldemort and to allow me to confront him, they must have taken my abilities into account, and those arrangements must serve to buy time. Otherwise, the professors would have to intervene to stop Voldemort. This implies that those arrangements are not lethal, but sufficiently troublesome, and they are within my knowledge to resolve. Or rather, there must be someone among my friends capable of resolving them. The Gryffindor tradition is to band together in adventure. It seems Harry has deciphered the strategy for the brave to navigate through the challenge game." Lin Ci leaned against Hermione's shoulder, more concerned about what he might gain from the fragment of Voldemort's soul within Quirrell. At this moment, Ron spoke up. "Of course we will help you, Harry. He too needs an opportunity to prove himself. He is certainly not the least accomplished of the Weasleys." Neville nodded, though he had yet to fully grasp the situation. Yet the aura of blood coursing through his veins instilled within him an extraordinary sense of strength. "The Philosopher's Stone is one of the highest achievements of alchemy. Perhaps if I assist you, Professor Dumbledore will grant me a glimpse of it? Or perhaps, since Professor Dumbledore is friends with Nicholas Flamel, he might introduce me to him. He is a master of alchemy." Hermione exhibited a fervent interest in alchemy. Laughter erupted, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. 2 days later, a line of text appeared on the table in the common room. "Go forth, child. We are watching you." Harry took a deep breath and produced a gold galleon, gently tapping it. Hermione closed her book, unusually donning simple, streamlined attire in place of her robes, and exited the dormitory. Neville meticulously polished his wand, holding it tenderly. Ron smiled as he too descended from the dormitory. Soon, the four gathered in the Gryffindor common room. Harry appeared calm, yet he firmly gripped his wand. Let us proceed. May we be safe. The journey was devoid of any mishaps, quiet and serene. Hermione smiled. The silencing charm was placed along the route by Professor McGonagall. Look, the calming charm. That's Professor Snape's specialty. Harry chuckled. Hey, Hermione, truth be told, I'm not nervous at all. I feel destined for victory. Ha! Hermione laughed heartily. The courage charm. Guess who cast that? It is the work of Professor Dumbledore. And see here, the enhancement charm, Professor Flitwick. Oh, look at this. It's the restoration charm, Professor Sprout. Slowly and resolutely, Harry and the others approached the room guarded by the three-headed dog, Fluffy, feeling warmth within, gazing at the myriad of enhancement charms. Lin Ci was awestruck. This is how heroes are nurtured? Guys, so many professors are watching us. So, Ron shouted victory, 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 with a creak. Hermione gently tapped her wand, and the large door swung open. Harry boldly stepped inside. The pitch-black room could not deter the heart of a warrior, could it? Harry recalled reading the history of Gryffindor. Then, I shall uphold my justice, maintain my honor, fulfill my duties, bear my responsibilities, and face the hatred of Voldemort, who took my parents' lives. Come fort. Hermione's wand emitted a glow, illuminating the dark chamber. Fluffy lay sprawled on the ground, snoring, drool pooling around him. In his slumber, he seemed to sense someone approaching and rolled over, finding a more comfortable position to continue his dreams. With a gentle wave of her wand, Hermione lifted the panel from the ground with a creak. Hey, I'll go down and scout the situation first. Wait for my signal before you descend. With that, Hermione cast a shield charm and a levitation charm upon herself and jumped down. Ron gazed at Hermione in astonishment, murmuring, from the moment we began, it has been a silent charm. The effect is quite powerful. Neville looked puzzled. Ron, what are you saying? Ron's expression became slightly unnerved. I mean, Hermione's magical prowess is extraordinary. It has all been silent charms. Sounds faintly emanated from below, and the trio clearly heard a syllable, light. Harry felt as though he might be blinded. Although the light did not penetrate the hole above, it felt overwhelmingly bright, as if the sun itself had erupted below. Ron's face reflected shock. What is this? Neville fared better than the others. Hermione had imparted many of her magical techniques to him and Parvati as group resources. This technique was one of those. Hermione referred to it as cascading spells. Theoretically, as long as the amount of magic and control over it were sufficient, any spell could be stacked infinitely. Parvati had used a similar technique against the troll, stacking about 5 spells. Otherwise, how could she have penetrated the troll's resistant hide? All right, you can come down now. It's not too high, but still be careful. Hermione's voice rang clearly from below. The three cautiously jumped down one by one. They then beheld a vast chamber resembling an underground cavern, the ground soft with numerous vines, which occasionally twitched. Hermione appeared slightly fatigued. Devil's snare, afraid of light, but I must admit, taking down this quantity is rather troublesome. Nevertheless, no matter how troublesome, it could be resolved. Harry, let us proceed. Harry nodded, silently adjusting his breathing and the frequency of his magic. The four moved forward together. Harry could sense it, closer, ever closer. Chapter 66, The Wizard's Chessboard. As Harry traversed the stone corridor, walking along the confined pathway and listening to the rhythmic drip of water, he found an unexpected tranquility within himself. He had anticipated a racing heartbeat, for he detested such dark and claustrophobic places, which evoked memories of the cupboard at the Dursleys, his prison. Yet, curiously, Harry felt nothing. Was it the professor's incantations at play, or had he simply matured? He surmised it was the latter. He could wager that Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly deem him an arrogant Potter for such thoughts. Can you hear anything? Ron whispered. Hermione strained her ears, catching the sound of metallic clinks and rustling. Whatever it was certainly numerous. If this is set by the professors, it can't be a swarm of creatures as perilous as Devil's Snare. I suspect they are merely trivial things and not very dangerous. Given the professor's numbers, we must be halfway through. At the end of the corridor, they arrived at a brightly lit chamber with a lofty vaulted ceiling. Countless birds, shimmering like gemstones, flitted about the room. Opposite them stood a heavy wooden door. Harry softly remarked, "Those are not birds. They are winged keys. I believe I understand this challenge now. That door must be locked and surely warded with protective spells. Attempting to force it open with magic might trigger some mechanism. We must utilize one of those keys to unlock it, but I wager that the moment we try to seize one, they will all turn against us. Ron added, moreover, it would likely be quite difficult to retrieve the key using the summoning charm. They fly too swiftly and are undoubtedly protected by defensive enchantments. The charm requires continuous magical exertion on the object, which I reckon would be quite challenging. I suspect the professors intended for Harry to participate as a seeker. He has experience in catching such things. Those keys' wings resemble that of the golden snitch. This must be a hint from the professors. Hermione nodded. But Harry, you should stay here. You needn't expend your energy. I have a plan. Even Lin Ci grew curious, having casually tested the magical strength of one key, which proved to be not very formidable. However, given the key's rapid movements, he realized that only a combination of a levitation charm or the summoning charm could control them. Hermione likely lacked the capacity to stack spells multiple times. Merely stacking 4 or 5 times would hardly affect these keys. Lin Ci felt a sense of anticipation. He knew Hermione would devise a solution. This girl possessed a unique quality. She was already embarking on her own path. With a smile, Hermione remarked, "It's that large silver key, isn't it? The one with drooping wings, Harry?" Harry nodded in affirmation, observing that it seemed to have been roughly shoved into the keyhole. Lowering her gaze, Hermione smiled subtly at Lin Ci, who was perched on her shoulder, as if to say, "I don't know if you've noticed. But even if you did, it wouldn't matter. Your memory isn't as sharp as mine." The keys exhibited a certain pattern in their flight, at least while undisturbed. They repeated their routes every 30 seconds, which she had already memorized. Lin Ci chuckled silently, saying nothing. "If we cannot directly summon it, then watch closely." Hermione gently waved her wand, transfiguring a pin into a keyring-like object, which she allowed to drift toward the swarm of fluttering keys. 3, 2, 1. With a soft chime, the silver key inadvertently collided with the keyring and became ensnared upon it. Neville clapped excitedly, exclaiming, "Brilliant, Hermione!" Ron chimed in, "I suppose we have no choice but to proceed." A cacophony of buzzing ensued as the multitude of keys coalesced into a vortex, then abruptly scattered like a torrent towards the 4 of them. They all cried in unison, racing toward the grand door. Hermione deftly inserted the key, proclaiming, "We made it." Neville, somewhat apprehensive, remarked, "I bet that was Professor Flitwick's doing." That was truly terrifying. Hermione rolled her eyes, saying, "I can't shake the feeling that those keys are all aimed at me. I wonder why. I haven't offended Professor Flitwick, have I? I even gifted him something for Christmas." Neville quietly inquired, "What did you give Professor Flitwick? A book or something else?" Hermione scoffed, "A book? That lacks thought. I had Madame Malkin craft a pair of platform shoes for him, so he wouldn't need to stand on books to reach the lectern." Harry and Neville were taken aback. Even Ron appeared stunned. Ron earnestly remarked, "I can't fathom why those keys wouldn't be chasing you, Hermione. You ought to be cautious. I would never dare to truly anger Professor Flitwick." Harry and Neville nodded in agreement. Having passed through Flitwick's enchanted key array, equipped with tracking and facial recognition capabilities, the group continued down a lengthy passage, arriving in a new room. It was shrouded in darkness, but as they stepped inside, the lights flared to life, illuminating a bizarre scene. They stood at the edge of a massive chessboard, facing towering black pieces that loomed over them, seemingly carved from obsidian. Opposite them were white pieces, devoid of facial features, exuding an eerie presence. Neville shrugged. "I can't play wizard-esque chess. Is Professor McGonagall a chess enthusiast? Honestly, should we just charge him with our wands?" Ron stepped forward confidently. "Trust me on this one. Mates, this challenge is absolutely designed for me. Let me handle this game. It'll be far quicker than forcing our way through." Harry added, "Ron plays wizard's chess exceptionally well." Neville and Hermione nodded. With so many pieces, a direct assault would demand excessive time and magical energy. However, the Devil's Snare could be seen as a test of magical skill and adaptability. Perhaps it was meant for Harry, while those keys tested his finesse and decisiveness, leading them to this point. It was clearly Ron's turn now. Lin Ci pondered Hermione's assertion and found it wanting. Of course not. While Neville may be a late bloomer, he is not yet worthy of Dumbledore's investment of energy for his development. Thus, the subsequent trial will likely be for Hermione. Ron had already stepped onto the chessboard, exuding an air of confidence that made Hermione feel as though he was finally releasing a long-suppressed energy. He laughed heartily, transforming several stones into chess pieces to fill the gaps on his side. His laughter was unabashed, infused with a sense of triumph as he gave a slight bow to Hermione and the others. "Now let the game begin." Under Ron's command, the black pieces advanced ruthlessly, step by step, precisely consuming the white pieces, coldly sacrificing encircled black pieces as bait to gain greater advantages. And so, the game concludes. Ron's voice held a certain chill as he confessed his fondness for wizard chess, a passion known to few, and lamented that it had been quite some time since he last played. The head of the White Queen, devoid of features or expression, rolled to a stop at Ron's feet. You see, 7 minutes and 23 seconds. I haven't misspoken, have I? Come on, let's move on. Next challenge. In the 67th chapter of Hogwarts, titled Harry's Homeground, the next room awaited. Hermione deftly cast a group isolation spell, remarking that the odor was far more potent than that of the last troll they encountered. She sighed, recognizing that this must be one of Quirrell's challenges, and honestly, she could not fathom his affinity for trolls. Ron's expression twitched slightly. Perhaps it's because he has little savings, and trolls are both inexpensive and formidable, he speculated. Oh, I suppose it might also be due to their simplicity. They're easier to tame, just starve them for a few meals and then toss them some meat. Listening to Ron's analysis, Harry struggled to suppress the absurd imagery of Quirrell taming a troll. Ron stifled a laugh. Honestly, the way Quirrell plays the villain, it's quite embarrassing for Voldemort. Ha ha. Just imagining Voldemort enduring the troll's foul stench alongside Quirrell makes me laugh uncontrollably. Hermione and Harry soon joined in the laughter. The alert troll, seemingly incensed by their unrestrained mirth, swung its massive club toward them. Hermione swiftly waved her wand, uttering 2 complicated syllables, deflect. Suddenly, as if swept by a tempest, the troll stumbled heavily, its club slipping from its grasp and crashing to the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Hermione glared at it coldly, then uttered 2 more syllables, sword. A resonant chime echoed as a long, silver sword descended from the heavens, piercing through the troll's head and pinning it firmly to the ground. Lin Ci calmly assessed Hermione's combat statistics, feeling quite satisfied with the outcome, knowing that certain facts would now prove significantly easier to handle. Hermione took a gentle breath. Let's go. No need to look back. It's dead. Ron's pupils dilated in shock. He had never witnessed such skill. He smiled, yet it mattered little. He hurried forward alongside Harry and the others. This must be the final room. There was nothing menacing here, only a table adorned with 7 uniquely shaped bottles. As the 4 crossed the threshold, a surge of purple flames erupted behind them, sealing off their retreat. Simultaneously, black flames flickered at the entrance ahead, trapping them in the middle. Neville attempted to step forward, but Hermione halted him. From Lin Ci's words, it was clear this challenge was theirs to solve. Hermione stepped forward, grasping a parchment beside the bottles and reading aloud, "Danger lies ahead, safety behind. 2 among us can assist you. Drink them. 1 will lead you forward, the other will return you to your original place. 2 contain nettle wine. 3 are lethal poisons. Waiting in line. Choose wisely, unless you desire to remain here eternally. We also provide 4 clues to aid your selection. First, no matter how cunningly the poisons hide, they stand to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at both ends are unhelpful if you wish to advance. Third, you will notice that the bottles vary in size. Neither the giant nor the dwarf conceals death. Fourth, the second bottle from the left and the second from the right, though differing in appearance, share the same taste. Neville and Ron were already feeling overwhelmed merely from hearing the riddle. Hermione seemed somewhat dispirited. Does Professor Snape truly underestimate me? I believe any of us could solve this challenge in under 2 minutes. Hidden in the shadows, Professor Snape raised an eyebrow, his expression dark as he observed the other professors, who wore smiles. Lin Ci sensed familiar waves of magic, and his expression shifted. Truthfully, he felt Hermione might be in for trouble. Ron grimaced. Harry, just drink it. We'll wait here for you. Honestly, I don't want to return to that room and smell that odor, nor do I wish to face that creepy chessboard again, or deal with Professor Flitwick's harsh arrangements. The devil's snare is far too distant. Neville rambled on. Harry, you must be prepared the moment you step inside, and keep your wand at the ready. He might use a disarming curse on you. If you see a green light, don't think, just roll on the ground to evade it. Well, good luck, Harry, and give that scoundrel a good thrashing. Hermione was much briefer. Harry, best of luck. With moist eyes, Harry extended his fist, gently bumping it against each of his friends, then picked up the smallest bottle on the table and drank it in one go. To battle. After Lin Ci briefed Hermione on a few matters, he followed suit, determined to capture Voldemort's lingering essence. The spells and experiences amassed by the second Dark Lord were, for Lin Ci, akin to the profound enlightenment bestowed by a master. In the final chamber, they found only a mirror adorned with ancient patterns. Harry recognized it as the mirror of Ariste, capable of revealing one's deepest desires. He had seen it once before, where he beheld a vision of himself standing joyfully with his parents. Harry recalled smiling at the mirror, declaring, "Illusions are ultimately illusions. Gryffindor lacks not the courage to face reality. The vision vanished, revealing the true Harry, marked by a scar and wearing glasses. His face slightly unwashed, yet far more presentable than the foolish grin he had previously worn. Standing before the mirror was Quirrell, facing Harry without launching an attack. Harry noted that Quirrell had removed his scarf. With a cold demeanor, Harry addressed Quirrell. "So, this is our battleground, Voldemort." As these words left his lips, a hissing sound filled the air, and strangely, Harry understood it. The voice proclaimed, "Let me come, Quirrell. You are unworthy." Quirrell slowly turned around, and Lin Ci gasped in horror. Repulsive. Quirrell's skull bore a serpent-like visage, with red eyes and an almost non-existent nose, resembling a snake in every way. Yet, it wore a human expression, one mingled with malice and hatred, sending chills down the spine. Harry inhaled deeply. "I had envisioned Voldemort as a more formidable wizard, but it appears you merely possess this demonic countenance." Fury flickered in that face, quickly suppressed. Voldemort spoke slowly. "Harry Potter, you are a being who cannot comprehend that only power matters. Yet, I am curious. How could I be defeated by a child who knows nothing? I am such a great wizard. Thus, I wish to converse with you, to truly understand what makes you, the savior, so special." Harry scoffed. "I wield greater magic than you, Voldemort. Magic you will never comprehend." Voldemort emitted a hissing laugh. "I know what you're about to say, love. Yet another of Dumbledore's old tricks, which are utterly futile. Wizards continue to decline. Love cannot save them, nor can it restore their rightful dominion over muggles." Harry responded with a derisive laugh. "You have no friends, no family, not even a single kindred spirit with whom to share ideals, Voldemort. What right do you have to speak of saving wizards? Killing your own kind for the sake of their status? If at first you were a cold-blooded but astute leader, now, in your quest for power, you are merely a madman consumed by slaughter. You cannot triumph. Even without me, Dumbledore will rally his army and the will of the wizarding world to bring you down." Lin Ci harbored a question regarding Voldemort. Dumbledore had personally brought him to Hogwarts, and prior to his enrollment, young Tom had exhibited signs of animal cruelty, something Dumbledore could not possibly have overlooked. Voldemort hissed, but did not deny it. "Indeed, I was greatly influenced and made grave mistakes. Fortunately, I still have a chance. You see, Harry Potter, I began doing the unimaginable during my days at Hogwarts. I too have erred. Though my missteps were not as severe, yet I have never repeated them." "Hiss, having said so much, you truly are an exceptional Gryffindor, unlike those mindless fools. You've adjusted for so long, so let us commence. I never intended to seize the Philosopher's Stone, as Dumbledore is surely lurking in the shadows. My purpose for meeting you has been fulfilled. So, show me your skills, Potter." Harry gripped his wand tightly, pointing at Voldemort. "The battlefield is prepared." "Hiss. Then let the battle begin." Chapter 68. The weakened Voldemort's contemplation. A brilliant red beam erupted from the tip of Voldemort's wand, swiftly hurtling toward Harry. Harry's taut nerves instinctively guided him to evade. With a mere sidestep, he dodged the curse and retaliated with a minor jinx, hoping to disrupt Voldemort's rhythm. Lin Ci jumped to the side, observing the scene. In truth, Harry was performing admirably, or perhaps it was Voldemort's condition that was truly dire. Reduced to a state worse than a mere specter, he possessed scant magical power, relying entirely on what he siphoned from Quirrell. Quirrell's magic was hardly formidable to begin with, and after Voldemort's draining process, it was fair to say that he himself considered it miraculous if he could muster enough power for a few complex spells. A sneer lingered on Voldemort's serpentine visage, even as he was forced to dodge Harry's curses. Harry paid no heed to Voldemort's expression. He was intent on establishing his own tempo. Hermione had once stated that the rhythm of battle was paramount. Harry felt as though this was akin to a Quidditch match, with Voldemort as the elusive golden snitch. By restricting evasive maneuvers, disrupting the battle's cadence, employing minor spells to mask his lethal strikes, and selecting familiar incantations rather than relying solely on their might, he might just prevail. Voldemort seemed to pierce through Harry's thoughts, his face still adorned with a contemptuous grin. Beyond his initial incantation, he refrained from casting further spells, instead continuously shifting his body to avoid Harry's jinxes. Yet he still had the energy to speak. "You block my evasive space, disrupt my rhythm, employ minor spells to shield your lethal moves, and rely solely on your familiar incantations. Am I correct, Potter? You are an outstanding first year. Indeed, I genuinely mean it. Only slightly inferior to my own prowess at that age. In terms of analytical ability, you may even surpass my younger self. Ah, I was rather naive back then, unaware of how to control my own hatred. Well, I see your capabilities now, Potter. It's about time to conclude this. In my current state, I cannot harm you. But there's an upside. Even Dumbledore cannot truly contend with me. Potter, allow me to impart one final lesson. Perhaps when we meet again, you may encounter the complete, formidable version of me. A sense of foreboding washed over Harry. He felt that Voldemort had been scheming from the outset. What was he doing? Why was he avoiding retaliation when he possessed the capability? He could still articulate the trajectory of his dodges, circling around him. Harry suddenly comprehended. It was too late. Complex magical runes began to materialize wherever Voldemort had stood, rapidly intertwining to form a circular magical array, with Harry trapped at its center. Unable to move, Harry felt as though some force was ensnaring him, binding his actions. Voldemort chuckled. Potter, this exemplifies the disparity in our understanding. It seems my former teachers outside are growing rather restless. Allow me to share a few final words. Potter, honestly, you have done quite well, and those outside have performed admirably too. Yet, there remains a chasm of comprehension. You cannot fathom the feats I have accomplished. I need not explain anything to you, Potter. I cannot harm you at present, but I have come to grasp something. I have glimpsed the threads of fate. Harry glared fiercely at Voldemort, who remained unfazed, continuing, I must hasten. Dumbledore has yet to make his move, and Quirrell, that imbecile, is on the verge of exhausting his soul and magic. Potter, this is fate, indeed. I have seen it. All shall come to fruition 7 years hence. Do you have anything to say to me, Potter? Voldemort waved his hand, and Harry felt himself regain movement. He lunged at Voldemort. What I have to say is scoundrel die. Harry swung his fist, striking Voldemort squarely in the serpentine visage. Instantly, Voldemort's face began to melt as though doused in potent acid. Yet, he still bore that same grin, his voice emerging in fragmented tones. Potter, are you enraged? It matters not. I relish your fury. Hiss, I shall remember every ounce of pain, etching it into my memory. Potter, you will never comprehend that pain and hatred are the sustenance of human progress, the whetstone that sharpens one's will. Hiss, my words are nearly spent. Truth be told, I have no desire to confront that old fool Dumbledore, not out of fear, but out of sheer loathing. Farewell, Potter. I hope you can surprise me next time we meet. I assure you, I will return the favor. With that, Voldemort's already ravaged face transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, soaring toward the exit. Lin Ci seemed to grasp Voldemort's overtures toward Harry. He cast a deep glance at the stunned Harry, for within him resided a fragment of Voldemort's own soul, which could usurp its host. Tom, have you departed without even a word? Dumbledore appeared at the doorway, and the radiant magical array abruptly collapsed. From the depths of the black mist, a cold, mocking laughter echoed as it continued its relentless flight toward the exit. Dumbledore's wand erupted with golden-red flames, striking the mist. Yet it passed right through as if it were nothing. Harry heard the maniacal cackles, the hissing of Voldemort fading gradually as the dark mist dissipated. Dumbledore sighed. The prophecy holds true, Harry. No one, but you can inflict harm upon him. He is less than a shade, yet he cannot be harmed by us, only to fade away naturally. However, since he has returned, there are undoubtedly means for him to cling to life until he completes the ritual of corporeal resurrection. Harry clenched his fists, fixated on the direction Voldemort had flown. Dumbledore, somewhat concerned, observed that Harry was no longer the reckless youth he once was. It seemed he had reverted to a state reminiscent of Voldemort's zenith of power. But Professor, you can defeat him, can't you? Harry gazed at Dumbledore earnestly. Dumbledore chuckled heartily, ruffling Harry's hair. Of course. He fears me. He fears the power of love, which he fails to comprehend. Moreover, judging by his current condition, without the aid of the Philosopher's Stone or similar artifacts, it would take him at least 2 or 3 years to regain the ability to perform the resurrection ceremony. Thus, the advantage lies with us, Harry. For now, let us conclude this matter. I believe you should enjoy the cheers and the holiday with your companions. Harry nodded with a smile. Outside Hogwarts, a swirling black mist suddenly manifested, its hissing reverberating through the air. The Patronus charm. You dare to use my own incantation against me? Voldemort's voice was filled with derision. Perhaps Dumbledore is unaware of your existence. The familiarity of the first half of his statement lingered in the air. Chapter 69. An Unquestionable Victory. This marked the final day of the academic year, the day of the awarding of the House Cup. On the table before Dumbledore lay 4 hourglasses. Slytherin and Ravenclaw held the highest scores, with Gryffindor second to last, and Hufflepuff trailing behind. Nevertheless, Dumbledore beamed, I believe, children, you have heard the recent events. The hall erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. Is it true? Could it be? Professor Quirrell was indeed a servant of the Dark Lord, attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Harry, did he truly fend off Quirrell? How astonishing. He was a professor. Dumbledore struggled to quell the din of the young witches and wizards and continued, now. We must also reward those who bravely safeguarded the treasures of the school. Let us begin with Gryffindor House. Miss Hermione Granger, your memory is truly remarkable. You have cleared obstacles for your companions with your exquisite magical prowess, and your character has inspired those around you. I am delighted to see some of your peers have found their paths under your influence. Therefore, I award you 150 points, 100 for the latter, and 50 for the former. Oh, and Miss Granger, I have a message from Professor Flitwick for you. He says if you are dissatisfied with his height, he can conjure 100 ways for you to appreciate the wonders of such stature. Hermione envisioned Professor Flitwick using his specially devised shrinking charms to reduce himself to her height, and promptly resolved to seek out several rare magical texts to preserve her own stature. Next was Mr. Ron Weasley, who displayed exceptional chess skills and a formidable strategic vision. You must know, I am often bested by Professor McGonagall at chess. Perhaps a strategist is emerging from the Weasley family. Gryffindor was awarded 50 points. And Mr. Harry Potter, throughout this journey, you have exemplified the qualities expected of a Gryffindor, knowing when to seek help from companions, addressing matters with logic rather than emotion, demonstrating resolve and courage at critical moments. And importantly, you have learned to shoulder responsibility at such a young age. For these admirable traits, Gryffindor is awarded 100 points. The house erupted in jubilation as they witnessed the sand in their hourglass increase at a frenzied pace. Cheers and exultation filled the air. They were destined to claim the House Cup. This victory is beyond question. Fellow students, I hope you remember that Hogwarts is not merely an institution for imparting knowledge, but also a sanctuary for nurturing character. I do not solely wish for Hogwarts to produce magical titans akin to the four founders. I aspire for Hogwarts to cultivate spiritual giants such as those from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. Hogwarts is not a school for merely crafting talent. Our aim, from the very beginning, has been the cultivation of individuals. Dumbledore unknowingly commenced his speech, only realizing after some time, oh dear, I seem to have digressed. Students, let us return to the matter at hand. Congratulations to Gryffindor House for winning the House Cup. Furthermore, I have decided to introduce a new personal award at Hogwarts. Effective immediately. This year, I wish to bestow the honor upon Miss Hermione Granger, who is indeed the finest student I have ever taught, bar none. Thunderous applause erupted as Hermione smiled modestly, bowing to Dumbledore. Excellent. This way, Hermione will establish a commendable reputation at Hogwarts. Hey, Harry and Hermione, shall we three embark on an adventure during the summer? I sincerely invite you to visit me at the Patil Manor, and then we can commence a journey around the world. Parvati presented an enticing proposition to Harry and Hermione. Hermione appeared somewhat tempted yet hesitant. A journey around the world? Yes, Parvati exclaimed with enthusiasm. I have longed for such an adventure, following in the footsteps of the four founders, savoring the flavor of history, contemplating the meaning of life, and elevating the realm of magic. Oh my goodness, Hermione, what are you hesitating for? The founders were all young adventurers in their time. We are like flowers in a greenhouse. We too must face the storms occasionally. Hermione was increasingly swayed. I shall think of how to convince my parents, Hermione. If you wish to join, your parents will surely not strongly oppose it. I wager, if they trust you to navigate the magical world alone, they cannot possibly object to you traveling with friends. Besides, consider the rarity of this opportunity. We have accomplished so much this academic year, and now we are finally capable of undertaking more challenging endeavors. In the coming years, we will likely shoulder a significant workload for the professors. And if we do not seize this chance now, we may not have another. Furthermore, Hermione, think of the wondrous magic we could encounter while traveling the world. All the unknowns awaiting your exploration. Those unknowns are the very source of inspiration. Hermione was persuaded. All right, I will do my utmost to convince my parents. Honestly, I'll sort out my family first, then we can gather together. No problem. All right. Chapter 70, The Heir of Nickleby. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the main tower, the crackling of the fire in the hearth filled the air, and the tall windows were shrouded in white mist, allowing only a vague silhouette of the forbidden forest to be discerned amidst the darkness. Hermione gazed down at the crackling hearth, watching as sparks erupted from the burning logs, dancing onto the carpet and scorching small, blackened blemishes into its fabric. She was perplexed as to why Dumbledore had summoned her to his office on the eve of the holidays. Had he discovered that the property deed for Hogwarts was missing? That seemed unlikely, for the deed had been pilfered using Peter Pettigrew's identity, while the transaction at Gringotts had been conducted under Grindelwald's name. Pettigrew? Stolen? Goodness. Lin Ci observed Hermione's astonished expression and sensed that something was amiss. Shoo, do not dwell on it. I shall explain shortly. Clearly, his actions had shocked this diligent child. And even though they were communicating through their minds, the intense emotional fluctuations were easily detectable by Dumbledore, the old fox. Dumbledore, with his silver-white beard, sat beside a massive table, its corners intricately carved into claw shapes. Rising to his feet, he offered Hermione a gentle smile, presenting her with a crystal vial less than 3 inches tall, filled with a vibrant orange-red jam. Would you care for some raspberry jam? It is quite delightful. Lin Ci could not fathom Dumbledore's intentions. While Hermione hesitantly reached out to accept the jam, her expression betraying a sense of unease and confusion. Oh, did I forget to inform you of the reason I summoned you? Dumbledore suddenly turned, regarding Hermione with a look of curiosity. Upon receiving her answer, he awkwardly stroked his beard, stating, "It is that my old friend wishes to meet you. A young and accomplished wizard is a rare find. Meet me?" Lin Ci's mind immediately leapt to Grindelwald, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Ever since Grindelwald had taken Dumbledore's sister's life, the two had scarcely crossed paths. Bang! A sudden eruption of green flames burst forth from the hearth beside Hermione, illuminating the entire room in a vivid emerald hue. Albus, have you become so impoverished that you can no longer afford to expand the fireplace you mentioned 50 years ago? As the flames gradually subsided, an elderly wizard, his age indeterminate, emerged, his steps unsteady. Curiously, his skin appeared even smoother than Dumbledore's. Oh, Nick. Upon hearing the name, Hermione instantly recognized the identity of the venerable figure before her. Nicholas Flamel, the greatest alchemist in the annals of magical history, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, and now likely over 660 years old. Lin Ci sensed no magical aura emanating from Flamel, indicating that magical reserves do not necessarily expand with age. A wizard's power typically grows with age, but begins to decline by the time they reach 60 or 70. Just as Dumbledore had been a match for Grindelwald in his prime, the now centenarian Dumbledore relied more on the wisdom of age to navigate the intricacies of life. Oh, you must be Hermione Granger? Quite remarkable. It seems Albus was right to advocate for Muggle education at Hogwarts, as Muggles possess a depth of understanding in certain areas that surpasses that of wizards. Hermione quickly bowed, feeling honored to be in his presence. While his magical prowess may not rival Dumbledore's, having safeguarded the Philosopher's Stone for centuries without incident is no small feat. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Dumbledore shot a surprised glance at Hermione, noting that this was the second time Nick had praised her. What do you think of her? She is the most gifted and thoughtful student I have ever encountered. Nick regarded Hermione seriously. A Ravenclaw, perhaps? No, a Gryffindor. She has wielded the sword of Gryffindor. Yet, her intelligence is not inferior to that of any Ravenclaw student. Nick suddenly fixed Hermione with a grave expression. Child, would you care to learn alchemy from me? Although I have traditionally favored Ravenclaw students, I see something unique in you. Learning alchemy? This was precisely the opportunity Lin Ci had been seeking. At Hogwarts, transfiguration, charms, potions, and even divination boasted outstanding professors. But the school lacked a master in alchemy. Having the foremost alchemist in a magical realm as a teacher was a rare and invaluable opportunity. Hermione's face flushed, and she found herself at a loss for words. It is difficult to articulate thoughts when one is nervous. Ha 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 ha. Nick cast a knowing glance at the nonchalant Dumbledore, who smiled gently. Do not be anxious, little one. With your talent, learning alchemy will pose no challenge. Lin Ci suddenly scrutinized Nicholas Flamel. There was something peculiar about his demeanor, as if he were in search of a worthy successor. Little Hermione, do accept his offer. He is not merely seeking a novice in alchemy. It is likely that he desires a true apprentice. There was an unspoken truth that Lin Ci did not voice. Having lived for over 6 centuries, Flamel had ample time to amass a fortune and vast enterprises. I will. Flamel exhaled in relief, pleased that everything was unfolding according to his predictions. Dumbledore cast a contemplative glance at his old friend. Nick's vitality was waning with age, and it was time for certain matters to be passed on. Without delay, you may begin your studies with me this summer. What say you? Nick gradually embraced the role of a benevolent mentor. However, I have made plans with my friends to engage in practical experience during the holidays. Hermione anxiously lifted her gaze. For while such an opportunity was rare, she had already promised Parvati. Ha ha ha. That is not mutually exclusive. If possible, I would recommend you traverse the path of glory. inheriting the honor and blessings of ancient wizards. The Path of Glory. Hermione had encountered references to it in her studies of magical history. The Path of Glory was a route traversed by countless ancient wizards. This path witnessed the splendor of ancient sorcery, with numerous starting points, one being in England. Yet only one destination. For centuries, innumerable wizards had congregated at the journey's end, forming what was known as the Wizarding World, said to be traversable only by true wizards who could receive the blessings of the ancients. However, I must inform you that to traverse the Path of Glory, one must possess an insatiable thirst for knowledge, unwavering self-confidence, and either the graceful demeanor of a noble or the valiant heart of a warrior. In short, you must earn its recognition to have truly walked the Path of Glory. Upon completing the Path of Glory, do remember to write to me, and I shall come to collect you. It is fortuitous, as I shall also prepare some materials. After contemplating for a moment, Hermione nodded. Very well. I shall follow your guidance. Dumbledore instructed Hermione to return to her dormitory and gather the belongings she would take home. As they departed, Lin Ci observed Dumbledore handing the Philosopher's Stone over to Nick. Understanding Nick's intentions, Lin Ci felt a sense of calm. According to the laws of narrative, if Nick were to take Hermione as his apprentice, it was likely that the Philosopher's Stone would ultimately be entrusted to her as well. Chapter 71. Neville Longbottom, 3,000 words. Ancient stone pillars stood resolute against the English moors, the fierce winds carrying with them an ageless desolation and solitude. Hoo-hoo! Three diminutive figures gradually emerged against the vast backdrop of the sky, panting and weary from their journey. This is no trivial matter, Hermione. Parvati Huff, too. We haven't even spotted the starting point. It's truly arduous to proceed without spells, but I relish this method of challenge. Harry was also panting, but somewhat better than Parvati, as he was, after all, a Quidditch player. The stone pillars ahead should be the starting point of the glorious path that Hagrid had mentioned. However, I genuinely doubt whether we can manage it. We have barely traversed from the entrance of the wasteland to here. The trio, consisting of Hermione, Parvati, and Harry, had just decided to embark on their radiant journey. Hermione hurriedly penned a farewell letter to her family, while Parvati shared her plans with her sister, hoping she could relay the message to their parents. As for Harry, he readily agreed, particularly since the Dursleys were not at all keen on his presence. Parvati was breathing harder than Hermione and Harry. "Ha! If you can't make it, Harry, I'll drag you along." But seriously, Hermione, Harry, I truly think we need to incorporate physical training into our group's plan. Surely there must be predecessors around our age who have braved this path. They must have specifically trained their bodies for it. Phew, Parvati, I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiment. Hermione gasped. I understand that physicality undoubtedly influences magic, but I have always believed that controlling magical power is of greater significance, which is why I have not prioritized it. Upon returning, I must indeed commit to rigorous training. I cannot remain so feeble. Lin Ci naturally perched upon Hermione's shoulder, while a peculiar magical aura emanated from the distant tower. We are nearly there. The day is drawing to a close. Let us rest at the starting point and set off first thing tomorrow. Agreed. Agreed. Though reluctant to admit it, I certainly feel I cannot continue much longer today. My legs feel as though they might cramp. Cursed winds buffeted them as the trio trudged forward, finally arriving amidst the weathered stone pillars. They collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. Cursed winds. If it weren't for this gale, we wouldn't be struggling so. I now perceive that Hogwarts education is still significantly lacking. In the past, physical fitness must have been an integral part of a wizard's education. Otherwise, how could Quidditch have endured through the ages? Undoubtedly, Gryffindor possesses remarkable prowess in swordsmanship and combat skills. I cannot believe they would lack education in that regard. The trio sat on the ground, engaged in conversation, gradually regaining their strength. Hey, do you see those two black dots in the distance? Parvati squinted. Or is it just the wind blowing sand into my eyes? Hermione, panting, drew her wand and cast an eagle-eye spell. Parvati, you're not mistaken. It is indeed two individuals. Oh my goodness, it's Neville, and beside him must be his grandmother. Harry exclaimed, what? Neville? What's he doing here? Parvati, gasping, furrowed her brow. The Longbottom family has only this one descendant. Do you think he can bear that heavy burden? Just look at how he behaves at school. Hermione, lacking confidence. Timid, inept, and clumsy. Harry, somewhat irritated, countered, you cannot judge Neville's future based solely on his current demeanor. Parvati's expression grew serious. He is a member of the family, especially as the sole heir. He cannot afford to be inept. That is the nature of noble families, survival of the fittest. His status entails significant responsibility. This young wizard, of noble lineage, comprehended the brutal struggles among aristocrats far more profoundly than Hermione and Harry did. Hermione intervened, preventing Harry from further arguing with Parvati, and earnestly proposed, "How about a wager?" Parvati, intrigued, inquired, "What kind of wager?" Hermione recalled Lin Ci's words and smiled. "Let us have Neville join us. I wager that his growth will earn your approval." Parvati chuckled softly, extending her hand. "While I hold little faith in Longbottom, I must admit that it would be somewhat comforting to see him thrive." Hermione and Parvati exchanged a high five. "Then it's settled. If you lose, you must willingly befriend Neville." "How's that sound?" Parvati raised an eyebrow. "Fine. I have no objections." Deep down, she hoped for Neville's success, but given his current disposition, she believed that distancing him from the family's pursuit of wealth might spare him a dismal fate. Wheezing, Neville felt as though his lungs might burst. He was parched and fatigued, his legs ached painfully, cramping with every step, but he could not afford to stop. The sound of his grandmother's labored breaths echoed beside him. He could sense her body trembling intermittently, and he was acutely aware of her unwavering gaze fixed upon him. Her eyes bore a sternness. She must be strict, for he had been so inept, so unworthy of her expectations. Yet, within her gaze resided a fear that he might yield, fear that he might collapse in despair upon the ground. Thus, Neville pressed on. The pain intensified, thirst escalated, and exhaustion enveloped him. Clenching his teeth, he tasted the salt of blood from his bitten lip, a grim reality. But he could not voice his distress. His grandmother had never once complained, always managing the family, continuously guiding him, and nurturing high hopes for his future. How could he ever bring disappointment upon her? He was the last male heir of the Longbottom family. Yet, he thought, but I am clumsy, forgetful, and untalented. Nevertheless, I am still a Gryffindor. I am still the heir of my family. I am still my grandmother's grandson. I shall not concede. Breathing heavily, Neville forced a broad smile through his bloodied lips towards his grandmother. "We're drawing closer, ever closer. Once we reach that point, it shall mark our arrival at the glorious path, and then she can rest easy. Surely she can return, for I cannot allow her to endure such hardships alongside me. I can bear this burden alone." Is that Hermione? Is she waving at me? A mere illusion? Is that Harry, the most outstanding boy of Gryffindor, cheering me on? Just a figment of my imagination? And Parvati? Surely a mirage. How could she stand and gaze at me, her lips moving as if speaking? She is a proud noblewoman. The darkness crept in, and was that his grandmother speaking to him? He could not hear her. He was so weary, feeling as though he might fall apart. As if death were imminent. Death? Surely, you have not experienced anything more terrifying than death. Who speaks? Who is it? I feel as though I have heard that voice before. That phrase sounds familiar. Piercing to the core. Piercing to the core. Piercing to the core. You filthy bastards. This is her. It is she. Bellatrix. Is this my memory? Tears streamed down Neville's cheeks as he opened his mouth to utter something, yet no sound emerged. Huh. You cannot make a Longbottom yield. Who is that? Who is it? Is it him? Is it father? No wife of a Longbottom would concede either. Ha. Come at me again. Come at me again. It is mother. It is mother. No. 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 Neville let out a tortured roar. No. His eyes were bloodshot, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he ran forward in a frenzy, shouting madly, "No. Stop." Hermione carefully retrieved 2 vials of potion from her bag and gently poured them into Neville's mouth. After examining him closely, she sighed in relief. He was merely exhausted. Beside them, Neville's grandmother looked at him with red-rimmed eyes, nearly in tears. "It's my fault, my fault. I always pushed him, I always berated him." No, in a certain sense, this is a good thing. Lin Ci concluded after observing Neville for a while. Neville Longbottom's amnesia stemmed from witnessing his parents being tortured by Bellatrix in his childhood, and his grandmother had sealed his memories to protect him. Now, it seemed that his memories had returned, which was a positive development for Neville. Parvati gently patted Neville's grandmother on the shoulder, her tone soothing. "You did nothing wrong. The family needs to carry on, and Neville must grow." Hermione smiled at the grandmother, suggesting, "Why not let Neville join us? Your health isn't suited for such a journey anymore. But this child cannot be without me." Hermione said solemnly to Neville's grandmother, "Trust him. I believe in Neville." Neville's grandmother paused for a moment, then smiled in relief. "Then I shall entrust him to you." Hermione smiled, reassuring her, "Rest assured. I guarantee it on the honor of Gryffindor." Parvati inquired, "How is Neville holding up?" "He seems better, but he still has a long way to go." "Well, we shall see." Chapter 72. The Thunder Spear of Gulen Sanks. Here lies a desolate wilderness, where the vast plains meet the sky. heavy and oppressive, as if about to crush the four weary travelers struggling below. Hermione and her companions had been traversing this wasteland for 2 days, and now it was the third day. As they gazed around, all they could see was desolation. The past 2 days felt as though they had stretched into 2 weeks. Hermione let out a gentle sigh. She had slightly adapted to this fatigue, her magic flowing steadily within her as she aimed to breathe evenly, conserving her strength. Harry looked ahead, shaking his head. There was still no end in sight, and Hagrid's book contained no records regarding the vastness of this wilderness. Parvati panted, estimating our pace. We have likely covered about 40 miles in the past 2 days, if not more. Neville had improved significantly since that initial stretch. At least his complexion was normal now. It should be noted that during the first 2 days, he would often lose consciousness mid-stride, relying solely on instinct to continue. Even Harry, the strongest among them, lacked the energy to pull another along, but Neville insisted he would keep up and not be a burden. Gasping for breath, Neville said, "We will surely find our way out." Hermione nodded, steadying her breath. "Let us proceed as before. The sun is setting, and we should make camp to rest." Lin Ci sensed an unusual magical fluctuation in the wilderness, as if the surrounding space were shifting at any moment. The group hastened their pace, moving westward. "It's getting dark. Let us set up camp. Parvati, let us get the tents ready." Hermione gasped for air. Neville, pale-faced, sat on the ground, unable to speak. Slowly, the sun dipped below the horizon, and a myriad of stars adorned the desolate plains. The stars here were quite beautiful, more so than those at Hogwarts. "Indeed, let us get some rest, everyone. We have more traveling to do tomorrow. Good night, good night, good night, good night." On the fourth day, the stars appeared even brighter than the night before. "Hermione, are we one step closer to escaping?" "Yes, we traveled a bit faster today than yesterday. We should be progressing. Let us rest, everyone. We'll continue tomorrow, and hopefully we can cover more ground than today. Good night." On the fifth day, the stars shone just as brightly, indicating we were drawing nearer. "Good night, everyone." Days passed, 7th, 8th, 9th. Now it was the night of the 10th day. The night breeze was gentle, and the sky was filled with stars, enveloping the wilderness in a rugged atmosphere. Hermione sat near the tent, perched on a slightly elevated patch of ground, hugging her knees and gazing into the distance as the night wind tousled her hair. Lin Ci lightly leaped beside Hermione. "What are you looking at?" Hermione asked, bewildered. 10 days have passed, and this place looks no different from yesterday, the day before, or the day before that. Are we truly moving forward? Lin Ci regarded Hermione quietly. "What do you think?" I feel." Hermione closed her eyes, as if something flickered before her. It was the towering spire of an ancient castle. "This is, indeed, that ancient tower has remained before you, unchanged in distance. As for how many more days you must travel, I believe this may be a trial." On the first day of entering the wilderness, Lin Ci had sensed something amiss. Recent observations increasingly suggested it was a grand illusionary array. The world of Harry Potter is indeed not so simple. As for how many more days you must endure, that depends on the trial's requirements. Starlight cast upon the vast plains, rendering it both desolate and beautiful. On the 15th day, today was unlike the previous 14. On the horizon, slowly, first the tall spire of a square tower appeared, followed by walls of blue bricks and stones. As an abandoned ancient city surged into view before Hermione and her companions, Harry and the others erupted into jubilant cheers. Huzzah! Huzzah! The strong wind swept through the ancient city, carrying with it the ancient, blood-soaked aura as golden sunlight poured down, enveloping the city in a battle-worn cloak. We've arrived. In a daze, Hermione and her companions seemed to see a group of cloaked wizards marching resolutely across the wilderness, bowing to the magnificent city on the horizon. Hermione and her companions emulated the ancients, solemnly performing the ancient wizarding salute. "Wizard's glory! I am Gulin Sanks, the first wizard to traverse the desolation plain alone. How many years has it been? 5,000? 10,000? I can hardly recall. My glory has long since become a part of wizarding honor, and my will has merged with that of all wizards. It has been long since any descendant walked this glorious path. It remains radiant. Yet no one comes to witness it anymore. Oh, some little ones have arrived. I hold a fondness for the little ones. And the will of the wizards shares this sentiment. They embody the future and hope. What remarkable displays shall we witness? I find myself eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. Alas, what a predicament. On the very first day, I feel somewhat overwhelmed. Have the young ones ceased to cultivate their physical prowess? It appears so. Perhaps this distance truly marks the origin of despair. I do hope they possess sufficient fortitude. The first day has passed, and their spirits seem quite resilient. How many more days can they endure? Now on the 5th day, I sense a hint of despondency creeping in. By the 10th day, despair must surely be taking hold. Yet, I cannot reveal to you that you are on the verge of emerging from this trial. This distance is indeed the essence of true despair. Oh, ha ha ha, how amusing. Congratulations, little ones, as members of the will of the wizard. I extend my heartfelt congratulations for the privilege of witnessing this ancient city. This war-torn city, steeped in the blood of dark creatures, grants you the unparalleled glory of its sight. I also commend you, bold ones who conquer despair, while the weak succumb to its weight. You are the brave. The descendants of the will of the wizard are no cowards. Farewell. I, Gurin Sanks, shall always watch over you and bless you. Ding! You have received the blessing of the ancient wizard. You have acquired a random item, Gurin Sanks Lightning Spear. Chapter 73. Ancient battlefield ruins the brain-eating spider. The ancient city lies in ruins, the setting sun resembling blood. Parvati gazes in awe. That is the fortress where ancient wizards battled the dark creatures. The indomitable city of the wizards. Upon closer inspection, the walls of this invincible city are marred with mottled black blood, and through the veil of time, those stains still emanate a powerful magic. Dragon Hermione murmurs, the ancient dragons, unlike the present mixed-blood draconic species, were true ancient evildoers. Hermione slowly recites the legend chronicled in the history of magic. In the primordial days, wizards clashed with dragons in the wilderness. Their sturdy scales and sharp claws could not withstand the might of the indomitable city. When the dawn's light shone forth, the progenitor of ancient dragons, Nidhogg, was beheaded, and dragon blood drenched the great city. This is the very city that even dragons must bow before. This city lacks gates, not because they have crumbled into dust over time, but because it never had gates to begin with. The ancient wizards required no gates. Any aberration daring to approach this colossal city has never survived, whether the most fearsome dragon or the most feeble ghoul. The only way to enter the great city is through death. The deceased shall learn what it feels like to die once more, courtesy of the wizards. The ancient myths of magic history. Under the overwhelming majesty of this already largely ruined ancient city, Hermione and her companions traversed its remnants. It was not merely the pressure of magic, but rather a fusion of iron blood and slaughter mingled with glory and reverence that weighed upon them. Beyond the ancient city lay a black-red expanse of grassland. For miles around the great city, the blood of dark creatures stained the earth crimson. Even the grass bore the mark of bloodshed, as the plain of blood, as they stepped onto the still blood-scented grass. Hermione and her companions felt a swirl of disorientation. I am Hermione, Hermione Granger, alongside Harry Potter, Parvati Patil, and Neville Longbottom. We have ventured to the trial of glory. We have traversed the indomitable city of the ancient wizards. Various voices introduced themselves, and soon after, for portals whisked them away. The light distorted, and Hermione felt a dizzying sensation, realizing she had arrived in a different place. Patil, Longbottom, Potter, there's no need to call out. They're likely just as you are. The second round of trials has begun. Moreover, that portal was not a mere spatial transfer. I sensed the traces of time within it. Lin Ci's expression grew grave as a man clad in a black wizard's robe waved a hand before Hermione. Hey, don't lose focus. If you do, you might die. A faint sound of friendly laughter echoed around them. Surrounding them were individuals garbed in similar wizarding attire. And Hermione found herself clad similarly. What is happening? Hermione refrained from questioning, but she keenly sensed something amiss. The wands of these individuals, no, their wands were excessively long, nearly double Hermione's wand in length, and she could discern their remarkable rigidity. Some wands appeared slightly worn at the tips, with dark stains that hinted at blood. Hermione's pupils contracted. Such wands were rare, and even the notoriously conservative Grigovich would not craft such excessively conservative wands. In close combat, these wands could serve as daggers. Hermione murmured. Then, these individuals are either a small contingent adhering to the ancient traditions of wizards, or they're true ancient wizards. Be cautious. This illusion may be a reenactment of history, and we have become part of it. So, I posit this is a trial. Parvati, Neville, and Harry are no longer beside us. We are certainly separated. Is this an illusion? Everything before me feels too real. Hermione could even sense touch and temperature. As she surveyed her surroundings, she cautiously followed the figures in black robes. It seemed they were navigating an underground passage, the stone walls faintly glowing with bioluminescence, marked intermittently with symbols. The walls bore images of swallows, octopi, and anchors. Underground, a sense of oppression enveloped her. The symbols on the walls appeared to be a form of code, indecipherable to her. However, their expressions and movements shifted from initial ease mixed with vigilance to a growing tension. Beware of those hidden in the shadows. Thus, am I amidst a squad of ancient wizards? Are we now set to slay the dark creatures? Drip, drip. The water from the stone wall fell steadily, echoing in the silence. The light on the wall dimmed, while ahead, 2 points of bioluminescence gradually emerged. Hermione sensed her companions tensing up immensely. Immortal blood, a voice called from the glowing area, and as they approached, the figures slowly came into clear view. Phew! Their comrades released a collective breath, yet their wands remained raised in a combat stance. The leader pulled forth a small object resembling a compass, swiftly directing it towards the glowing figures. Hiss! The silhouettes elongated abruptly, casting grotesque shadows upon the wall, and then the light extinguished. A chilling aura of malevolence and a nauseating stench wafted from that place, slowly receding. Hermione's body tensed. She sensed that thing, or rather, those things, had not wandered far. Damn it! The leader stowed the compass and cursed. Sean and the others are dead. Those damned brain-eating spiders. They're the most loathsome and detestable of dark creatures. The leader's wand flickered, and a string of glowing text emerged from its tip, vanishing into the air. The message has been relayed. The defensive magic array has failed. The Guardian is dead. Damn those brain-eating spiders. A hurried message flashed from the leader's wand, illuminating the dim corridor. Task change for Squad 7. Secure the first segment of the second underground passage for 5 hours. The Central Command is urgently restoring this segment of the magic array. Completion in 5 hours. Good luck. The entire squad fixated on the ominous text, their expressions heavy with foreboding, Hermione included. She recalled from her studies in history of magic the brutal conflicts between ancient wizards and other races. A relentless struggle with no room for retreat. In an era before the apparition spell was perfected, there was no chance of escape. The dark creatures would undoubtedly outrun the wizards. Such passages should not be singular. They likely sprawl beneath the desolate lands surrounding the great city. The wizards, centered around this colossal metropolis, utilized the natural subterranean network to establish a colossal magical array, thus earning the city its moniker of the impregnable fortress. Were they now at a time when the array was yet incomplete? The leader's mention of Sean likely referred to the Guardian stationed at the terminus of the incomplete magical network. The brain spider, a dark creature long exterminated by wizards, was notorious for its swiftness, cunning, and its gruesome appetite for living brains, adept at ensnaring humans by manipulating their bodies from within. The leader, with a resolute expression, pointed his wand at the bodies of their fallen comrades. Incendio. The orange flames consumed the corpses, reducing them to ashes. To Hermione's horror, as the bodies were incinerated, a series of unsettling squeaks emanated from within, reminiscent of breaking spider eggs. She sensed the malignant aura lurking nearby, pulsating with wrath. The leader's voice resonated with a chilling intent. I will slay you. Mark my words. He turned to Hermione and the others, instructing, prepare for battle at any moment. And ready your last letters. Chapter 74. The Brain Spider King's Escapade from Class. The leader's calm voice echoed, prompting the squad to silently raise their wands, forming a battle formation, with Hermione completing the final gap in their ranks. She was uncertain of her identity within this group, as her name seemed to be obscured whenever someone called out to her. Hey, my last letter is in the pocket of my chest. If you survive, please deliver it to my wife. A slender wizard's voice drifted through. Mine too, for my daughter, chimed in a short wizard. Mine as well. I am the last in my family. Please place it in my family's grave. For my mother. For my disciple. One after another, voices emerged, each entrusting their final words to her, without even glancing her way. The leader's voice then broke through. My last letter is in the pocket of my chest. For my father. You are the youngest and most talented among us. We shall do our utmost to ensure your survival. Hermione stood frozen, rendered speechless, as the leader's resolute tone rang out once more. Give it your all. Hold for 5 hours. Everyone remained silent. She swallowed her words. Regardless of whether this was an illusion or reality, she had to survive alongside them. An ironclad silence enveloped the group, a palpable tension in the air, as a dozen wands were held steady, their tips shimmering with the resonance of magic and the scent of blood. Hermione closed her eyes, focusing her mind and intent to lock onto the two sources of malevolence not far away. The aura was wicked, agitated, chilling, mingling with the nauseating odor of blood. Disgusting. Lin Ci. The sound of dripping water echoed nearby. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent surged forth. The scent of blood and decay assaulted them. Lin Ci's eyes snapped open. They're coming. All eyes were fixed ahead, wand tips glowing with visible intensity, spells poised to be unleashed. Two shadows, darker than the surrounding gloom, surged from the corners of their vision with a maddened speed, exuding an aura of terror. Hermione felt as though she were drowning in winter's icy grasp, akin to a mouse facing a hissing serpent. An oppressive, terrifying sensation welled within her. Boom, boom, boom. The magic began to roar, the air swirling into a tempest. Powerful magic illuminating the space as beams of light, symbols of death, shot forth, swifter than the wind, faster than the scythe of death. Yet, as the wind stirred the air and the scythe fell to the ground, the two shadows seemed prepared, retracting just as they emitted their chilling malevolence. The spell struck nothing but empty air. They were deceiving the incantations, intelligent dark beings. The oppressive and bloody scene before Lin Ci evoked memories of the Soul series games from his past life. The wind stilled, then surged again. The stench of decay filled the air. The two shadows lunged forth at a speed even greater than before, radiating a terrifying malevolence. Quick, too quick. Hermione had just unleashed a powerful spell, her magic still trembling from the backlash. The two shadows brazenly broke through the azure protective array, crashing into the ranks of wizards. Hermione froze, coming face to face with one of the shadows. 6 scarlet eyes glinted with a ravenous hunger, though no larger than a human head. It moved with a speed that allowed it to reach eye level with a person. Mockery and brutality were evident in those 6 eyes. An overwhelming fear seized Hermione. The spider's mandibles opened and closed, sinking into the wizard at the front of the formation, the exultant squeaks echoing in the corridor, akin to a pre-meal offering of gratitude. The brain spider retreated, its 8 legs skittering away, leaving behind a few scattered spells that either fell empty or struck the wizard it had dragged off. Bloodstains marred the ground, alongside the marks of the spider's passage. Hermione was drenched in cold sweat, her body trembling uncontrollably, her mind haunted by the horror of those crimson eyes. It saw me, she thought. I know it saw me. It wants to eat me. Calm down, Lin Ci said, realizing that since entering the illusion, his movements had been restricted. His magic was suppressed, and spells were beyond his reach. Hermione gradually found her composure. The realization that Lin Ci remained by her side, slowly dispelling her fear. The leader raised his wand above his head, resolutely declaring, I must not succumb to fear. Fear is the assassin of thought. Fear is a diminutive reaper of utter destruction. I will confront my fear, allowing it to pass through my being. When fear departs, I shall open my inner eye and perceive its trajectory. Where fear treads, nothing remains, only I shall persist. Nothing remains, only I shall persist. Gasping for breath, Hermione stood, while her teammates regained their composure. Their eyes reflected an unquenchable sorrow, yet more so, a serene acceptance of life and death. The leader quietly approached, repairing the temporary defensive array that could withstand but a fraction of a moment, while the others silently held their wands, ready to unleash their spells at any moment. Kill me, please. From the depths of the impending darkness came the anguished pleas of the dragged-away wizard. Two cries of despair echoed, soon to be drowned out by the excited chittering sounds. That was the signal for the brain-sucking spider to feast, a harbinger of the wizard's demise. The sound of gnawing reached their ears, causing everybody to shudder momentarily before settling back into a state of vigilance, save for Hermione. Gasping for breath, Hermione knelt on the ground, striving to calm her racing heart. She and Lin Ci had yet to fathom the demands of this trial. The leader, who had just completed the restoration of the magical array, regarded Hermione with a steady gaze, akin to observing a fledgling undergoing a metamorphosis. He smiled gently, reassured that all would soon be well. They were so young, yet they possessed courage. Casting a glance at the other teammates who maintained their alert stances, he smiled with satisfaction, feeling pride in their growth. May you all survive, as much as possible, he thought, lingering on the sight of his comrades before turning his gaze to the horizon, as if bidding farewell to cherished kin, as if saying adieu to the world. His calm voice broke the silence. The bloodline concentration of these two brain-sucking spiders is likely alarmingly high. They breached this magical array in the blink of an eye. If this continues, we shall all perish, and we certainly shan't last 5 hours. Activate Operation 2. I shall go first and be the last. His tranquil words stirred a tempest within the ranks. Captain, I will go first. Captain, I will go first. He chuckled yet spoke with unwavering finality. I am the captain. I shall go first. No need to argue. I will be the first and the last, and you shall all prepare accordingly. Hermione stared at the leader, her body icy with foreboding. She sensed that something momentous was about to unfold. The leader smiled at Hermione, saying, Not enough yet. You must grow. Even Lin Ci grew curious about the role Hermione embodied. Although the term used to address her was invariably obscured, he faintly discerned something akin to Lacha. The leader nonchalantly waved his hand and approached the magical array. Then farewell. A warm red light ignited from within him, reminiscent of a comforting hearth, a spark of life. The somber blue magical array gradually transformed into crimson as strands of magical chains erupted from the leader's form, intertwining with the array. Hermione trembled as she watched him. Drip! Drip! The sound of water echoed softly. Drip! Drip! Tears fell from Hermione's eyes, each drop a testament to her sorrow. The leader slowly closed his eyes, his form disintegrating into countless red specks, scattering into the ether. Farewell, comrades! Farewell! A wizard truly longs to see the establishment of an indomitable fortress, to witness the eradication of darkness, to behold children growing up carefree. Hermione bit her lip until it bled, her nails digging in her palm, crimson blood trickling down. You shall not perish. It's merely a matter of facing the monsters. Lin Ci has mastered at least 7 or 8 methods for defeating bosses without sustaining harm. Steeling herself, Hermione rose, gripping her wand tightly, ready to impart her knowledge on the scene. The method of skipping class. The method devoid of martial ethics. The technique for rapid, injury-free clearing. Chapter 75, The Final Battle. The flickering red light was so beautiful, so heroic. All wizards within the magical array fell silent, tears glistening in their eyes, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Yet, their wands remained steadfast, pointed resolutely at the lurking darkness, and Hermione, too, clutched her wand, aiming at the 2 malevolent figures, allowing the blood from her palm to drip. The nauseating sound of gnawing and slurping gradually faded, yet waves of malevolence surged forth. From the shadows emerged 2 unsteady figures. It was the wizards who had been dragged away. Aside from their swaying forms and their peculiar expressions, they bore no apparent change. Hermione's pupils reflected their staggering steps, their eerie smiles, yet she had achieved a state of complete calm. Are they under control? Lin Ci furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the wizards before them. The magical array was terrifyingly still, with the 2 foremost wizards quietly aiming their wands, their grip unervingly steady. Magical energy coalesced, and the gentle stirrings of air could be heard. The 2 swaying wizards did not quicken their pace nor retreat, maintaining their enigmatic expressions as they approached unhurriedly. 2 silver spells shot forth like shooting stars through the darkness, striking their targets and manifesting a cascade of magical runes in the air, binding the 2 wizards possessed by the brain-sucking spiders in place. The 2 wizards who had just cast powerful binding spells immediately dispersed, revealing the 2 wizards behind them. Their wands aglow. A flamboyant red light flashed, almost simultaneous with the binding spells, followed by a thunderous roar as a powerful gust of wind surged forth. The 2 spells, infused with the wizard's full magical might, struck their targets without fail. The air seemed to rain down crimson, as the area struck by the spells was utterly obliterated. No remnants. No fragments, neither of wizards nor brain-sucking spiders. It is finished, intoned the wizard who had taken the leader's position, coldly issuing the command to restore magical energy and maintain vigilance. The 4 wizards who had just unleashed their attacks gasped for breath, seated upon the ground, eyes closed in meditation to hasten their energy recovery. The stench of blood and brain-sucking spiders might attract other dark creatures to this location. Remain alert. The current leader, Hawk, still held his wand aloft. For reasons unknown, Hermione felt an ominous premonition in her heart as she noted the absence of the brain-sucking spider's remains. The voice of the new leader, Hawk, rang out. I will go outside to set up a warning magical array. The reserve team must remain vigilant, ready to provide cover at any moment. Understood. 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 Hermione's sense of foreboding deepened. I will accompany you. I have studied magical array setups and can shorten the preparation time. Hawk regarded Hermione, nodding gently. The 2 prepared their materials, each raising their wand cautiously as they stepped outside the protective red magical array. The stench of blood assailed them, but they paid it no mind, focusing entirely on their vigilance. Hermione's shadow of dread grew heavier, the ominous feeling intensifying as if shrouded in clouds of death. Taking a deep breath, Hermione joined Hawk in connecting the magical energy circuits to construct the warning magical array. The process proceeded smoothly. In under 10 minutes, they had completed the connections, and the warning magical array emitted a brief, urgent red glow. Hawk sighed in relief at their accomplishment. Yet Lin Ci felt no such ease. His premonition had reached a terrifying zenith. Death seemed imminent. Be careful. A raspy, horrid hiss suddenly echoed through the corridor, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the earth. Hermione spun around in alarm. It was a grave mistake. The world had slowed to a crawl. Hermione beheld the defensive magical array, fortified with the lifeblood of its former leader, still emanating a tranquil crimson glow. She witnessed the expressions of her comrades shift from serene to horror, saw the swirling dust within the array, and beheld two ominous shadows emerging from the earth. Swift, too swift. Once more, an assault arose from below. The two shadows leaped high, as if already fixated on their prey, with a speed that left the wizards no time to react. They viciously sank their fangs into the necks of two wizards, their venom extinguishing life in an instant. The remaining wizards within the array sprang into action, launching a counterattack. Spells wove together into an intricate net, ensnaring the two shadows. Though their incantations were hastily cast and drawn from but a fraction of their magical reserves, the combined might of 6 or 7 wizards was not to be underestimated, enough to pierce the anti-magic exoskeleton of the Acromantula, inflicting severe damage. Yet, with brazen audacity, the two Acromantulas, as if merging into one, stormed through the wizard's magical barrage without hesitation. Thud! They landed, and one shadow sprang forth, viciously biting into a wizard's foot. A dark mist enveloped his face, his throat emitted a rasping sound, and then he fell silent. The wizards had no chance to reform their spell net. In less than 10 heartbeats, all within the magical array lay prostrate upon the ground, with but a single Acromantula carcass remaining. Nothing else resided there but death. In less than 10 heartbeats, time raced, while actions felt languid. Hermione and the leader had been utterly unable to pinpoint those two Acromantulas, forced to witness their comrades fall one by one. The leader's voice rang in Hermione's ears. I will serve as bait. You need not concern yourself. Obliterate it along with me. Hermione felt a surge of anger. She despised this feeling of helplessness, loathed it immensely. Lin Ci felt a twinge of embarrassment. The invulnerability spell, when put into practice, proved to be of limited efficacy, for not everyone was a master. The leader seemed to perceive Hermione's fury, chuckling softly as he drew his wand. Ah, so you are still youthful in executing commands. We cannot prevent their demise. Thus, the requirement of this trial is not to save everyone. Moreover, Lin Ci began to think rapidly. Hermione gazed at the leader and nodded solemnly. The leader smiled with reassurance. Survive. Do not let our sacrifice be in vain. If possible, bear witness to the splendor of wizards, to their glory. The leader adjusted his disheveled attire, raising his wand to his face, distancing himself from Hermione. He sliced open his wrist, and a trickle of blood formed a winding stream. Come, foul monstrosity. The leader kept his head held high, a derisive smile upon his lips. Wizards are the true nobility of this world. You shall ultimately be erased. Boom! Dust erupted as the last Acromantula sprang forth. Its speed was painfully slow, a stark contrast to the urgency of life extinguishing. Chains, unimaginable in their swiftness, erupted from the leader, extending in all directions. Even the fastest could not escape the bonds of life. The Acromantula emitted a short, shrill cry, as if foreseeing its imminent demise. The leader glanced back at Hermione, his gaze filled with encouragement. A tempest of anger and an unprecedented calm surged within Hermione. The leader's words echoed in her mind. Do not let our sacrifice be in vain. Her lips moved, fierce and resolute, as torrents of wrath poured forth from her mouth. Shatter them! Shatter them! Shatter them! Drip! Drip! Hermione's tears fell one by one. It was over. The surrounding barrier dissipated, and Lin Ci suddenly felt a loosening of his body. The strange forbidden power vanished. The surroundings transformed into a meadow, dark red grasses swaying in the wind. Chapter 76. The Forest Elf Lulu. Once again, that bloodied wasteland with dark red grasses swaying in the breeze. Hermione's tears flowed unabated, her voice thick with emotion. They died for me. Who can tell me what happened? I promised I would take their letters. I vowed to survive. Who can tell me why everyone perished? Why? Hermione screamed hoarsely. Lin Ci remained quietly perched nearby. In contrast to a spectator's role, Hermione had directly immersed herself in the unfolding tragedy. Suddenly, Lin Ci leapt onto Hermione's shoulder, his expression tense as he gazed at the slowly warping space ahead. Garen Sanks, the first wizard to traverse the wasteland of despair, materialized before them. Ignoring Hermione's fury, he softly uttered, "In my lifetime, every beloved teacher, disciple, daughter, wife, friend departed from me, none of whom succumbed to natural causes." Hermione regarded him coldly, while Garen Sanks smiled faintly, continuing, "You are Hermione Granger, are you not? It is a pleasure to see such an outstanding successor, yet in comparison to us, you still fall short. This is not a matter of magical prowess. In truth, you are already remarkable, with few wizards your age surpassing your talent. What you lack is enlightenment, not the enlightenment of pursuing one's own path. I can see you have established your own path, yet it is insufficient. A wizard who has not faced the terror of life and death cannot truly be deemed a wizard. The baptism of death and the loss of companions is the true rite of passage for wizards." Hermione continued to regard him coldly, demanding, "What was that back there?" Garen Sanks replied nonchalantly, "What you perceive it to be, it shall be. If you view them as illusions, they are illusions. If you regard them as reality, then they're indeed real." Hermione inhaled deeply. "What are my comrades?" Garen Sanks shrugged. "They have been transported to another realm. It is not precisely an illusion, but rather a reenactment of real events, the result of profound fragments of wizarding while manifesting. Your comrades are there now, yet rest assured, this path bears no life-threatening dangers. The will of wizards watches over you." Hermione's fists clenched tightly, a silence enveloping her before she bowed to Garen Sanks. "Senior, I beseech you to return their letters to me." Garen Sanks offered a slight bow in return. Gently, he produced envelope after envelope from his pocket, presenting them solemnly before Hermione. Hermione's hands trembled slightly as she cautiously received the envelopes. Tenderly, she began to open them one by one. "Dearest Lilina, your father is very sorrowful. I cannot imagine how you will feel upon receiving this letter. Perhaps you will weep. Please forgive me, dear father, for I too shed tears in this moment. Trust that my love for you is everlasting. However, do not mourn excessively for my departure, for my death bears honor. And I believe you, dear Lilina, will come to understand this. I cannot stand idly by while one wizard after another sacrifices their lives for the sake of future peace. I cannot bear to revel in the safety bought with the blood and flesh of my brethren. Thus I have come to this place, where I believe a magnificent citadel for wizards shall rise unyielding. Lilina, I may not live to witness that day. If I perish before then, I implore you to behold it for me. Promise me this. Furthermore, I carry a burden of guilt for not being a worthy father, for having abandoned you. Yet please believe, all my emotions and love are devoted to you. I beseech you, forgive me. I am a father, but more so, a wizard, a warrior. Lilina, I long to see you once more. To my ancestors, I am unworthy, for I have failed to continue our lineage. But I harbor no regrets for fighting and dying for the glory of wizards. I trust our family shall take pride in it. Thus, these are the final words of the Warm family, and I hope someone will etch them upon our family tombstone, for which I would be eternally grateful. Mother, when you receive this letter, your beloved son shall have departed from you forever. Please do not grieve, for your years cannot bear excessive sorrow. If you suffer due to my loss, it would disturb my soul's peace. Take pride in your son. Countless deaths of mine embody the life of wizards. Countless wills of mine reflect the will of wizards. How can you not feel proud? Your son, who eternally cherishes you in his heart, wishes you health and longevity. May you witness the prosperity of wizards on behalf of your son. Dear mother, to my disciple, it is my honor to guide you on the path of magic, but I yearn to lead you toward the righteous path of wizards. By the time you receive this letter, your mentor may have already succumbed to the cold earth or met a more tragic fate. You once told me that humanity's greatest fear is death. I must impart to you that humanity's greatest fear is a death devoid of value. Strive to engage in meaningful endeavors, research, fight, and contribute not for personal wealth or power, but for the benefit of wizards. You are my most cherished disciple, endowed with talents I lack. Take my place and contribute to the wizarding world. May wizards flourish. Garen Sanks spoke solemnly. So, Hermione, do you see? In this world, beyond individual paths, there exists a greater and more noble path. Individual paths must serve that higher road. Just as nobility must dedicate themselves to their families, as wizards, we must dedicate ourselves to our kind. We have all attained this awareness and shall uphold it until the end of our lives. It has been long since anyone has traversed this glorious path, Hermione thought. What has happened? Have the wizards outside forgotten the glory of wizards, the will of wizards, even neglecting this land soaked in the blood of countless ancestors? Hermione Granger. Answer me. Does the glory of wizards still endure? Is there anyone willing to fight for it? Is the life of today's wizards peaceful? Hermione closed her eyes, her mind racing with memories. The towers of Hogwarts flashed before her, the eagle of Ravenclaw, the lion of Gryffindor, the badger of Hufflepuff, and the serpent of Slytherin, all vibrant students, all dedicated professors, in such a peaceful and beautiful existence. Hermione bowed to Gurren Sanks. Elder, today wizards live in tranquility. No dark creature dares to confront wizards openly. Goblins, dragons, werewolves, and vampires tremble before might. Wizards are immensely powerful. Wizards cherish peace, and their resolve to attain it is equally unwavering. No matter how formidable the darkness or brutal the rule, there will always be wizards who rise to combat it. The spirit of freedom and struggle has been passed down through generations among wizards. Therefore, I extend my gratitude to you, elders, for your sacrifices and contributions. Without you, we would not witness this beautiful era. Time marches forward, and people tend to forget the distant past, dear elders. But I believe the glory of wizards remains deeply rooted in the hearts of all wizards. Do you believe this? Gurren Sanks laughed heartily, tears of joy streaming from his eyes. Indeed, indeed. The wizards of today have embraced the life we have longed for. Our sacrifices were not in vain. The will of wizards shall forever be glorious. Hermione bowed deeply. Yes, the will of wizards shall forever be glorious, and we shall always remember your heroism. Ding! Through the Radiant Path Challenge, I have received the blessing of the ethereal wizard, the forest spirit Lulu, in slumber. Chapter 77. The Legacy of Ancient Wizards Combined. The patter of rain upon the wasteland echoed like the weeping of lost souls. A chill permeated the air, seeping into the marrow with each breath. If only we were back at the Leaky Cauldron or Hogwarts, Hermione mused, where she could lean against the warm hearth, sip a pint of ale or hot soup. Perhaps even relish the soothing sound of pages turning. Yet, amidst this desolate expanse that could freeze even the northern cats, such thoughts only deepened her cold. However, Hermione and her companions did not dwell on these matters. Their minds flashed with images from earlier, each marked by themes of death and sacrifice. Hermione recalled the sacrifices of her teammates. The coldness in the air and raindrops could not overshadow the anger and sorrow swelling within her. The grass beneath their waterproof boots was pressed into the earth, the saturated soil yielding to their weight. They were near the end. Just yesterday, Hermione had seen the towering stone monument with her eagle eye, signifying their successful completion of the Radiant Path. None wished to linger here any longer. For wizards of their peaceful era, particularly young wizards, witnessing the deaths of comrades while feeling utterly powerless was a heavy burden. Even knowing it was merely an illusion could not lighten their spirits. Even the noble-born Parvati could not dismiss the sanctity of life at her age. Their moods had soured more than the dreary weather. They would rather traverse the rain, endure the cold, and risk illness than continue along this path of excessive glory and unbearable weight. Lin Ci turned to look at Hermione, whose eyes were still red-rimmed. Reminiscent of that day, when they emerged from the illusion, perhaps even more so. She had only cried briefly that day. Yet Lin Ci felt the profound sorrow suppressed within her, festering and tormenting her soul. Lin Ci placed a reassuring hand on Hermione's shoulder. As the cold rain fell, Hermione met Lin Ci's gaze, her eyes still glistening but brightened by a smile. Blood forges glory. The path ahead may only grow colder, yet everything is worth it. Neville's round, cherubic face seemed to have grown gaunter these past few days, deepening in its contours. In the past, one could hardly perceive any brilliance in his eyes. Qualities such as determination, courage, and wisdom were elusive. Instead, only confusion and unease were visible. Yet now, gazing into Neville's eyes reveals a sharp, profound, and resolute essence. It seems that within a mere few days, he has discovered his path. Neville now resembles a monk poised to embark on a martyr's journey, with a palpable power coursing through him. Parvati furrows her brow. She is no longer a child. Having endured the harshness of sacrifice, no one may call her a child any longer. Perhaps the bitterness of helplessness continues to gnaw at her heart like a venomous serpent, tearing apart her pride. But such trials only propel the young Parvati to forge ahead with greater strength and steadiness. As the adage among the nobility goes, suffering fortifies the noble. Parvati has grown stronger, as has Hermione. Indeed, everyone has in tangible ways. Time passes silently, an hour. Then two. Hermione gently caresses the weathered surface of the stone monument. its rough texture transmitting a sense of the passage of time to her heart. At last Parvati's hand lightly rests atop Hermione's, and through Hermione's warmth, she senses a vigorous pulse. Harry and Neville also place their hands upon the monument. Gradually, the stone begins to tremble. It appears rooted in the desolate expanse, its vibrations resonating with the very land. The monument emits a soft white glow, intensifying in brilliance. The cold raindrops cease their descent, none daring to intrude upon its presence. The fierce winds relent, awed by its weightiness and humbled by its majesty. The somber clouds disperse, revealing a radiant light akin to that of the sun. As the tremors subside, the rain gives way to clear skies. A grand will descends gently upon the four companions. Hermione perceives a figure clad in a black wizard's robe, leaning upon a wand, exuding authority and vigor, as if bathed in glory. The four of them bow slightly, and in a fleeting moment, it seems as though that will smiles upon them. The journey of conquering the path of glory concludes. With over a month remaining in the holiday, Neville is taken away by his grandmother. In the face of memories long sealed, this resilient woman suddenly appears stooped. Parvati Patil intends to return to her family to commence managing the family business. You all know, I expressed my desire to engage in family affairs to my father since the Christmas holiday, and he indeed acquiesced to my request. Yet in his eyes, I remain a child, and he cannot involve me in significant matters. Ironically, those matters are the lifeblood of the Patil family. Lin Ci ponders for a moment and whispers something to Hermione. Hermione smiles. Actually, it is quite simple. You are aware of my plan. My aim is to advocate for the reform of the magical system, to standardize and unify the current chaotic and disjointed framework. Initially, I intended to center this around Hogwarts, but I believe your family could expedite the process. How do you intend to proceed? Your Patil family operates across a broad spectrum, with extensive connections in East Asia. I propose that I provide the funding and the Patil family assist in the execution. We could begin in the fields of potions and alchemy, training apprentices with my methodology and establishing a production line that fosters change through commercial competition. The antiquated methods of apprenticeship and production cannot contend with a highly standardized approach. Other major stakeholders in these domains will have no choice but to adapt alongside us, lest they be completely overshadowed, thus achieving my goal. Parvati contemplates. No problem. This will also benefit the Patil family. The party that initiates reform in such fields invariably reaps the greatest rewards. It's entirely feasible. So is it a deal? It is a deal. Thus, a verbal contract was hastily established, one that would alter the landscape of East Asia. Meanwhile, Harry, our savior, is troubled by thoughts of returning home. Oh, indeed, if given a choice, he would rather not return to that house. Well, Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, I'm grateful for their raising me, for not allowing me to perish in the streets. Yet, truth be told, they have not treated me well. Oh, but it matters not. I must return. Harry shrugs and whistles. Perhaps their attitude toward me will change, though that seems rather unrealistic. Hermione, too, must prepare to return home, where she will commence her life as an alchemy apprentice under Nicolae. Vernon Dursley, one of Harry's guardians and a lowly office worker, lounged on the sofa, idly perusing a newspaper while muttering, "Oh well, I knew it. This stock is dreadful. Perhaps I should sell it off sooner rather than later." Thankfully, I only invested a small amount. Due to that terrible stock, Mr. Dursley's mood was far from pleasant. Perhaps we have all experienced such feelings when in a foul mood. We tend to dwell on matters that only exacerbate our distress. Mr. Dursley recalled that stock that had resulted in a minor loss, leading him to think of that which had consistently cost him money. Damn it, he cursed vehemently. Damn Dumbledore, damn Potter. Mr. Dursley meticulously recalled how he had come to accept such a money-losing venture as Potter. He cursed under his breath as he reflected. That was over a decade ago. Yet Mr. Dursley remembered as clearly as if it were yesterday. Who could forget? Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? That day, newlywed Mr. Dursley sat on the sofa, much like today, reading the newspaper, albeit with the vigor of youth that he now lacked. His curses back then were far more vigorous than they are now. He would typically rail against that stock with words like, "Damn you, you worthless scoundrel. Who gave you the audacity to swindle my Dursley money? I'll blow your brains out with a double-barrel shotgun." Alas, those were the lamentations of youth. Sadly, Mr. Dursley can no longer express himself in such a manner. Society has taught him too much. Burdens have aged him too swiftly. That night, after washing the dishes, Petunia Dursley, Harry's aunt, stepped outside to dispose of the trash. And within that brief interlude, well, the incident that had plagued Mr. Dursley for over a decade transpired. Damn it! Who let those freaks leave a little freak on my doorstep? Mr. Dursley's ire echoed countless times over the years. Even now, he reflects with a heavy heart. Oh. Very well, Dumbledore, huh? The greatest wizard, indeed, sneaking a little freak onto someone else's doorstep, leaving behind a note, and expecting me to bear the burden of that little freak for over a decade. Huh, not even a check. Oh, not even a penny in change left behind. The greatest wizard, oh how grand. Mr. Dursley, please take good care of him. Oh, just that one line, and I must obediently comply. How pitiful that I actually did. For over a decade, the expenses for meals, accommodation, tuition, and textbooks weighed heavily on Mr. Dursley's mind as he reminisced about that challenging period. He found himself momentarily lost in thought. Back then, he was merely a junior employee, and Petunia had just given birth to Dudley, who was still an infant, and she had yet to return to work. Mr. Dursley managed to sustain his entire family on his meager salary, and remarkably, he succeeded. He recalled rising at 5 each morning, not to go to the office. No company would require its employees to start work that early, but to deliver newspapers. His paper route spanned from 5 to 7 in the morning, a routine he maintained for roughly 6 months until he received a promotion, at which point he had traversed that neighborhood hundreds of times. Reflecting on those days, Mr. Dursley felt a sense of pride despite the hardships. A man bearing the weight of familial responsibilities is always entitled to a degree of self-satisfaction. Although he had a short temper and was not particularly handsome or athletic, his bond with Petunia remained strong. No woman would disdain a man willing to toil tirelessly for his family from dawn till dusk. Just as the Dursley family began to experience some improvement in their circumstances, with Mr. Dursley gradually establishing a foothold at work and receiving a modest raise, life took an unexpected turn. He had always been skeptical of the notion that good fortune is fleeting until a crying infant appeared on his doorstep one fateful evening. That night, an unprecedented argument erupted between Mr. Dursley and Petunia, who was in tears, for the infant was the child of his sister. Mr. Dursley felt utterly drained by the morning, having barely slept a wink. As dawn broke, he silently rose from bed, careful not to disturb Petunia, who was still asleep. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was not yet 5. He dressed quietly, refraining from making any noise, and left on an empty stomach without even a slice of bread or a glass of milk. Hey, Victor, is it possible for me to return to my previous job? He inquired. Oh, Dursley, didn't you just get a promotion? Surely this isn't for some secret stash of cash? That S rather strenuous. Oh well, jobs are always available. Thank you immensely. Can I start today? Very well. Thus, Mr. Dursley resumed his newspaper delivery work, but that was not all. By 8 that evening, he set aside his ledger, his eyes bloodshot. He had earned roughly £60 that day, translating to about £1,800 for the month, with rent at £600, Dudley's monthly expenses at £300, fuel costs at £50, and miscellaneous household expenses exceeding £200, along with Petunia's occasional clothing purchases, his own smoking habits, and social obligations. The financial burden was overwhelming. With Dudley soon to start school, additional expenses loomed on the horizon, and the need to buy a house rather than continue renting added to his worries, not to mention that his car was on the verge of breaking down. Mr. Dursley felt nearly despondent. The cost of feeding that little monster was another concern, as he too would need schooling. Oh God, he thought as he quietly exited his office. Do you have any openings for temporary laborers around 8 to 10 in the evening? Yes, just for 2 hours. What has to pay? £10 for 2 hours? Very well, thank you. By nearly 11, Mr. Dursley pushed open the door to his home. Before entering, he dusted off his clothes, striving to appear more presentable. Petunia sat on the sofa, the television off. Upon hearing the door, she sprang to her feet, tears streaming down her face. Oh, Vernon, Vernon, she cried hoarsely, embracing him tightly, exclaiming she could no longer bear it. Vernon, Mr. Dursley gently patted Petunia, who was sobbing. It's all right, Petunia. I merely took on an extra job. Look, I'm not even tired. See how energetic I am? Huh, Petunia, I'm a bit hungry. Could you fetch me something to eat? Petunia hurried to the kitchen to prepare a meal for him, while Mr. Dursley sat on the sofa, a frown etched on his face as he calculated their expenses. Is it ready? Oh, that smells delightful, Petunia. Don't worry, you focus on caring for the child. I've got everything under control. Rest easy, huh? I'm managing just fine. Mr. Dursley sat on the sofa, reflecting on those arduous times with a sense of nostalgia. Just then, the door swung open. Harry greeted him with a smile. Hey, Uncle. Mr. Dursley, momentarily taken aback, replied, Hey, damn it. Chapter 78, Harry and Lucius. It was a bright morning, and Harry whistled cheerfully in the kitchen, his spirits evidently high. In truth, he was quite content, save for the responsibility of preparing breakfast for the entire Dursley family at 6:30. Harry skillfully poured a bit of oil into the frying pan, cracking in 3 eggs to fry. Making a few fried eggs was a simple task. Oh, let me see. The milk is here. That makes 3 glasses. The sandwiches are here, cheese here, and slices of ham here. I'll slice some tomatoes too. As he hummed a tune, he efficiently completed his tasks, no longer resembling the boy who had faced Voldemort just before the holidays. "Good morning, Uncle." Harry greeted Vernon Dursley, who was descending the stairs. "Mr." Dursley shot him a dark glance and begrudgingly replied. Morning shortly thereafter, Aunt Petunia joined them, her eyes darting between the prepared breakfast and the smiling Harry, her expression complex. "Morning, Harry," she said softly, so faintly that Harry barely heard her. Continuing to hum, Harry tentatively suggested, "Uncle, Aunt, I mowed the lawn outside yesterday and just tidied up the house. Can I go out now?" Mr. Dursley waved his hand dismissively, not even glancing at Harry, and said nothing. Harry slowly turned to leave. Aunt Petunia's expression remained impassive as she called out, "Wait, take 2 slices of bread with you. And Dudley doesn't tea like sandwiches with tomato slices. He prefers chocolate ones. I thought you knew that." Harry laughed. "Thanks, Aunt. And tomatoes are good for you. I thought you knew that." "Huh." In high spirits, Harry tucked 2 slices of bread under his arm and stepped outside, whistling a merry tune. He had arranged to meet Ron at the Leaky Cauldron. Goodness, is that the same little brat? A trip to a monster school has transformed him. Petunia. I don't even have an excuse to scold him. I must greet him instead. Oh God. Vernon, perhaps Harry has grown up a bit, Petunia suggested. Perhaps Harry gradually came to a halt before an old house exuding a sense of history. It was a historic aura born of the rich human experiences it had witnessed over the decades, not the desolation associated with abandoned ruins. This place had thrived with vibrancy for many years, invoking pleasant feelings. A weathered sign hung above the door, inscribed with the words Broken Cauldron Bar in a somewhat juvenile script, yet this very quality imparted a certain vitality to the establishment, reminiscent of a spirited old man in his 60s or 70s who still harbors the heart of a child. Harry could faintly discern the handwriting S owner. He had seen this style of script daily over the past few days, albeit in a more refined form than that on the sign. The bar was bustling, not in a disordered manner, for though the proprietor was somewhat impatient with tidiness, he was equally averse to residing in squalor. Ever since Old Tom had become a father, he had ensured that not even a trace of grease accumulated on the bar surfaces. The chaos within the bar stemmed from its patrons, not the negative kind of disorder, but rather a joyful, exhilarating tumult that invited song. The inebriated Jack was once again serenading in Old Tom's bar, upon seeing Harry enter. Jack erupted into laughter and began to sing the Hogwarts school song. Old Tom joined in, humming along. A smile adorned the faces of all those drinking and conversing within the bar, some reflecting on memories, others basking in happiness. The silver-haired Mrs. Melissa and the equally aged Mr. Smith observed each other with knowing smiles and joined in the singing. The bar resonated with melodies, as if the music could drift across Diagon Alley, waft into Gringotts, and reach Hogwarts itself. Regardless of age, they were all students of Hogwarts. Harry felt a swell of joy and comfort. He hummed the school song as he ascended the staircase, gently knocking on the door of the room above before softly pushing it open and stepping inside. Ron had mentioned bringing his sister to familiarize herself with Diagon Alley, hadn't he? Malfoy Manor. Deep into the night, Lucius sat alone in the drawing room, positioned beside a circular table steeped in legend. His eyes were closed, as if he were quietly contemplating something profound. Malfoy sat across from Lucius, watching his father with a calm demeanor. According to the family's customs during meetings, the patriarch remained silent, and no one was permitted to create a disturbance. Malfoy noticed strands of silver threading through his father's platinum hair. Lucius was aging. He understood that the Malfoy family had long been branded with the Dark Lord's mark, and despite spending a significant portion of their wealth to curry favor with the Ministry of Magic and even paying a hefty price to become one of Hogwarts' governors, the stigma remained, rendering the Malfoy family perpetually untrustworthy. Malfoy had perused the family accounts and found that each year, a third of the family's profits mysteriously vanished. He recalled the cold smirk his father wore when he spoke of this, and he understood all too well where it had gone. The weight of his father's burdens was immense. Lucius abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and clear. He sighed, "Wickedness, wickedness." He did not hasten to speak, instead rolling up his sleeves to reveal a faded, sinister mark. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Malfoy felt a chill at the sight of it, as if a specter lurked within. Lucius regarded Malfoy and posed a question. "Draco, I wish to ask you something." Malfoy straightened, his posture attentive. "Father, please proceed." Lucius nodded slightly. "What are your thoughts on Dumbledore and the Dark Lord?" Malfoy hesitated for a moment before responding. "To my knowledge, During the early days of the Death Eater organization, the Dark Lord held an advantage over Dumbledore. However, Dumbledore has always been wise, while the Dark Lord has grown increasingly deranged. In my view, Dumbledore far surpasses the Dark Lord. Lucius wearily nodded in agreement. Indeed, I share your sentiment. Thus, by the latter stages of that war, I discerned that victory was unattainable. I even relayed information to Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. But who could have anticipated that he would revert to such a state of calm? Malfoy shuddered slightly. Father, are you implying? Lucius waved his hand dismissively. You need only be aware of this much. Your life at Hogwarts should remain unchanged, but exercise caution. Malfoy's heart sank in the family. Lucius spoke firmly. Focus on your own development alongside those individuals. There's no rush. I have observed that he is preparing meticulously, and we have time. This year, I will gradually entrust family affairs to you. The idea you proposed regarding that classmate was commendable. You shall manage it, and I will guide you as needed. Draco, pursue your ambitions while the time remains ripe. Strive to elevate yourself. I must ponder this carefully. It is terrifying. Dumbledore may no longer stand a chance against him. Malfoy took a deep breath and nodded. Lucius added solemnly, not a word of this must escape your lips. Not to anyone. You cannot fathom the implications.